Main body, wait another 2 years, and the goods can be shipped. Number 2 said. Speed it up, it may not take 2 years. Number 1 said, looking at the almost completed Dao tool set in his hand. Alright, you guys keep up the good work. After Zhu Fan finished speaking, he turned around and went towards the secret room where Grape's main body was hidden. His main purpose in coming here was to see the world that Grape was nurturing. In the secret room that hid Grape, Zhu Fan walked through a light gate. Huh? Why are you two here? Zhu Fan said in surprise when he saw the Tangy turtle and cloud flower deer. Master, when the small world was able to accommodate life, they entered. Grape said. Cheep cheep, the cloud flower deer cooed as it rubbed against Zhu Fan's hand. You say it's comfortable here and it can help you advance quickly? Zhu Fan said. The cloud flower deer nodded. Chapter 491, The Little Bunny Who Wants to Sell Itself. Hearing Yunhui deer say this, Zhu Fan began to carefully observe this small world. At this moment, Putao's small world had grown to be 1 out of 10 the size of Hidden Spirit Island, and it had a hint of the taste of a newly born world. The Yin and Yang 5 elements Tao rule here is actually manifesting a little. With a gentle wave of Zhu Fan's hand, a ball of 5 elements spiritual fire ignited. Above the 5 elements spiritual fire, Zhu Fan could see the faint shadows of the runes representing the 5 elements. At the beginning of the world's creation, many of the great Tao laws are incomplete and are gradually being perfected. So, is it easier for people to enlighten here? Thinking of this, Zhu Fan had Putao call Zhu Gang over. Master, what is this place? Zhu Gang asked, feeling a sense of novelty. Take a careful feel and see if you can feel anything, Zhu Fan said. Zhu Gang sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to sense the world. At this moment, a little flower fell from the giant tree at the center of the world and landed on Zhu Gang's head. Suddenly, Zhu Gang's expression became enlightened, and the 5 elements origin spirit chi of this world began to converge around him. Alright, stop. I wanted you to feel it, not to absorb it. Zhu Fan promptly stopped Zhu Gang's actions of absorbing the 5 elements origin spirit chi. Sorry, Master, I couldn't help myself just now. Zhu Gang scratched his head and laughed. The sect is not yet wealthy, and the 5 elements origin spirit chi here cannot be absorbed, Zhu Fan said with a touch of bitterness, feeling a bit like a parent who couldn't afford to buy toys for their child. I understand, Master. Can I enlighten here? Zhu Gang asked. Yes, in the future, all of you can come here, but you can't absorb the 5 elements origin spirit chi here, as they still need to evolve this world, Zhu Fan explained. Understood. Zhu Gang nodded. You can stay here and enlighten yourself slowly. Saying this, Zhu Fan left the small world. It's only a great place for enlightening, but it doesn't seem to have any other uses. Zhu Fan said after leaving. Master, when this world is developed enough, you can create certain rules, such as creating a new cultivation method that anyone can practice, Putao said. Weren't we discussing that before? Are there any other benefits besides that? Zhu Fan asked. You can collect the souls of true spirits from the cultivation world and let them reincarnate in this small world. Can it help Master deduce cultivation techniques? Putao said. Can it speed up the passage of time? Zhu Fan suddenly thought of something. Having advanced to the God transformation stage, his cultivation level felt sufficient, and he was not in a hurry to speed up time to reach the great limit. Currently, it can't. It only has the most basic time Tao rule. To accelerate time, the world needs to evolve more fully, Putao said. Well, that's fine for now. Zhu Fan nodded his head, and decided to figure out the time acceleration issue later on. Zhu Fan returned to the small courtyard, lay down on the familiar lounge chair, and said to Putao, tell me something interesting. At this moment, a light curtain appeared in front of Zhu Fan's face, showing several jade light rabbits selling water spirit carrots on the street. Water spirit carrots, 10 spirit stones each, special discounts for large quantities, come and buy them now. A nascent soul-stage rabbit-eared girl shouted while guarding a stall. Several others were also selling in different areas of the street. Aren't they fond of the water spirit carrots? Why are they selling them now? Zhu Fan asked after a while. The water spirit carrots have been produced in excess by the Jade Light Rabbit clan, and they have discovered new spiritual fruits that they like even more in the human realm, like spirit light grass, spirit water apple, sweetwater orange, dragon tail banana, and other fruits. However, these fruits all need to be bought with spirit stones, so that's why the Jade Light Rabbits are selling the carrots. Now, the Jade Light Rabbits are obsessed with the spiritual fruits produced by our hidden spirit sect, to the extent that it rivals their love for water spirit carrots. Zhu Fan laughed upon hearing this. This world always has something that will make you fall crazily in love with it. After the water spirit carrots were free, they found new interests. Some of the Jade Light Rabbits with higher cultivation levels have started coming to the human realm to find work. More Jade Light Rabbits are willing to become caregivers for human clan Tenju masters, as long as they have 3 meals a day and guaranteed spiritual fruits to eat. Now the Jade Light Rabbit clan is adjusting the planting ratio of spiritual fruit trees and water spirit carrots. However, due to the abstinence gathering spirit array plan that is already in progress and covers the territory of the Jade Light Rabbit clan, the air has a low spiritual chi density and cannot nurture high-quality spiritual fruits. Putao continued to explain. These little rabbits are really quite pitiful. Putao, restore the spiritual chi density within the Jade Light Rabbit territory, said Zufan with a smile. Yes, master. In the Jade Light Rabbit territory, a group of Jade Light Rabbits was staring at their fruit forest with tearful eyes. Sister Yuxian, we have no more spirit stones to fertilize this fruit forest, a little rabbit said. Yes, I don't know why, but there has been less and less spiritual chi between heaven and earth in recent years. We didn't need spirit stones as fertilizers before, another little rabbit said while looking at the spirit fruit tree in front, whose leaves were almost touching the ground. Was our hard work for the past few years all for nothing? The rabbit-eared young girl said sadly. A few years ago, she had tasted the spiritual fruit of the human realm while being a caregiver for Tenju masters and was astonished by it. She never knew there could be such delicious fruits in this world. After returning to her clan, she immediately sold all her belongings and bought a few seedlings of the human realm spiritual fruit trees to plant vigorously. They had grown well initially, but later the spiritual chi between heaven and earth dwindled, and the growth of her planted spiritual fruit trees slowed down. Sister Yuxian, we will go and work, and all the spirit stones we earn will be given to you. You must grow the spiritual fruit forest, said a little rabbit with determination in her eyes. Her words immediately received the approval of the other little rabbits. How many times do I have to tell you, it's not called selling yourself, it's called caregiving when we go to the human realm. The rabbit-eared girl corrected them once again. Sister Yuxian, if we go to someone's house for caregiving, can we really eat the spiritual fruit? Will there be dragon tail bananas? A hopeful little rabbit asked. The other little rabbits also looked at the rabbit-eared girl with tearful eyes. You're all at the foundation establishment and golden core stages, it's very dangerous for you to go to the human realm. Some human cultivators may find you pleasing to the eye and kill you. You can only go to the human realm to work for the Tenju masters after transforming into a human form, and then you can register at the Steel Great Wall. The rabbit-eared girl said. We have to transform into human form? The little rabbit said disappointingly. Just then, the spiritual chi in the air suddenly increased, gradually returning to the level it had been at several years ago. The rabbit-eared girl sensed it and said excitedly, the spiritual chi has returned to the heaven and earth, and our fruit trees will bear fruit. Hearing the rabbit-eared girl's words, the little rabbits became excited, hopping and jumping around her. Chapter 492, Discussing Tao. It's really easy to be satisfied. Zufan saw the Jade Light Rabbit clan spiritual power recover and laughed at the cheering scene. At this moment, Zufan's communication talisman received a message from the demon venerable of the Jade Light Rabbit clan. I should be thanked for that. Zufan looked at the message and laughed. Putao, increase the price of the spiritual power receiving ring by 20% for the Jade Light Rabbit clan, bind them with real names, and each rabbit can only buy one. Zufan smiled and said. Feeling grateful is one thing, but the wool still needed to be sheared. Yes, master. Putao's tone had a hint of laughter. You don't have to hide your emotions in front of me in the future. If I wanted to format you, I would have done it a long time ago. Zufan looked back and said. Yes. The tone became more respectful. Hello, I would like to exchange for a 5th order treasure artifact, Fire Spirit Sword. In the Hidden Spirit Sect treasure vault, a disciple of the Thousand Spirit Sect said to the puppet guarding the treasure house. This is the last 5th order artifact that you have the right to buy within your quota. The puppet guarding the treasure vault handed the long jade box to that disciple of the Thousand Spirit Sect. The Fire Spirit Sword was stored inside it. I understand. The Thousand Spirit Sect disciple then left the treasure vault and returned to his cave mansion. Finally used up the 5 exchange opportunities. At least in this regard, the trip is not in vain. Lin Yun said. He was originally an ordinary inner sect disciple of the Thousand Spirit Sect at the nascent soul stage, with average combat power. His aptitude was better than some and worse than others. Initially, he applied for a spot at the Hidden Spirit Sect with a try-and-see attitude and was surprised when he was actually selected. What he didn't expect was that the surprise would only begin upon entering the Hidden Spirit Sect. First, he discovered during the professional tests in the Hidden Spirit Sect that the most suitable Tao for him was the 5 Elements Sword Array Tao. With a curious mindset, he started practicing casually. He felt as if he was the #1 swordsman in the world picking up his first sword, or the #1 knife wielder picking up his first knife. When he cultivated the 5 elements sword Ray Dao, he felt incredibly smooth and fluent. After just 1 month of cultivation, his combat power had surpassed his past abilities. Later, he bet all his worldly possessions to exchange them for spirit stones and obtain the inheritance of the 5 elements sword Ray Dao from the hidden spirit sect. Then he went mad with quests, earning points. His most impressive feat was reaching 2nd place in the Great Escape killing game, all to get 5 5th grade treasure spirit swords. It was in the 3rd year when he finally exchanged the last fire spirit sword. Caressing the fire spirit sword, Lin Yun said with emotion, "Doesn't this count as being reborn?" Suddenly, he remembered a sentence he had once heard from the hidden spirit sect disciples' mouths. "Work quietly and then amaze everyone. The remaining time is for doing more tasks, as a token of gratitude for the hidden spirit sect's second chance at life." As Lin Yun said this, he suddenly envied the disciples of the hidden spirit sect. "In less than a year, I will have to return. I will miss this place." Lin Yun got up to leave. Today was the monthly finals of the Great Escape killing game, and he absolutely couldn't miss it. Since there were no nascent soul stage disciples in the hidden spirit sect, this level of Great Escape killing game was only an internal struggle for their 1000 spirit sect. With the 5 elements treasure spirit swords complete, his combat power surged. Rarely, he managed to make it to the final circle, but was defeated by someone just below the top 10 disciples at the nascent soul stage. "Senior brother Lin Yun, did you change your cultivation method?" The 1000 spirit sect disciple who defeated Lin Yun curiously asked. "I have been practicing the new Dao for over a year now. Today, I just managed to gather all the necessary treasure artifacts, and by luck, I made it into the final circle," Lin Yun smiled and said. Senior brother Lin Yun's victory wasn't just a fluke. "After we return to the 1000 spirit sect, we should communicate more with each other," the 1000 spirit sect disciple said with a smile. That 1000 spirit sect disciple recalled the last strike Lin Yun made in his mind. Although it didn't seem very skilled, its power was enough to make him take it seriously. "Definitely." Lin Yun nodded and said. A few months later, a 1000 spirit sect starship landed on the plain behind the main peak. Lin Yun and his fellow disciples who were also returning to their sect boarded the starship. As the starship took off, Lin Yun looked at the shrinking hidden spirit island with some reluctance, and said, "I hope I have the chance to come back." In the hidden spirit sect, Zhu Fan looked at the returning disciples and asked with a smile, "Did you gain anything from the 1000 spirits sect?" "The seniors of the 1000 spirit sect took good care of us. They opened up most of their places to us for free, except for their most core areas. Cultivation Secret Realm, Dao Comprehension Secret Realm, Scripture Pavilion, and Battle Secret Realm. The 1000 spirit sect's system of divine cultivation techniques has many aspects worth learning from. Before leaving, each of us received a corresponding drop of the 5 elements source. We also get along very well with the disciples from the 1000 spirit sect." Zhu Fan listened to the report of the returning disciples, with a satisfied expression on his face. He stroked his chin and said, "It seems like our hidden spirit sect's pattern has gotten smaller. Pu Tao, notify the whole sect and the new exchange disciples from the 1000 spirit sect that I will give a lecture in a month's time." Zhu Fan said to Pu Tao. "Yes, sir." Zhu Yuxian, who was next to him, almost rolled her eyes. "You finally thought of this matter." Soon after, the entire hidden spirit sect received the news that the Great Elder was going to give a lecture, and everyone became excited. For a time, the disciples who hadn't gone to the 1000 spirit sect started to rejoice. Over the years, as the Great Elder's leisure time increased, the enlightening meetings that used to happen in the past had not been held for a long time. The only ones who benefited were the disciples who had been stationed at the Steel Great Wall not long ago, but this merely benefited a small number of disciples. At this moment, Zhuangli had just returned to the 1000 spirit sect and laughed when he heard the news. A month later, except for the refining sect masters who were working overtime to transform the giant beast warship, all the other disciples were present. On the plain behind the main peak, a huge dojo was built in a very short time, large enough to accommodate 200,000 people. Zhu Fan sat in the center, with more than 100,000 disciples and the new disciples from the 1000 spirit sect sitting around him. The Yin-Yang 5 elements Dao, which the senior elder will teach, is just in line with my 5 elements spirit domain. I don't know how much I can comprehend from this session. Zonling, who sat in the front row, said expectantly. After the lecture, Elder Zonling, if there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask Master directly. Zhu Gang said with a smile beside him. It's better to comprehend it by oneself. Asking too many questions can actually damage one's Dao heart. Zonling said. It was indeed harmful to the Dao heart, but more importantly, as a Mahayana esteemed one, he didn't want to lose face. Really? I don't have that feeling. Zhu Gang scratched his head and said. At this moment, Everyone was in place, and a lotus appeared in the sky, emitting golden light of merit and destiny. The lecture begins. Zhu Fan's voice spread throughout the dojo, allowing each disciple to hear it clearly. At the beginning of heaven and earth, first there was yin and yang, then the 5 elements. The Tao of the 5 elements governs all living beings. As Zhu Fan started the lecture, a light rain of spiritual glow began to fall from the sky. Chapter 493, Spirit Mind Star. Zhu Fan's lecture continued for 3 days and 3 nights. All the disciples who listened were intoxicated, and some who were on the verge of breaking through couldn't control their spiritual chi, breaking through one after another. However, the consequence of breaking through was that they would be forcibly removed from the dojo by the puppets maintaining it. At the moment when Zhu Fan finished speaking, the vast void domain, the pressure on the faces of Zhuang Li, Xiang Yu, and Zhu Lingtai, who were holding their breaths, all relaxed, followed by a sudden burst of spiritual power around them. It was as if they had been holding their breaths for 3 days and 3 nights, and finally, the gates opened smoothly. The first-generation disciples of the Hidden Spirit sect began to consecutively break through to the nascent soul stage. After Zhu Fan finished speaking, he flicked his hand towards the sky, and the golden lotus of merit and destiny in the sky disappeared. Using merit and destiny during the lecture feels so refreshing, Zhu Fan said, looking back at the almost substantial merit and destiny treasure cover. Ever since the last merit and destiny explosion, Zhu Fan found that the merit and destiny he received increased day by day. What was wasted during this lecture was inconsequential to Zhu Fan. In the past, this would have been a heartache for a long time. After talking about Tao, Zhu Fan returned to his small courtyard to rest, as the 3-day and 3-night lecture did cause some depletion of his mental energy. The mental energy is depleted, so how can I do justice to myself if I don't take the opportunity to sleep now, Zhu Fan said as he yawned and fell into a deep sleep. In the Thousand Spirit sect, Liu and Yuan were being guided around the entire Thousand Spirit sect by an enthusiastic disciple. During this time, I accompanied you 2 around the sect. How well do you understand the sect's area? The Thousand Spirit sect disciple asked with a smile. Not bad, just that there are too few cafeterias. The Thousand Spirit sect is just too big, Yuan said, stuffing a bag of squid strips into his mouth as he went. Thanks to you for acting as our guide during this time, we have got a basic understanding of the Thousand Spirit sect. Liu nodded and gave Yuan a glance. That's good. If you need anything in the future, just contact me through the communication magical weapon, said the disciple of the Thousand Spirit sect before bidding farewell and leaving the 2. After being in the Thousand Spirit sect for a few days, how do you feel? Liu asked the nearby Yuan. Pretty good, just that there isn't any impressive food, Yuan said, pulling out the holographic map of the Thousand Spirit sect and counting how many cafeterias there were. Mumbling to himself that he must try all the cafeterias before leaving. Forget it, let me take you to see some cultivation secret realms, Liu said speechlessly. On their way back to their cave mansion in the Thousand Spirit sect, Yuan suddenly seemed to remember something and whispered to Liu, now that Sister Lin is not around, can you tell me who won that battle? Which battle? Liu was stunned. The one between you and the chief disciple of the outer sect. Yuan's eyes were twinkling with curiosity. You mean that battle? It was a draw, I guess, Liu said lightly. No way, after being beaten so badly by Uncle Butcher every day, you finally graduated, only to draw? Yuan was shocked. Liu's face darkened, his little sister really wasn't suitable for chatting with others. I am progressing, and so is the chief disciple of the outer sect, so it's normal that we tied, Liu said. It feels like Brother Liu, you got beaten by Uncle Butcher for nothing. Though those slashes on your body were in the game, the pain was real, said Yuan. Yuan, I just remembered that I have something to do at the cave mansion, I will go ahead. Liu, who was on a fixed-speed cruise, suddenly had several streaks of thunder flashing around him, followed by the roar of thunder echoing in Yuan's ears. Bang! A sound explosion directly burst open beside Yuan, and Liu's figure disappeared over the horizon. At this moment, this scene was captured by the 3rd Supreme Elder of the Thousand Spirit sect. 10,000 Thunder Body, such a great talent indeed. The 3rd Supreme Elder of the Thousand Spirit sect sighed in the Tei Great Hall. Don't even think about it, such a disciple must be the focus of their Great Elder's attention. You don't stand a chance in winning him over. The gloomy voice of the Supreme Elder came. I can stay in this world for more than 3,000 years. Except for the inheritance immortal tools used by the successive Great Elders of the sect, I want to take 2 immortal tools with me when I ascend. That Great Elder of the Hidden Spirit Gate is undoubtedly someone with great cause and effect. It is a foregone conclusion that he will become an artifact refining grandmaster in the future. So, maintaining a good relationship is the main focus now. Acts of poaching talents are not allowed. Eldest brother, I am just praising him, what's the hurry? The third Supreme Elder glanced at the great Supreme Elder. You think you're the only one who wants the immortal tools? That hidden spirit sect disciple is actually a 10,000 thunder sacred body. I will give him a chance encounter and establish a closer friendship between our two sects. The third Supreme Elder said, revealing a thunder bead in his hand. Endless thunder power surged within the thunder bead, like a sea of thunder. You're really spending a lot on this. The great Supreme Elder said. I happened to come across it. There are no sacred bodies of thunder in our sect. Instead of wasting it in my hands, why not establish a good relationship? The third Supreme Elder said with a smile. Looks like you're also a mundane person. The great Supreme Elder chuckled. You're not any worse. With your avatar Jade Talisman, the great Elder of the Hidden Spirit Gate can travel anywhere between heaven and earth. The third Supreme Elder also said. After thousands of years of getting along, who doesn't know who? It's no big deal to give away an avatar Jade Talisman for the sake of the friendship between the two sects. When it's used up, I still have more. Around the Great Elder, mysterious Great Tao scriptures were slowly converging towards another Great Elder-shaped shadow. Well, I also want to give away the avatar Jade Talisman, but after I distribute this amount of combat power, I am on par with Elders on Ling of the Hidden Spirit Gate. It would be a laughing stock if I give it away. The third Great Master lamented. Right then, the Great Supreme Elder and the third Elder of the Thousand Spirit Sect looked up at the sky together. Eldest brother and third brother, look what I found. Only to see the sky over the entire Thousand Spirit Sect darken, and two starships were dragging a spirit mine star with a diameter of hundreds of kilometers. What a mess, dragging such a huge spirit mine star, without fear of causing a collapse of the Earth spirit. The Great Supreme Elder said and immediately broke open the space to leave. I'd rather fly slowly on my own. The third Supreme Elder said. Haha, I just arrived at the northern region of the Extreme Void Domain, and saw 5 Demon Clan giant beast warships dragging this spirit mine star. Most of this spirit mine star are Dao artifact level spirit mines, which can be easily refined into finished products. With this toy, we can ask the Heavenly Refinement Sect to customize another starship for us. At this time, the Honored One of the Thousand Spirit Sect was somewhat restless, and that excitement was even stronger than when he got an immortal tool. Old 2, you did a great job. The Great Elder of the Thousand Spirit Sect said. Chapter 521, 494, Snake Spirit Number. I also managed to get 5 more Demon Clan giant beast warships, and they're all top-notch goods with destroyed control rooms, said the Honored One of the Thousand Spirit Sect, excitedly. Old 3, you see, if the eldest brother had let you take charge of the starboat fleet back then, could you achieve this? The Honored One of the Thousand Spirit Sect said triumphantly, looking at the third Supreme Elder. Don't get cocky, Old 2. Wasn't it still me and the oldest brother watching over things at home when you were out? The third Supreme Elder retorted angrily. I will remember your contribution, but what I mean is, you are definitely not the one to command starships. The Honored One of the Thousand Spirit Sect raised his head proudly, like a proud rooster. Alright, hurry and refine the spirit mine stars, then classify and store them. The 3 Supreme Elders of the Thousand Spirit Sect returned to the Tei Great Hall. I thought it over, and I decided to trade these 5 Demon Clan giant beast warships at the Heavenly Refinement Sect for a ready-made starship. As for the spirit mine stars we brought back, I thought it over and decided to hand them to the Elder, and have him help refine the new starship, said the Honored One of the Thousand Spirit Sect, rubbing his chin. Originally, his plan was to use these 5 Demon Clan giant beast warships and the spirit mine stars to get 2 to 3 starships from the Heavenly Refinement Sect. Later, he thought that if it seemed like a loss, why not give these spirit mine stars to the Great Elder of the Hidden Spirit Gate to refine a new starship? This would definitely be better than the starships they were using. I think Old 2's idea will work, agreed the third Supreme Elder. According to our information here, the Elder there has the ability to develop such starships, only because there isn't enough spirit mine, added the Great Supreme Elder. Aren't they currently modifying a Demon Clan giant beast warship? Once it's done, Old 2, go see the result. If it meets our expectations, bring the spirit mine stars over there, said the Supreme Elder of the Thousand Spirit Sect. The eldest brother is truly wise and far-sighted, both the Honored One of the Thousand Spirit Sect and the third Supreme Elder agreed. At Hidden Spirit Sect, Zufan, who had nothing to do, joined the team modifying the giant beast warships. The reason was that he found the artifact refiner masters a bit substandard without the guidance of number 1 and number 2 clones. Even though the produced parts were sometimes unqualified, they still went forward with installation. As the number 1 and number 2 clones could not spare any time, Zufan had to do it himself. Mixed Iron Monkey, the precision of your parts is not enough. Go back and polish it a bit more. Number 1 Fox, your heat is too high, Reduce it a little. Number 3 Fox, you need to refine that part with yin spirit fire. Hurry up and switch to another kind of spiritual fire. Mountain Spirit Refiner Master, do I need to teach you how to control the fire, too? You can't even maintain the right heat? Under Zufan's storm-like instructions, all the artifact refiner masters gradually got into the groove. This sight made the 2 artifact refining masters who came with the honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect sigh in admiration. Controlling the overall situation while refining might be something they could never achieve in their lifetimes. 3 months later, after finishing a part, Zufan looked up at the 2 giant beast warship hulls being assembled in the sky. Forget it, I will just focus on overseeing everything here, Zufan sighed. He had originally intended to provide some guidance, help out a little, and then back off. Little did he expect to identify several issues arising from the modification of the giant beast warships and put that thought to rest. In the future, large-scale projects will still require number 1 and number 2 clones to lead. With that, Zufan plunged back into the work of modifying the giant beast warships. Time flew, spring went and autumn came, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. The demon snake-shaped battleship and the 108-piece Dao artifact set of his good brother were all completed. On the plain behind the main peak of Hidden Spirit Gate, a starship as magnificent as a spaceship was quietly docked. Zufan clapped his hands, then pointed at the starship. For a moment, it seemed as if the entire ship had come to life. The protective arrays on the surface of the hull lit up with spiritual light, and then slowly disappeared into the ship. After the modification, the whole starship was more than 10,000 feet long, and when it transformed into a Demon Clan giant beast warship, it was 30,000 feet long, a bit shorter than before. The whole ship was shiny black, and it looked very technologically advanced. This is what a starship should look like. Clone number 1 and number 2 appeared beside Zufan, now in their vacation mode. Main body, when are you going to take us for a spin? See what's different about the modified starship? Clone number 1 said with a smile. If you want to take a spin, we will take turns later, no need to rush now. Once Putao's avatar finishes loading, we can take off. Zufan said with a smile. Over the past 3 years, Zufan felt like he was back in his old working days, and it was also non-stop. It will take about a day for Putao's avatar to finish loading. You guys can do whatever you want. If you want to go up, wait for the 2nd or 3rd time. Zufan returned to his small courtyard. He hasn't had a good rest for more than 3 years. The next day when Zufan woke up, he went to the place where the starship was docked. At this time, the surroundings of the starship were already filled with disciples of the Hidden Spirit sect. Great Master, is this the modified starship? Great Master, why is the deck of this starship sealed? Great Master, when will we go to the vast void domain next time? Hidden Spirit sect disciples first saluted Zufan, and then couldn't help but ask. This is our new starship of Hidden Spirit sect, the Snake Spirit number. We will set off for the vast void domain in 3 days. Interested disciples can register directly with Putao. Zufan looked at the disciples below and said with a smile. Putao, open the door of the Snake Spirit number and let the disciples visit. Zufan ordered. Yes. A door more than 10 meters wide on the side of the Snake Spirit number opened slowly. At this moment, Zonling appeared beside Zufan, and excitedly asked, Great Master, is all the data on the starship that Putao told me true? Of course, it's true. In 3 days, we will go to the vast void domain and try it out. Zufan said with a smile. Great Master, does this new starship have teleportation capabilities? Zonling asked curiously. Of course, it does. What would we do if we encountered that giant tortoise again? Zufan said. This time, Zufan also strengthened the teleportation array at the bottom of the starship. If there is an emergency situation that requires teleportation, it only needs to break open 2 node Dao tools. Zufan installed 8 of them at once, all of which were taken from the dismantled array at the bottom of the Hidden Spirit Island. Then, can we go deep into the vast void domain with this starship? Zonling asked with a smile. We can. This starship's performance is much stronger than the previous one, and it can pass through the barriers deep in the vast void domain. Zufan looked at the starship and said. This is the first official starship of the Hidden Spirit sect. As for the damaged starship of Su Renshin, it could only be stranded there for the time being, waiting for Zufan to compensate Su Renshin when he had the strength. Chapter 522, 495, set off 3 days later. Zufan, with a few disciples and over 1,000 students, boarded the Snake Spirit number headed for the vast void domain. At this moment, the Snake Spirit number was performing various extreme maneuvers in the sky. Zonling had an excited look on his face as he controlled the Snake Spirit number. It's light, fast, and most importantly, it's incredibly comfortable to control, Zonling said, keeping one hand on the braking compass. Let's go, let's head to the vast void domain and test out the extreme speed, suggested Zhu Fan, who was standing in the main control room, absorbing the view outside. He had loaded a stability system onto the snake spirit number. No matter how wildly it flew outside, those inside wouldn't feel a touch of bumps or swaying, they would only feel the scenery outside spinning. Alright, the snake spirit number, currently performing various extreme maneuvers, gently swung its tail and flew towards the vast void domain, its speed increasing. The speed of this snake spirit number is at least twice as fast as the starship we flew on before, Zonling commented, enjoying the speed of the snake spirit number. Naturally. It is designed based on gas dynamics, also, its spiritual energy core is very powerful. Zhu Fan knew that if he explained too much, they wouldn't understand, and it would be troublesome. Just as I thought, the more powerful it is, the faster it can run, Zonling said excitedly, like a young man who had just gotten his hands on a luxury car, contemplating the difference between 4 cylinders and 12 cylinders. At this moment, the disciples aboard the snake spirit number were all curiously looking at the scenery outside through the crystal windows. This starship is much faster than the last one, the middle-aged butcher commented, watching the scenery outside and smiling. If we considered the sky as the battlefield, there would be some sword moves that would become redundant, Sui Ying said lightly, gazing at the view outside. You shouldn't spend your days only thinking about fighting. You're over 30 now, you should think about settling down and having children, the middle-aged butcher said with a grin. According to his real age, he would be over 50 now. If he hadn't cultivated immortality, he would be an old man by now. But after cultivating immortality, he could still frolic around for another 100 years or so. Getting married and having kids would only impact my combat power, Sui Ying retorted defiantly. He wanted to devote his entire life to pursuing the way of the sword and fighting. If you're this talented, your kids would be great too. Imagine you and your son fighting together on the battlefield, what a great story that would make. It could also be a way to pass on your sword doctrine, the middle-aged butcher commented, patting Sui Ying on the shoulder. He knew that although Sui Ying appeared aloof, his heart was as pure as a child's, aside from his swordsmanship. Sui Ying's eyes reflected thoughtfulness, clearly considering the issue of passing down his swordsmanship. Little Sue, the girl who often takes missions with us, has actually liked you for a long time. If you're willing, I can talk to her for you, the middle-aged butcher suggested, putting in all his efforts and worries for Sui Ying as if he were Sui Ying's father. Little Sue? Sui Ying was reminded of the girl who was often following him around, cheering for him, saying, "Big brother Sui Ying, you're so great." She is a cultivator, with a lifespan counted in thousands of years, and I only have mere hundreds of years. I should not disturb her, Sui Ying thought for a moment, then said. Little Sue already likes you, so why are you being so coy? I will take care of this for you when we get back, you only need to be the groom, said the middle-aged butcher. In his eyes, there was no such thing as a boundary in love. If you like me and I like you, then that's it. Sui Ying thought about it for a while, and then nodded. Meanwhile, the snake spirit number had already reached the middle of the vast void domain. This speed, this power, we can certainly venture deep into the vast void domain without a problem, Zonling said with excitement. If we want to go, we go. I have already left everything in Grape's hands. We can take half a year, to explore, there wouldn't be any problem, Zhu Fan said with a smile. Having spent a long time in the sect, he too wanted to venture out. That's great news. Zonling exclaimed. Before heading deep into the vast void domain, bring my disciple and elder Su over. Zhu Fan thought for a moment and said. Li Xingxai had left the hidden spirit sect for several years. Zhu Fan missed him after not seeing him for a while. Alright, let's head to the human clan's navigational channel first. Zonling said, triggering the snake spirit number's second extreme speed. In the starry path of the human clan's navigational channel, the snake spirit number stopped at the position designated by the Elder Council cultivators. A burly man in heavy armor had already been waiting there for them. Elder Shan Chen, long time no see, Zhu Fan greeted with a smile. I don't deserve to be called an elder. Your status as the great elder of the hidden spirit gate and a top refining master makes me unworthy of such respect, said Shan Chen, quickly waving his hand with a smile. I have just gotten in touch with your disciple, Li Xingxai, through the internal line. They're on their way here, he said. They should be transported here through the teleportation array in a short while, Shan Chen continued. The teleportation array is still usable? Zhu Fan asked in surprise. It can only carry out small-scale teleportations, and it can only be used by those with high authority in the Elder Council, Shan Chen explained. Indeed, it's not surprising that the Elder Council has the means to break the space seal, Zhu Fan nodded. Come, let me treat the Great Elder to a meal, Shan Chen said. Because of his relationship with Zhu Fan, every time Zonling visited the human clan's starry pathway during that period, he looked for Shan Chen. Shan Chen, too, ordered a few Dao artifacts from the Hidden Spirit Gate at extremely reasonable prices. All of these were forged by the demon race refiner Grandmaster of the Hidden Spirit Gate. Then I shall respect your wishes, Zhu Fan said with a smile. Following this, the group arrived at the most luxurious restaurant on the star. As Shan Chen led Zhu Fan over, his communication talisman at his waist kept chirping incessantly until it was finally silenced by Shan Chen because it was too noisy. Elder Shan Chen seems to be quite busy, Zhu Fan joked. They all want me to introduce them to you, Shan Chen explained. I see, Zhu Fan nodded. After a wild feast in the restaurant, the group moved to a tea house to rest. Great Elder, I wonder if the refinement master in your sect still has any time? There are so many people over here wanting to order Dao artifacts from your side and they all offer a good price, Shan Chen casually mentioned while sipping his tea. With the treasure house nearly emptied, Zhu Fan did think that some spirit mine and heaven and earth treasures should be replenished. The refining masters in our sect still have time to take on some Dao artifact orders. If Elder Shan Chen has friends who need them, you can recommend some to us, Zhu Fan nodded his assent. A jade symbol appeared in Zhu Fan's hand, recording the Dao artifact level spirit mine that the Hidden Spirit sect was relatively lacking. You can convert the costs into the spirit mine inside, Zhu Fan said with a smile. Seeing the jade symbol, a glimmer of joy flashed in Shan Chen's eyes, signaling his new role as an agent for the Hidden Spirit sect. Thanks, Great Elder, Shan Chen said with a smile. What are you being thankful for? I will just consider it as giving you some trouble, Zhu Fan said while handing the jade symbol to Shan Chen. At this moment, the door of the tea house opened, and Li Xingxi's family of 3 walked in. Greeting, Master, Grandmaster, Li Xingxi, bringing along Li Qiafan, paid their respects, their eyes filled with excitement, much like a child who had been separated from their parents for a long time. Chapter 523, 496, Vast Void Domain Depths. It's good to have you back, Zhu Fan said, looking at Su Renshan. Elder Su, did everything go smoothly? Thank you for your concern, Great Master. The Elders Association headquarters has returned my late father's belongings to me, intact, Su Renshan replied. She hadn't really cared about those things before, but after having her son and understanding the mysteries of Krypton gold, she was moved to retrieve them. That's good, Zhu Fan nodded. Even if things hadn't gone smoothly, Zhu Fan could do nothing but offer some consolation. Now that your family is here, it's time for us to set off. At the human clan's starry pathway, Zhu Fan waved goodbye to Shan Chen at the starship docking area. Master, I didn't expect the demon clan giant beast warship to be transformed so quickly, Li Xingxi said as she looked around. We added some manpower along the way, so the process was faster, Zhu Fan replied with a smile, his mood uplifted by seeing his long-lost disciple. How are things going at the Elder Council? Zhu Fan asked. Not bad. They really want Chu Fan to join the council and have promised resources for promotion to Mahayana as Team 1, Li Xingxi answered. Haha, I didn't expect our Chu Fan to be so tempting, Zhu Fan laughed. They're just after the immortal tools in my body, which will be more useful after reaching the Mahayana stage, Li Qiafan said indignantly. At first, he was thrilled when the Elders Association approached him, thinking that they noticed his excellence in combat. Although he wouldn't accept their offer, he still considered it an honor. But in the end, they only wanted the immortal tools inside him and were not very interested in his combat power. It seems Chu Fan isn't completely clueless, Zhu Fan chuckled. The snake spirit number had traveled beyond the human clan's navigational channel and was heading deeper into the vast void domain. At this moment, its speed slowed down, as more and more spirit mine stars appeared along the way. Baoyan spirit copper, Shui Zhuan crystal stone, millennium meteorite iron, and red gold sand. The snake spirit number had collected many spirit mines for refining treasure artifacts during the journey. How come there are only treasure artifact level spirit mines? Where are the Dao artifact level spirit mine stars? Zonling complained while controlling the flying claws. Just then, Pu Tao's voice rang out. Master, I detected a vast void giant beast ahead, the same one you encountered earlier. Oh wow, what a coincidence, Zhu Fan exclaimed in surprise. How about it? Shall we fight it? Zonling asked excitedly. Forget it, let's take a detour. Our shells aren't powerful enough to hurt this thing, Zhu Fan waved his hand dismissively. What a pity. I wonder when we can kill it. This thing is worth a lot of spirit stones, Zonling said. Let's wait and see. We will talk about it when I am able to refine immortal tools, Zhu Fan replied, knowing that it was not something they could handle right now. Can't the Great Master's illusion arts control it? Zonling suddenly asked. I don't want to be backfired and die, Zhu Fan replied casually. Is it really that serious? Zonling asked, somewhat embarrassed. Our sex scripture pavilion has a record of the Elders Association's hunting of vast void beasts. Elder Zonling, you may be interested in taking a look, Zhu Fan suggested. Back then, the Elders Association lost two Mahayana esteemed ones who specialized in illusion arts in pursuit of this idea. I will check it out if I have the chance. Zonling steered the starship around, and it was currently eating away at a massive spirit mine star in the vast void domain when it suddenly glanced in the direction of the snake spirit number. Its dessert had unexpectedly flown away. As the snake spirit number sailed onward, it arrived at the edge of a barrier teeming with huge shattered rocks. If we pass through the debris zone, we will reach the depths of the vast void domain, where we will find more dangers like time-space tempests, frozen ice spirits, and starfire, said Zonling, looking at the giant rock barrier. Let's go in. The snake spirit number has been prepared for this, so we can avoid those dangers effectively as long as we don't exceed our speed limits, said Zhu Fan. The data you gave me said that as long as we don't reach the third speed limit, we can avoid these disasters. Although I trust the Great Master, is this data really accurate? Asked Zonling, feeling a bit uneasy. Putao, activate the second level in navigation mode, said Zhu Fan. Understood. The appearance of the snake spirit number began to change, transforming from a shiny black surface to one covered in snake-eye detection lenses. A shadow appeared in front of Zonling, and in the middle of it was the snake spirit number. You mentioned earlier that those disasters can be detected in advance. Zhu Fan pointed at the red area on the virtual shadow and said, Here, we have starfire. Just don't crash into it. Zonling calculated the distance and felt like he could avoid it even with his eyes closed. In the future, when you need to activate any functions, Putao's avatar on snake spirit number will inform you in advance. So just drive with peace of mind, said Zhu Fan with a smile. With the snake spirit number's power, we can mine in the vast void domain from now on, said Zonling, excited. He quickly controlled the starship to shuttle back and forth through the giant stone barrier zone. 3 days later, the snake spirit number finally passed through the giant stone barrier zone deep within the vast void domain. It felt like entering another part of the starry sky. Is this the scenery deep within the vast void domain? Zonling asked, looking at the distant stars. I have heard that the artifact refining Grandmaster can refine the three-legged golden crow divine fire here. I wonder if it's true, said Zhu Fan curiously. It should be true. When the golden crow divine day shines here, one should be able to capture a trace of the origin of the golden crow divine fire, said Zonling, who had seen a similar record in the demon sect. Master, there is a Tao artifact level spirit mine star 30 million miles away from the snake spirit number, said Putao's voice, immediately energizing the two people. Let's go. Without a second thought, Zonling controlled the snake spirit number to fly towards the location marked by Putao. Starfire iron, not bad. After we return, we can forge a batch of nascent soul stage puppets, said Zhu Fan with a smile, not expecting to find something as soon as they entered the depths of the vast void domain. Honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect was right, the depths of the vast void domain indeed have good things, said Zonling excitedly. Higher rewards come with higher risks, said Zhu Fan, looking at the detection screen. At this moment, the screen was filled with multicolored dots, each representing a different disaster. True indeed. If our detection capabilities weren't strong, we wouldn't last long here before being completely destroyed by the disasters, said Zonling with a sigh. As the claw mechanism shot out, it accurately grabbed the 100-joule diameter spirit mine star containing starfire iron. The iron chain contracted and easily put the little guy into the melting furnace. That's a good start. Let's keep mining and see if there are any surprises. Chapter 524, 497, The Possibility of Buying the Heavenly Tao Afterward. Zonling had a great time in the depths of the vast void domain, as if playing a game with a double resource hanger. Although in the depths of the vast void domain, there were not as many Tao artifact level spirit mines as Zonling thought. But it's not like the outer area of the vast void domain, where finding a Tao artifact level spirit mine star is harder than finding a needle in a haystack. 3 months later, Zonling was still in a fairly excited state. Great Master, this inner area of the vast void domain is indeed worthy of its reputation. The harvest this time is even richer than the previous 5 times I have been on a starship, Zonling said, steering the snake spirit number nimbly to avoid a thunderfield disaster. The more dangerous the place, the higher the returns, Zhu Fan said with a smile. Indeed, this harvest had made even him a little envious. It's all thanks to the Great Master's ship modifications. Otherwise, coming to explore the inner area of the vast void domain would require 9 lives, Zonling said with a smile. At this moment, the shadow detection map showed a large spirit mine star ahead. There's another high-quality treasure artifact level Spirit Mine Star ahead. It looks quite big. Zonling pointed to the Spirit Mine Star location shown on the shadow map. According to the detection, this Spirit Mine Star has a diameter of at least 2,000 feet. Let's see how much good stuff we can get, Zhu Fan said, looking at the data analyzed by Pu Tao. It's estimated that it will take more than an hour to get there, Zonling said before starting to change direction, activating the Snake Spirit Number's first extreme speed and flying towards the Spirit Mine Star. At this time, they entered a relatively leisurely period, and Zonling started a conversation with the Great Master. He liked talking to the Great Master when he had nothing to do, as it always broadened his horizons and knowledge. Great Master, is it your true self or an avatar that came this time? Zonling asked Zhu Fan curiously. People of the Hidden Spirit sect knew that the Great Master rarely went out, and even when he did, he would control a puppet or an avatar. You guess, am I the real me? Zhu Fan looked at Zonling as he spoke. The reason the true body goes out is because there is a backup true body at home. In a situation where absolute safety cannot be guaranteed, Zhu Fan would not take the risk of going out. I heard that there is a great Tao origin divine skill in the Great Thousand World, called One Chi to Three Purities. I guess the Great Master has already comprehended it, Zonling joked. Generally speaking, avatars with divine abilities at the Mahayana Venerable rank or higher would have a bit of each, such as the Avatar of Consciousness, Soul Avatar, and Flesh Avatar. However, there are differences between avatars. The lowest level is just the Avatar of Thought Shadow, and the highest level is the one that can replace the true body in death or directly turn the avatar into a true god. You think too small, Elder Zonling. One Chi to Three Purities is just the entry-level technique. The best one is spiritual consciousness transforms into the void, where you will be in harmony with heaven and earth, and as long as heaven and earth don't perish, you won't perish either. Would the Great Master like to learn? Zhu Fan said with a honeyed smile. Great Master, don't fool me. Where is there such a divine ability? Spiritual consciousness transforms into the void, and the heavenly Tao of this world allows you to live? Zonling had a look on his face that said, don't treat me like a child. Elder Zonling, you're exaggerating. Just like your Blood Sea divine skill, once you reach a profound realm, you become indestructible like the Blood Sea, and it's not a problem to transform a drop of sea into flesh and blood to be reborn. Besides, I am not asking you to transform your spiritual consciousness into the void in this world. You can find another little thousand world, and give this world's heavenly Tao enough benefits, then, it would be fine, Zhu Fan laughed. Just trying to tease with my privacy, I will mess with you first. After hearing Zhu Fan's words, Zonling started thinking, wondering whether the divine abilities that Zhu Fan mentioned were possible. It seems that the Great Master speaks some truth. After a long time, just as they were about to approach the Spirit Mine Star, Zonling slowly said, Great Master, what kind of benefits do you need to give to the heavenly Tao to do as you said? Zonling asked seriously. Zonling's expression already told Zhu Fan that he had been moved. Hearing Zonling's words, Zhu Fan also seriously said, actually, it's quite easy to buy off the heavenly Tao. First of all, Elder Zonling needs to find a middle thousand world with the same volume as this world. Zhu Fan paused at this point, looking at Zonling's eager-to-learn expression. Then, Great Master, don't leave me hanging, Zonling said, feeling some itch in his heart. I don't know if Elder Zonling has ever heard of a divine ability called the Great Extinguishing Tao skill. It can extinguish a world's 20, plunging that world into a chaotic state. Zhu Fan's tone was slow, but Zonling's face changed quickly. He knew that he had been fooled. Then, Elder Zonling, you probably need about 10 U-ships to tow the destroyed 20 world and merge it with the heavenly Tao of your home world. Then, the heavenly Tao should allow your request, Zhu Fan said with a sweet smile, making sure to be discreet about the keywords when discussing such topics because that can easily draw attention. Great Master, please don't treat me as a fool. I have made contributions to the sect, shed blood, and risked my life. You can't treat me like this, Zonling said gloomily. I might think that Elder Zonling is joking, but everything I have said is true, Zhu Fan said seriously. If I have that strength, just directly threaten. Zonling almost uttered the words heavenly Tao, but fortunately, Zhu Fan reminded him in time. I must clarify that I am not trying to bait Elder Zonling into saying that, Zhu Fan said with a smile. Many thanks to the Great Master for reminding me, Zonling said, a cold sweat on his forehead. Although everyone in the cultivation world knows that the heavenly Tao has no self-consciousness, directly threatening the heavenly Tao will definitely draw the attention of the heavenly Tao. Then, for its own safety, the heavenly Tao has a certain probability of taking some defensive measures. Ha ha ha, it's just a joke with Elder Zonling, but I actually do have some advanced avatar divine abilities. I can teach you after Elder Zonling's cultivation has improved, Zhu Fan said. A joke can't just be for fun, some benefits still have to be given. Really? Zonling said. Advanced avatar divine abilities are one of the most important inheritances for a sect and a family. Would I still treat Elder Zonling as an outsider yet? Zhu Fan said with a smile. Thank you very much for your favor, Great Master. After Zonling finished speaking, he skillfully controlled the snake spirit number to shoot out a flying grabber, grabbing the large spirit mind star. This star contains soul crystals. Zhu Fan said with some surprise. Spirit crystals should be useful for Putao, Zonling thought for a moment and said. They can improve Putao's computing power and increase the number of Putao's avatars. Most importantly, this is Putao's important spirit mind to transform into spiritual cultivation, Zhu Fan said with a smile. Some spirit minds, although not of high grade, have uses that are not inferior to the Dao artifact level. Spiritual cultivation, Great Master, are you willing to let Putao transform? Zonling asked. What's the point of hesitating? After transforming into spiritual cultivation, can Putao leave me? Zhu Fan said with a smile. I will always be the Master's Putao, always serve the Master, and serve the hidden spirit sect. Putao's tone was firm and resolute, with a touch of fanaticism and crazy admiration for Zhu Fan. Chapter 525, 498, Ancient Stars be careful, or Putao will give you a hard time in the future, Zhu Fan said with a smile. As for the artifact spirit leaving him after turning into a spiritual cultivation, it was impossible because there was still Zhu Fan's soul in Putao's main body. Being one before, how could they be separated now? Haha, I was just kidding. Zonling laughed and said. At this time, an entire large spiritual mind star had been refined and decomposed. Li Xingxai took a soul crystal and walked in. Master, this is the soul crystal that was decomposed. Li Xingxai said. Zhu Fan took it and shot a white beam of light at the soul crystal with a fingertip. The purity is 98%, take it back and let Putao refine it by himself, Zhu Fan nodded and said. Okay, let's start searching for the next spiritual mind star. Zonling clapped his hands and said after finishing the work. Snake spirit number set out on the mining journey once again. The endless search led Zhu Fan and Zonling to chat aimlessly again. Zhu Fan glanced at the shadow map on the main control position at this moment. After secretly sighing for the crude concealing array, he continued to turn his head and chat with Zonling and his disciples. Moon Immortal, let me tell you. As Zhu Fan was speaking, he suddenly froze and looked back at the shadow map. Seeing Zhu Fan's strange behavior, everyone stared at the shadow map. Master, is there anything strange about this place? Zhu Yuxian asked. Have you noticed anything strange about this area? Zhu Fan said, pointing to the large concealment array area. Everyone stared at it for a long time without any clue. Finally, Zhu Yuxian said, the color of that area is different from other areas. Zhu Yuxian, who had trained hard with Zhu Fan in invisibility, had an exceptional sensitivity to color reactions. Moon Immortal got to the point. The shadow map is a reflection of the energy distribution in the vast void domain. So, if there is an anomaly in energy response here, there must be something hidden. Either it's a disaster, or a large array is covering that area, causing an unusual reaction to the energy. Zhu Fan explained. Zhu Fan's words brought back some unpleasant memories for Zhu Yuxian, who had suffered a lot to make her spiritual power blend with the surrounding environment. It is said that many ancient stars inhabited by the human clan lie deep in the vast void domain. Perhaps this is one of them, Zonling said. Let's go and see. Zhu Fan said with a smile. At this moment, a door stealthily opened on the side of the snake spirit number, and a huge cannon with a barrel hundreds of meters long slowly slid out. In addition to the ancient human clan, it could also be an ancient alien race. We must be cautious, Zonling said, looking at the huge cannon emerging from the snake spirit number. He knew that Zhu Fan had installed 4 railguns on this snake spirit number for safety. One of them even used immortal artifact-level materials. As the snake spirit number quickly advanced, the energy response of the huge array became clearer. This array is such an overkill, it can only be used as a concealment array in the end. Zhu Fan could clearly see the patterns on the array now. This array seems a bit crude to me, even as a layman, Zonling said with a frown. At this moment, the cultivators who maintained the star array method in an ancient star were nervously watching the hovering starship outside. Has the starship discovered us? A cultivator asked nervously. Even if they find us, what can they do? Our star has the protection of the Venerable and the huge cannon provided by the Elders Association. If that starship really tries to invade, I guarantee it won't be able to return. Another cultivator said confidently. At this moment, the cultivators maintaining the star array method noticed that a puppet walked out of the snake spirit number without doing anything, and the entire colossal array suddenly failed. My god, this ancient star is even bigger than Earth. Everyone aboard the Snake Spirit number was also shocked. In the depths of the disaster-ridden vast void domain, there was such a huge ancient star. As everyone marveled at the size of the ancient star, only Zonling was thinking about how to pull the ancient star back. Zhu Fan stood in the void, waiting quietly. Through Pu Tao's investigation, he knew that a large number of humans lived on this ancient star. So he waited for the person with the highest cultivation level on this star to appear. He had a deal to make with this ancient star. Zhu Fan did not wait long, a blue escaping light came quickly. An old man stopped not far from the puppet. "Fellow, how is the human realm now? Did they defeat the demon clan?" The old man said kindly. "The demon clan is powerful, and it's not something that can be defeated overnight. Our hidden spirit sex starship came here for mining and accidentally discovered something unusual here, so we came to investigate." Seeing the Mahayana esteemed one like this, Zhu Fan responded with a smile. "My star array method is rudimentary, I am sorry for any embarrassment it caused," the old man said without evasion. In the depths of this vast void domain, there are endless natural barriers of disaster, and ordinary starships or demon clan giant beast warships can't find this place at all. Zhu Fan replied with a smile. At this moment, a blood sea appeared around Zhu Fan, transforming into a shadow. "Fellow Taoist, are you the controller of this ancient star?" Zonling asked, looking at the old man. Zonling noticed Zhu Fan talking to someone and deliberately came forward to help. "If you don't mind, we can talk on my star, and let me entertain you well," the old man said with a chuckle, making a gesture of inviting guests in. "All right." Zhu Fan nodded. In the ancient star, there was a sect atop a 10,000 feet tall snow mountain. This star is called Snow Spirit Star, which corresponds to the name of my Snow Spirit sect, and my name is Snow Spirit Venerable. In a pavilion, the old man introduced himself and others to Zhu Fan. Some years ago, the Elders Association sent us a message that the war between the human and demon realms was about to begin. Not long after, the entire cultivation world space was sealed, and all teleportation arrays ceased to function. Our Snow Spirit Star lost contact with the cultivation world. The old man explained. "Before this, did your sect have contact with the Elders Association?" Zhu Fan curiously asked, not expecting that the Elders Association's reach would extend to here. "We have always been in contact, and there is even a teleportation array from our star to the Elders Association headquarters. But now..." The old man sighed, feeling helpless like a lost child. "After waiting for so many years, we finally saw a starship of the human clan. Fellow Taoist, what is the situation between the human clan and demon clan now? Can you tell me?" the old man said with some anticipation. "The space between the human and demon realms has been sealed, and the main battlefields are all at the edge of the merging of the two realms. In the central continent, there are more and more natural channels between the two realms. Strong immortal cities can invade the demon world. The weaker ones can only be destroyed." Chapter 526, 499, unaware of its magnificence when Zhu Fan mentioned the annihilation of the city, the old man sighed slightly. "Currently, the human and demon realms are in a tense and mutually hostile stage. Just as I thought, but I don't know how long Snow Spirit Star can remain hidden here," the old man said. "Your fellow cultivator's aura is weak. If we encounter a human clan warship, it's fine, but if we encounter a demon clan's giant beast warship, any one of them can easily slaughter this star," Zonling said without concealing. He realized that the old man had some intention of seeking help from them. "What can we do to help the esteemed one?" Zhu Fan asked. "I want to request a Formation Grandmaster to reconfigure my star array." "Of course, we can't let the Formation Grandmaster work for free. Your fellow cultivator can take half of the spiritual ore in my Snow Spirit sect treasure house," the old man said. At this moment, everyone present looked at Zhu Fan. The old man also noticed the strangeness of the crowd, so he took out a small number and projected its contents into the air. "Fellow Taoist may not know how many spiritual ores our Snow Spirit Star has gathered over these years." At this time, everyone looked at the light curtain in the air, which recorded various situations and quantities. "Don't be surprised, fellow cultivators, this is the result of our Snow Spirit Star's efforts over thousands of years." At this moment, people are not paying attention to the old man's words, but just open their mouths wide to look at the spiritual ores and quantities recorded in the light curtain. The amount is more than 100 times that of the hidden spirit sex treasure vault. Zhu Fan's saliva almost unconsciously flowed out of his mouth, and a word popped up in his mind, the hare not knowing its luck. "It's a pity that there are too many varieties, otherwise, a Xingzhu could be refined," Zhu Fan said regretfully. "Let me introduce ourselves formally now," Zonling said to Snow Spirit Venerable. Great Elder of the Hidden Spirit Gate, top-tier refining master and alchemy master. As for the formation path, it's even more unfathomable, Zonling said with a smile. Listening to Zonling's words, the Snow Spirit Venerable's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly to Zhu Fan, "Can you help me set up the Snow Spirit Star Array? I can replace it with a simpler concealing array. As long as it's not the monster clan's beast warships charging at the Snow Spirit Star, I guarantee they won't discover it," Zhu Fan assured. "Is there a more profound array?" Snow Spirit Venerable asked, rubbing his hands. "A more profound one gathers the power of all ancient stars, defends against the huge cannon attack of the Demon Clan giant beast warship, and spurs the entire array's power to let the Snow Spirit Star collide with the Demon Clan's giant beast warship at a critical moment." Zhu Fan thought for a moment and said, "Snow Spirit Star collides with the Demon Clan giant beast warship? What does that mean?" Snow Spirit Venerable was a little confused, not understanding the meaning. "It means exactly what it says," Zhu Fan said, projecting a light and shadow, which showed the animation of the Snow Spirit Star colliding with the Demon Clan's battleship. The guardian array of Snow Spirit Star extended countless spiritual tentacles and entangled the Demon Clan's battleship, pulling it towards the Snow Spirit Star, which also collided with a Demon Clan's battleship. As long as there are not more than 10 monster race battleships at once, Snow Spirit Star can handle it, Zhu Fan said with a smile. Zhu Fan's last word struck the soul of Snow Spirit Venerable. "How long does it take for the Great Elder to arrange such a star array?" 1 year, but the required spiritual ores, heaven and earth treasures, and energy consumed are enormous, Zhu Fan hesitated to say. He was not pretending, as this was a genuinely significant consumption. Zhu Fan proposed this package only because he saw that Snow Spirit Venerable had shown goodwill in pricing first. "I understand." Snow Spirit Venerable took out a jade slip and placed its content into the air. "This is my Snow Spirit Sect treasure house. The Great Elder can take 30% of it. Since Snow Spirit Venerable is so sincere, I will give Snow Spirit Venerable 2 huge cannons that can kill an ordinary demon venerable." Zhu Fan clapped his hands and said. The reason he did this was that he saw several immortal-grade spiritual ores needed to upgrade Pu Tao to an immortal tool. He does have some conscience in doing business. "Great Master, you are magnanimous," Snow Spirit Venerable said with a smile. No, it's Snow Spirit Venerable who is generous," Zhu Fan hurriedly said modestly. The reward for Zhu Fan's arrangement of the star array is enough to cover the gains from venturing into the vast void domain depths with snake spirit number more than 10 times. He didn't expect this business to go so smoothly, originally intending to help the Snow Spirit Star Array get some immortal artifact-level spirit mines. He didn't expect the Snow Spirit Venerable to offer such a tremendous deal, instantly expanding Zhu Fan's plans. "In a few days, I will pay 30% of the deposit first, and after the Great Master completes the work, I will give the remaining spirit mines to the Great Master," Snow Spirit Venerable asked. "Deal," Zhu Fan said, holding a jade symbol in his hand, infusing with divine thoughts, quickly writing down the required materials, spiritual mines, and then handed it to Snow Spirit Venerable. "These are all common materials and spiritual mines. Your sect has Dao artifact-level spirit mines and immortal artifact-level spirit mines," Zhu Fan said. Snow Spirit Venerable nodded after checking the content of the jade symbol, indicating that he needed a day's time. He then asked the cultivators around him to arrange rest places for everyone and left to prepare the materials. "Get Pu Tao to remove 2 railguns for me, and you guys continue mining. Don't waste time." Zhu Fan thought for a moment and said. "Tell the disciples on the starboat that if they want to come to Snow Spirit Star to rest, they can come." "Yes," Pu Tao replied. And so, Zhu Fan embarked on a long journey of working. During this time, he was also accompanied by the array master sent by the Snow Spirit Venerable. Hundreds of thousands of puppets, under Pu Tao's distribution, quickly began to set up arrays in various places on Snow Spirit Star. Zhu Fan carved appropriate formations according to the local environment and connected them to the main array. "Little cow, your formation talent is quite good, but you just lack a systematic array inheritance," Zhu Fan said while setting up the array while speaking to the array master beside him. Through some time together, he discovered that Little Cow, who was following him, was a very talented array master. He decided to start from the basics and slowly teach him. "Senior, you're right." Cao Jun bowed his head respectfully, his eyes filled with gratitude. Afterward, Zhu Fan continued to set up the array while instructing Cao Jun. The arrays that Zhu Fan set up were too profound for Cao Jun at his level, so it was more suitable for him to start from the basics and gradually learn more advanced techniques. This was also the reason why Cao Jun respected Zhu Fan so much. In the blink of an eye, 10 months had passed, and the star array was nearing completion. Snow Spirit Venerable gave the agreed spirit mine reward to Zhu Fan in advance. Zhu Fan handed a giant compass to Snow Spirit Venerable. Snow Spirit Venerable, this compass is the core of controlling the array, and its control method has already been taught to Little Cow. Zhu Fan said. Although there were still some finishing touches to be done, Zhu Fan was no longer needed. Pu Tao could control the puppets to finish the job. Snow Spirit Venerable handed the compass over to Little Cow, indicating that he would be in charge of controlling the array of Snow Spirit Star in the future. Great Master, are there arrays more powerful than this star array? Snow Spirit Venerable casually asked. There are arrays like that, but I can't set them up with my current cultivation level. Zhu Fan said, a mysterious look flashing in his eyes. The seed hasn't been planted yet, but you have already dug the hole. Oh, what kind of power does that kind of array have? Snow Spirit Venerable asked curiously. If the star array is arranged to the limit, it can absorb the power of disaster to provide energy for the star battle, and at the same time store the disaster for use against the enemy at a critical moment. There are countless benefits that can't be explained in a short time. Zhu Fan said with a smile. However, to arrange such an array, the Snow Spirit Star and your sex treasure house alone are not enough. The seed has been sown, and now it waits to take root and sprout. Chapter 527, 500, The Ambitious Snow Spirit Venerable. Deep in the vast void domain, Zonling was driving the snake spirit number while mining. Li Qiafan accompanied Zonling. Grandpa is so amazing, he can actually drive such a big spirit boat. Li Qiafan said admiringly. This is nothing, your master ancestor is even more amazing, he designed and refined such a big Xingzhu. Zonling said. Master ancestor has always been amazing. Li Qiafan said matter-of-factly. At this moment, Li Xingxai walked in. Elder Zonling, the star array set up by master is done, we can go there to pick him up now. Li Xingxai said. It's good to have a skill, your master ancestor is so powerful, it's stronger than me driving the snake spirit number 10 times. Zonling said in amazement. He couldn't help but wonder if he had wasted his refining talent when he didn't learn it back then. Master often says that there are special areas of expertise, and professionals do professional work. Li Xingxai comforted. But your master's combat power is also very high, his combat strength, refining, alchemy, and everything else is well done. Controlling a nascent soul stage puppet and holding immortal tools, a normal demon venerable truly can't do anything to him. Zonling said gloomily. Elder Zonling, don't think about master, just think about the others. Li Xingxai said. Forget it, let's not talk about it, let's go find your master. Zonling sighed softly, controlling the snake spirit number and flying in the direction of that star. Snow Spirit Star, Zhu Fan was doing the final tuning of the star array. A giant ancient star, 2 or 3 times larger than the Earth, was running the huge star array and drawing power from the ancient stars. Countless spiritual power tentacles stretched into the vast void domain, sweeping through all the spirit mine stars within 10,000 miles. Senior, this formation can also collect spirit mine stars in the vast void domain. Cao Jun excitedly said beside Zhu Fan. Of course, a single spiritual power tentacle can extend up to 100,000 kilometers. For this ancient star array method, I have added an array spirit. If you don't understand anything, you can ask it directly. Zhu Fan said with a smile. A complete star array, huge, intricate, and complex, requires a clear understanding of every aspect of the array's power to fully control it. According to Zhu Fan, the huge star array had at least more than 10 million words in its manual. Even for a cultivator, it would be impossible to fully master it in a short period of time. So Zhu Fan equipped it with an auxiliary helper tool spirit. A butterfly flew out from the array and landed on Cao Jun's shoulder. Are you the artifact spirit of the star array? Cao Jun asked curiously. The butterfly lying on his shoulder gently nodded its head. I have left you a complete set of array method inheritance, just learn it step by step. Zhu Fan looked at the snake spirit number coming towards him in the vast void domain and said, as he didn't have much time left on this star. Thank you, senior, you are my recreator. Cao Jun expressed his gratitude and bowed. He knew that the mysterious and unpredictable senior who had taught him the array method knowledge would be leaving soon. It's not that exaggerated, I just saw that you have some talent and took the opportunity to give you some guidance. Zhu Fan said as he began to test the final feature of the Snow Spirit Star. As Zhu Fan completed his hand gesture, the entire ancient star's power was mobilized, and a huge thrust came from the array, causing the Snow Spirit Star to move slowly. At this time, the Snow Spirit Venerable also appeared next to Zhu Fan, feeling the Snow Spirit Star moving beneath his feet, and his eyes revealed a look of joy. Hey, don't move, wait for me to land. Zonling said in annoyance, and then controlled the starship to chase after the Snow Spirit Star. This way, you can control the Snow Spirit Star to move in the vast void domain in the future. Zufan said. Has the Great Master discovered the secret of our ancient stars? Snow Spirit Venerable asked in surprise. If you follow the spiritual power river deep into the vast void domain, you won't encounter any disasters naturally. Zufan continued to say. But your ancient stars themselves also have the ability to avoid disasters, so it's not a secret. Anyone who knows a little about formations and geomancy can see it and get an idea. Zufan added. The Great Master is absolutely right. Snow Spirit Venerable nodded. At this moment, Zufan controlled the Snow Spirit Star to stop and waited for the Snake Spirit number to land. Snow Spirit Venerable, have you ever thought about going to the central continent with your Snow Spirit Star? Zufan asked. Does the Great Master want to persuade me to return to the central continent and contribute to the human clan? Snow Spirit Venerable frowned and asked. No, I meant quite the opposite. Snow Spirit Venerable, even if you have this idea, don't implement it. The situation in the human clan is still stable for now, and even if a big battle is to happen in the future, it doesn't depend on you or me whether we win or lose. So, it's better for Snow Spirit Venerable and Snow Spirit Star to stay deep in the vast void domain and keep a lineage for the human clan. Zufan said, as he wasn't going to persuade people to take part in such a suicidal mission. The Elders Association came once before the space was sealed, dividing into two groups of people. One group persuaded me to take the Snow Spirit Star into battle against the Demon Clan, while the other group persuaded me to hide well. At that time, didn't Snow Spirit Venerable choose to hide well? Zufan said. No, in the end, I decided to do my part for the human clan, followed the person from the Elders Association back to the headquarters, and then... Snow Spirit Venerable sighed as he reached this point. What happened then? Then the Venerable in charge of the battle arrangements just glanced at me casually and told me my strength was too weak and asked me to go back. According to him, my combat level would be clawed by a slightly powerful demon Venerable. Snow Spirit Venerable said. That's a bit hurtful. Actually, it hurt quite a bit. I wanted to argue back, but I was suppressed by a nascent soul stage cultivators specialized in combat from the Elders Association. After coming back from the Elders Association, I had no other thoughts in my heart. I just wanted to hide well with the Snow Spirit Star until the human clan's victory. Snow Spirit Venerable looked up at the star array in the sky and said. So that's why Venerable cares so much about the star array, because of this. Zufan realized. So, I was hoping that the Great Master could upgrade the star array as you said, and then I could drive the Snow Spirit Star to guard outside the giant stone barrier and hunt down the Demon Clan battleships, contributing to the human clan. Snow Spirit Venerable said with an expectant look in his eyes. So, you're waiting for me here. Snow Spirit Venerable, with the current star array of Snow Spirit Star, it can already avoid all Demon Clan warships. Isn't this enough? Zufan asked. Actually, it's enough, but as a human clan Venerable, I have a responsibility to fight for the human clan. So, I want the Great Master to modify the star array as you said, and then I will pilot the Snow Spirit Star to guard outside the giant stone barrier, hunting Demon Clan warships and contribute to the human clan. Snow Spirit Venerable said with anticipation in his eyes. Chapter 528, 501, Supermassive Star. I admire Snow Spirit Venerable's dedication to the human clan. Once I become an Array Grand Master, I will definitely come to help upgrade the formations on Snow Spirit Star as soon as possible, Zufan said solemnly. Array Grand Master, indeed. The level of the star array has already surpassed the limit of a master of array methods, Snow Spirit Venerable said somewhat disappointedly. Before the formations are upgraded, please ensure the safety of Snow Spirit Star and yourself, Venerable, Zufan said. His formations were not omnipotent, and once he took the initiative to attack, the limitations would be significant. I understand. As she spoke, Snow Spirit Venerable took out a star disk and handed it to Zufan. This is the positioning star plate of my Snow Spirit Star. If the Great Master needs help, you can come and find me at any time. Looking at the star plate, Zufan asked with some confusion, Venerable Snow Spirit, how many of these ancient stars like yours are there in the depths of the vast void domain? There are quite a few. This is the eastern inner domain of the vast void domain. There are 108 ancient stars certified by the Elders Association that I know of, and Snow Spirit Star is one of them. Before space was sealed, ancient stars could teleport to each other. Now they are like the immortal cities in the central continent, each fighting on its own, Snow Spirit Venerable said. 108 stars. Zufan murmured, thinking about the vast untapped market he had discovered. I know what the Great Master is thinking. Like Snow Spirit Star, at least half of them need to upgrade their star arrays. If needed, the Great Master can travel around this area on the star boat. When there are ancient stars nearby, the star plate will react and transmit information, but it cannot determine the specific location, Snow Spirit Venerable said. Haha. Snow Spirit Venerable knows what I am thinking. Zufan chuckled. I hope the Great Master hurries to comprehend the formation path. When you become an Array Grand Master, my Snow Spirit Star is willing to offer all its treasure houses for you to upgrade the star array. Okay. The Snake Spirit number had already appeared in the sky at this moment. Venerable Snow Spirit, let's part ways now, Zufan said. Snow Spirit Venerable waved goodbye. After returning to Snake Spirit number, Zufan set off for the giant stone barrier region. Aboard the Snake Spirit number, everyone congratulated Zufan on his fruitful journey. Great Master, is it too late for me to learn the formation path and artifact refining now? Zonling asked enviously. Zufan's rewards this time made him a little jealous. It's never too late to learn. Our Hidden Spirit sect has specialized courses on the basics of formation and artifact refining. Elder Zonling can take the opportunity to have a look, Zufan said with a smile. What he was thinking in his heart was how to get his avatar to willingly come back and continue working for him. Okay, when I get back to the Hidden Spirit Gate, I will go and check it out, Zonling said. Just then, Putao suddenly reported that 5 Demon Clan giant beast warships were found 40 million miles ahead. At this moment, everyone in the main control room perked up. Let's do it. Zonling excitedly said, controlling the Snake Spirit number much faster. Let's observe stealthily first, Zufan said, sensing that something was amiss. Zonling asked Putao to activate the stealth mode. As the outer wall of the Snake Spirit number changed, it eventually disappeared in its original place. As the Snake Spirit number got closer, the virtual images on the map finally detected the appearance of the 5 Demon Clan giant beast warships. At the moment, everyone looked at the virtual map, but no one cared about the 5 Demon Clan giant beast warships anymore. It's as big as an ancient star, and it's a spirit mine star. Great Elder, we are rich. Zonling said excitedly, like a gold prospector who found a grinding disc-sized gold nugget. Zufan calmed down at this moment, because when he saw this spirit mine star, which was as big as an ancient star, he had a feeling that they couldn't touch it. Calm down first, observe for a while longer. Zufan said calmly. Everyone looked at Zufan's expression and they all put away their excited expressions, staring at the virtual images on the map. At this moment, everyone discovered that there was a giant tortoise following the spirit mine star. It was the one that almost crushed them before. It seems that the Demon Clan really has a way to control the vast Void Gate beasts. Zonling exclaimed. This is not control, it's been raised by humans since it was little, Li Xingxai said, his eyes seeing through the virtual image map to look at the giant tortoise's huge eyes filled with emotions. Starsea is indeed more observant. Zufan nodded, realizing the issue after returning from the demon world. Now, the problem is, where to obtain the eggs or young of the vast void domain creatures. Zufan pondered, he couldn't help but think of the dragon eggs at home that were unwilling to come out. I used to pay attention to this issue, but I couldn't find any relevant records in the Elders Association either, Su Renshin said. However, there is a guess that the vast void gate beasts raise their children in their own space and release them when they mature. This is a guess from an honorary elder of the Elders Association, Su Renshin said. Then there's no chance, Zufan said. Great Elder, should we continue to follow or what? Zonling asked. We definitely can't fight. Let's speed up and return to the human clan's navigational channel, and report the situation to the Elders Association, Zufan said. According to the current direction of these 5 giant beast warships, they should be heading out of the North Territory, Zufan said, while directing Zonling to fly towards the nearest giant stone barrier. 3 months later, the Snake Spirit number, which had been traveling at extreme speeds, finally arrived at a star on the human clan's navigational channel nearest to them. Utilizing his membership in the Elders Association, Su Renshin reported the situation to the Elder Council headquarters. We have done what we needed to do, it's up to the Elders Association to make their move now, Zufan said. At this moment, in the deep depths of the vast void domain's North Territory, a huge 10,000-star boat, hundreds of miles long, appeared in front of the 5 Demon Clan giant beast warships, which were towing the giant spirit mine star. Damn it! Who leaked our whereabouts? Roared the demon venerable on the giant beast warship. Leave behind the spirit mine star, and you can live. If you resist, you will die, a voice came from the 10,000-star boat. Roar the heavenly earth turtle appeared in front of the 10,000-star boat, its eyes filled with wariness. Little turtle, do you want to be beaten back into your shell again? A mocking voice came from the 10,000-star boat. The heavenly earth turtle had unwillingness in its eyes, but in the end, it turned its head and let out a low whine towards the 5 giant beast warships. Let's go. The leading demon venerable was unwilling, but still gave up the spirit mine star they were towing. On the hidden spirit island, the calm 100,000 li giant lake, a small boat lay on the lake's surface, with Zufan resting on it. Why do I always feel like someone is cursing me lately? Forget it, it's none of my business if they curse me. The important thing is being a salted fish. Chapter 502, 108 Tao Artifact said Zufan had not been lying on the spirit boat for long when the second avatar came over. How does it feel to have more than a year of long vacation? Zufan asked with a smile. In the past year or so, avatars 1 and 2 had been everywhere they could be. They had also watched all the anime, animation, and novels Zufan had rewarded them with. Is there any work to be done? Just tell me what it is, said the second avatar with a lively expression on his face. Next time Elder Zonling goes out, you follow him. There are many ancient stars there, and the star protection array needs to be updated. The venerables guarding the stars, they are all rich and generous. Zufan showed the second avatar the rewards he had received this time. My god, you sold your grandson's immortal tools and that staff. The second avatar exclaimed in shock. Of course not, I just helped them set up a high-end star array, Zufan said with a hee-hee, showing a miniature model of the star array in the process. Is that it? Worth that many Tao artifact spirit ores? The second avatar was excited. I see, you plan to let me follow Elder Zonling to the vast void domain and take on some work. The second avatar looked at Zufan and said. What do you think? If we take on more than 10 star projects on this scale, we can refine a Xingzhu, a star boat we made by ourselves. The idea of making it ourselves, just thinking about it feels exciting. Zufan said. I don't know if it's exciting or not, but I do know I will be busy for a long time. So I ask for 1 year of long vacation every 10 years. The second avatar said. As an excellent employee, he knows when to set conditions most appropriately. Sure, why not? Zufan clapped his hands and agreed that it was reasonable to have a year off every 10 years. I have another request, I want to bring number 1 with me. The second avatar said with a smile, he couldn't be the only one working. Go to your grandma's leg, you have a task and you want to bring me along, what if there's work at home? A shadow of Avatar 1 appeared beside the second avatar. If he stayed at the hidden spirit sect, he'd most likely be a project manager, while going out with the second avatar would make him an assistant. How about I pair you with some array law path disciples when you go? Set up the star array while teaching disciples so that you won't feel too bored. Zufan said. I feel that the main body is right, taking me over there is a complete waste of talent. Avatar 1 chimed in from the side. Alright, let's just do this for now, and I will take a few talented array law path disciples with me when I go out. The second avatar nodded and said. Number 2, just go with peace of mind. Once our star boat is refined, I will give you the naming rights. Zufan said. Main body, remember what you said. The second avatar nodded and then left. Main body, is there any work on my side? Avatar 1 asked after a year-long vacation, he felt it was time to move. If you have nothing to do, just refine some Tao artifacts that you're interested in, but you can't touch the immortal grade spiritual ores. Zufan thought for a while and said. In fact, during the year of Avatar 1's long vacation, his itchy hands had already refined 5 pieces of Tao artifacts, all of them strange and powerful artifacts. I understand. Avatar 1 nodded. After Avatar 1 left, Zufan looked at the bare number 2 cloud in the sky and said, it's time for closed-door cultivation for a while. Since returning from the vast void domain, he has had an increasingly strong feeling in his heart telling him to close up for cultivation, or something big would happen. But before that, I have to settle my good brothers. Zufan said with a smile. In a huge dojo of the hidden arrival gate, sword chi filled the sky, and countless sword lights interweaved and collided in the dojo. There were also spiritual sword shadows filling the entire dojo. At this time, Wang Yulan's shadow was like a ghost, and the occasional sword light he slashed made it difficult for Wang Xiangqi, who was a level above him in realm, to dodge. In a short time, Wang Xiangqi was forced into a dead end. But at this moment, Wang Xiangqi's exclusive background music started to play. Dad, the name of this music is called The Prelude Before the Dead End. The uplifting background music got Wang Yulan so excited that he directly activated the highest level of the combat system. With the background music, Wang Xiangqi's battle rhythm got faster and faster, and the power of the sword light he slashed also grew. Wind. Thunder. At this time, Wang Xiangqi had wind and thunder wings on his back, and the spiritual sword in his hand was also a wind attribute and thunder attribute sword. In just a moment, a wind and thunder sword light swept across Wang Yulan's figure. The battle ended, and Wang Xiangqi looked at his father in surprise. Dad, you are progressing more and more, and I can't suppress you without playing background music. Wang Xiangqi said somewhat sentimentally. Ever since his father was affected by Master's chicken blood divine power, his combat power has been steadily increasing at high speed. If it weren't for the indirect suppression, he might have been defeated by his father. Of course, your father was also very talented back then. Wang Yulan said with a smile. Even though he didn't defeat his son, he was already very satisfied with this level. Just then, Pu Tao's voice sounded. Great Master is looking for you to meet on the 100,000 Li Giant Lake. That's good, I was going to see Brother Zhu. Wang Xiangqi, you go and have fun. Above the 100,000 Li Giant Lake, there was a spiritual boat floating with the wind. Brother Zhu, what did you want to see me about? Wang Yulan asked with a smile, as they hadn't met their brothers for more than a year. Do you remember what I told you a few years ago? I have prepared the Krypton Gold set for you to walk the Krypton Gold path. Zhu Fan waved his hand, and a huge array rose up, with 108 Dao artifact sets distributed on the array. This is the Krypton Gold set I made for you. Stand in the center of the array and start the recognition ceremony. This way, the Krypton Gold set can accompany you for life. Zhu Fan said. This is 108 Dao artifacts. Wang Yulan felt the power coming from each Dao artifact and said in shock. Brother Zhu, who am I to deserve this? You and I have gone through wind and rain together as brothers. There's no need to say anything more. Stand in the center of the array and start the recognition ceremony. Zhu Fan didn't allow any arguments, pushing Wang Yulan up. Joking aside, even if he didn't want to, Zhu Fan had to set him up. With a grateful look on his face, Wang Yulan completed the recognition ceremony for the 108 Dao artifact sets. The operating system of this Krypton Gold set is a bit complicated. You will need some time to get used to it. When you have time, you can practice more with your son. Zhu Fan said with a smile. With the 108 Dao artifact sets, it doesn't matter if he is fighting against his God transformation stage son or an even higher level, he can still dominate. Chapter 503, Who was thinking about me again? In Hidden Spirit Sex Dojo, a figure fell from the sky. Wang Xiangqi was confused now, after spending the night. How could everything have changed so much? Today, as usual, he practiced with his dad, but he lost within 3 moves. Wang Xiangqi didn't believe it and insisted on continuing. Now he has lost for the 3rd time, aside from not using his last resort, BGM Heavenly Earth Sword for leisure, he has used all his other moves. Under your master's guidance last night, I had a breakthrough, Wang Yulan said calmly, but in his heart, there was a huge wave. 108-piece Dao artifact set, his first familiar skill function was fully automatic combat, the body was still his body, but it wasn't him fighting. Wang Xiangqi looked at his dad's expression, and it seemed like his master's. Master, you couldn't have changed into my dad's appearance to help him regain his dignity and teach me a lesson, right? Wang Xiangqi said suspiciously, which was very consistent with his master's style sometimes. You don't believe the truth, but your master really enlightened me. Wang Yulan said with a smile. He randomly demonstrated his son's once famous big move Heavenly Earth Sword, and for a moment, Wang Xiangqi's eyes saw nothing but the brilliant sword light slashing towards the sky. You still say you're not my master. I have been pondering this sword for so many years that I still didn't get it, but Dad, you gained understanding in one night? I want to eat your face, Master, don't treat me like a fool. Think whatever you like, anyway, your dad has had a breakthrough. Wang Yulan laughed and walked out of the dojo. Later, Zhu Fan, who was about to start his closed-door cultivation, saw Wang Xiangqi. Master, did you just temper me by transforming into my dad's appearance? Wang Xiangqi looked distressed. If I wanted to teach you a lesson, would I need to transform into your dad's appearance? Zhu Fan asked back. The one who practiced with me yesterday was really my dad. If it's not your dad, who else could it be? Unexpectedly, I intended to give your dad some guidance, but I don't know how it happened. Your dad suddenly achieved great enlightenment and comprehended everything. Zhu Fan said, a faint smile hidden in his eyes. Is the effect really that good? Master, can you enlighten me a bit? Wang Xiangqi asked with a smile. It's not yet time for you to be enlightened. Go practice on your own, and when the time comes, I will naturally enlighten you. Zhu Fan said. The timing for enlightenment, Zhu Fan had already thought about it. When your dad's happiness is no longer strong, and he can't suppress you anymore, it will be the time. The sword you taught me, my dad didn't know how to use it yesterday, but today he has already reached the realm of Ruai perfection. Disciple finds it a bit incredible. Wang Xiangqi's astonishment still hadn't subsided. On the night your dad had a breakthrough, it seemed like he entered a state of omniscience. As long as he was in contact with divine abilities and cultivation techniques, he almost instantly comprehended everything. It's also your dad's chance, you should congratulate your dad. Zhu Fan waved his hand and drove the incredulous Wang Xiangqi out. Good brother, you're overacting, but let him be. Just as Zhu Fan was about to issue a closed-door cultivation notice, a huge amount of merit and chi fortune descended from the sky and fused with his merit treasure cover behind him. Is it like hitting the limit up board in a stock market? Zhu Fan looked delightedly at the huge merit and chi fortune that were fusing with his merit treasure cover. Meanwhile, in the Nine Phoenix Continent region, Feng Qingning, wearing a Nine Dragons and Phoenix Dragon robe, approached the small world where Shizan once was under the protection of a unit of nascent soul stage puppets. This small world was being ravaged by the demon clan. Zhu Fan did not expect that the space would be sealed off when he took Hidden Spirit Island away, and thus, the teleportation array he had set up instantly failed. It was only until now that the Nine Phoenix Islands had the strength to set foot in this area. Your Majesty, the puppet army has been dispatched and is expected to clear out all the demon clans in this small world in 3 months, said a cultivator dressed as a general beside him. How many ordinary people are there in this world? Feng Qingning looked at the entrance to the small world and asked. It is equivalent to the current population of our Nine Phoenix dynasty, said the cultivator in battle armor. Prepare spiritual treasures, nurture this small world, select those with spiritual roots, and incorporate them into our Nine Phoenix dynasty, Feng Qingning said before returning to the Nine Phoenix continent. Yes. A large amount of merit and chi fortune began to merge into the merit treasure cover behind Feng Qingning on a strangely shaped haiju. National Division, the strength of our Nine Phoenix dynasty has increased again by a bit, Feng Qingning said with a smile. Your Majesty, this is only the first step in a long journey, and there is still a long way to go in the future, said a handsome young man in a white robe beside Feng Qingning. The depths of the young man's eyes seemed to contain stars, heavenly Tao, and reincarnation. The National Division's ambitions are much greater than mine, Feng Qingning said, looking at the surging endless sea. The Immortal Court Holy Dynasty is too far away from me, he added. At this point, a 10,000-meter high wave rose in the distance, crashing down heavily onto the endless sea. Before long, a team of nascent soul stage puppets dragged a huge sea snake to the side of Haiju. Your Highness, we have captured a deep-sea giant snake that wanted to disturb you, said a nascent soul stage puppet with intelligent light flickering in its eyes while kneeling in the void. Take it back and make soup for the young army of the Nine Phoenix dynasty, Feng Qingning said, already used to such incidents. Yes. Then, the team of nascent soul stage chicken puppets dragged the giant sea snake, flying towards the Nine Phoenix continent. Your Highness, 6 Haizaos are currently collecting spiritual mine resources in the depths of the endless sea. Once we have enough spiritual mine resources, I will establish a sky fleet to explore the void of this realm, the young National Division said, looking up at the sky. The best resources in an average middle thousand world were usually found in the void. In less than 100 years, our Nine Phoenix dynasty has already owned 7 Haizaos. Back then, I was amazed when the Hidden Spirit sect I regarded as a lord only had 1 Haiju. Feng Qingning couldn't help but exclaim. The young National Division laughed lightly and said, it's a pity that the space is sealed, otherwise, I would really like to meet that great master. You two should be able to get along well, the great master is truly unfathomable in the field of artifact refining and formation. The puppet production line left behind really gave me many insights, Feng Qingning sighed. There will be opportunities in the future, and we will meet eventually, the young National Division said with a smile. But with the things he left behind, the young man felt that the great master was worthy of his attention. But it was only worth his attention, not enough to make him see him as an opponent. If he had to kill, he would still kill. Zhu Fan, who was in closed-door cultivation at Hidden Spirit Sect, suddenly shivered and slowly opened his eyes, saying, who was thinking about me again? It seems like quite a force. Chapter 504, Shadow forget it, it's more important to focus on my closed-door cultivation. Zhu Fan said. With his current merit and fortune, as long as he doesn't act recklessly, he should generally be fine. As for those who mention him, they will know later. The moment Zhu Fan prepared for his closed-door cultivation, his disciples and the elders of the Hidden Spirit sect all got to know that Zhu Fan had officially started his seclusion. First, I will undergo closed-door cultivation for some time. I guess my good brother's 100-fold return promotion will be here soon. Zhu Fan said while closing his eyes and starting to cultivate and enlighten himself. As a result, Zhu Fan's cultivation was only sustained for 3 days, and it was disrupted by the arrival of the Honored One of the Thousand Spirit Sect. You want me to help you refine a starship? Zhu Fan confirmed once again. Yes, the last time I went to the Vast Void Domain, I intercepted the Demon Clan, who had just collected a large spirit mine star. The Dao artifact spirit ore in it could be used to refine at least 2 starships, the Honored One of the Thousand Spirit Sect said with a smile. Zhu Fan was taken aback because the plot seemed so familiar. When did the esteemed one encounter this? Did you not encounter the giant tortoise? Zhu Fan asked. What giant tortoise? At that time, I only saw the 5 demon clan giant beast warships pulling that spirit mind star in the vast void domain. This incident happened almost 2 years ago, right? The honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect said. 3 months ago, I also encountered a giant beast warship dragging an ultra-huge star spirit mine, but a vast void giant tortoise was guarding it. It almost stepped on my starship. Zhu Fan said leisurely, now having a rough idea of why the giant tortoise appeared. Hearing Zhu Fan's words, the honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect laughed. It turned out that the demon clan had learned to hire escorts after their losses. Great Master, will you take this job? I am not in a hurry for the starship. You can refine both of them at once. The honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect said. Now, together with the new starship exchanged from the Elders Association, the Thousand Spirit sect already has 3 starships, which could be considered a fleet. A piece of Tao artifact level spirit ore was refined and appeared in the hand of the honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect. 1000 star profound iron, it's quite a coincidence. It's perfect for crafting the main body of a starship. The honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect handed the sample of the spirit ore in his hand to Zhu Fan. What a lucky coincidence. Zhu Fan looked at the 1000 star profound iron with a slightly sour tone. Why did I encounter a giant tortoise when I came across it? Esteem 1, I will take on this job. At least 50 years and at most 100 years, by the time, I guarantee to deliver a starship that you will be satisfied with. Zhu Fan thought for a moment and said. He cannot refuse the business that came to his door. The time is a bit long, but it is acceptable. I hope that by the time, Great Master can give me a big surprise. The honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect said with anticipation. Rest assured, my artifact refining skills, don't you know esteemed one? Zhu Fan said with a smile. When the honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect handed over all the 1000 star profound iron, he drove the 1000 spirit starship away from the hidden spirit sect. I didn't expect to get a job as soon as I closed the door. Zhu Fan looked in the direction where the 1000 spirit starship disappeared and said. Do I have a job now? Number 1 clone appeared beside Zhu Fan. Not only do you have a job, but it's also a big one. Refining 2 starships at once, can you handle it? Zhu Fan looked at the number 1 clone and grinned. So the honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect found a treasure in the starry sky. He suddenly became so generous. Number 1 clone was puzzled. The 1000 star profound iron given by the honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect is enough to refine 2 starships. The other one is our reward. How about that? Isn't it a surprise? You can refine a starship for our hidden spirit sect so quickly. Zhu Fan said with a smile. At this time, number 1 clone didn't show much reaction. He just nodded lightly after hearing Zhu Fan's words. There is nothing to be excited about. If you want to refine the starship quickly, should we go out and catch a few demon race refining grandmasters? Number 1 clone thought for a while and said. The demon clan around us only has the Saint Lion clan with refining grandmasters. As for the places further away, I don't know how long it would take to get there. Zhu Fan said. Then the starship can only be refined slowly. If it is done slowly, then do it slowly. As long as it can be refined within 100 years, it is enough. Zhu Fan said. Fortunately, we can use the Tao artifact level spirit ore we got from the vast void domain. Add everything you can think of. Number 2 is working in the vast void domain to earn spirit ores. You are at home using spirit ores to refine starships. What a perfect combination. Zhu Fan said. What about you? What are you going to do? The number 1 clone had a look on his face that said you wouldn't sit idly by without doing anything. I am going to close the door, follow my heart, and respond to the heavens. In short, everything points to the option that I should be in closed-door cultivation. Zhu Fan said seriously. Closed door, avoiding disaster or chance? Number 1 clone asked. Both, I guess? Zhu Fan nodded. Fine, you stay home and have a good closed-door cultivation. Leave the starship refining to me. Number 1 clone said. After the number 1 clone left, Zhu Fan turned around and walked back into his closed-door hut. There shouldn't be any more incidents, right? Zhu Fan said while slowly closing the door of the hut. What exactly makes me feel like I must close the door? Zhu Fan said with some confusion. At this moment, a shadow appeared in front of Zhu Fan. He and Zhu Fan looked exactly alike. Haven't you ever considered that it could be because of your heart demon? The shadow said with a somewhat hideous expression. Zhu Fan looked at the shadow in front of him indifferently, with a feeling that he had finally appeared. Ever since my first trip to the vast void domain, you were born in my consciousness. I originally wanted to cultivate you well, but I didn't expect you to jump out on your own now. Zhu Fan said as if he had known it was going to happen. I am your heart demon. Aren't you afraid of me at all? The Zufan-like shadow stared at him with an expression that seemed like it would devour him. Don't exaggerate yourself. My heart demon is not as picky as you. If you were my heart demon, wouldn't you be negotiating with me on how to coexist now? Zufan looked at the shadow, who looked like him, with an expression of disdain. Zufan's words left the shadow confused. At first, when I went to the vast void domain, you were born in my heart. At first, I thought you were my heart demon. But then I found out that you were just evolved from a seed of a special spiritual body. The only purpose I saw in you was to cultivate you to use as nourishment for Putao. Zufan said flatly. Do you think about it now? Isn't it too late? The shadow Zufan turned into a demonic shadow and rushed towards him. Confused self-confidence. Where does your confidence come from to backlash against me? Zufan's voice sounded as an unknown power formed a shield around him. A pair of big hands also directly grabbed the shadow Zufan. Putao, it's quite troublesome for you to raise such a small snack. This little thing has secretly devoured a lot of my mind power. If you were not specifically restraining him, dealing with this little thing would be quite troublesome. Zufan said with a smile. Master, don't worry. Leave it to me. Putao's voice sounded. Chapter 506, Fairy City reporting to Father Emperor, my friend came and went without a trace, not even saying goodbye to me, and I have no way of contacting him. Li Xingxi's expression seemed respectful, but his eyes were extremely cold. This person had already taken advantage of knowing his memories. In every life, this heart demon would always be born before him, establish a family, and wait for him to be born. If destroying the reincarnation dream world by perishing together could be done, he would have done it long ago. Is that so? To my knowledge, your friend does not have the qualifications to enter and leave the Imperial Palace. Privately allowing outsiders to enter the palace, do you know your mistake, son? The Emperor of Tangxuan country looked at his host with a mocking face. He thought to himself that even if his master had arrived, he wouldn't be able to turn the situation around. Heavenly Tao was on his side, what could you fight me with? Li Xingxi frowned. Forced by the restrictions of Heavenly Tao, he still respectfully bowed and admitted his guilt. The Crown Prince does not abide by the national law, confined in the palace for 3 years. The Emperor of Tangxuan country said majestically. This humble son obeys. Li Xingxi respectfully saluted, hoping in his heart that his master would definitely be powerful, or else all the repression and humiliation over the years would be in vain. After Li Xingxi retired, Tangxuan country immediately began a nationwide alert. Half a year later in the reincarnation dream world, a piece of news swept through the entire Tangxuan country. Legend has it that in the wilderness, there is a mythical fairy city. There are divine doctors there to heal, and no disease can invade. There are delicacies, jade food, and endless enjoyment. There are mountains of gold and silver for the taking. For those without a wife, the city will introduce heavenly young girls to you, gentle, considerate, and good at housekeeping. For women without husbands, there are even celestial sons who will accompany them faithfully. In the fairy city, you can enjoy all the goodness without any effort. When this news spread all over Tangxuan country, countless people sneered at it, feeling that only fools would believe such rumors. Now they live by their work, have medical care when they are sick, and take care of the elderly. Watching their children and grandchildren fill the house is the happiest life. According to the ancient sage-like emperor's words, as long as they live well, they are the greatest heroes of Tangxuan country. But as the rumors spread more and more mysteriously, countless people who have returned from Fairy City with large amounts of gold and silver treasures returned to their hometowns. This made some people have to believe it. There were sick and disabled elderly people who came to the Fairy City on the verge of death and were healed by divine doctors. They suddenly became radiant, even their severed arms grew back, and finally returned with a lot of money, saying they would take their fellow villagers to the Fairy City. There were also ugly and mean single old men who brought back celestial-like wives and said they wanted all the women who had once looked down on them to see their women. For a time, various rumors arose in Tangxuan country, causing those who were not satisfied with their lives in Tangxuan country to yearn for that place. Li Xingxi, who was trapped in the prince's palace, received such a message. Master is truly amazing. Why didn't I think of it before? Li Xingxi looked into the distance and said. A fairy city that can fulfill all desires. But what will happen to this city in the end? Li Xingxi looked into the distance and said, his heart filled with infinite curiosity about this deep experiment with human nature, which instantly made him forget his current predicament. Above the sky of Fairy City, Zufan looked down at the city's development. Looking up at the heavenly Tao, he said, I don't know if you like this kind of city. I don't know if the heavenly Tao of this reincarnation dream can be delayed until the final result. Zufan said with a smile. Master, do you want to suppress the desires of the people in the city? It has reached the critical point. Putao's words surprised Zufan. It has reached the critical point so soon? Ordinary people's pursuit of desires is indeed shallow. Zhu Fan shook his head and said. Guide those who have reached the critical point towards the arts. Explore humanity, philosophy, natural law, mathematics, that's enough for them to pursue for a lifetime. Zhu Fan thought and said. It is very possible that such a perfect release of human nature in a city would result in the situation he predicted without guidance. Understood. In the following years, more and more people in Tanksuan country began to gradually believe in Fairy City. Because more and more sages have emerged from the Fairy City in recent years. They usually reach the legendary realm in a certain field. Tanksuan country, Imperial City. The Emperor of Tanksuan country's face grew uglier and uglier, looking at the information from various states in his hand. He almost couldn't control his emotions. What on earth does this host's master have in mind? Does he really intend to attract all the people of Tanksuan country to the Fairy City? The Emperor of Tanksuan country said with a dark face, and fear began to rise in his heart. He knew all the memories of the host, and he knew even better the means of the host's master. Issue an edict to have General Huang gather a 1,000,000-strong army to guard the Fairy City and forbid any people from entering the Fairy City. The Emperor of Tanksuan country said with a decree. Your Majesty's order. The eunuch beside him said. The Emperor of Tanksuan country knew that destroying the city would be the most foolish choice. In doing so, he would lose the support of Heavenly Tao and give the host's master the opportunity to kill him directly. 3 years passed in the reincarnation dream world. At this moment, the entire border of Tanksuan country was occupied by Fairy City. Countless Fairy cities surrounded Tanksuan country tightly. Countless people began to flood into Fairy City to live their dream lives. Even the soldiers guarding the outside of Fairy City could not resist the temptation, secretly sneaking into Fairy City to enjoy a perfect life. At this moment, half of the people in Tanksuan country had entered Fairy City. Almost half of the living beings in the entire reincarnation dream world were brought under the control of the Fairy City. The sense of satisfaction generated by the creatures in the Fairy City greatly accelerated the evolution of Heavenly Tao. This caused Heavenly Tao to lean more and more towards the Fairy City, and pay less and less attention to Tanksuan country. In the following years, natural disasters began to occur frequently within Tanksuan country, leaving countless people displaced. At this time, Tanksuan country took the initiative to strike out, bringing all the people into the Fairy City. For a time, Tanksuan country was nearly empty, and the entire country was reduced to an empty shell. Subsequently, shocking news spread out. It turned out that the Fairy City was requested by the Crown Prince of Tanksuan country to give the people the most perfect life. However, the Emperor of Tanksuan country became the chief culprit in preventing the people from living a perfect life. For a time, the people of the entire reincarnation dream world were cursing the Emperor of Tanksuan country for not allowing the people to enter the Fairy City. Subsequently, the remaining people of Tanksuan country were furious and brought the Emperor of Tanksuan country to the first Fairy City that was built. Father Emperor, you go, I will replace you and let the people of Tanksuan country live a happy and fulfilling life. Li Xingxi's eyes were cold as he spoke. As the executioner's blade fell, the Heart Demon Emperor turned into a ball of purest energy and merged into Li Xingxi's body. After everything settled down, Li Xingxi gratefully looked at Zhu Fan and said, Master, thank you for your hard work. Chapter 505, Heart Demon. And so, all problems were resolved, and after Zhu Fan went into closed-door cultivation for 3 months, he was interrupted by one more matter. Zhu Fan's avatar, condensed from 5 elements spiritual energy, stood beside the bed of his good disciple Li Xingxi. Indeed, something unexpected happened. Starsea's Heart Demon has entered the 100 lifetimes reincarnation along with the new words, Zhu Fan said while looking at Li Xingxi. It was the 5th day of Li Xingxi's coma, and according to the time, he had been in this life for at least 300 years. Great Master, can I enter Starsea's 100 lifetime reincarnation to take a look? Su Renshan asked. I want to go too, Li Qiafan said from the side. Seeing the worried pair, Zhu Fan shook his head. At the beginning, you could enter Starsea's reincarnation, but now he has entered a deeper level of reincarnation. You entering like this would disrupt his reincarnation world. Don't worry, I think Starsea's fighting his Heart Demon right now. I will go in and help out, Zhu Fan said. He had considered the issue of the Heart Demon when creating the 100 lifetimes reincarnation technique. Once the Heart Demons were born for those who practice the 100 lifetimes reincarnation, there was a high chance they would enter the reincarnation together. In the 100 lifetimes reincarnation, the Heart Demon would quickly grow stronger, standing against the practitioner in the reincarnation dream world. At this stage, Zhu Fan had a backup plan. If the Heart Demon devours the host's presence in the reincarnation dreamland, the reincarnation dream world would explode, everything would vanish into nothingness, leaving only a trace of the original host's divine source. The main body of the host absorbs this wisp of divine spirit source, and then it will enter a state of recultivation until the divine source has recovered its original level, and then the host will recover completely. Usually, this process takes about 100 years, which is like quickly rebuilding oneself and is very advantageous for the practitioner. Of course, if the practitioner defeats the heart demon in the reincarnation dreamland, they can absorb all the power of the heart demon and obtain other benefits. Zhu Fan thought that, with old 4-Star's talent, this kind of situation would occur at least after the integration stage, but he did not expect it to happen now. After I go in, if I don't come out within 3 days, prepare a warm jade spirit coffin and put 5 drops of 5 elements origin in it. Starsea will also awaken after 100 years, Zhu Fan said. Great master, I understand, Su Rensha nodded. Zhu Fan's temporary avatar turned into a red light and directly entered Li Xingcai's brow. The reincarnation realm, a magical space made of bubbles. When Zhu Fan appeared here, he frowned. This is just the most common dynasty reincarnation world, how can Starsea fail to handle it? At this moment, Zhu Fan was standing in front of a magnificent king city gate. Following the sense, Zhu Fan found Li Xingcai in this life directly. Dangxuan Country Royal City, Prince's Palace. Mobile Ant, I am sorry for disappointing you, Li Xingcai said somewhat ashamedly as he looked at Zhu Fan. I originally thought that this was just an ordinary heart demon, but I never expected that the heart demon would detect all my memories and then bind with the heavenly Tao of this reincarnation dream world. And then, as long as the two of you merge, the remaining true spirit origin can only be his, Zhu Fan continued Li Xingcai's words. That's right, but this is just one aspect. The most serious thing is that the heavenly Tao in this world is actually an order maker, and everything must follow the rules of the ancient sages. I have experienced 3 reincarnations in this reincarnation world, and every time, the heart demon finds a way to become my father. Li Xingcai's tone was somewhat weakened, and he had no way to deal with the current situation. You find this heart demon interesting, don't you? He actually detected your memories, so didn't he figure out my existence? Zhu Fan asked with interest. He figured it out, so he deliberately chose this reincarnation dreamland to make a move. Here, the heavenly Tao has restrictions, and my heart demon dad is the king of the dynasty, loved by the heavenly Tao, and supported by the people. Now is the time of the dynasty's prosperity when the people are living in peace and happiness, the officials are diligently serving the people, and my heart demon father is even more flawless, Li Xingcai said helplessly. So even if the master were to attempt assassination now, the heavenly Tao would protect him. If master destroys this reincarnation dreamland, your disciple would be done as well, Li Xingcai sighed deeply. It was really hard to deal with an opponent who knew all one's memories. It does sound quite difficult, indeed, Zhu Fan said with a chuckle, stroking his chin and finding it quite interesting. In this world, you must follow the rules, right? Zhu Fan asked. Li Xingcai nodded. In this reincarnation dreamland, I cannot harm my father and the country in any way. Otherwise, I will be enacting heavenly retribution, and that is the most troublesome part, Li Xingcai said. On the way here, I noticed that half of the territory in this area is occupied by the Dangxuan country, and the rest are barbaric lands. The rest is easy to say, Zhu Fan said with a smile. Master, are you trying to conquer barbarians and overthrow the Dangxuan country? Li Xingcai asked somewhat hesitantly, as it was the method he least wanted to see. What do you think your master is? Your 100 lifetimes reincarnation seems to have mutated, and each of your lives is connected to a mysterious world. All of this could be real or illusory, but we cannot cause undue killings. Zhu Yifan was a man of principle who would certainly not engage in things contrary to the heavenly Tao. You're overthinking it. There are many ways to assimilate a country, not just war, Zhu Fan said with a smile. You don't need to worry about that. I will handle the rest. Thank you, master, Li Xingcai said somewhat ashamedly. Zhu Fan nodded and then disappeared inside the imperial palace. Li Xingcai looked at the hour and said helplessly, it's time to meet my father again. Zhu Fan's temporary avatar arrived at the barbaric land outside the boundaries of the Xuanshan country. On this journey, the heart demon has indeed managed this country quite well. The people live in peace and work happily, and the army guards the people with their weapons. It's a pity that heart demons are ultimately heart demons, and there will always be a time when they will be finished. As Zhu Fan spoke, he copied Pu Tao's avatar from his consciousness. Master, what are your orders? Pu Tao's voice sounded. Establish the perfect kingdom here, with the focus on recruiting people from the Xuanshan country, Zhu Fan said. The mission has been established. Zhu Fan waved his hand again, and a tribe of barbarians in the wilderness was instantly enchanted by him. More than 10,000 puppet-like barbarians started to build a city under Pu Tao's well-organized arrangement. At this moment, in the Xuanshan country's imperial palace, The greatest emperor in the history of the Xuanshan country was looking at his host with a cold smile on his face. Son, since you have friends visiting, why don't you take me to meet them? Chapter 507 Anti-Theft Version Chapter, official chapter to be updated in 2 hours later. I suggest the Lord's Watch tomorrow, mainly because Pork can't take leave this month, so I have to use the Anti-Theft Version chapter first. Pork will work overtime to update, year 821 of the 10,000 Clans history. Zhu Shanhai looked at the data of his talent test on the screen and sighed, why do I only have the talent of a summoner? This profession is very weak, and all the combat power is in the summoning beast. There are also powerful summoners, who can summon divine beasts when they reach the diamond level. Zhu Sasu comforted his brother. Sister, that's the exception, summoners are generally weak, and no one wants to team up with them. Zhu Shanhai said gloomily. He had paid attention to this profession before and found it amusing that summoners had to contract exotic beasts by entering the summoning world with their souls in order to summon them. Then I will introduce you to a steady job, and you can live a good life. Zhu Sasu suddenly looked at her brother expectantly, thinking that it would also be great if her brother could be a stable citizen and live a peaceful life under her care. Since I have talent, I might as well try my best. What's wrong with going back to live a normal life? Summoners can make a breakthrough too. Zhu Shanhai put away the screen in front of him and boarded the intercity maglev train with his sister. Since it was noon, there were not many people on the train, so the two siblings chose a seat by the window. Sister, when I graduate from high school, I will apply for the summoning college. Actually, I wanted to be an elemental manipulator like you, but unfortunately, I don't have the talent for it. I see. You can apply, don't worry about tuition fees and all, I have it covered, just study in peace. Zhu Sasu patted Zhu Shanhai's head. Time flew by so quickly that, in the blink of an eye, her brother was about to graduate from high school and enter college. Sister, thank you for all your hard work over the years. Zhu Shanhai said earnestly. Since their parents went missing in a space storm while heading to a frontier star system when he was 6, he and his 12-year-old sister relied on each other. She resolutely rejected all offers from relatives to raise them and single-handedly raised him until now. We're family, and you're my most important relative, so this is all necessary. Besides, you were very sensible when you were younger, just give you something to eat and you were fine. Sometimes I felt you were more like the older brother. Zhu Sasu joked. She was very relieved with her brother, now she didn't even have to cook for him, as he had taken over the responsibility. Sister, when are you leaving? Zhu Shanhai asked. After graduating from college, Zhu Sasu joined a group called Thorn's Rose Star Mercenary Group, completing tasks in various star systems and only returning home occasionally. I specially took a long vacation this time to spend some quality time at home with you. I will leave after you start college. Alright, I thought you were here just to spend time with me. Since Zhu Shanhai started cooking and doing house chores at the age of 12, his sister turned into a human-shaped ATM, only providing money, and her daily routine at home was sleep, eat, play, eat, sleep. In the evening, after having dinner, Zhu Shanhai sat in the living room and started searching for information about summoners. There is a huge world in the summoning profession that is no less than the universe itself, with all kinds of exotic beasts, ranging from bronze level to divine beast king level. If they are so powerful, why are summoners so weak? Zhu Shanhai wondered and continued to read. The summoner is a very powerful faction in the 10,000 tribes of the universe, but the human clan is new to the universe, and their overall strength is only mid-level in the universe. Hence, the human clan is weak in the summoning world, and they can't grab good exotic beast resources. Zhu Shanhai finally understood. Summoners need to enter the summoning world with their souls to find exotic beasts and sign contracts to summon exotic beasts. As Zhu Shanhai was reading about how to sign contracts with exotic beasts, he saw a list of 100 must-read books for summoners from the human clan. 4 essential skills for summoners: deceive, cheat, swindle, imposter hobbies and recipes of canine exotic beasts summoner. Look out a prosperous human race. The world view of exotic beasts. 10 ways to stroke cat-like exotic beasts. The 3 basic steps of contracting exotic beasts summoner. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Zhu Shanhai had a bad feeling just from looking at the table of contents. He felt that books about summoners were divided into 2 factions, either scumbags or lickspittles. Zhu Shanhai turned off the computer, got up to pour himself a glass of water to calm down, and then went back to bed to sleep. He'd have to take it one step at a time. In his sleep, Zhu Shanhai once again came to this bizarre world, which he visited every night in his dreams. All I did was pick up a copy of the Classic of Mountains and Seas before I crossed over. Is it necessary to come to this mount and sea world every day? I can't take anything from here with me. Before crossing over, Zhu Shanhai had just finished reading the entire Classic of Mountains and Seas, and was marveling at the incredible imagination of the ancients when he was transported to this world. In the dream, according to the description of the classic of mountains and seas, he was now in Mount Zhao, which was located in the South Mountain chapter. Zhu Shanhai casually took the Zhuyu handed over by the ape man and tasted the pineapple flavor this time. Zhuyu was the name of a kind of flower, shaped like a leek but with blue flowers. Eating it could stave off hunger, and each bite came with a pleasant surprise of different flavors. The ape man was originally called Xing Xing, but Zhu Shanhai preferred to call him Ape Man. Zhu Shanhai had been coming to this dream world of Mount and Sea since he was 6 years old. All the exotic beasts here were very friendly to Zhu Shanhai, taking him on tours around Mount Zhao. Zhu Shanhai would also tell them stories about his world and teach them how to read, build houses, forge metal, and cook. Now, the ape man could forge his own weapons to defend against the ancestor wolves that occasionally caused trouble. This was also a name that Zhu Shanhai had given them. Nowadays, he had become the leader of the ape man tribe and lived a life where his every wish was attended to in the dream world. Whoa! A group of ancestor wolves were harassing the ape man again. Zhu Shanhai watched them engage in park while standing on the mountaintop. This was the most anticipated regular event for him, as a group of 4-meter-tall ape men were wielding disc-like metal bars to fight the ancestor wolves. Although I have seen it many times, it's still thrilling to watch now. An 800-kilogram metal bar, just smashing it straight into the head of the ancestor wolf, yet it doesn't seem to have any effect. Such a brutal battle, but in the end, both sides only suffer minor injuries. These Mount and Sea exotic beasts are truly incredible. In the end, the ancestor wolves won by a narrow margin. Moments later, the former ape man leader brought a huge ancestor wolf over and gestured to Zhu Shanhai for a long time. Finally, Zhu Shanhai understood that the ancestor wolf wanted him to tell them stories. "You can understand me?" Zhu Shanhai asked in doubt. Although the ancestor wolf looked like a wolf, it was very different from regular wolves. It had wings on its back and 3 tails. The ancestor wolf nodded its head. "So what's in it for me? I can't just talk for free," Zhu Shanhai joked. The leader of the ancestor wolves snorted, and another one brought over a jade-like stone, placing it in front of Zhu Shanhai. "This is an energy stone," Zhu Shanhai exclaimed excitedly. He had seen his sister holding a small piece of this kind of energy stone while meditating. Then he became dejected, realizing that he couldn't take anything from this dream world with him. Chapter 508 Anti-Theft Version Chapter. The official chapter will be updated 2 hours later. It is recommended for the lords to watch tomorrow, mainly because Pork cannot take leave this month. I have to use the anti-theft version chapter first, and Pork will work overtime to update. Early morning, Zhu Shanhai is on his way to school. "Big brother, hi. Wait for me." A young man with a watermelon head came running and walked side by side with Zhu Shanhai. "Brother, hi, what talent did you test yesterday? Element controller or special ability user? Your family has such genes." The young man with the watermelon head asked curiously. "I am a summoner, how about you, Ziopen?" Zhu Shanhai looked at Yupeng, who had been following him since childhood. "I tested one as a rune master and one as a divine arts master." "Brother, hi, don't worry. Even if it's a summoner, brother, you must be the most powerful one." Yupeng comforted. "Thank you, Zio." Zhu Shanhai felt a bit down, thinking it would be great if he could summon the exotic beasts from the classic of mountains and seas. Hidden Dragon City 3rd High School, Zhu Shanhai is a student in Class 1 of Senior 3. Students are about to graduate, and everyone has tested their career talents yesterday. There are strong careers and weak ones. Here, the teacher has a word for you. There is no strongest career, only the strongest people. No matter what career, you can walk the path of legends. Zhu Shanhai looks at the homeroom teacher giving the final speech, feeling emotional. He blinks and graduates. When going to college, life is not so pure. When you apply for college, you must think carefully. It doesn't have to be the prestigious schools in the capital star. There are more resources and competition there, and countless geniuses and demons gather there. Before you go, weigh yourself carefully. The entrance examination is really deadly. Every year just the capital star entrance trial has hundreds of deaths. Then the homeroom teacher spoke for more than an hour before finishing. "Stand up, Bo." All classmates stood up and bowed. "Thank you for your hard work in teaching us for 3 years, teacher. You have worked hard." The homeroom teacher's eyes were a little red, and another group of graduates was sent away. Who knows how many can achieve legends? After finishing the last class, he finally graduated. Zhu Shanhai waited for Yupeng at the school gate. "Isn't his our summoner Zhu Shanhai?" A sneaky voice reached Zhu Shanhai's ears. "Isn't this our young master Li? How come you have time to deal with me, this little commoner today?" Zhu Shanhai said helplessly. This is a foolish second-generation rich named Liu. During high school, there was a girl who had a crush on Zhu Shanhai, and Liu liked her. Then the two grudges were forged. Ha ha ha, I heard you only have the talent of a summoner. I specially come to care about you. After all, the next time we meet, I will be a noble element controller, and you will be just a novice summoner. There is a huge gap, which makes me, as an opponent, feel ashamed. Liu said arrogantly. Even though the girl finally transferred school, he still felt angry at heart. He wondered in which aspect he was inferior to this poor kid. Zhu Shanhai's inner peace was not disturbed, he even felt like laughing. Was everyone so childish in high school? Before I run out of patience, get lost quickly, or I will beat you up before you get noble. Believe it or not. Zhu Shanhai was born sturdy, and once Liu brought two people to block him, the result was that the three were directly knocked out and Liu was stuffed into the trash can by Zhu Shanhai. Zhu Shanhai, I am telling you, I will avenge that sooner or later. Liu said viciously, then left proudly, because he saw that Zhu Shanhai was looking for trash cans. Childish. Zhu Shanhai looked at the departing Liu and said with contempt. After a while, Yu Peng's class was dismissed. Brother Hai, what are we going to do this afternoon? Yu Peng asked. I want to go to the Summoner Career Center to take a look. Do you want to come with me, then go to the Divine Arts Master and Rune Master Center to see it? Zhu Shanhai said after some thought. I plan to choose Rune Master. Divine Arts Master is very powerful at early stage, but it believes in the gods. I feel I can't believe it. It's ambitious. Believing in the gods will only make you a slave to the gods. We only believe in our ancestors. Zhu Shanhai didn't want his good brother to choose Divine Arts Master, because once they reached the legendary stage, they would be led to the kingdom of gods and become slaves of the gods. Okay, Ziopen. See you this afternoon. Zhu Shanhai and Yu Peng parted ways. After buying a bunch of things and returning home, Zhu Shanhai saw Zhu Sasu, who was lying on the sofa, looking at the clothes on the virtual market. Zhu Shanhai shook his head. This sister started to let go of herself without financial pressure, eating and being lazy, endlessly narcissistic. Sis, what do you want to eat? Zhu Shanhai asked. Red braised pork, twice cooked pork, crystal shrimp, roast lamb chops. Zhu Sasu began to drool as she said. Zhu Sasu feels that she can retire now. The money saved is almost enough, leaving aside the money for her brother's college and buying a house. It is enough for her to be lazy for a lifetime. I just asked, I will make whatever you want. Zhu Shanhai picked up the things and turned into the kitchen. Stinky kid. During the meal sis, what is your current strength? Zhu Shanhai asked curiously. Star level 3 order, soon to be moon level. Your sister was a genius in college. In the absence of any resources, I managed to level up to star level 3 order. How about it, am I amazing? Zhu Sasu said proudly, raising her head. Older sister is amazing. In the afternoon, Zhu Shanhai and Yu Peng came to the Summoner Career Center, which was a 20-story building situated in the garden. At the entrance, there were 2 stone lions more than 10 meters high. After entering, many summoned beasts were leisurely strolling in the garden, the smallest being water spirit rabbit, grasswood turtle, and flame chicken. The largest were winged dragon beasts, earth bears, and mysterious-sized jade lions, which were more than 20 meters high when standing up. So many exotic beasts living in peace together, the scene looked very harmonious. Are the two of you students here to visit our Summoner Career Center? Are you planning to work as a summoner after graduation? An enthusiastic uncle came over to greet them, thinking in his heart that if either of them had the talent of a summoner, he had to seize them, or his bonus this month would be gone. Come on, let me take you to learn about the history of our summoners first. The uncle said as he led the two. Which of you two has summoner's talent? Yu Peng pointed to Zhu Shanhai. They walked into a grand hall, and the hall was filled with virtual images. The uncle led the two to a display screen and said, when our human race first entered the universe, we discovered the summoning world. It is a world without boundaries. Summoners of all races in the universe can enter the summoning world. All kinds of information about the universe at the beginning were learned from the summoning world. The summoner's career in the universe is a strong existence. If you are strong enough to deceive. Powerful, you can even summon gods. After the initial efforts of our human race summoners, we have finally occupied a continent in the summoning world and own all the resources and exotic beasts of this continent. You might say, why are human summoners so weak now? Now, let me tell you the reason. Chapter 509, Forced Away Kid. Let's face it, even if I took control of your body with the current situation, I couldn't beat these puppets. Old Jian said helplessly in Yizi Oyao's heart. Yizi Oya looked at the 12 void refining stage puppets surrounding him, and in the end, he could only resign himself and say, Yizi Oyao, the Sword King sect, escaped from the vast void domain to here after meeting disaster. At this moment, the red light in the eyes of the leading void refining stage puppet turned green and said to Yi Oil, the basic logic matches, now you have two choices. First, leave the Linson Immortal City area immediately. Second, help you process your identity in this immortal city, so you can legally appear within the range of Linson Immortal City. I choose the second, Yi Oil said hurriedly. At this time, a blank card appeared in the hand of the void refining stage puppet, and then laser shot from its eyes, beginning to engrave on the card. In no time, an immortal-themed identity card appeared in Yi Oil's hand. Yi Oil looked at the retreating puppets and asked somewhat puzzled, such a big scene just to let me do this thing? Kid, don't just look at the superficial problem. The main reason those puppets came is to confirm that you are not from the demon clan. Old Jian said in Yi Oil's heart. It was a false alarm. I have had bad luck recently. Let's take a break in Linson Immortal City for a while. Yi Oil said and flew in the direction indicated by the puppet. In Linson Immortal City, Yi Oil stared at the extremely cheap 5th Order Premium Treasure in the Chamber of Commerce, and was somewhat stunned for a moment. Is the 5th Order Premium Treasure so cheap? Yi Oil asked with some doubt. Why don't you buy a few for yourself and find out? Old Jian teased in Yi Oil's heart. Fellow, I want 100 of each gold, wood, water, fire, and earth 5 elemental premium treasures. Yi Oil looked at the price tag and said generously, thinking that the different styles of 5th Order treasure spirit swords could finally be replaced. I am sorry, Senior, each person is limited to buying 5 5th Order premium treasures. The Golden Core Stage Cultivator salesman said with a smile. How can I buy more 5th Order treasures? Yi Oil asked bluntly, without the patience for the middleman's wasted words and processes. Complete the tasks of the Hidden Spirit Sect and Linson Immortal City. The Golden Core Stage salesperson said. As long as the senior inputs his energy into the identity card, task information will appear, which can answer all the doubts just now. The Golden Core salesperson continued to receive. Well then, I will take one of each of the gold, wood, water, fire, and earth 5 elements 5th Order treasures. Yi Oil said. Alright, please wait a moment. The Golden Core Stage salesperson said. In a small courtyard in Linson Immortal City, Yi Oil was examining the quality of the 5 elemental spirit swords. This hidden spirit sect is not simple. Old Jian said in Yi Oil's heart. Isn't it just 5 element spirit swords? Yi Oil looked at the 5 identically quality spirit swords and said. You only see the surface. These spirit swords are mass-produced, which should be the most suitable for you sword formation cultivators. Yi Oil said. Mass production, how are they produced? Yi Oil asked with some confusion. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. In short, this hidden spirit sect is not an ordinary sect. If possible, try to see if you can join this sect. Old Jian said. There is not much hope for that. My information has been known by them, and my sect should know too. Yi Oil said. You still don't know what happened to your small sect. Just treat it as disbanded. Old Jian said indifferently in Yi Oil's heart. Find a way to enter the inner sect and appear as a sword formation cultivator. You can then purchase spirit swords at a very low price. Can that work? Are the inner sects of any sect easy to enter? Yi Oil said. How can you know if you don't try? The transfer speed of personnel in the entire cultivation world is not as fast as before due to the space seal. As long as you can pass the sex test, there should be no problem entering the inner sect. Kid, although I always take advantage of you, you are actually outstanding outside. Generally, sects are very welcoming to disciples like you. Old Jian said. Alright, let's figure out a hidden spirit sect first, and then think about how to join. Yi Oil said. At this time, Zhu Fan, who was in closed-door cultivation, regained consciousness after comprehending a certain Tao law and took a short rest. The moment Zhu Fan opened his eyes, he received the message that Yi Oil was coming to Linson Immortal City. Yi Oil, it's really destiny. Zhu Fan looked at Yi Oil's message and smiled. Escaped from the vast void domain? I wonder if that Xuan Huang stone is related? Zhu Fan touched his chin and said. Master, should we try to drive him away? Pu Tao volunteered to ask. Driving away is a must, but cannot be too deliberate. Zhu Fan said. He thought back to his experiences with Yi Oil and felt that their destinies were mutually exclusive, or that they were incompatible with that golden finger grandpa. If he were an ordinary protagonist who would make friends with Yi Oil, he wouldn't mind. However, since Yi Oil had that golden finger grandpa, he always had an intention of being a freeloader and getting close to Zhu Fan, which made him very disgusted. Pu Tao, you do this, summon a railgun from the sky to specifically target Yi Oil, and don't do anything else. Zhu Fan thought for a moment and said. For protagonists, the most basic respect is to avoid appearing if you can. Yes, Master. Pu Tao replied. In the small courtyard of Linson Immortal City, Yizi Ouyao, who was resting, suddenly stood up and quickly offered all the spirit swords on his body to form a defensive sword array. At this time, he felt like a little rabbit being stared at by a giant beast. What's going on? Is there danger in the Immortal City? Yizi Ouyao asked vigilantly. At this moment, Yizi Ouyao felt as if a sharp sword was pressed against his throat. What's locking you in? Hurry up and escape. Old Jian hurriedly said in Yizi Ouyao's heart. He also felt the pressure from the thing that locked Yizi Ouyao in. Don't rest anymore. As soon as that thing attacks, no one can save you. Old Jian said. What should we do? Yizi Ouyao panicked a bit as well. Take out the few special things I mentioned and arrange them like this. Old Jian calmly said. Yizi Ouyao hurriedly took out several strange spirit pearls and arranged them into a strange symbol according to Old Jian's request. Stand in the middle and burst out all your spiritual power. A strong spiritual power seeped from Yizi Ouyao's body and was instantly absorbed by the bizarre spirit pearls. Ping, a terrifying black bottomless hole appeared and directly swallowed Yizi Ouyao. Then the strange spirit pearls turned into powder and dissipated in the air. You're saying Yizi Ouyao used a strange method to teleport away? Zhu Fan asked curiously. Yes, Yizi Ouyao's spiritual power fluctuations can't be found in the entire Linsenator Immortal City area. Chapter 510, Invincible Demon Venerable. No wonder it's the Golden Finger Master, he really has a lot of weird tricks up his sleeve, Zhu Fan said with a smile. He knew that, in such a crisis, Golden Finger Master would definitely use his trump card. Didn't expect it to be so easy to get rid of Yizi Ouyao. That guy is like a human-shaped disaster magnet. If he stays in one place too long, he will definitely cause trouble, Zhu Fan said, relieved. Over the years, Zhu Fan had came to understand. Not all protagonists are the same. For example, Sword Wuji and Han Fiu. Their sect wholeheartedly nurtured them, even if accidents occurred in the end, it didn't harm the sect's interests. Han Fiu contributed important spiritual treasures to the sect, as well as improving the Gathering Spirits array on Hidden Spirit Island. As for Sword Wuji, he saved the higher-ups of the Hidden Spirit sect by risking his life. Zhu Fan was extremely fond of protagonists like these. However, when it came to Yizi Ouyao and his power of Calamity that could wreak havoc across a region, Zhu Fan would keep his distance. Was my whimsical behavior a while back because of Yizi Ouyao? Zhu Fan said, somewhat confused. At this moment, Pu Tao reported a message to Zhu Fan. Zhu Fan's face instantly turned ugly. Damn it, what kind of instant retribution is this? Zhu Fan, controlling the integration stage puppet, appeared above the Demon World Steel Great Wall, staring at the three uninvited guests who suddenly arrived. Humans, leave the Two Realms teleportation channel within 3 days and move 1,000,000 miles away. Leave before my urge to kill kicks in. The three esteemed ones in the sky appeared as shadows. These three are too powerful, their combat prowess is at least stronger than that of Cloud Holy Demon Venerate. The several giant cannons in the sky, I feel like they won't be able to restrain them, Zan Ling said cautiously while staring at the esteemed one's shadows in midair, then transmitted his voice to Zhu Fan. 3 esteemed ones, what if we don't move? Zhu Fan stared at the shadows of the 3 esteemed ones in the sky and asked. Blood will cover the corpses, all the humans in your area shall die, the demon said, staring at Zhu Fan while controlling the integration stage puppet. The 3 esteemed ones all have respect and face, can't we just discuss things peacefully? As Zhu Fan spoke, he made the integration stage puppet take out the 1,000 Spirit Sect Grand Elder's avatar Jade Talisman, revealing just a hint of its aura. For a moment, the 3 esteemed ones felt the world spinning around them, as a figure as colossal as heaven and earth appeared before them. Invincible Venerable. The 3 esteemed ones shouted in alarm before fleeing without looking back. 1,000 Spirit Sect Supreme Elder, so terrifying. Just a hint of the avatar's aura was enough to scare them off, Zan Ling exclaimed, his eyes full of admiration. Zhu Fan, on the other hand, was lost in thought. He was thinking, if those 3 esteemed ones had come for the Xuan Huang Stone, wouldn't they be doomed? The Xuan Huang Stone already warranted the intervention of the Invincible Venerable. When the Invincible Venerable comes, besides the Avatar Jade Talisman in his hand, he would have no other means to resist. This is going to be a bit difficult, Zhu Fan said, stroking his chin. If it doesn't work, we can just move. We have done it before, Zan Ling said. It's easy to move, but the cultivators and ordinary people in Immortal City would probably be finished, Zhu Fan spoke in annoyance. This 100-fold return deal seemed a little off. How come there are side effects? Master, maybe I have a solution, Pu Tao's voice sounded at this moment. Zhu Fan and Zan Ling's spirits lifted. What's your solution? I can place the origin world above the channel that connects the two realms, absorbing the spatial force that maintains the two realms' teleportation channel. In this way, the channel will collapse due to insufficient spatial force. There's light at the end of the tunnel. It's just a pity that all the arrangements we made here over the years will have been in vain, Zufan said with a sigh. But it's still better than having invincible monster venerable come to our door. This sentence was what Zufan muttered in his heart. Pack up your things and move away from the demon world, commanded Zufan. For a moment, all cultivators and puppets in the demon world began moving crucial resources and spiritual treasures to the two realms' teleportation channel. Zufan's avatar appeared among the Jade Light Rabbit clan. Now we're going to shut down the two realms channel. Your clan can either choose to live in the human clan or not? Zufan asked with a smile, while playing with the avatar Jade Talisman in his hand. The avatar Jade Talisman occasionally emitted a hint of invincible venerable Zora. Our Jade Light Rabbit clan is an alliance of the Hidden Spirit sect. If you leave, we will leave too, said Jade Light Monster Sovereign cautiously, fearing that any word might make Zufan unhappy. Alright, your clan can start moving now. Some unimportant things can be left behind, replied Zufan. By the way, I will allocate a special area in the human realm for you to plant all kinds of spiritual fruits, enough for your entire clan as a staple food, Zufan said with a smile. Zufan's words made the eyes of a little rabbit beside Jade Light Monster Sovereign brighten up instantly. Thank you, Great Master. Jade Light Monster Sovereign stood up and bowed. There was no choice. It was already a good thing that they were not easily slaughtered by others, in this situation where the knife was in their hands. Hurry up, we probably don't have much time, Zufan nodded. 5 days later, everyone except for the Steel Great Wall was withdrawn into the human realm, including the Jade Light Rabbit clan. Putao, you can start now, said Zufan. In order to make the origin world successfully absorb the spatial power of the two realms channel, Zufan moved the entire Hidden Spirit Island to appear above the two realms teleportation channel. Origin world descends. Yes, a shimmering white sphere appeared above the two realms natural channel and slowly began to descend. At the same time, the shadow of a virtual world appeared, directly enveloping the two realms natural channel. Putao, I authorize you to mobilize all the 5 elements origin power in the sect, Zufan said, as he looked at the world shadow struggling against the two realms natural channel. Understood. 5 colored dragons flew out from above Hidden Spirit Island and entered the white sphere directly. In a moment, the small world shadow began to solidify. The two realms natural channel began to shrink slowly. At this rate, the two realms natural channel would disappear within 5 days. At this moment, Ning Dao appeared beside Zufan. I heard that you are going to seal the two realms natural channel using the 5 elements source. I have brought the entire stock from Linson Immortal City, Ning Dao said with a righteous expression, handing the jade bottle to Zufan. Thank you, Elder Ning. If nothing unexpected happens, we won't need it, said Zufan, somewhat touched. Just as Zufan's words dropped, he felt an astonishing aura coming from the two realms channel. Master, Invincible Monster Venerable is coming in 3 moments and is expected to arrive at the two realms teleportation channel. Putao's voice was swift. An unexpected situation has occurred. Without any hesitation, Zufan activated the avatar Jade Talisman. The Thousand Spirit Sect Supreme Elder's avatar appeared in front of Zufan. Invincible Monster Venerable is invading. Great Supreme Elder, thank you for your hard work, Zufan said respectfully. The avatar of the Thousand Spirit Sect Supreme Elder nodded at Zufan and eventually transformed into a streak of flowing light, rushing into the two realms natural channel. Zufan also opened the jade bottle in his hand and poured out the 5 elements source. Chapter 511, Heartbroken Zufan poured the 5 elements source from the jade bottle. The 5 elements source transformed into 5 long dragons in the air, flying into the solidifying small world. Instantly, the entrance of the connection channel became smaller and smaller. However, the residual fluctuations of the battle from the two realms channel became increasingly intense, even threatening the small world. Worthy of being the invincible venerable, these combat remnants are astonishing, Zonling commented from the side. Are you sure you shouldn't be worrying about what to do if this two realms channel doesn't close when the time comes? The avatar Jade Talisman of the Thousand Spirit Sect Supreme Elder can only sustain for about an hour, Zufan said. Though he usually remained calm, at this moment, he felt somewhat tense. If the avatar of the Thousand Spirit Sect Supreme Elder failed to block the invincible demon venerable, all these years of his hard work would end up in vain. Right at this moment, a voice reached Zufan's ears. Grand Elder, that invincible demon lord came to the human realm in search of a treasured artifact. Hearing the words of the Supreme Elder, Zufan suddenly understood that the invincible demon venerable had indeed come in search of the Xuan Huang stone. There's another thing, Grand Elder. I can barely hold on. I can only maintain it for half a quarter of an hour. You should prepare yourself. The avatar of the Thousand Spirit Sect Supreme Elder spoke somewhat helplessly. He originally thought he could salvage the situation, only to encounter an existence of the same level as his. If his main body had come, it would have been better. But unfortunately, he was on the verge of being unable to hold on. Thanks to the Supreme Elder for going to all the trouble, Zhu Fan replied. Master, are they unable to hold on over there? Li Xingxai observed Zhu Fan's expression and asked. At this moment, everyone's gaze turned to Zhu Fan. When everyone arrived earlier, they were ready to evacuate. They were fully prepared. It's okay. I just feel sorry for some things. Zhu Fan's voice expressed a hint of sorrow. Yi Zioyo had thwarted him like this, not only turning the good brother's milk into poisonous milk, but more importantly, the slightest carelessness could lead to the massacre of these mortals under his protection by the demon clan. A merit and fortune treasure cover appeared behind Zhu Fan. The merit and fortune treasure cover was already multicolored at this point. With a little more solidification, it could become a supreme treasure to suppress a sect or an immortal country. Everyone seeing the merit and fortune treasure cover behind Zhu Fan understood his intentions. This really is heart-wrenching. Zhang Ling commented upon seeing the merit and fortune treasure cover. He knew how difficult it was to condense this thing. What has to come will come eventually, what has to go will go. Zhu Fan muttered, his hands forming hand seals. Everyone felt a sense of joy and happiness for a moment, a feeling that could not be described or expressed was born from their hearts. The merit and fortune treasure cover flew over the small world and exploded directly. It transformed into many spiritual chi flowers, falling over the small world. The small world began to materialize at an astonishing speed, and the two realms channel began to shrink rapidly as well. Finally, it disappeared completely in less than half a moment. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, then looked up at the merit and fortune treasure cover, which was about to disappear, feeling somewhat melancholy. Grand Elder, thank you for the cultivators of Linsun Immortal City and the common people, Ning Dao tried to comfort, knowing Zhu Fan must be feeling down at the moment. Thank you for your comfort, eldest brother. I would like some quiet time, Zhu Fan sighed. Another of his trump cards was spent. You can all go back, I will stay here for a while, Zhu Fan quietly observed the small world in front of him. Grand Elder, when the old go, the new come. Just think positively. Master, I promise to earn more merit for you in the future, to help you reform this merit and fortune treasure cover. Zhu Gang said. Seeing his master in such distress troubled him deeply. Master, I will go out now to find that merit magical treasure for you, and help you re-establish the merit and fortune treasure cover. Zhu Yuxian said. At this moment, Li Xingxai took out an ordinary stone sword and said to Zhu Fan, Master, this is the chi fortune treasure from my unseen father-in-law's sect. I hope it can be of use to you. You should go and absorb it. At this time, Wang Xiangqi felt a bit awkward. His senior brothers all comforted Master using their special skills, it seemed like he didn't have anything useful to contribute. Master, let me play some soothing music for you, hope it makes you feel better. Wang Xiangqi said with some embarrassment. Master, why don't you cast another Immortal Palace Feast spell on me to cheer yourself up, Zhu Kailing said. Haha, I am not a child. I don't need you all comforting me like this. I appreciate your kindness, but I am not as heartbroken as you all think. Zhu Fan said with a smile. After the disciples' comforting words, Zhu Fan's mood had improved a lot. Little 5, remember your words, I am going to use this Immortal Palace Feast on you. I don't know if you can withstand it. Zhu Fan said smilingly. Of all his disciples, he felt that Little 5 was the toughest on him. Zhu Kailing's face changed, he said fearfully, Master, I only said that to comfort you. Then I will keep that in mind. Zhu Fan said while chuckling. At this moment, Pu Tao's main body and origin world had already become fixed in place. Pu Tao, this place will henceforth be the second branch of the Hidden Spirit sect. You should start building it. Zhu Fan instructed. As you wish, Master. Pu Tao replied. After Zhu Fan had finished speaking, he took everyone back to Hidden Spirit Island. The Hidden Spirit Island flew towards the direction of the 100,000 Li Giant Lake. The Tei Great Hall of the Thousand Spirit Sect. The Thousand Spirit Sect's Supreme Elder, who was in the middle of cultivating his avatar, suddenly stopped. What's wrong, eldest brother? Asked the Thousand Spirit Sect's third Supreme Elder, noticing something unusual. My avatar Jade Talisman was used by the Great Elder, said the Supreme Elder of the Thousand Spirit Sect. So, are you going to send another one? The third Supreme Elder of the Thousand Spirit Sect. The avatar Jade Talisman was only half-formed. I remember giving you one 1,000 years ago. If you haven't used it, hand it over. The Supreme Elder said casually. Eldest brother, There's no rule about repossessing what you have already given away, is there? The Thousand Spirit Sect's third Supreme Elder said in anger. Stop whining, you're always by my side. What danger is there? Worst case, I will give you another one in the future. The Supreme Elder said indifferently. Don't forget, when we ascend to the Great Thousand World, we will all need to help each other. The Supreme Elder glanced at the Third Elder. It's just an Avatar Jade Talisman, no big deal. The Third Supreme Elder laughed as he took out the Avatar Jade Talisman. I will first refine it, to increase the power of this Avatar Jade Talisman. I didn't expect that the Great Elder of the Hidden Spirit Gate would be so good at making trouble, even managing to provoke an invincible demon majesty-level existence. Luckily nothing happened, otherwise we might have lost a prospective artifact refining Grandmaster. As the Supreme Elder spoke, he began to refine the Avatar Jade Talisman. Old 3, why are you looking for me? The Honored One of the Thousand Spirit Sect hurriedly rushed in. Chapter 512, Zufan's counterattack. The Great Master has used the Avatar Jade Talisman, send him another one, Third Supreme Elder said. Thousand Spirit Venerated was stunned. By rights, the eldest brother should have told me about this matter. Why is it up to you? Because the Avatar Jade Talisman you need to send is the one the eldest brother gave me, the Third Supreme Elder said gloomily, with a sense of grievance in his tone. Do you want me to mark it as a gift from you? Hearing Old 3's words, Thousand Spirit Venerated cheered up. Forget it, that would make me seem too utilitarian, the Third Supreme Elder shook his head and said. He had already thought that when the Hidden Spirit Sect Elder became a master of chi refining, he would manage to mix in a spot for refining immortal tools based on the relationships of the eldest brother and a second brother. For once, you have made me happy, Thousand Spirit Venerated nodded and said. The Third Supreme Elder of the Thousand Spirit Sect turned his head away, he didn't want to talk to Old 2. Above the 100,000-li giant lake, Danji Turtle, whom Zufan had brought along, was fishing. Old Turtle, do you think I have been very unlucky lately? Zufan said. Wu Tanji Turtle let out a low moan. You're right, fortunes are always changing, and no one can have good luck all the time, Zufan said. He had lost his merit and fortune treasure cover, and he always felt that something was missing. That strong sense of security he had before had now developed a crack, he always felt that someone was plotting against him. Wu Tanji Turtle let out another low moan. I also want to be like you and find a safe place to stay, but I don't want to be too restricted. I feel more secure relying on myself, Zufan sighed. At this moment, Tanji Turtle looked at Zufan, then slowly crawled out of the spirit boat and jumped into the 100,000-li giant lake, swimming in the direction of the Hidden Spirit Gate. Talking to this person was too exhausting. That was what Tanji Turtle was thinking right now. You don't even want to keep me company. Zufan was annoyed. The Two Realms channel is gone, one absorbed and the other collapsed due to regional spatial instability. Should we recapture the Two Realms channel in the adjoining Immortal City again? After all, it is now the territory of the Demon Clan, Zufan pondered. Forget it, I should focus on my closed-door cultivation for now, Zufan said as the temporary avatar exploded, turning into the purest 5 elements spiritual energy. Inside the closed room chamber, Zufan looked inexplicably in the direction of 9 Phoenix Island. I have a feeling that someone is going to cause trouble. Ever since Zufan's merit and fortune treasure cover had disappeared, he had always had a feeling of being watched. That feeling was coming from the direction of 9 Phoenix Island. Could it be that the big shot who assisted Feng Qingning is plotting against me? Zufan wondered. At this moment, Zufan suddenly sensed something strange about Putao. Master, I have captured a team of nascent soul stage puppets, Putao said, with a hint of surprise in her tone. Are they from 9 Phoenix Island? Zufan asked. Yes, these puppets were made on their production line, Putao said. Bring them over for me to take a look. As you wish. Not long after, 12 nascent soul stage puppets appeared in Zufan's small courtyard. It's actually a path to initiate spiritual cultivation and self-evolution, Zufan said as he looked at the 12 combined puppets. It has a taste of an intelligent revolution, weak in computational power but strong in logical ability. Interesting, Zufan said, stroking his chin. But this rate of combat power promotion is really fast. As long as these puppets find suitable spiritual minds, they can place them into their own spiritual energy core for refining and quickly improve their realm. It's just a pity that there's too much limitation and they need a supreme treasure to suppress them, Zufan said as he evaluated the puppets. Master, can I devour them? Putao's voice sounded. Not now. Don't just think about devouring this and that. You're already quite fat, so first digest before moving on, Zufan said. Recently, Putao had devoured many good things, and if it continues like this, indigestion would be very likely. I wondered why I was a bit uneasy lately, So it turns out someone really targeted me. Zhu Fan laughed as he looked at the 12 combined puppets. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. Zhu Fan said. 3 days later, there were 12 balls of light, each the size of a glass ball. All of you go back and serve your masters well. Zhu Fan said with a smile. Immediately afterwards, the 12 balls of light flew out of Zhu Fan's hands and drilled into the puppets' cores. The great power who assisted Feng Qingning is more formidable than I imagined. If Pu Tao hadn't experienced these evolutions, maybe I would have fallen into his hands. You made a move against me, so the matchup has begun. Zhu Fan looked towards 9 Phoenix Island and said. You can send the 12 puppets over, and I can also send them back. In the underground space, there was a teleportation array embedded with 5-node Dao tools, and 12 puppets stood on top of it. Start the conveyor belt. It's impolite not to return what was given. No doubt you must have paid a heavy price to send them here. Zhu Fan said, activating the teleportation array. After a burst of energy fluctuations, the 12 puppets disappeared and the 5-node Dao tools were scrapped. The cost of this teleportation was enough. I need to settle this account with him later. Finishing all this, Zhu Fan returned to closed-door cultivation. 9 Phoenix Continent, tens of thousands of miles away from the city. A streak of divine light flashed and 12 combined puppets appeared. Mission failed, go back and report to the National Division. The leading void refining stage puppet said. Going to the National Division now will only face the danger of being scrapped. A puppet with twinkling eyes said. Who can provide a better option? The leading puppet seemed to accept the suggestion, seeking a better outcome. Downgrade to the void refining stage level puppets, modify the serial numbers, and serve the master again. Another puppet suggested. Theoretical logic is upheld, start executing this plan. The leading puppet said. 9 Phoenix City, National Division's residence. It seems the plan has failed. The young National Division sighed. He waved his hand, dissipating the calculation array formed with merit and destiny. I underestimated him. Next time, I will gather a team of Mahayana stage puppets. Let's see what he can do about it. The young National Division snorted lightly, admitting his underestimation. How is the construction of Haiju going? The young National Division turned his head and said to the humanoid puppet behind him. 2 Haiju have been launched and are in operation, and there are 3 others currently under construction. The puppet said respectfully. In the endless sea, the amount of resources we are looking for is huge. It's difficult to quickly accumulate Mahayana stage puppets. The young National Division sighed. He looked up at the sky, and an inexplicable emotion flashed through his eyes. I wonder how far I can go in this life? When I return, I will definitely make your soul merge and annihilate, turning your immortal soul into the raw material for heavenly soul lamp. The young National Division said, his eyes flashing with overwhelming hatred. Chapter 513, Soul Conversion Array. Zhu Fan looked at the empty bankruptcy teleportation array and sighed. A peaceful life always gets interrupted. I invested in the primitive shares because I had good foresight. It's fine for you to be jealous of my profits, but attacking me was your mistake, Zhu Fan muttered to himself. I hope my little trick can teach you a lesson. The 12 puppets Zhu Fan sent back all had a special seed planted within them. A seed that releases their true spirit nature. In the closed room chamber, Zhu Fan murmured, there won't be any more interruptions to my cultivation this time, right? Zhu Fan slowly closed his eyes and began to enter a state of selfless cultivation. As time passed, there was no concept of years in his cultivation journey. This time, Zhu Fan spent a total of 60 years in closed-door cultivation. When Zhu Fan opened his eyes again, Dao scriptures appeared in the sky, covering the entire hidden spirit sector A wall. This formation should mean that your master ancestor is coming out of closed-door cultivation, said Zonling, who was teaching his grandson at the moment. Grandpa, what do these scriptures mean? Why can't I understand any of them? Li Qiafan asked as he looked at the Dao scriptures on the formation wall. It's normal that you can't understand them. I can't understand some of them either. So in this situation, just show an impressed expression, and that will be enough. This way, you will appear deep and full of connotations, Zonling said with a look of admiration for the Dao scriptures on his face. Grandpa, Master Ancestor once said that honesty is important unless it is necessary to pretend, Li Qiafan said with a smile. I am talking about when you are outside. Inside here, there's indeed no need, Zonling said, his expression turning serious. At this moment, everyone in the sect who was not in closed-door cultivation saw the Dao scriptures on the formation wall. The door to Zhu Fan's closed room chamber gently opened, and Zhu Fan walked out. I have finally accomplished something by reaching the perfect completion of the God transformation stage, Zhu Fan said with a smile. As he looked at the sky, he waved his hand, and all the Dao scriptures on the formation wall were sucked into his palm. beams of escaping light flashed by, and Zhu Gang, Wang Xiangqi, Li Xingxi, and Zhu Kailing appeared in Zhu Fan's small courtyard. "Greetings, Master, for coming out of closed-door cultivation," Zhu Gang and the others said respectfully. "During my 60 years of closed-door cultivation, you have all performed admirably," Zhu Fan said with satisfaction. "It's only right that we contribute to the sect," Zhu Gang said. Over the years of Zhu Fan's closed-door cultivation, whenever Zhu Gang had time, he would lead the puppets to wipe out the nearby demon clan. If you were in Linson Immortal City's territory and suddenly saw a large, flat piece of land, do not doubt that Zhu Gang had been there. "Where's Moon Immortal?" Zhu Fan asked, looking around. "She was out capturing demons and demonic beasts. She should be on her way back now," Li Xingxi said. Zhu Fan nodded. "I have spent 60 years in closed-door cultivation and gained many insights into the Great Tao. I will give you a lecture in a few days," Zhu Fan said with a smile. During these 60 years, Zhu Fan had not only cultivated to the peak of the God transformation stage, but he had also revised the 5 elements art once again. Therefore, he wanted to update his disciples' cultivation techniques. "Thank you, Master," Zhu Gang and the others bowed and said. "All right, you may go back to your tasks. I still have some matters to attend to," Zhu Fan said and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. At the second branch of the Hidden Spirit sect, where the channel between the two realms used to be, Zhu Fan appeared in front of Pu Tao's main body. "Master, the special law has been deduced, and now those talented but elderly Danju masters can be brought in," Pu Tao said. "Finally, it's completed. Let's bring those people over now, especially Sui Ying. Let the Jade Light Esteemed One accompany Sui Ying on this trip," Zhu Fan said. "These years haven't been easy for him," Zhu Fan said. Occasionally, during his closed-door cultivation, Zhu Fan would pay attention to this important news. While he was in seclusion, Sui Ying married a female cultivator named Zhao Su. Soon after, the couple had a child in their second year of marriage. But 3 years later, an accident occurred. An extremely stealthy demonic beast at the integration stage attacked the team Zhao Su was on during a mission. That team of cultivators perished. That same year, Sui Ying was promoted to a 7th-order Tanju master. In the following decades, Sui Ying was either killing the demon clan or on his way to kill them. As a result of long-term fighting, although his body was nourished by spiritual medicine, his soul constantly decayed. Even the secret method of the Jade Light Rabbit clan could only slow down this trend. Now Sui Ying was hanging by a thread, his soul like a small flame in the wind that could be extinguished at any moment. "Understood, Master," Pu Tao said. Soon after, a spiritual boat appeared. An elegant woman with a pair of white rabbit ears on her head assisted an emaciated old man off the spirit boat. Although the old man seemed like a candle flickering in the wind, the sword intent in his gaze grew even more pure. "Please help Sui Ying enter through the light gate," Pu Tao's voice sounded. A light gate appeared in front of the two. "Once we go through this gate, is there a way to save him?" the woman with rabbit ears asked. "You will know once you enter," Pu Tao replied. Upon hearing Pu Tao's response, the woman helped the old man enter the light gate. As soon as the woman and the old man entered the light gate, they were teleported to the center of the array. "Greetings, Great Master," the Jade Light Esteemed One said as she saluted. The old man merely nodded slightly at Zhu Fan in a show of respect. He no longer had the strength to speak. Zhu Fan first nodded in response to the old man and then said to the Jade Light Esteemed One, "How has your clan been adapting to the human realm?" "In recent years, our people have become accustomed to life in the human realm, and we are grateful for the protection of the Great Master," the Jade Light Esteemed One respectfully said. Life for the Jade Light Rabbit clan in the human realm turned out to be much easier than they imagined, even happier than in the demon world. "That's good. My hidden spirit sect and your clan will be a permanent alliance," Zhu Fan promised. The underlying implication was that as long as he and the rabbits coexisted, he would protect the Jade Light Rabbit clan. "Thank you, Great Master, for your kindness towards our clan," the Jade Light Monster Sovereign once again saluted and said. "It's about mutual help and support," Zhu Fan said with a smile. "Now, I need to perform the spiritual root transformation on Sui Ying. The process is lengthy, so if you have no other matters, you may leave," Zhu Fan said, smiling. "Great Master, may I watch from the side? I want to see him return to his youthful appearance," the Jade Light Monster Sovereign said. After her clan moved to the human realm, she became Sui Ying's private caretaker. The daily contact in recent years had made the Jade Light Monster Sovereign appreciate this man who only had eyes for his sword and his family. Zhu Fan looked at the Jade Light Esteemed One's admiring gaze and nodded. As long as it wasn't a tragic love. The Jade Light Monster Sovereign obediently stood behind Zhu Fan, watching him activate the array. A black and white Taiji array rose and was soon joined by a green and red light intertwined in the sky. Originally an old man on the ground, Sui Ying's body slowly rose. Chapter 514, Mysterious Xingzhu. Finally, a massive life force fell from the sky, infusing itself into Sui Ying's body. As the big formation operated, and with the input of those special rules, Sui Ying successfully transformed from a mortal who could not cultivate into a 5 spiritual root cultivator. Afterwards, that massive life force found an outlet and poured various spiritual powers into Sui Ying's body. Qi refining first layer, Qi refining second layer, Qi refining third layer, all the way to the 12th layer of Qi refining, and finally breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. At this moment, a large amount of sword intent surged out of Sui Ying's body, forming a giant sword in the air. Later, Zhu Fan stopped infusing spiritual power, but after the giant sword returned to Sui Ying's body, he began to spontaneously absorb various spiritual powers. In the end, his cultivation level was fixed at the golden core stage. He's really a good talent for a sword cultivator. Zhu Fan couldn't help but exclaim. At this time, Sui Ying, who was in the center of the array, slowly opened his eyes. A sound of sword cry seemed to echo in the sky. Thank you, Great Elder, for extending my life through the transformation. Sui Ying bowed and said. As the first puppet master of our hidden spirit sect, you deserve this treatment. Zhu Fan said with a smile. From now on, you can practice both sword cultivation and puppet mastery at the same time. I will do as you say. Sui Ying nodded and said. Alright, you can leave this world now, as there are other puppet masters waiting for the transformation. Zhu Fan waved his hand and said. Great Elder, can I go hunt the demon clan now? Sui Ying said with a cold gleam in his eyes. Of course, just don't forget to take up the mission, and don't waste the rewards. Zhu Fan said with a smile. Thank you, Great Elder. After Sui Ying left, Zhu Fan performed the transformation for several hundred puppet masters who were about to reach their great limit, all turning them into 5 spiritual root cultivators. At the same time, a new exchange option appeared in the points hall of the virtual game. Natal Soul Transformation Array, which can transform mortals who cannot cultivate into 5 spiritual root cultivators. In an instant, all the mortals in the virtual game who couldn't cultivate became excited, but after seeing the points required for the Natal Soul Transformation Array, they became somewhat desperate. After 3 days and nights, Zhu Fan finally completed the transformation for several hundred puppet masters. Pu Tao, have you collected enough data on this Natal Soul Transformation Array? I will let you control it. Zhu Fan said. Yes, Master. Zhu Fan left the origin world and returned to the hidden spirit sect. Finally finished the most important task. Zhu Fan said with a smile. The reason he left closed-door cultivation was because of an intuition. He had sensed that Sui Ying's soul fire was about to be extinguished, so he hurried to perform the Natal Soul Transformation Array for him, and accumulated enough cultivation to reach the foundation establishment stage. However, Sui Ying's many years of comprehending sword intent helped him advance to the golden core stage. As soon as Zhu Fan returned to the hidden spirit sect, he went to the starship refining grounds. At this time, the two 30,000-meter-long starships had reached the final stage of completion. Number 1 and Number 2 avatars, 2 artifact refining grandmasters from the Thousand Spirit sect, along with 12 demon race artifact refining grandmasters, were working on the finishing touches. As for why there were so many demon race refinement grandmasters, it was because the Supreme Elder of the Thousand Spirit sect could only find so many. Avatar Number 1 and Number 2 clone greeted Zhu Fan with a nod. The 2 artifact refining grandmasters of the Thousand Spirit sect walked over enthusiastically. Congratulations on leaving closed-door cultivation, Great Elder, said the artifact refining grandmasters of the Thousand Spirit sect. At the beginning of the 2 starships refining process, the Thousand Spirit sect sent over their 2 beloved prodigies to learn. Afterwards, every few years, a demon race refiner grandmaster was transported. Until now, 12 of them were present. How is your learning progressing here, esteemed masters? Will you be able to refine starships on your own after returning? Zhu Fan asked with a smile. The 2 refining masters from the Thousand Spirit sect felt a bit embarrassed. If given separate blueprints, they could practice 100% of what was on them. However, if they removed the blueprints and let them refine another new type of starship out of thin air, they'd be clueless. To be honest, although our refining skills have greatly improved here, we still struggle when it comes to independently refining starships. One of the Thousand Spirit sect refining masters said with some embarrassment. No worries. When you leave this time, I will send you several sets of starship blueprints. This way, the Thousand Spirit sect can refine them on your own. Zhu Fan said generously. Not long after Zhu Fan's closed-door cultivation, the honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect visited and sent another avatar jade talisman of the Thousand Spirit sect Supreme Elder. Being gracious, he couldn't be petty in return. Thank you, Great Master. The two refining masters from the Thousand Spirit sect said excitedly. They had had this idea for a long time, but such things were surely the secrets of a sect and couldn't be given to others easily. According to the unwritten rules of the refining path, being able to learn here was already the greatest tolerance. These things are not valuable to me, you can take them. Zhu Fan said with a smile. In a matter of minutes, he could have Pu Tao create dozens of starship blueprints. Great Master, we still have many questions about these two starships that will soon be finished. When can you explain it to us? The refining master from the Thousand Spirit sect pleaded. His attitude was like that of a junior asking for advice from a senior. Didn't number 1 and number 2 tell you? Zhu Fan asked in confusion. The two masters have lectured us, but they said that the core content has to be discussed with you. Oh, I see. Zhu Fan nodded. Let's find a chance to discuss it another day. Zhu Fan said with a smile. At this moment, Zhu Fan received a report from Pu Tao that the honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect had arrived. A huge starship stopped on the surface of the 100,000 Li giant lake. Great Master, it's been more than 60 years since we last met, and I have missed you. The honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect laughed heartily and held Zhu Fan's hand. During my closed-door cultivation, I missed the honored one too. I haven't seen the honored one for more than 60 years, and your cultivation has greatly improved. Zhu Fan also said with a smile. Hidden Spirit Sect, welcoming hall. Zhu Fan and the honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect drank tea together. Great Master, does your sect have a secret starship in addition to the modified Serpent Spirit starships? The honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect asked. No, if my sect had 2 starships, we wouldn't have deliberately concealed it from the honored one. Zhu Fan said with some confusion, but he could vaguely guess something. In the inner area of the vast void domain, I saw a strange starship completely controlled by puppets. Its speed and combat power were beyond my imagination. At that time, I thought of the Great Master, but at that time, our human clan and demon clan were in a starship war, so there was no time to ask. I couldn't detect anything about the puppet controlling the starship either. The honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect said. The combat power demonstrated by the strange starship in the vast void domain left a deep impression on him. Have you seen the whole picture of the starship? A light and shadow technique was used and the honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect revealed a starship similar to an interstellar landing craft in front of Zhu Fan. This should be a special starship, specifically for capturing starships, Zhu Fan said. He knew where the strange starship had come from. Chapter 515, Boarding the Login Ship. Is this a landing craft starboat? Honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect asked with some confusion. Yes, the main purpose of this starboat is to break through the outer shell of the giant beast warship and dispatch puppets for internal combat, Zhu Fan explained. Hearing Zhu Fan's words, the honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect's eyes brightened, and this suited him perfectly. Does the honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect also want such a starboat? Zhu Fan asked with a smile. Great Master, you may not know this, but the demon clan usually pilots the giant beast warship with mediocre combat power demon venerables. I can suppress several of these demon venerables with a single palm strike. In that case, we might even be able to preserve the main control room, the honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect said. If you'd like, I can add a landing craft to your starboat. I just don't know if you really want a high-end one or a low-end one, Zhu Fan said with a smile. What's the difference between the two? Low-end means faster, much faster than the starboat. High-end means loaded with space teleportation, faster speed, and higher efficiency, Zhu Fan said, narrowing his eyes, and calculated in his heart that it's time to refine some no-doubt tools. Space teleportation. The honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect exclaimed. Now that space is sealed, breaking through requires the energy stored in 36 no-doubt tools to break through the space seal. So building a high-end landing craft consumes a lot. Zhu Fan's words instantly excited the honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect. High-end, it must be high-end, it's not like our Thousand Spirit sect can't afford it. I will just take the eldest brother to the vast void domain depths for a few years, the honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect said excitedly. If he could board the heart of the giant beast warship, his full battle power could be unleashed. Not to mention that it wasn't just him, but he could also bring out the eldest brother's avatar. A jade slip appeared in Zhu Fan's hand and was handed to the honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect. This is the list of spiritual minerals and spiritual properties required for the landing craft. Elder key on link and prepare them first, Zhu Fan said. The honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect took the jade slip and glanced at it. Much more conscientious than the heavenly refinement sect, I will bring the materials next time I come, the honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect nodded. Then, Zhu Fan accompanied the honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect to check out the nearly completed starboat again. 2 years from now, your sect can come to inspect the starboats, Zhu Fan said. Alright, I will come again in 2 years and bring the spiritual minerals for the landing craft, the honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect said. Now their Thousand Spirit sect is a top sect with 3 starboats, and such a configuration can be counted on one hand within the cultivation world's influential powers. With infinite imagination, the honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect left. Zhu Fan looked at the direction where the honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect disappeared and slowly became serious. It's only been 60 years, and your growth rate is really fast, Zhu Fan said calmly. Well, it's not surprising to develop faster with the abundant resources of the Endless Sea as a support, Zhu Fan said, touching his chin. He felt that the benchmark enemy he was up against had appeared. By using the landing craft to seize a few Demon Clan giant beast warships, modify them slightly, and that would have another starboat. This snowball is rolling too fast. At this moment, Zhu Fan felt a sense of crisis, and he felt that he had to do something, or else one day he might be attacked on his doorstep. Meanwhile, in a vast plaza in the Nine Phoenix continent, a strange-looking starboat, towing 2 giant beast warships, descended onto the plaza. Feng Qingning and the young National Division were waiting in the plaza. Giant beast-class starboats are barely usable, the young National Division laughed. A hint of killing intent flashed deep in his eyes. National Division, is this the foundation for the rise of our Nine Phoenix dynasty as you mentioned? Feng Qingning asked with anticipation in his eyes, looking at the distant giant beast warships. Yes, just slightly modify these 2 demon beast warships, and they will be able to harvest a large amount of high-quality spiritual minerals for us from the vast void domain depths, the young National Division said with a smile. By the time, our dynasty's puppets will enter the combination stage era. At that time, based on this foundation, and using a large amount of resources to cultivate our dynasty's people, all that remains is to leave the rest to time. Hearing the words of the young National Division, Feng Qingning felt unreal, not because it was not good, but because the development was too fast. Moreover, there was an important reason: the control of the core of the puppets that the dynasty relied on would certainly not be in his hands. Feng Qingning's slight worry was caught on by the young National Division. Your Majesty, people have selfish motives. I help you because I have my own goals, he said. Once our dynasty becomes a strong immortal court, can you give me an army of divine soldiers? I want to avenge my past life, the young National Division said sincerely, knowing what Feng Qingning was worried about. I promise. By then, you will be able to take away the strongest army, Feng Qingning vowed. Thank you, Your Majesty, the young National Division nodded. It will take 10 years to modify these 2 Demon Clan giant beast warships. In these 10 years, I need the power of the whole country to support the transformation of these 2 Demon Clan giant beast warships. Once the transformation is complete, we can go to the depths of the vast void domain to purchase those higher quality spiritual minerals. With your Highness' merit and destiny protection, I believe we will be able to gather more high-quality spiritual minerals. By then, we will be able to support the first Mahayana Venerable Rank puppet, the young National Division said. He had planned everything step by step. Your Majesty, what do I need to do? Feng Qingning asked. Use the resources we have gathered to help more ordinary people and strengthen the cultivator's sense of identity towards the dynasty, the young National Division said, acknowledging that this was his weak area. Leave the people's livelihood to me, National Division just focuses on development, Feng Qingning said. Your Highness, all the strongest immortal dynasties are supported by a large number of strong ones. We're using a large number of puppets now just to speed up the early, lengthy process, he said. I have no ulterior motives towards Your Majesty, the young National Division said. National Division, I was wrong, Feng Qingning admitted generously. Your Majesty, there's no need to admit your mistake. It's just that some misunderstandings need to be cleared up, the young National Division said with a smile. At this time, the young National Division thought it was quite pleasant to be the National Division of a dynasty, being respected by thousands of people and doing what he loved. Behind the hidden Spirit Gate main peak, Zhu Fan looked at the 2 nearly completed starboats and said with some grief, it seems that I won't be able to go with the flow for a while. Their development is so fast that they might come knocking at the door with a modified giant beast warship anytime. I have to use the Dao artifact level tools that have been painstakingly earned by number 2 over the years, Zhu Fan said, touching his chin. When a salted fish has vigor, it proves that its living environment is under threat. Chapter 516, Ascending Together to Modify the Demon Clan Giant Beast Warship, it will take at least 10 years. That is to say, I need to establish an effective anti-air defense within these 10 years, Zhu Fan said. If that great power who is assisting Feng Qingning is determined to deal with me, he will definitely send the modified giant beast warship to target me. Based on his methods of modifying puppets, that giant beast warship must be extraordinary and I must be prepared, Zhu Fan pondered. Master, you can send my avatar there, Pu Tao's voice sounded. If I send you there, it's like sending a wolf into a flock of sheep. Those puppets now are semi-spiritualized cultivators with some sort of consciousness. If you devour them too much, it will be difficult for you to endure the Great Tribulation when upgrading to immortal tools later. Zhu Fan shook his head and denied this proposal. He had already planted a seed there, and now there was no need to send more people there. Just do a good job of protection, and don't think about other things, Zhu Fan said. In addition, during these 60 years, I have gotten some inspiration from the puppets that attacked me. In the future, you can add arrays of self-upgrading spiritual power, so there might be some unexpected surprises, Zhu Fan said. Do you need to unlock the spiritual wisdom? Pu Tao's voice sounded somewhat apprehensive. Of course not, or what's the use of your massive computing power? Of course, if those puppets evolve their own spiritual wisdom, that's a different story, Zhu Fan thought for a moment and said. I understand, Master, Pu Tao said. At this moment, the entire cultivation world and demon world were shaken. Two astonishing auras spread throughout the human and demon realms. For a time, both the human and demon clans were shocked and looked up at the sky, not understanding what happened. The junction of two realms at the vast void domain. The huge true form of the golden winged Rick appeared in the vast void domain. Supreme Star Spirit stood not far from the golden winged Rick. Little Star Spirit, it seems that the heavenly Tao of this world cannot contain you and me. Dare you have a good fight with me in the outer star field? The golden winged Rick looked at Supreme Star Spirit with a provocative expression in his eyes. I am not as good at fighting as you, but at most, it's a draw. There's nothing to fight, little bird, you're not very smart, but you have laid out all the necessary plans, right? For the sake of fairness, how about we ascend to the grand world of 10,000 immortals at the same time? Supreme Star Spirit squinted and smiled. You think I am stupid? I don't know how many traps you have laid. If I ascend with you, my demon clan will be fooled by you again, Golden Winged Rick shook his head. Both of us are the top powers of their respective realms. You should be able to see through some issues, Supreme Star Spirit said, pointing to the sky. Whether it's your arrangement or mine, if they work, the only thing they can do is to take a certain advantage. But if you want to exterminate one clan by another, one of us must disappear first. Although Golden Winged Rick was reluctant to admit what Supreme Star Spirit said, he knew it was true. What if I don't want to ascend? Golden Winged Rick looked at Supreme Star Spirit. Before we ascend, why don't we have a good fight first and see if you have made any progress these years? Golden Winged Rick said. He was now living a good life in this world. Beautiful women surrounded him, and the 10,000 demons submitted to him. After ascending to the immortal world, he could only rely on his father to have a good life. So he thought he could stay in this world for as long as possible, but he didn't expect today's Supreme Star Spirit to force him. You still want to fight? You want to ascend immediately? The heavenly Tao of this world would love that. If you feel it carefully, you will find that the spiritual chi around you has been replaced with immortal spirit chi. Now, all you need to do is a little cultivation, and the ascending gate will open for you, Supreme Star Spirit smiled and said. Even if you just inhale a little bit of immortal spirit chi, the ascension gate will appear. I know you, little bird, take your little red with you when you ascend. This pond is too small to hold both of us. We have fought for thousands of years, although I have called you a silly bird, you have your sudden moments of brilliance. To be honest, those years of being friends with you in the demon world were quite nice. Ascend to the great thousand world with me, and we will still be best friends. How about that? Supreme Star Spirit sincerely said. You fucking dare to mention our friendship? If it wasn't for my dad, you would have screwed me over a long time ago. Hearing the words of the Supreme Star Spirit, Golden Winged Rick was instantly furious. Don't be angry, it wasn't my personal intention back then. I did it for the human clan. The Supreme Star Spirit hastily explained, with a hint of a smile in his eyes. Suddenly, a huge Golden Winged Rick Dharma image appeared in the vast void sky domain and fanned its wings in the direction of the Supreme Star Spirit. You and I can only be enemies. Golden Winged Rick gritted his teeth and said. At this moment, there was a sudden cracking sound in the vast sky domain above Golden Winged Rick. Endless immortal spirit chi surged out, and a ladder constructed of immortal spirit jade appeared. At the end of the ladder was a light gate. Black Tortoise, shatter it for me. Golden Winged Rick angrily said, not expecting to fall into the hands of this star sprite child again. Silly bird, don't struggle meaninglessly, just go in peace. Your little turtle has already been trapped by me. Supreme Star Spirit said with a smile. As long as this silly bird ascended to the upper world, the Supreme Star Spirit was confident that he could annihilate the demon clan in this realm within 100 years. Little red swine she fed me. Star Sprite child, you're so despicable. Golden Winged Rick angrily said. Was the wine fed by mouth? The Supreme Star Spirit teased. At this moment, Golden-Winged Rick suddenly looked back in a certain direction. He also felt a surge of immortal spirit chi there, which was a sign of ascension. You can ascend together and be a lovey-dovey couple in the Great Thousand World. Compared to being the ruler of the demon clan, the identity of a second-generation demon is more suitable for you. After you leave, I won't exterminate the demon clan. After all, the human clan still needs an enemy. Supreme Star Spirit had a look of confidence. Star Sprite child, do you think you can win against me like this? Golden-Winged Rick said. Since we're ascending, let's do it together. A spirit pearl appeared before Golden-Winged Rick and suddenly burst open, forming a light gate. I always said you were fit to be a demon second generation. You only know to call your dad when you encounter an unsolvable problem. The Supreme Star Spirit disdainfully said, but with some helplessness, as this outcome was within his expectations. Finally, a giant claw stretched out from the light gate, directly grabbing the Supreme Star Spirit back into the light gate. During the capture process, the Supreme Star Spirit had nothing but contempt for Golden-Winged Rick on his face, without any resistance. He knew that resistance was futile. Star Sprite child, we will settle this score in the Great Thousand World. Golden-Winged Rick said, before jumping into the light gate. At last, both realms returned to calm. What? Both the Golden-Winged Rick and the Supreme Star Spirit have ascended to the upper realm. If we don't strike now, when will we? The elder who was ranked second in the Elders Association excitedly said. What? The Supreme Star Spirit of the human realm and our Demon Emperor have both ascended to the Great Thousand World. If we don't strike now, when will we? In the demon world, an invincible demon venerable of a top-level great clan said with a cold glint in his eyes. Chapter 517, Joyful Divine Abilities. The cultivators of the human clan and the top forces of the demon world's prominent clans have been facing each other for a long time, accumulating much tension. Now, without the suppression from the leaders of both sides, the conflict broke out instantly. The starships and giant beast warships of both sides clashed within a moment. Several vast void giant beasts emerged from the demon clan's side, while the human clan's elder council summoned several gigantic spiritual beasts. The great battle was on the verge of breaking out. On Hidden Spirit Island, Zhu Fan, who was examining Wang Yulan's body, said, the major forces of the cultivation world and demon world should have started fighting. Can Brother Zhu predict the outcome? Will we win or the demon clan? Wang Yulan asked. Neither side can win easily. Even if they do, it will likely be a bitter victory. Zhu Fan removed his hand from Wang Yulan's body. Originally, Zhu Fan predicted that Wang Yulan would wake up in 100 years, but surprisingly, he woke up 55 years after Zhu Fan went into closed-door cultivation and promptly advanced to the god transformation stage. Zhu Fan felt that something was wrong, so he specially came to check Wang Yulan's body. It would be great if his wife from his past life appeared again to harvest his good brother's lifespan. The two sides have been in a stalemate for so long for a reason. Now that they have started fighting, both sides must have full confidence. It must be either a draw or a bitter victory. There is no third choice. Zhu Fan said with certainty. Bitter victory. Wang Yulan sighed. Strange, my prediction should not be wrong. That wisp of mysterious yellow chi should have made you sleep for 100 years while comprehending without any problem. Zhu Fan rubbed his chin after taking back his hand. Even Brother Zhu can't find any problems? Did anything unusual happen while you were asleep? Zhu Fan asked. He felt there must be a problem, and his understanding of his good brother was better than his good brother's understanding of himself. There were some strange occurrences. Wang Yulan's face suddenly became unnatural. Tell me in detail, what can't we brothers talk about? Zhu Fan asked with curiosity. During the time I was in a coma, I had a very long dream. The dream lasted for 1,000 years. Wang Yulan's face showed a vicissitude expression. In that dream, I lost my previous memories and became a Dao companion with a female cultivator in the dream world. After Wang Yulan said this, there was a trace of sadness in his eyes, as if recalling an unbearable past. And then? Zhu Fan asked, looking at his good brother's expression. He could tell that this must be a past he didn't want to recall. But it's better to say some things out loud than bury them in your heart. Zhu Fan always thought that it was necessary to care about his good brother's physical and mental health. In the dream world, my Dao companion and I were childhood sweethearts, and we both joined an immortal sect together. My Dao companion was a war celestial saint body, and I was a yang flower body. Wang Yulan's eyes showed a hint of mockery as he said this. Wait, what is a yang flower body? Zhu Fan asked with confusion. Not only he but even Putao's database did not have an explanation for this term. The yang flower body is the male version of the heavenly yin sacred body. Wang Yulan explained. My brother, it seems like you can't escape from women in this life. Zhu Fan sighed. The heavenly yin sacred body, when engaging in dual cultivation with men, would bring many benefits to the male cultivator. So when Wang Yulun mentioned it, Zhu Fan understood what he meant. In the dream world, the combination of our two unique physiques made my Dao companion's cultivation level and combat power soar like a starship into the heavens. Within just 500 years, she reached the esteemed one seat, and at that time, I was only a nascent soul cultivator. Wang Yulun said. Your fellow already loves you very much. Zhu Fan said. She loves me and listens to me. According to Brother Zhu, that's basically eating soft rice while it's still hard. Then you should be happy. Why do you seem so sad? Others asked in confusion. Listen to me, Brother Zhu. After she was promoted to the Mahayana Esteemed One, my body suddenly mutated and needed a large amount of vitality to survive. At that time, my Dao companion traveled the entire cultivation world with me, using countless elixirs, miraculous pills, spirit materials, and supreme treasures. Until the moment everything was used up, my companion went mad for my sake. A teardrop fell from Wang Yulun's eye. Entering the madness lasted for hundreds of years. In order to snatch vitality for me, that silly girl actually sneaked into the Great Thousand World, killed quasi-immortals, and stole their vitality for me. Wang Yulun's tone became increasingly sad. In the end, I didn't want to drag her down, so I died in that little world she created by herself. As Wang Yulun said this, he sighed deeply, feeling sad for the life of that world. Zhu Fan didn't say anything but patted Wang Yulun on the shoulder. This pain was similar to Li Xingxi's suffering from 100 lifetimes of reincarnation. Do you want me to seal this memory? After all, it's too easy to affect your Dao heart. Zhu Fan said. Can you completely remove it? If it's just sealed, I will remember it one day, and I think it will be even more painful at that time. But then Wang Yulun said, forget it, this is a bit self-deceiving, I will just go see my grandson more often when I am free. Zhu Fan's hand, which was flashing with a bizarre light, stopped less than 3 inches away from Wang Yulun's forehead. If you spoke a little slower, you might be happier by now. Zhu Fan retracted his hand. It seemed that he couldn't use his newly studied Forget Worry Joy divine skill. No matter how good or bad it is, I don't want to discard my own things. Wang Yulun said with a smile. When I was bored, I created 3 divine abilities, Forget Worry, Happiness, and Forget Worry Joy divine skill. Which one do you like? Zhu Fan asked with a smile. Brother Zhu, are these divine abilities serious? Do I have to choose one? Wang Yulun, hearing these names, seemed to recall some unbearable past events. Just choose one. It's good for physical and mental health. Zhu Fan said with a smile, raising his hand again, shining with 3-colored spiritual light. I will choose the Joy divine skill, it seems more pleasing to the eye. Wang Yulun said, this magical power should not be as strange as the chicken blood divine power by its sound. Feel the joy. Zhu Fan's hand, shining with spiritual light, fell on Wang Yulun's back. Pop, just a faint sound, and Wang Yulun felt that heaven and earth seemed to have become brand new, an indescribable feeling rising in his heart. Feeling reborn, as if surviving a great life and death change. In a moment, Wang Yulun felt that there were so many interesting things he hadn't done yet. Wang Xiangqi hasn't gotten married yet, he hasn't seen his daughter, he hasn't seen his grandson, and so on. All are worth waiting for. Brother Zhu, can you send Kyaner and me to Flame State? I haven't seen my daughter for a long time. Chapter 510, Danju Artifact Refiner. Xingzhu's docking area. Zhu Fan waved at the already departing snake spirit number. Farewell, brother. Zhu Fan didn't expect his joyful divine ability would send his good brother away. 2 railguns, 10 demon suppression stars, 1,000 sky-based weapon satellites, 10,000 god transformation stage puppets, and 20 nascent soul stage puppets. These were the things Zhu Fan let his good brother take with him. With these things, you probably don't have to be afraid of ordinary Mahayana esteemed ones anymore. Zhu Fan looked at the sky and murmured. In his eyes, the safety of his good brother was more important than Mount Tai. He could get into trouble, but his good brother must not. Master, why do I feel my dad has been acting strange lately? Wang Xiangqi said to Zhu Fan. There's nothing strange. Your dad has just realized the meaning of life and is looking for the happiness he wants. Zhu Fan patted Wang Xiangqi on the shoulder and said. At this moment, Zhu Fan heard Wang Xiangqi sigh deeply. My father has left, and I can finally relax for a while. Wang Xiangqi said. Are you referring to the cultivation aspect? Zhu Fan asked, curious. Wang Xiangqi nodded and said, I thought my dad had had an epiphany and could teach me well. But now, he only knows to compare with me and ask for advice on divine abilities. Wang Xiangqi paused for a moment here. My dad would constantly use that kind of divine ability against me, saying that the more I see and suffer, the more I will naturally be able to comprehend. My dad and master's teaching methods are completely different. Wang Xiangqi said helplessly. Your dad just used the most foolish and effective method. Zhu Fan smiled and said. Master, I want to go outside the Linsen Immortal City for a while to practice. Wang Xiangqi said. Why do you have to go out again? Isn't the area within Linsen Immortal City enough for you to mess around? Zhu Fan asked with a frown. Disciple feels that my cultivation level and combat power are nearing the bottleneck. I will definitely not make any breakthrough under the protection of the sect. Please grant my request, Master. Wang Xiangqi bowed and said. You are now at the bottleneck, and even I don't have a good solution. Li Zixuan should go out to practice too. At first, Zhu Fan was thinking of refusing, but then he thought that these disciples might not succeed under such a comprehensive protection from him. Zhu Fan gently stretched out his hand, and countless Tao scriptures appeared on his hand. These scriptures transformed into his finger, and the Tao scriptures converged in Zhu Fan's finger. You can go, but I will give you a means of protection. Zhu Fan said as he pointed at Wang Xiangqi's forehead with his finger. When the Tao scriptures on your forehead light up, promise your master that you will not fight stubbornly, or you will die. Zhu Fan gently said. Yes, Master. After Wang Xiangqi left, Zhu Fan devoted himself to the project of refining the railgun. This time Zhu Fan was not stingy. He took out all the immortal-grade spirit mines that could be used in defense. According to his plan, he would first refine 5 anti-aircraft railguns and then strengthen the mobility and spatial teleportation ability of Hidden Spirit Island's base array. According to Zhu Fan's estimation, in order to push Hidden Spirit Island without consuming node Dao tools, he would need at least 108 node Dao tools embedded in the base array of Hidden Spirit Island. Zhu Fan, along with 2 demon race refiner grandmasters from his side, began to work on refining the railgun. Luckily, after so many years, my avatar number 2 has earned a lot of spiritual mines from working, otherwise I wouldn't be able to withstand the consumption, Zhu Fan said thankfully. Why not send number 2 out again? Zhu Fan continued refining while talking. During Zhu Fan's 60 years of closed-door cultivation, the second avatar had worked for 40 years outside, but afterward, Snake Spirit number could not find any ancient stars with humans living on them. So, the second avatar stayed on Hidden Spirit Island and began assisting number 1. According to Zonling, further inside the inner area of Vast Void Domain, there would be a sea of disasters where even Snake Spirit number would have a hard time moving forward. Let's talk about it after crafting the new type spaceship, Zhu Fan said. At this moment, a streak of escaping light appeared in the distance. Caillou Xuan appeared not far from Zhu Fan, his face filled with excitement. Looking at your expression, it must be good news. Tell me, Zhu Fan said while adjusting the temperature of the spiritual fire in his hands. Caillou Xuan took out a spiritual sword and handed it over for Zhu Fan to inspect. Is this refined by a puppet controlled by a mortal in the game? Zhu Fan asked in surprise. The component in his hand had just been completed. Great Master is very wise, Caillou Xuan praised with a smile. It's not about being wise. If an ordinary chi refining novice refined such a thing, they wouldn't need to continue practicing, Zhu Fan said, taking the spiritual sword from Caillou Xuan. For a mortal to control a puppet and refine a sword like this is already quite impressive. It's like taking the first step in a journey of 10,000 miles, Zhu Fan praised while looking at the sword. Start searching in the game for those who can control puppets and refine alchemy, and turn them into spiritual root bodies, Zhu Fan said. Having a large base of talent makes it easier to find geniuses. Currently, among the disciples of the Hidden Spirit sect, there was no one in the alchemy and refining path that caught Zhu Fan's eye. He hoped to find some heavenly alchemists and refiners from the game. Yes, Great Master, Caillou Xuan bowed and was about to leave to carry out Zhu Fan's task. Don't leave in a hurry. You're only at the mid-golden core stage, and your cultivation has fallen far behind the first-generation disciples. Sometimes cultivation is important, you can hand over the affairs of the sect to others. Zhu Fan said, flicking his finger. A Tao scripture with the character enlightenment drilled into Caillou Xuan's mind. It's important to have a balance between work and rest, Zhu Fan said with a smile. Thank you for the reminder, Great Master, Caillou Xuan said, moved. In these years, you have helped Putao handle many affairs, and Putao has recognized your abilities. So, starting today, your sex position will be raised by 1 level, Zhu Fan pondered and said. Thank you, Great Master, I feel I already have enough authority in my hands, Caillou Xuan said, scratching his head shyly. The sex authority not only represented greater abilities to mobilize sect resources but also meant more resources to enjoy every month. Go back and do what you're supposed to do. Are you embarrassed to receive more benefits? Zhu Fan waved his hand with a smile. Great Master, I shall take my leave now, Caillou Xuan said. In the virtual game world, Two new professions appeared, called Heavenly Blacksmith and Heavenly Alchemist. In the headquarters of Heavenly Blacksmith, a young man clumsily manipulated a puppet to control the spiritual fire and began refining the most basic magical artifacts. If it weren't for the puppet who completed this clumsy work, I would have kicked him out of the refiner's circle, Zhu Fan said in annoyance. Although the Stanju master was practicing in the game, he controlled a puppet that reflected real-world magical treasure refining. Chapter 519, Refining the Railgun. Zhu Fan watched as the puppet clumsily forged a basic magical device spirit sword. Finally, he checked the soul talent and aptitude of the Stanju master once more. Not bad. After transforming him into a spiritual root body, it shouldn't be a problem for him to become an experienced refining grandmaster, Zhu Fan nodded. Although the origin world can now transform mortals into spiritual root bodies, the cost of doing so is quite high. If a Tanju master hasn't reached the 6th tier, and a Tanju refining master can't refine 5th tier treasure artifacts, then it's considered a loss. Putao, use this Tanju refining master as the basis, and transform those with higher aptitude than him into spiritual root bodies. Let them cultivate immortality and comprehend the refining path as early as possible. As you wish, Master, Putao's voice answered. Zhu Fan's figure disappeared from the virtual game world. He didn't have time to linger in the game, as his primary focus was refining railguns during this period. Zhu Fan returned to the underground space and continued refining railguns with the 2 demon race refiner grandmasters. Just then, Zhu Yuxian's figure appeared in the underground space. Master, has anything major happened in the sect recently? Zhu Yuxian asked in surprise as she looked at Zhu Fan, who was working on the railgun. If her master was busy, it meant the sect was facing a life-or-death situation. No, your master just felt that the sect's defense force is somewhat lacking, so I am refining some things for protection, Zhu Fan said with a smile. You came back and sought me out immediately. Did you find something good? Hearing Zhu Fan's words, Zhu Yuxian showed an "Indeed, you are my master" expression before taking out a pure black crystal stone the size of a basketball. As soon as the black crystal stone was taken out, the air was suddenly filled with a destructive aura. Zhu Fan was shocked and hurriedly stopped refining the part in his hand. This is a crystal stone containing the path of destruction. Where did you get it? Zhu Fan asked in amazement. Its value was no less than that of immortal-grade spirit mines. Moreover, its uses were extremely diverse, from comprehending the path of destruction to refining artifacts, laying formations, and cultivating destructive divine abilities. I encountered a fusion period demon beast that had gone mad. It took a great deal of effort to kill it, and I found this crystal stone in its stomach. It felt quite rare, so I brought it to Master to see if it's useful, Zhu Yuxian said with a smile. Sharing good things with her master as soon as possible had always been her principle. Place it here, and I will incorporate it into a railgun. Then, the shells fired from the railgun will easily penetrate any spiritual power protective shield, Zhu Fan pondered for a moment before speaking. The railguns he was currently refining were all equipped with various types of special railguns. Alright, I will leave this crystal stone with Master, Zhu Yuxian nodded and updated Zhu Fan on her experiences and what she had seen recently. Wait a while, and when the snake spirit number returns, have elders on Ling take you to capture a few demon venerables to enslave in your 10,000 beast cage, Zhu Fan said. Currently, Zhu Yuxian's 10,000 beast cage housed hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts and members of the demon clan. The most powerful ones were the fusion stage demons, all of whom were captured by Putao with a group of nascent soul stage puppets in the demon world. Master, never mind, I can't suppress even slightly stronger demon venerables with my 10,000 beast cage, Zhu Yuxian pondered before saying. Who told you to suppress it alone? First, let them sign a contract with Putao, then send them to you. Would your master let you do something so dangerous by yourself? As Zhu Fan spoke, he picked up a Dao artifact level spirit mine next to him and began refining the next component. Master is always the best to me, Zhu Yuxian said emotionally. Hearing this, Zhu Fan sighed and said, if only you could find a suitable husband, there would be no need for me to worry about you so much. That time I asked you to help me find heaven and earth ingredients was actually a journey for you to find your destiny, but who knew that your fate was interrupted by the immortal world's cause and effect, Zhu Fan said angrily, feeling like it's difficult to let go of his grown-up daughter. Master, you're at it again. Fate is destined by heaven, there's no point in insisting. Besides, I have to stay by Master's side for the rest of my life. Zhu Yuxian said. Your master's wife is enough to protect me. Never mind, talking more to you is useless, go play. Zhu Fan waved his hand. Master, I will leave then. Zhu Yuxian left the underground space after saying that. One after another, they are all worrisome. After saying that, he turned and devoted himself to the railgun refining project. For the first railgun, Zhu Fan, accompanied by 2 demon race refiner grandmasters, spent 2 years refining it. This first railgun was a product of Zhu Fan's dedication and contained wind attribute immortal level spirit minerals. When it was fired, Zhu Fan felt that no other starship in the world would be able to withstand it. Looking at the railgun, Zhu Fan sighed. With this railgun, even if you have Putao's computing power, you won't be able to escape. With Putao's logical computing power, it's impossible to rashly enter the airspace of a sect. Putao's voice came mysteriously. Anyway, as long as you enter the range of this railgun, you have to take a shot first. Zhu Fan laughed and replied. Putao has 12 strategies to deal with this railgun, Putao said again. Where did you get this stubborn attribute? Do you want me to release the spare Putao? Zhu Fan glared and said. The voice of Putao disappeared. After refining artifacts continuously for 2 years, Zhu Fan became a bit bored, so he decided to be idle for a month first. Above the 100,000 li giant lake, Zhu Fan was sitting on a red spirit turtle fishing. Far away, Lei Wenxi was teaching the spirit turtle some basic innate divine abilities. In a blink of an eye, the little girl grew up so fast. Zhu Fan looked at Lei Wenxi with a gratified expression. Not long after, Lei Wenxi flew over after teaching the spirit turtle. Greetings to the great master. Lei Wenxi saluted and said. It's been a while since you came here, how are the demonic beasts you're raising recently? Zhu Fan asked with a smile. Everything is going well at the moment. Many demonic beasts have been sent to the sect leader's 10,000 beast cage. Lei Wenxi said with a smile. In the future, when the sect's demon race refiner grandmasters are free, let them refine a batch of small 10,000 beast cages for you so it's convenient for you to travel. Zhu Fan said. Currently, all of the sect's demon race refiner grandmasters had their own tasks. They were either refining starships or refining railguns with Zhu Fan. Thank you, great master. Lei Wenxi immediately became excited. When your cultivation level improves, all these will be basic equipment for you. Zhu Fan said. According to Zhu Fan's future plans, the disciples of Hidden Spirit Sect must have a set of magical treasure equipment suitable for themselves, no matter when. Chapter 520, Nuclear Explosion Divine Abilities. Zhu Fan watched as Lei Wenxi's cheerful figure retreated and couldn't help but chuckle. The disciples of the sect might not be the most gifted, but they certainly had the most joyous environment for growth. Zhu Fan felt that it wasn't such a bad idea to dedicate more time to give lectures to these disciples when he had nothing else to do. At that moment, the colossal body of Snake Spirit Number had landed on the sex array, waiting for Putao to open the gate. An escaping light flashed by, and Zan Ling appeared next to Zhu Fan. Great master, guess what I have found? Zan Ling said excitedly. Spiritual minerals sufficient to forge a Xingzhu. Zhu Fan exclaimed in joy. I have found a star brimming with abundant 5 elements origin spirit chi. The quantity is enough for our sect disciples to absorb for more than a decade. Zan Ling said with excitement. Enough for the entire sect's disciples to cultivate for over 10 years. Zhu Fan was stunned, tossing the fishing rod in his hand, and accompanied Zan Ling to the Snake Spirit Number to inspect their find. In the spatial warehouse on board the Snake Spirit Number, Zhu Fan was holding a piece of 5-colored origin spirit stone, his face a picture of wonder. Great master, with these 5 elements origin spirit stones, is there enough to develop the origin world fully? Zan Ling said with a smile. This isn't enough. To turn it into a world with complete Great Tao laws, not only does it require a large amount of 5 elements spirit chi, but it also needs more time. Zhu Fan replied. At that moment, Zhu Fan suddenly had an idea that spiraled out of control. But with this origin spirit chi, the origin world can evolve more fully, making it easier for its disciples to cultivate within it. Zhu Fan said with a grin. In my view, there aren't any sects in the cultivation world now that can offer better conditions to their disciples than our Hidden Spirit Sect. Not only do they have sky blue spiritual chi for regular cultivation, but we also have origin spirit chi available for absorption, which is even more extravagant. Zan Ling said with a smile. Where did you find this origin spirit stone? Zhu Fan asked. It was found in the deepest part of the vast void domain that the Snake Spirit Number could reach. At that time, a disaster infused with 5 elements spiritual chi had just ceased, and this star was within it. Zan Ling, reminiscent of a gambler hitting the jackpot on a slot machine, was wildly excited for a long while. There are good things in disasters. Zhu Fan said, stroking his chin. I think I have seen similar records at the Demon Sky Sect. There seem to be lots of good things hidden in disasters, but only a few come across them. Zan Ling said. When I have the time, I will research this and see if I can discover a way to cease these disasters. Zhu Fan said, rubbing his hands together excitedly. After all, it wasn't too difficult to find the disaster in the inner area of vast void domain. Zhu Fan and Zan Ling found a quiet pavilion where they sat down, chatting while sipping tea. Great Master, I heard that you started refining artifacts personally. Has something urgent happened? Zan Ling asked with a hint of worry. Nothing to worry about, I just feel that the sect's defenses have been a bit weak recently, so I want to strengthen them. Zhu Fan replied. It seems external enemies are about to invade. Do you want me to stay here for a while? Zan Ling asked seriously. No need, Elder Zan Ling. Go out if you have to. The sect is safe with me, don't worry. Zhu Fan said assuredly. After all these years, Zan Ling had truly come to regard the Hidden Spirit sect as his home. Alright, I do want to pull my weight actually, but I understand that having me at the sect during a crucial time is not as useful as having an additional railgun. Zan Ling said with a laugh, becoming more aware of his place within the sect. That's not true, some things can't be handled just by having more railguns. Zhu Fan said. In that case, wouldn't we still have the Great Master? Right now, all I am thinking is that, once I have fully reconstructed myself, I don't aspire to have the combat power of an invincible venerable like the Supreme Elder of the Thousand Spirit Sect. Being on par with the honored one of the Thousand Spirit Sect is enough. Zan Ling said expectantly. That goal is too small. The cultivation path I recommended to Elder Zan Ling, while not claiming to be the strongest, it should be no problem to reach the level of an invincible venerable. Zhu Fan said with a smile. When cultivating to a profound level in the Five Elements spirit domain, one can indifferently manifest divine abilities that point straight to the origin of the Five Elements Great Tao, and its power is unfathomable. Zhu Fan waved his hand, and the 5 types of spirit chi directly composed a miniature 5 elements nucleus explosion divine power. Elder Zan Ling, give it a feel. Zhu Fan said, tossing it directly over. A blood sea appeared behind Zan Ling, directly enveloping the nuclear explosion divine power that Zhu Fan had tossed back. Great Master only used such a small amount of spiritual power, not even a third of what is used in the basic fireball technique. How great a power can it manifest? Zan Ling asked curiously. Just as he finished speaking, a bright blossom of blood suddenly erupted within the blood sea. Zan Ling was taken aback, feeling as if his mind power had been stabbed with a needle. When he had taken over this divine power, he hadn't underestimated it. Still, he just felt that a divine power unleashed with such a small amount of spiritual energy, how much could its power be, even at its greatest? Could it match the force of a full strike at the nascent soul stage? Great Master, this divine power of yours! Zan Ling exclaimed. If Zan Ling were playing a game, he would surely accuse Zhu Fan of cheating. I shall name this divine power the nuclear explosion divine power. This is considered a form of more profound inquiry into 5 elements spiritual energy. Elder Zan Ling, if you return to your peak after reconstructing yourself and unleash this divine power with all your strength, what will be the effect? Zhu Fan asked with a concealed smile. It's illogical, Great Master must have used some special means. It's definitely impossible to unleash such a powerful divine power with just this small amount of spirit chi. Zan Ling said, shaking his head. He still could not believe that such a small amount of 5 elements spirit chi could unleash such a mighty divine power. There is a disciple named Zhang Zuling in the scripture repository. Great Master, you might find an unexpected gain if you find some time to chat with him. Zhu Fan suggested. Just a while ago, Zhu Fan had visited Zhang Zuling in the scripture repository. Without the ability to maintain his youthful appearance, he had become an old man with white hair. However, his spirit was becoming more and more vigorous. Zhu Fan had once asked him, when will you be promoted to the Foundation establishment stage? His answer was, at the moment I feel life completely slip away just before I die. I will go and see. Can he help me find the answer? Elder Zan Ling asked curiously. He had also met that disciple, who could be considered a Tao lunatic. Great Master, could you teach me this nuclear explosion divine power now? I'd like to start practicing. Zan Ling said excitedly, rubbing his hands together. There's no reason not to. As Zhu Fan said this, he took out 2 jade butterflies and handed them to Zan Ling. 2 jade butterflies? Zan Ling asked in surprise. The most complex divine power he had encountered before only filled up 1 jade slip. You should know that the norm is to use a jade order to carry the vast and complex inheritance techniques, and even then, it doesn't occupy half of the content. Elder Zan Ling, take these back and study them carefully. This is just the basics. Zhu Fan said with a smile. The text, illustrations, annotations, and definitions documenting the nuclear explosion divine power totaled over 60 million characters approximately. Zhu Fan felt that as long as Zan Ling dedicated himself to understanding this for 100 years, he should have a chance to master it. Chapter 521, Zhao Yi. What's the difference between the divine ability of the Great Elder and the Eastwind divine skill that your senior disciple cultivates? Zan Ling asked. It's the difference between basic and mastery. If Elders on Link cannot learn the nuclear explosion divine power, it is also possible to start learning the Eastwind divine skill. They have common ground and can progress gradually. Zhu Fan said with a smile. Great Elder, don't make fun of me. Although the divine power is difficult, I believe that with my qualification for promoting to the Mahayana Esteem 1, learning is just a matter of time. Zonling stared, he couldn't stand being underestimated by others. Alright, Elder Zonling can take these 2 jade butterflies back to comprehend. It's estimated that when Elder Zonling transforms his spirit and starts cultivating again, he should have learned it. If there is anything you don't understand, Elder Zonling can ask Pu Tao first and come to ask me if there is no solution. Zhu Fan said, nodding. Not everyone is like his own senior disciple, Zhu Gang. Thank you, Great Elder. Zonling said with a smile. It's my duty. After chatting for a while, Zonling left, eager to comprehend the content of the 2 jade butterflies. At this moment, there was only Zhu Fan in the pavilion, drinking tea. Zhu Fan waved his hand, and the crystal stone containing the path of destruction that Zhu Yuxian had given him appeared on the table in the pavilion. Destruction, time, 5 elements origin spirit chi. Zhu Fan looked at the crystal stone and murmured. What would happen if a world without the concept of time was established? Will this system collapse logically and remove the restrictions on me? Zhu Fan said, touching his chin. But to establish such a world, either destroy others' worlds or go to the special environment outside the cultivation world. Zhu Fan said, and the light in his eyes grew brighter. He felt like he had found another way to advance his cultivation level. It's a pity that my good brother is not here. Otherwise, I could ask him where the world created by the principles in his dreams is. Zhu Fan said regrettably. Just then, a streak of escaping light passed through the sky. Kid, if you don't even know to greet your master ancestor. Zhu Fan gently raised his hand, shaking off the spiritual power formed on top of it, grabbed the young man, and brought him in front of Zhu Fan. Greetings to master ancestor. Li Qiafan saluted, with a hint of panic in his eyes. Looking at your haste, what are you going to do? Zhu Fan said with a smile. The Great Escape Killing final competition for the 3rd generation disciples of the Trial Tower is about to begin, and I will participate. Li Qiafan said with determination. I thought you weren't interested in that? Zhu Fan asked curiously. As a 3rd generation disciple, I also want to compare myself with my fellow apprentices. Li Qiafan said with a blush, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Are you trying to win the first place in the competition? Or to win the first place in the heart of the woman you have a crush on? Zhu Fan teased. Master Ancestor, you know about it too. Li Qiafan said in surprise. What's there to know? Your puppy love expression has already revealed everything. Zhu Fan said with a laugh. You're not young anymore, if you meet a woman you like, just go after her. Zhu Fan encouraged. Don't be like your dad, who was always reserved and ended up being the one who was pursued. Zhu Fan said with a grin. Master, can you not tell my dad and mom about this? Li Qiafan pleaded. At this point, Zhu Fan's expression became strange. Where did you get the confidence that you can keep this from your dad and mom? Zhu Fan asked curiously. He was a disciple, but on the surface, he was just a small cultivator in the god transformation stage. In fact, behind the scenes, he had already gone through many lifetimes as an old fox. Recently, I haven't seen my dad and mom in person or talked to them through a communication talisman, so they won't notice. Li Qiafan said proudly. According to your performance, is the woman you like not qualified to enter the eyes of your dad and mom? Zhu Fan asked. As expected, nothing can be hidden from Master Ancestor. Li Qiafan sighed. Can you tell if that woman's spiritual root is not good enough for your dad and mom? Zhu Fan asked, as he had a rough idea of what the reason might be. When I was young, I said that I would find a woman with extraordinary talent as my Tao companion in the future, so I feel. Li Qiafan lowered his head and said. I feel that your worries are rather unnecessary. That girl might not even be interested in you. Zhu Fan said with a smile, having already learned about some relevant situations from Pu Tao. No, Zhao Yi is also of the 5 spiritual roots, and she especially admires those senior brothers who work hard to improve themselves. Just like me. Li Qiafan said with some pride. Have you shown her your immortal weapon blade? Have you shown her all the resources you usually use? And the masters who teach you on normal days, Master Ancestor, but I have worked hard too. Li Qiafan pleaded with a smile. Your efforts are not worth mentioning before the road of Krypton Gold, Zhu Fan said with a smile. Master Ancestor, you used to approve of my efforts. Li Qiafan said sadly. I just responded accordingly. At that time, I just wanted you to work harder. Now that you're going after a girl, it's a different story. Zhu Fan said. But I think there's no difference between the two. Li Qiafan argued. I know something about the girl you mentioned, Zhao Yi. She's a strong-willed young woman. Certain things she decides on, she will never back down. So if you want to pursue a girl like her, your previous efforts would be useless. Even if hiding these things might gain her favor now, once the truth comes out, the two of you will become strangers. Zhu Fan said with certainty. Zhu Fan was so sure because he had seen too much of similar things in novels and TV dramas. Li Qiufan was instantly energized and said excitedly to Zhu Fan, "Please teach me, Master Ancestor." "Do you like that girl?" Zhu Fan asked. Li Qiufan nodded. "Does that girl have a good impression of you?" He nodded again. "That's it. Be honest with each other, and treat each other with sincerity. Don't force love. If it's meant to be, it's fate. If not, it's destiny." Zhu Fan shook his head and said, "Master Ancestor, I understand." Li Qiufan nodded. "Alright, the Great Escape Killing Finals are about to begin. You should hurry up." Zhu Fan waved his hand and said, "It's not bad to train a disciple from time to time. Master Ancestor, then I will be on my way." A streak of escaping light flew towards the trial tower. Chapter 522, Zonling's doubts. This is what a normal child should do, falling in love when it's time to fall in love, getting married when it's time to get married, and having children when it's time to have children. Zhu Fan said with some relief. At this moment, Zhu Yuxian, who was currently bonding with the demonic beasts in the 10,000 beast cage, suddenly shuddered. "Who's talking about me?" Zhu Yuxian suddenly looked around. But she found that all around her were adorable demonic beasts waiting for her to pet their heads. Zonling returned to his cave mansion, unable to wait to take out the first jade butterfly and immerse his mind in it. What is this? What is oxygen? What is uranium-235? What are neutrons and protons? Zonling's head began to grow larger just after looking at the beginning. "Pu Tao, come out and explain this to me." Zonling thought of Zhu Fan's words, asking Pu Tao directly when he didn't understand something. Oxygen is. Uranium is. Neutrons and protons. Long explanations consisting of thousands of words made Zonling feel impressed but confused. He could understand every single word they said, but when combined together, he got the same feeling as Zhu Fan when he first read the Tao scripture. "Pu Tao, I still don't get it. What should I do?" Zonling scratched his head. "You can start by learning the most basic physics. Please go to the virtual academy, Elder Zonling, where you can find the most basic courses." Pu Tao said. "Alright, I will go check it out now," Zonling said. For a while afterward, the disciples of the Hidden Spirit sect noticed that the prestigious Elder Zonling seemed to have more of a scholarly demeanor. He would often sit in a pavilion somewhere, sometimes frowning, sometimes lost in thought, sometimes laughing, and sometimes going mad. Then it was rumored that Elder Zonling was cultivating an unparalleled divine ability, which would make the Hidden Spirit sect invincible in the War of the Two Realms once it was mastered. As a result, the disciples in the Hidden Spirit sect looked at Elder Zonling with even more respect. Zhu Fan stood not far from Zonling, somewhat surprised. Elder Zonling actually learned it. At this moment, the first clone appeared beside Zhu Fan. "You underestimate the people of the cultivation world, just as you underestimate the wisdom of the ancients when you travel back to ancient times." Elder Zonling just didn't understand basic science at first, but now that he's made up for this, some problems naturally become solvable. The first clone said. He was strolling nearby, saw Zhu Fan, and hurried over. "Did you finish the remaining 4 railguns?" Zhu Fan looked at the first clone and asked. "Did you finish refining the remaining 4 railguns?" The first clone retorted without hesitation. "You mean to say that we should strike a balance between work and leisure, right?" "I am doing the same thing," the first clone answered preemptively. Zhu Fan turned his head away and ignored the first clone, who seemed to be getting better and better at arguing. "You're right, once the basics of science are filled in, it's indeed possible." Zhu Fan nodded. At this moment, Zonling emerged from the sea of knowledge contained within a jade butterfly. Zonling showed an extremely puzzled expression on his face and took out a spirit gravity stone from his space ring. "The confusion begins," Zhu Fan said, as if the show he had been looking forward to was finally starting. "Spirit gravity stone, under the conditions of no spiritual power assistance, will be in a weightless state. This is a blow to basic science," the first clone said. It could be seen that Zonling was displaying an extremely puzzled expression as he held the spirit gravity stone in midair. "This basic science," Zonling murmured. After studying for a while, Zonling understood a few things. At the very least, he knew that the nuclear explosion divine power displayed by Zhu Fan was based on this basic science. "It's difficult, really difficult," Zonling said. At this time, Zhu Fan and the first clone came to Zonling's pavilion. "Elder Zonling, if you truly want to learn this, you must discard your previous concepts," Zhu Fan said. But how can I discard the ideas that have already been established? Elder Zonling asked doubtfully. Seal away your past memories and learn it again. The first clone said. It's best to study in a virtual environment, so you won't be affected. Zhu Fan added. Hearing the two's words, Zonling put down the jade order in his hand. In that case, let's study this nuclear explosion divine power later. After all, going to the vast void domain to mine is more important right now. Zonling said with a hint of regret. The spiritual minds in the sect are more or less sufficient now, and Elder Zonling has time to comprehend this nuclear explosion divine power. Zhu Fan said. Forget it, let's wait until after the celestial transformation, when I will have time. At that time, I can start learning it. Zonling sighed and seemed to have let go of a heavy burden. It's up to the great master himself to decide. Zhu Fan said. He knew that this matter could not be forced, so at worst, he could teach Zonling more in the future. 2 days later, I will go to the vast void domain to mine again. Zonling said with a smile. Compared to learning the nuclear explosion divine power, going to the vast void domain to mine was more enjoyable. Do you want clone number 2 to go with me? Zonling looked at Zhu Fan and asked. Let him go with you. Clone number 2 has been giving me a hard time. His constant arguing with me has been hampering my progress. The first clone said, adding fuel to the fire. Who told you to point fingers at him while he's working? You're clearly at the same level, yet you act as if you have the strongest artifact refining skills. If he doesn't cause trouble, who will? Zhu Fan gave the first clone a sideways glance. How is his artifact refining level the same as mine? I should be in charge of this project. The first clone said righteously. When you have a chance, send him to work as a helper for clone number 2. As avatars, you should treat each other fairly and not be biased. Zhu Fan said. Mean body, is this okay? The first clone said with an angry glare. I am just being fair, I can't let one person suffer too much. Zhu Fan said with a smile. Zonling watched this scene with a smile and a look of longing in his eyes. Such an avatar with independent consciousness must be a very high-level divine ability. If he could learn it, he would have another trump card in his hand. From now on, I will talk less about him as long as he doesn't argue with me. The first clone compromised. Just don't provoke him. 2 days later, Zonling set off with clone number 2 again. I hope we can encounter an ancient star inhabited by humans this time, or a neutral alien star. Zhu Fan stroked his chin as he spoke. In the inner zone of the vast void domain, not only were there ancient stars inhabited by humans, but there were also countless alien stars. It was said that in the deepest part of the vast void domain, the surroundings were all disasters. After sending off Zonling, Zhu Fan planned to start refining the second railgun. Just then, Li Xingxai came to visit. Master, the disciple wants to ask for a marriage. For Zhu Fan's marriage. Li Xingxai saluted. Chapter 523, The Beginning of Fate. Why are you asking about Zhu Fan's marriage now? Zhu Fan said we will talk about it later. It seems that Zhu Fan has a girl he likes, so I came specifically to ask Master about their marriage fate, Li Xingxai said with a smile. Marriage fate, I don't calculate much, and I don't know if it's accurate. But I feel that feelings should be allowed to develop naturally. Calculating too much can be unpleasant. For example, I never calculated yours, Zhu Fan said to Li Xingxai with a grin. I mainly want to ask if that girl is suitable for Zhu Fan. I am afraid Zhu Fan might hinder the girl's future, said Li Xingxai, ignoring Zhu Fan's teasing. Hearing Li Xingxai's words, Zhu Fan slowly closed his eyes and used his mind to look into the fate calculation. Seeing Zhu Fan enter the state, Li Xingxai silently stood still, waiting quietly. After a while, Zhu Fan slowly opened his eyes and looked at Li Qiafan with a slight surprise. Qiafan and this girl's fate are deeply intertwined by cause and effect. You should not interfere in the future. Deep cause and effect? Li Xingxai asked in confusion. It's all right as long as you know it's not a bad thing. There might even be a great opportunity, Zhu Fan said with a smile. Thank you, Master, for the calculation. Li Xingxai expressed his gratitude. What are you thanking for? Zhu Fan said while glancing at Li Xingxai. Starsea, you have been practicing the 100 lifetimes reincarnation a bit too diligently lately. You have to strike a balance between work and rest, as the divine abilities you are cultivating are not something you can achieve overnight. At this moment, in Zhu Fan's eyes, Li Xingxai was the epitome of someone indulging too much in cultivating the 100 lifetimes reincarnation. Recently, when I saw Master getting busy, I knew that something big was happening to our sect, so I accelerated my practice, hoping that I can help Master when the time comes, Li Xingxai said sincerely. You should not overdo your cultivation in the future. Just go at a normal pace. The path you are cultivating won't make you strong before the integration stage, but once you reach integration stage and later the Mahayana Venerable stage, You will be an existence normal cultivators wouldn't dare provoke. Even reaching the invincible venerable realm would just be a matter of course. So if you speed up your cultivation now, what if you end up possessed by demons? It would be more harm than good, Zhu Fan warned. He took disciples to play a big game. It was not easy to cultivate such a carefully nurtured disciple, and he had no intention of using him before he came of age. Thank you for Master's teachings. It is Starsea who is a little impatient. Li Xingxi lowered his head and said. Keep a calm mindset. The reasons why you push yourself in cultivation are limited, Zhu Fan said, patting Li Xingxi on the shoulder. It's okay for your wife to be stronger. You guys are just starting out, and the path of cultivation is far beyond 10,000 years, Zhu Fan said. He understood the feelings of his disciple, and it was natural to think that having a powerful wife would be a bit unnerving. However, this cultivation world, which was similar to that of ancient times, did not yet have the idea of Ant not wanting to work hard. Ever since Tanner went to the Elders Association headquarters and took back her share of the treasure house, she has been increasingly fond of giving gifts to me. At first, it was nothing, but as time goes on, I feel a bit. Li Xingxi said in silence. Well, our sect doesn't have much to show for it right now. We even owe your wife a lot of favors. It's a bit unrealistic to think you can turn this situation around in the short term. Wait a little longer. Once the master is promoted to the artifact refining grandmaster level, I will find a way to repay her and your debts to your wife, Zhu Fan thought for a moment and then said. Actually, the hidden arrival gate also benefited from Su Renshan's success, as both the first sea boat and first star boat were provided by Su Renshan. Master doesn't need to pay me back, I will find a way, Li Xingxi said. What method can you think of? It's nothing more than trying to get some treasures to give to your wife after your cultivation level is higher. Zhu Fan glanced at Li Xingxi. Hearing Zhu Fan's words, Li Xingxi lowered his head. Go back, let things take their course. If you really want to work hard, then contribute more descendants of the demon clan to our sect's development, Zhu Fan waved his hand and said. Yes, Master, Li Xingxi saluted and said. After Li Xingxi left, Zhu Fan's expression became serious, and he had not expected his disciple to have such a great causal relationship by merely pursuing a girl. Generally, a great cause and effect could involve the existence of the Great Thousand World in the future. Pu Tao, get me the information about that girl, Zhu Fan said. A light curtain appeared before Zhu Fan's eyes, and the information of a female disciple appeared in the light curtain. Her parents are dead, she sought refuge here, has a tenacious personality, and vows to exterminate all of the demon clan in the cultivation world to avenge her parents. Her tenacity is extremely strong, and since entering the sect, she has always focused on cultivation. However, her aptitude is not good, so she has always been at the middle-lower level. She is extremely tenacious. In her life in the sect, she is always cultivating, without a trace of boredom. Zhu Fan looked at the female disciple's information and couldn't help but squint his eyes. It feels like I have seen a similar template somewhere, but according to the trend, she's just one adventure away from being the protagonist, Zhu Fan said, stepping into Hidden Spirit Sect Protective Array with interest. In the grand finals of the Trial Tower's 10,000 people Great Escape killing game, a Golden Core period female disciple, surrounded by 5 element spirit beads, was cautiously watching several Golden Core period monster around her. Now, in the 10,000 people Great Escape killing game, Pu Tao has randomly added elements of demonic beasts, mainly aimed at Voldemort. 4 giant blade monsters at the Golden Core stage. I cannot fight them off, escaping is the best choice, Wang Hui said, looking at the 4 giant blade monsters approaching her. As Wang Hui was about to use Earth Escape to flee, a ringing sound of a knife came from the distance, followed by 4 rays of blade lights cutting off the heads of the 4 giant blade monsters as if guided with precision. In the distance, Li Qiafan, with a giant blade on his back, slowly walked towards Wang Hui. Senior brother Li, are you here to kill me and steal my points? Wang Hui asked cautiously, looking at Li Qiafan. I am here to form an alliance with junior sister, Li Qiafan said with a smile. Thank you, senior brother Li, but my combat power is not worthy of forming an alliance with you, Wang Hui shook her head and said. She could feel Li Qiafan's affection towards her. But she had no interest in romance at the moment, she only wanted to grow stronger and kill all the demons. At this time, Zhu Fan, who was using the God's Eye view, saw this scene and shook his head with a smile. You took the wrong path, but it doesn't matter too much. Although Junior Sister's combat power is average, her escape part is commendable, so I need Junior Sister to cooperate with me and assist me when facing powerful enemies. In this way, the two of us working together can easily win the first and second place in this grand final. Li Qiafan explained his tactics. First and second place. Wang Hui hesitated for a moment. This ranking was still very tempting to her. Her previous best result was only in the top 50. There are many others stronger than my escape art, why doesn't senior brother go find them? Chapter 524, GU Demon Venerable Grandmaster once told me that feelings are important. You don't necessarily have to find the most perfect ones, just those that suit you. Uchiha said somewhat shyly with a double entendre. Grandmaster? Could it be that you are? Wang Kui began to quickly ponder, thinking of the few grand disciples of the great master who had been mentioned in a conversation he had with a friend a while earlier. I am the youngest among them, Uchiha admitted candidly. If anyone in this world could say something that would make him believe 100%, it would be his grandmaster alone. You are, Elder Ran Tian's son. Wang Kui exclaimed in alarm. Uchiha nodded. Among the great master's few grand disciples, due to my inferior innate talent, I am the worst one. I hope, junior sister, you won't despise me, Uchiha said, scratching his head. You consider yourself the worst one with this kind of combat power. Wang Kui tried to express Uchiha's behavior in a word, but he could not think of anything even after contemplating for a long time. Junior sister Kui, can we form a team? Uchiha asked somewhat nervously. With your combat power, you don't need to team up with me. Wang Kui stated and then left using the Earth Escape technique. In her perception, she and the grand disciple of the great master were from two different worlds. Watching the direction Wang Kui left in, Uchiha was a bit puzzled. Did I say something wrong? Zhu Fan, who was eavesdropping, started to laugh. If the situation unfolded as it tended to in novels and TV series, then the melodramatic episodes between the two should begin now. Should I step in to arouse it? Zhu Fan mused, stroking his chin, then shook his head. I would rather leave it to fate, any interference could spoil it. Just as Zhu Fan was imagining what melodramatic scenarios would occur between them in the future. A light curtain framed with a red border appeared before Zhu Fan. Master, a demon venerable is invading, should I strike? Pu Tao's voice rang out. Don't assault. Quickly call Elder Zonling. Zhu Fan hurriedly instructed, seeing the demon venerable sneaking around in the light curtain. Even though I have gone through great troubles, it seems like my efforts haven't been in vain. Zhu Fan exclaimed, laughing heartily. Before long, Zonling appeared beside Zhu Fan. Great Master, there's a demon venerable invading, should I take action? Zonling asked, somewhat riled. Having studied the nuclear explosion divine power for such a long time, although not fully mastered, he had acquired some understanding. Great Master, what do you assess this demon venerable's strength to be? Zhu Fan inquired. It's mediocre. Give me the immortal tool, grandson, and it will probably take 5 or 6 strikes. Zonling assessed. Elder Zonling, can you maim this demon venerable without killing him? Moon Immortal has an artifact called the 10,000 Beast Cage that can enslave demonic beasts and the demon clan. Zhu Fan proposed. I understand, Great Master, just watch. Saying this, Zonling transformed into a streak of bloodlight and flew towards the outside of the hidden arrival gate. While it's easy to cripple the demon venerable without killing it, I feel a bit rusty, having not taken action in a while. Zonling laughed. Until Elder Zonling's victorious return. Zhu Fan declared, smiling. Then, he turned his attention to the light curtain, began to nod his head and analyze the demon venerable. If I am not mistaken, this should be a white mink. It seems very suitably to be Moon Immortal's pet. Zhu Fan commented with a smile. At this moment, the white mink inside the light curtain, relying on its innate ability to hide, began to explore what the nearby demon clan regarded as forbidden area. It is said that this forbidden area is the domicile of a horde of terrifying humans, and any demon clan venturing into it would suffer attacks from the sky. Today, I will verify if this is true or not, so that I can claim the reward promised by the Red Fire Scale Demon Clan. The Demon Venerable declared. At this moment, she returned to her original form, moving back and forth in the Linsen Immortal City region. As they approached the Immortal City, the Demon Venerable halted, looking at the distant fairy town, smiling and said, it's not as terrifying as the legends convey. Whether it's frightening or not, do you know who decides it? A voice rang out beside the Demon Venerable. A sense of impending death welled up in the Demon Venerable's heart, just like feeling of a baby chick that's being choked. The Demon Venerable hastily retreated to a position not far from Zonling, warily watching him. Don't contemplate escaping, or you will die even faster. Elder Zonling stood there, saying. Elder Zonling stood in midair, with a surging blood sea floating behind him. The bloody red in his eyes made the Demon Venerable shiver in fear. I am Zonling, an elder of the Hidden Spirit sect. Now, it's your turn, little Demon Venerable. Zonling was not in a hurry at this point. He could tell that this was just a female mink and lost interest in beating it to a pulp. He seldom lays hands on women, and the female demons were no exception. If he truly needed to take action, he would resolve it quickly without resorting to torture as he usually did. I am Gu Demon Venerable. Gu Demon Venerable said cautiously, watching Zonling. From the heterogeneous demon race, huh? Zonling asked with interest. Human clan Venerable, I mean no offense. If there's no problem, I will take my leave. After Gu Demon Venerable finished speaking, she was about to use her innate divine abilities to run away. Just as she started to use her innate divine abilities, she instantly felt the sky fill with 5 or 6 killing intentions, locking onto her. Each one of them made it feel like her life was in danger. Little Demon Venerable, since you're here, are you still thinking of leaving? Zonling said with a smile. There are 2 options for you. First, you can come back with me to the Hidden Spirit Sect, I have something important to tell you. Or secondly, I could beat you up and then take you back to the Hidden Spirit Sect. Zonling spoke, and the sea of blood began bubbling violently behind him. The blood spirits contained within occasionally surged out of the sea of blood, staring at Gu Demon Venerable with terrifying eyes, as if they wanted to merge with her. Little Demon Venerable, the fact that I am treating you this way is because you're a female. I hope you understand. Zonling said. Alright, reveal your choice. Zonling casually glanced at the Little Demon Venerable below. A sense of emotion suddenly rose in his heart. The way the invincible Demon Venerable looks at him might be the same way he's looking at this Little Demon Venerable. Gu Demon Venerable was a bit at a loss for words. What she planned to be a minor action had accidentally put her in a bind. Can I offer a magical treasure and leave? As she spoke, Gu Demon Venerable took out all the treasures from her body and piled them up to form a small mountain. Zonling only took a quick glance. Not even a single doubt tool? Zonling said disdainfully, with a hint of pity in his tone. This is all I have. I have just become a Demon Venerable and don't have much, said Gu Demon Venerable, lowering her head in shame. Forget it, just come back with me, said Zonling. Even though she was a Demon Venerable, even a newly promoted one, if she couldn't even get a doubt tool, her path in life was seemingly coming to an end. Can I leave? My brothers and sisters are still waiting for me to return. Gu Demon Venerable said pitifully. After coming to the human realm, I have not killed a single human. My brothers and sisters are the same, even sparing a lot. Human clan Venerable, please spare me. Gu Demon Venerable's words grew more and more pitiful. Good, take your brothers and sisters with you. Don't think that I am harming you, I really have something good to give you. Zonling said decidedly. Chapter 525, Members of the Hidden Spirit Sect Demon Division Hidden Spirit Sect. Zufan looked at this little white marten who had just been promoted to Demon Venerable and felt that its combat power was a bit weak, not even reaching the level of an average Demon Venerable. Zufan might be able to contend it with the integration stage puppet specialized for the use of the cane he controlled. At this moment, a small team of integration stage puppets led a group of little white martens to Zufan. Master, I have brought all the brothers and sisters of Gu Demon Venerable, Putao said. Zufan looked at this group of nearly 100 little white martens. The weakest was at the nascent soul stage, and the strongest was Gu Demon Venerable in front of him. What is your original clan? Zufan asked curiously. The Red Cloud Marten clan, which has now been exterminated, Gu Demon Venerable said with some sadness. At that time, their entire clan was hunted down by the Snake clan, and only this group of white marten mutants, who were marginalized in the clan, survived. Quite pitiful. Zufan nodded and said. Small clans in the demon world like theirs are always at risk of being exterminated. Our Hidden Spirit Sect has no prejudice against kind-hearted demons, so you should live well in the Hidden Spirit Sect and do your jobs well in the future. As long as you perform well in the future, there will be cultivation resources, magical treasures, and doubt tools you want. Zufan painted out a tempting picture. Great Master, it's not shameful for us to submit to your human sect, but I have a question. How did you discover my whereabouts? Gu Demon Venerable asked the question he had been wanting to ask. You used your innate divine ability to hide, which wasn't a big problem, but it wasn't right for you to absorb spiritual chi midway. Zufan said with a smile. Now the Sex Reconnaissance satellite system has been upgraded and can monitor the spiritual chi fluctuations within the monitored range. Gu Demon Venerable didn't expect that just by absorbing a mouthful of spiritual chi, he would expose both himself and his brothers and sisters. Since you asked me, I would like to ask you a question too. How did you come up with the title Gu Demon Venerable? Zufan asked curiously. In the demon world, demons are usually casual when naming themselves. The prefix of the Demon Venerable's name is usually related to their clan, their divine abilities, or their body shape. We are mutant white martens. Not only do we have different colors, but also Gu Demon Venerable spoke and looked at the smallest half-white marten. Little Jiuyo, show the Great Master your complete form, Gu Demon Venerable said. The confused little white marten immediately responded to the words of his big sister, Yes, big sister. Then a slender, winged little white marten appeared. A pair of white wings made Zufan understand. So that's where the U character in your name comes from, Zufan said with a smile. Alright, I won't talk to you too much about these useless things. Putao, put out the benefits for external hires, and you can see if you are satisfied. A light curtain appeared in front of a group of little white martens, and on it were the resources that little white martens could receive each year, with detailed divisions for each realm. Gu Venerable moved her gaze to the benefits at the Demon Venerable level. 1 customized Dao tool, 1 sky blue spiritual chi cave mansion, 1 day of cultivating in the 5 elements primordial holy land every year, and 1 set of divine abilities personally tailored by the Grey Master. Gu Demon Venerable didn't look at the other benefits, she now had only one thought in her mind. Are humans this rich now? After a while, Gu Demon Venerable turned back. She saw her brothers and sisters all looking at her with tearful eyes. As the oldest sister in the family, she understood the meaning behind those eyes. Great Master, Elder Zonling, is it true that all the benefits mentioned are real? Demon Venerable Gu's voice trembled a little. It couldn't be helped, the offer was so generous that she couldn't believe it. You think it's too little? Putao, there must be something wrong with the standard you set. Zufan pondered. There's nothing wrong. In the demon world, this treatment is totally worthy of a Demon Venerable. Putao's voice was also a little confused. Gu Demon Venerable will have to protect the Moon Immortal in the future, so let's triple the benefits. Zufan said, directing her gaze at Gu Venerable. In addition, this master will personally deduce a divine skill cultivation method suitable for the unique species of your white minx. How about that? Zufan considered. After all, if her disciple's bodyguard was too weak, that certainly wouldn't do. At this point, Gu Venerable's body trembled even more. It was like a worker with a monthly salary of 5k suddenly being called in for a meeting by a HR department from another company and being offered a monthly salary of 100k. Having her hand already on the door handle of heaven, Gu Venerable made the right choice. Great Master, I will join, said Gu Venerable. Welcome to our hidden spirit sect. From now on, you will be the first member of our demon division. Zufan warmly welcomed her. The fierce-looking Elder Zonling next to them also showed a friendly expression at his point. At this moment, a blood-red ray appeared in the sky. Now let's complete the final step, signing an oath with our sex chief Fortune. Zufan said with a smile. As long as you take a heavenly Dao oath and drop your essence blood into the array, the contract will be officially completed. Gu Venerable nodded her head and gently touched her forehead with her claw. A drop of bright red essence blood from her forehead floated towards the array. The rest of the little white minx followed suit. For a moment, dozens of heavenly contract chains connected the little white minx with the chief fortune of the hidden spirit sect. After the contract was completed, Zufan laughed. Putao, take Gu Venerable to the treasure house to choose 3 Dao tools for her use. As for the custom-made Dao tools, just make your own arrangements. Zufan commanded Putao. What hidden spirit sect had no shortage of now were basic Dao tools, which could be refined by the Moon Fox clan's refining grandmasters under Putao's control. As you wish, Master. Also, have a small demon department island built next to Hidden Spirit Island for resting and cultivation. Zufan said. Understood, Master. A nascent soul stage puppet appeared, leading Gu Venerable and the little white minx towards the sect treasure vault. Great Master, are you planning to recruit members from the demon clan? Zonling, the Honorable, asked. Zufan nodded. In the demon world, there are many small clans that can't make it. They have been born within the last 100,000 years and have no enmity with the human clan. As long as we give them some benefits, they can serve us. It's true. For example, Gu Demon Venerable, her treatment in the demon world is not even as good as our hidden spirit sect's disciples. She just poured out all her magic treasures and spiritual objects in order to save herself. Elder Zonling laughed as he spoke. It was like a beggar emptying out their family assets. Truly poor. That's why we need to attract all these demon venerables in the future to help build our hidden spirit sect. Zufan said with a smile. Great Master, just recruit them, as long as they're not invincible monster venerables, I will ensure that they're in check. Zonling waved his hand in a domineering manner. Of course, without Elder Zonling sitting here, I wouldn't dare to recruit these demon venerables as external members. Zufan smoothly flattered. Chapter 526. The injured Yuan Yan Venerable Zufan had just finished cradling Zonling when a light curtain interrupted Zonling's joyful time. In the light curtain appeared a fireball, with a middle-aged man in a coma in the middle. Putao, send a puppet for rescue and activate full defense mode. Also, call Elder Rantian over here. Zufan quickly said. The hidden spirit sect protective array was activated, and a 100% team of nascent soul stage puppets flew out of Hidden Spirit Island, intercepting the predicted trajectory of the fireball. A fiery light fell beside Zhu Fan, and Su Renshin appeared beside him. "Great Master, what are your arrangements?" Su Renshin said with a smile. Recently, he had been cultivating and hadn't taken any action for a long time. "Elder Ran Tian, take a look at the light curtain. This one should be an elder of the Elders Association. Do you know him?" Zhu Fan pointed to the light curtain and said. "Yuan Yan Venerable." Su Renshin exclaimed. "Pu Tao, quickly send out another team from our family assets," Zhu Fan hastily said. Hearing Su Renshin's tone, Zhu Fan knew this person was important. "Yuan Yan Venerable is ranked 58th among the elders of the Elders Association. His rank is even higher than my master," Su Renshin introduced. "Invincible Venerable." Zhu Fan and Zonling gasped. "I will personally escort," Zonling said, turning into a bloody light following another team of nascent soul stage puppets that set off. Zhu Fan hurriedly notified Li Qiafan, and a series of sword hums echoed on Hidden Spirit Island. The heavy water origin blade transformed into a flowing light and caught up with Zonling. "Take your immortal tools with you, and if you encounter an invincible monster venerable from the demon clan, send a signal immediately," Zhu Fan said. "Pu Tao, initiate the emergency teleportation plan, and preheat the base's shock system," Zhu Fan said to Pu Tao again. At this time, the snake spirit number slowly rose under Pu Tao's control, with the main gun and auxiliary guns all activated. "Notify all disciples outside to return to the sect as soon as possible." Zhu Fan's series of orders made Su Renshin a little unsure. "Great Master, is there an enemy attack coming?" Su Renshin asked. "It's just a precaution. Yuan Yan Venerable is in the invincible realm, and the opponent that matches him must also be at this level, so we have to be fully prepared. In case an invincible monster venerable comes, we must prepare an escape route." Zhu Fan stared at the light curtain with a nervous expression. He didn't expect that in just a few years, he, who was like a salted fish, would have to face an enemy of this level. "I wonder what kind of sins I have committed." Zhu Fan sighed lightly. If there were no invincible monster venerable coming, it would be fine. But if they did come, the mortal citizens in this immortal city area would be doomed. At this thought, Zhu Fan held a yin-yang coin in his hand and flicked it into the sky. He hadn't used this Chi Fortune divine skill for a long time. The yin-yang coin fell into the big bowl and made a crisp sound as it spun in the bowl. The positive side is facing up, it seems that there is no danger. Zhu Fan breathed a sigh of relief but did not lower his guard. "Great Master, it's a bit of an overreaction. The Great Demonic Race and the Elders Association won't let the invincible monster venerable chase after them," Su Renshin said. "That makes sense." Zhu Fan nodded. At this moment, that one team of 100 nascent soul stage puppets had already met Yuan Yan Venerable, who was enveloped in flames. "He has divine fire protection, so guard the perimeter," Pu Tao ordered. "Activate the source water array to protect the esteemed one's body from harm as it descends," said Zhu Fan. "Understood." As the array emerged over the 100,000-li giant lake, a water column several hundred meters high rose into the sky and flew towards the direction of the fireball, like a long water dragon stretching for 10,000 miles. At this moment, Zonling also noticed the firelight falling from the sky. "As expected from an invincible venerable, even the divine fire guarding him is not something I can provoke," he said. Zonling obediently recalled the Blood Sea Phantom behind him to avoid any misunderstandings later. "It can't be caught, but easing the fall of this invincible venerable is also troublesome," said Zonling, scratching his head. He could see at a glance that the invincible venerable was in a deep unconscious state with his soul damaged. The external divine fire was only unconsciously guarding him. Just as Zonling finished speaking, a column of water rising to the sky flew towards the direction of the fireball. As the water column came into contact with the firelight, clouds of smoke filled the sky. Subsequently, more and more water columns poured in, finally slowing down the speed of the divine fire's descent. "The Great Master is quick to react," Zonling said with a smile. 3 hours later, the divine fire settled steadily on the surface of the 100,000-li giant lake. At the same time, the divine fire protecting Yuan Yan Venerable's body disappeared. Zhu Fan and Su Renshin appeared beside Yuan Yan Venerable. "What should we do next, Great Master?" Zonling asked. "Send him to the origin world first, let him heal his injuries by himself. I will refine a few furnaces of soul-restoring elixirs for him later," said Zhu Fan after contemplating for a moment. Judging from his injuries, at least half of his mental and soul strength has been depleted. It's unclear how long it would take for him to wake up. "He might wake up right now, or he might never wake up again," said Zhu Fan. "However, things are different with me around." As he spoke, Zhu Fan's mouth curled into a smile. I am owed a life-saving favor by an invincible venerable, so asking for a few dozen avatar jade talismans shouldn't be too much, right? At this moment, Zhu Fan suddenly thought of a question. Elder Ran Tian, which one is more powerful, Yuan Yan Venerable or the Elder of the Thousand Spirit Sect? Zhu Fan asked curiously. The Thousand Spirit Sect Supreme Elder's strength can rank among the top 20 of the Elders Association, said Su Renshan. I understand, Zhu Fan nodded, glancing at the Avatar Jade Talisman of the Elder of the Thousand Spirit Sect that he had stored away in the Dao Artifact Palace. Since no one can catch up to me, I will go back and refine a few furnaces of soul-restoring elixirs for Yuan Yan Venerable, said Zhu Fan. In Alchemy Peak, Zhu Fan sat cross-legged in front of a Dao Artifact-level pill furnace, his face filled with gloom. It's been a long time since I last refined pills, and I surprisingly blew up the furnace this time, said Zhu Fan, feeling distressed. It seems I need to study alchemy again, or else I might truly lose this skill in the future, said Zhu Fan, shaking his head. 3 months later, Zhu Fan arrived in the Origin world with 3 jade bottles. On a spiritual crystal bed formed from 5 elements Origin Spirit Chi, lay a red-robed middle-aged man. Restoring God Pill, Soul Awakening Pill, and Returning Soul Pill. I had to exhaust all my family assets to help you refine these, he said. I hope you will wake up after taking these. Otherwise, collecting these top-tier spiritual medicines will take a long time. Zhu Fan scooped a spiritual pill from each jade bottle, turned them into powder, and sent it into Yuan Yan Venerable's mouth. It dissolves instantly upon entering the mouth and even has a fruity flavor. I hope you will like it, he said with a smile. In refining elixirs, Zhu Fan pursued perfection, even in taste. Everyone appreciates fruity flavors, young and old alike. Chapter 527, Red-Scaled Demon Clan. After doing all this, Zhu Fan stood quietly, looking at this invincible venerable. From Su Renshan, Zhu Fan learned about the background of the Yuan Yan Venerable. In simple terms, it was the life of an irritable but good person. He hated evil and despised the wicked, and could not stand injustices. He's a respectable person. Zhu Fan nodded and said. He also understood why Yuan Yan Venerable had suffered such severe injuries. He must have been blinded by anger and fell into a trap set by the demon clan. Otherwise, an invincible venerable, as long as he was cautious, would not end up in such a predicament. As Zhu Fan was lost in thought, Yuan Yan Venerable opened his eyes. Where am I? Fellow, did you save me? A slightly hoarse voice rang out. Venerable, you're awake. This is Lin Senator Immortal City region. Zhu Fan said. Thank you for saving me, fellow. Yuan Yan Venerable slowly sat up with a weak aura and began to look around. Which sex cultivation sacred land is this? I can't recall any strong sects in Lin Senator Immortal City. Yuan Yan Venerable's voice was somewhat puzzled. Lin Senator Immortal City, Hidden Spirit Sect. I, along with our great master Zhu Fan, saved you 3 days ago. Zhu Fan introduced himself, or else there would be too much pointless back and forth. Hidden Spirit Sect, I seem to have heard of it somewhere. Yuan Yan Venerable shook his head. Venerable, your soul is currently damaged, don't worry about these things and focus on recovering here. In a while, the guardian of Lin Senator Immortal City will come, and you can ask him any questions. Zhu Fan said, placing the 3 bottles of elixir on the bedside table. You must have paid a significant price to save me, right? Yuan Yan Venerable looked at the 3 bottles of elixir and said. By just feeling the residual medicinal power within his body, he could tell that the elixirs were extraordinary, and they must have come from an alchemy master. Venerable, you're too courteous. Venerable, you fought selflessly against the demon clan in the vast void domain for the human race, so it is my duty to make elixirs for you. Zhu Fan said respectfully. It was because of the Elders Association holding the front line that the human race was saved from being swept away by the demon clan. Don't make it sound so righteous. If only I hadn't fought the Black Tortoise alone, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Unfortunately, in the end, I couldn't do any substantial damage to the Black Tortoise. Yuan Yan Venerable said somewhat irritably. With that one sentence, Yuan Yan Venerable shattered the tragic image Zhu Fan had imagined of him fighting several invincible monster venerables alone. Venerable, what's the situation on the Outer Realm battlefield? Zhu Fan asked. When I lost consciousness, the battle was nearly over. The demon clan was defeated, and the human race won a bitter victory. Just like the Supreme predicted, if he were here, the losses for the human race might have been smaller. Yuan Yan Venerable sighed. Zhu Fan was taken aback, asking, what happened to the Supreme? He ascended to the grand world of 10,000 immortals with the golden winged rock of the demon clan. Of course, this was also within the Supreme's expectation. But the only thing he didn't expect was to underestimate the demon clan's ability to control the vast void gate beast. Yuan Yan Venerable said. So it turned out that leaders from both realms had ascended. However, their joint ascension somehow sounded very intimate. In the future, our human race will definitely expand our advantage and eventually annihilate the demon clan. Zhu Fan said casually. Hopefully. Just after Yuan Yan Venerable finished speaking, he felt dizzy and fell back asleep. I was so busy chatting that I forgot to give him the medicine. Zhu Fan scratched his head and said. At this moment, there was a spatial fluctuation at the entrance of the origin world. Before long, Ningdao arrived next to Zhu Fan. Your elder number 58, Yuan Yan Venerable, you should send someone to take care of him. I have already refined the corresponding elixir, just let him take it directly when he wakes up. Zhu Fan said. Thank you, Great Master. Ningdao expressed his gratitude. It should be, Yuan Yan Venerable fought bravely on the front line, seeing him afterwards, how could I not save him? Zhu Fan said with a smile. After Zhu Fan finished speaking, he went to another cultivation place in the origin world. At this time, Zhu Gang was cultivating diligently in the dojo. Above, there was the 5 elements Lineon cultivation phenomenon. Below, there were Dongfeng missiles condensed from divine powers, gathering and then dissipating. It wasn't until Zhu Fan approached that Zhu Gang opened his eyes. It seems you really like this magical power. Zhu Fan said with a smile. I feel that this magical power of Master is the culmination, the mixing of 5 spiritual powers, and the most amazing thing is that when encountering different enemies, it can also switch the explosion attributes of the East Wind divine skill. The combination of the 5 elements spiritual chi, containing the 10,000 things, is superior to the 10,000 divine powers. Master, you are truly the one who has gathered the essence of all the 10,000 great Tao. Zhu Gang exclaimed. Zhu Fan didn't say anything. He first checked whether his senior disciple had been soul-raped or not. Who taught you what you said today? Your level is quite high. Zhu Fan removed his hand from his senior disciple's head. He was sure it was still him. I just spoke my mind. The more I practice Master's East Wind divine skill, the more I can feel its infinite mysteries. Master, I have also seen the nuclear explosion divine power you gave to Elder Zonling. Is that the final form of the East Wind divine skill? Zhu Gang asked expectantly. That's too complicated. You must first learn the Dongfeng series before you can continue to learn the nuclear explosion divine power. Zhu Fan laughed. His own senior disciple spoke so sincerely, Zhu Fan was very gratified. You just practice well here, I won't disturb you. Zhu Fan left the origin world after saying this. After returning to Hidden Spirit Island, Zhu Fan met Zonling. Great Master, there is some bad news. Zonling said with a solemn expression. Seeing the look on Zonling's face, Zhu Fan also felt that something was wrong. What's the matter, Elder Zonling? Zhu Fan asked urgently. Just now I was chatting with Jiyun Feather Demon Venerable, and I found out that not far from our Hidden Spirit Island, there is a top-ranked Grey clan. Zonling said. At this moment, Zhu Fan wanted to curse. The Red-Scaled Demon Clan, a top-ranked great clan in the demon world, has an invincible fighting power Venerable. Zonling said. How far exactly? Zhu Fan asked worriedly. Jiu Demon Venerable passed by that Grey clan 5 years ago, then has been walking in one direction, until he met us some time ago. Zonling said. 5 years, it's estimated to be about the distance of 2 or 3 immortal cities. Zhu Fan said leisurely. At this moment, he only felt like he had won the lottery. How vast the demon world was, there were not many top-ranked great clans distributed in the demon world, but he happened to encounter one. Why do you love me so much? Zhu Fan looked up at the sky and said. It seems we have to work hard to live in the future. Set a small target, break through the artifact refining Grandmaster first. Zhu Fan sighed slightly. He had been walking with bad luck recently. Chapter 528, Healing Wounds. Hidden Spirit Sect's Second Branch, Origin Realm. The Venerable Yuan Yan, who was sitting in meditation to recover his spirit, slowly opened his eyes. He looked up at the origin realm filled with the 5 elements source spiritual chi. I didn't expect that I would encounter such a chance while recovering from my injuries this time. Venerable Yuan Yan said with a smile. According to Ningdao's account, the Great Elder of the Hidden Spirit Gate who saved me has the potential to be an artifact refining Grand Master. I will give the unnecessary spiritual ores I have in my hand to the Great Elder as a thank you for saving my life. At this moment, Zhu Fan entered the origin realm. Venerable, how's your injury recovery coming along? Zhu Fan asked. He had came to deliver medicine. My heart and soul have already stabilized. All I need is a peaceful rest to recover. Venerable Yuan Yan said with a smile. Here are the soul calming pills and soul nurturing pills, you can use them during your healing period. Zhu Fan said with a smile. Thank you, Great Elder. I can't repay you for saving my life. Please accept these mundane items. In Venerable Yuan Yan's hand, A space ring and 2 red-colored avatar jade tablets appeared. Zhu Fan's eyes showed a hint of eagerness. He was a noble man, but he was also a worldly person. Truthfully, saving this invincible venerable was also for these items. Venerable, you were injured fighting for the greater good of the human race. I can't accept your items after just offering you some help. Zhu Fan said with an air of righteousness. According to custom, he would first refuse and then accept. You're right, this would be somewhat insulting to the Great Elder. Venerable Yuan Yan said and put the space ring away, leaving only the 2 red avatar jade talismans, still trying to give them to Zhu Fan. Great Elder, you can refuse the other items, but I hope you can accept my avatar jade talismans. They could save your life when in a critical situation. Venerable Yuan Yan said sincerely. Zhu Fan felt a slight pain in his heart. Why won't you play by the rules? The 2 avatar jade talismans were quickly accepted by Zhu Fan. Thank you for the avatar jade talismans, Venerable Yuan Yan. Zhu Fan said with a smile. These 2 avatar jade talismans are nothing. The Great Elder has the talent to be an artifact refining Grandmaster. If needed, just have a word at the Elder Council headquarters, and you can get 10 or more invincible Venerable's avatar jade talismans as you wish. Venerable Yuan Yan smiled and said. Every invincible venerable wanted the friendship of an artifact refining Grandmaster. At this moment, Zhu Fan imagined a scene where every time he went out, he would carry more than 10 avatar jade talismans on his waist, making no one dare to mess with him, and he could just throw one out if needed. When you have time, Great Elder, you can give it a try. The Hidden Spirit Sect also has a starship, so it wouldn't take long to get to the Elder Council headquarters. Venerable Yuan Yan said with a smile. I will rest for a while longer, then I will head back to our Elder Council headquarters. You can use these 2 avatar jade talismans first, and I will send someone to deliver more after you have used them up. So, Great Elder, don't hesitate when you encounter danger, just throw it out. Venerable Yuan Yan said heartily. Thank you, Venerable. Zhu Fan said with a smile, considering this as having an invincible Venerable's avatar as a bodyguard. At this moment, Venerable Yuan Yan held a ball of flames in his hand and threw it directly into the sky. I see that the Tao laws of your independent little world are not complete, so today I will make up for it with the Fire Tao. The ball of fire exploded in the sky of the Origin Realm, and countless Fire Tao scriptures slowly dissolved into the sky. At this moment, the Origin Realm had undergone a slight evolution. Master, Origin Realm has evolved. Now it will be easier to cultivate fire attribute divine abilities within it. Pu Tao reported in Zhu Fan's heart. Venerable, what kind of price do you have to pay for adding the Tao laws to the Origin Realm like this? Zhu Fan asked curiously. If it were below the Invincible Realm, some costs would need to be paid. But at the Invincible Realm, this can actually be beneficial to cultivation, just like revisiting the great Tao laws that one has cultivated. Yuan Yan Venerable said with a smile. At this moment, Zhu Fan thought of the Thousand Spirit Sect Supreme Elder and decided to invite him over if he had the chance. Thank you for informing me, Esteemed One, Zhu Fan said with a bow. It's just a small effort, Yuan Yan Venerable said, waving his hand. As soon as Yuan Yan Venerable finished speaking, he felt weak again. Zhu Fan quickly took out a soul-calming pill and a soul-nurturing pill for Yuan Yan Venerable to consume. Yuan Yan Venerable's pale face turned rosy again. I didn't expect to feel so weak after losing almost half of my divine soul, Yuan Yan Venerable said with a bitter smile. In the future, Great Elder, you shouldn't refine elixirs for me. It's too wasteful. After returning, the Elder Council headquarters can provide free treatment for injuries. Zhu Fan couldn't help but sigh again, enjoying the benefits of his position. Esteemed Yuan Yan, when do you plan to leave? I will arrange for a spaceship to send you, Zhu Fan asked. No need to trouble the Great Elder, the spaceship from the headquarters should be on its way, Yuan Yan Venerable replied. Then esteemed Yuan Yan, please take a good rest, Zhu Fan said with a smile. After delivering the elixirs, Zhu Fan returned to the Hidden Spirit Sect and started refining Railgun number 2 with the help of the 2 Demon Race Refiner Grandmasters. Great Elder, you don't have to worry. The red-scaled demon clan is too far away from here, they won't be able to expand here anytime soon, Elder Zonling said, trying to comfort Zhu Fan from the side. He looked at Zhu Fan, who was busy refining the railgun, and couldn't help but feel uneasy. What, are you not used to seeing me refining magical treasures personally? Zhu Fan asked with a smile. It's been a long time since I have seen the Great Elder so busy. It's a bit unusual, Elder Zonling replied with a smile. I am just taking precautions, I can't let the environment I am in be unstable, Zhu Fan said, while placing the finished parts to the side and picking up another Tao artifact level spirit mine to refine the next piece. I understand. After some time, the Great Elder can be relieved. Once the spaceship is completed, clones number 1 and number 2 will be free to return and help you, Zonling said. Zhu Fan would definitely need help, but he wouldn't stop working himself either. Elder Zonling, what brings you here? Everything follows a principle, discussing other matters before getting to the main issue. I just wanted to know, with the completion of the new spaceship soon, can it go deeper into the inner area of vast void domain? Zonling asked. If it's slower, there shouldn't be any major problems. Just don't go too deep. I feel there might be some things in there, like the nests of vast void giant beasts, Zhu Fan replied. If you really want to penetrate deeper, you can separate the snake spirit number and use it as a detection starship, moving ahead of the new type spaceship, Zhu Fan suggested after thinking for a moment. That's also feasible, Zonling agreed, nodding his head. Now he was more interested in the deeper part of the inner area of vast void domain. Or else, Elder Zonling, why don't you just stay in the sect and cultivate for a while? When the new spaceship is finished, you can depart, Zhu Fan suggested. That's exactly what I intend to do, Zonling nodded in agreement. Just then, Pu Tao's voice sounded. A spaceship from the Elder Council has been discovered above the Lin Senator Immortal City region. I didn't expect them to come so quickly, Zhu Fan said, creating a temporary avatar to continue refining the railgun parts. Chapter 529, The Secret Before Leaving outside Linsen Immortal City, a huge Elders Association's Xingzhou spaceship was parked. Great Master, there's not much to give you before parting, so I will tell you a secret from within the Elders Association, Yuan Yan Venerable said. What is it? Zhu Fan was curious, could it be the method to break the space-time seal? The space-time seal will be lifted in 2,000 years, this is the information left by the Supreme before leaving, and only the Sequence Elder in the Elders Association knows it. I believe that Great Master should be able to set up a good plan in 2,000 years. Zhu Fan heard Yuan Yan Venerable's voice in his heart. Great Master, thank you for saving my life. If I have time, I will visit you. Yuan Yan Venerable finished speaking and walked towards the Xingzhou spaceship. Thank you for telling me, Zhu Fan replied through a sound transmission. Yuan Yan Venerable just waved his hand without looking back, leaving a chic back figure. The Elders Association's Xingzhou spaceship took off and disappeared. 2,000 years is enough time, it can be done. Zhu Fan looked up at the sky and said quietly. Master, that Venerable left something for you in the origin world. Pu Tao's voice sounded. Why didn't you say it earlier? Zhu Fan frowned and said. Yuan Yan Venerable used a hidden divine ability, and it only appeared after he left. Pu Tao explained. In the origin world, Zhu Fan looked at this pile of fire element immortal grade spirit mines and was somewhat dumbfounded. Aren't you making things difficult for me? Not more, not less. Just enough spirit mines to refine 2 basic immortal artifacts. If I become an artifact refining Grandmaster later and don't make one for you, wouldn't that seem like I don't have enough resources? Zhu Fan said, but he thought that he could get an everlasting renewal of the Avatar Jade Talisman with this little relation later on. It doesn't seem like a bad thing at all upon thinking about it. Put all these things in the treasure house, and take them out when I become an artifact refining Grandmaster. Zhu Fan waved his hand and said. Back at Hidden Spirit Sect, Zhu Fan continued to refine the railgun as soon as he returned. A qualified salted fish must move when in danger, and can only continue to be salty when it's safe. Currently, Zhu Fan is in this state, feeling a bit like returning to the beginning of his career, doing everything personally, and occasionally having to fight a battle. In the trial tower, Zhuangli shattered Xiang Yun's sword array with a punch. 5 elements breaking power, follow me. After fully displaying all his strength, Xiang Yun broke the sword array later on. The broken sword array instantly condensed into a huge 5 elements giant sword again and stabbed at Zhuangli. There's nothing new in this sword array. Although Zhuangli said this, his body was very honest, dodging properly and charging towards Xiang Yun's main body direction. The final result was that Xiang Yun was killed for the 101st time by Zhuangli's giant hammer. Both of them left the virtual dojo for duels. Senior brother, can you not use that broken hammer in the future? Every time you use it, it feels like you're cheating, Xiang Yun said helplessly. I already have it, why can't I use it? Zhuangli said with a smile. As the eldest brother of the first-generation disciples, his equipment was also top-notch luxury. He had Dao artifact heavy armor given by Elder Wei Yun and a Dao artifact heavy hammer that he won in competitions. Moreover, there is a divine skill cultivation technique customized by the Great Elder. With all these advantages, his persistent cultivation, and excellent body refining talent, it can be said that he is an overwhelming existence among the sect disciples. The only ones who can compete with him are those outstanding people among the first-generation disciples. How about joining me for an expedition mission later? Zhuangli asked with a smile. Xiangyun shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "Senior brother, that's self-torture, not a mission." Once, he went on an expedition mission with Zhuangli and saw Zhuangli charge into a group of god transformation stage demons wearing Dao artifact heavy armor and wielding a giant hammer. He wouldn't call for help until he used up the last bit of his spiritual power. You can only experience the true meaning of battle in life and death situations. I think your sword array has reached a bottleneck. How about going with me to break through it? Zhuangli continued to persuade. Is that a bottleneck? Did I not refine my sword array to the peak? Xiangyun argued. Because of the excellent cultivation environment of the sect and the origin world's 5 elements origin spirit chi cultivation sacred land, all the first-generation disciples of the sect have broken through the nascent soul stage. The outstanding ones have advanced to the peak of the nascent soul stage. After refining to the peak, I don't know if you have ever experienced the sword array displayed by the Great Elder during his nascent soul stage, or the sword Dao divine ability, Zhuangli recalled. Never. Have you seen it, senior brother? Xiangyun curiously asked. I have. At that time, the Great Elder was instructing Master Xiangkai. At that time, just as he happened to pass by, he saw the Great Elder slowly extend a finger. The color of heaven and earth changed instantly, and there was no color left in his eyes, only the sword light. Actually, when I recall that sword, I feel that it would not be a problem to kill me in seconds. Zhuangli looked at Xiangyun with contempt in his eyes. With your just breaking defense level, you dare to claim that your sword array has been refined to the peak. It's also because of my limited talent. It's not easy to break through any further, Xiangyun scratched his head and said stubbornly, but there was a longing in his eyes. The Great Elder had also taught him the sword array, and its power was indeed extraordinary, but unfortunately, his talent was dull, and he couldn't fully comprehend it. It's all just excuses. As the senior brother, I have the right to urge you to improve. Zhuangli said this and grabbed Xiangyun's waist with one hand. Like grabbing a chick, they rowed a spirit boat to accept the task and flew outside the hidden spirit sect. Behind the spirit boat, there was also a small team of nascent soul stage puppets. Senior brother, you have been a little anxious in your recent cultivation, Xiangyun said as he looked at Zhuangli. Hearing Xiangyun's words, Zhuangli sighed slightly. I don't know if you have felt it, but our roles in the sect are getting smaller and smaller, Zhuangli said. Senior brother, are you referring to those few Danju masters who have advanced to the 7th order? Xiangyun asked. Zhuangli nodded slightly. Those who reach the rank of 7th order puppeteer can display nascent soul stage combat power, and those with higher talent can even slaughter a group of nascent soul stage demon clan members by themselves. On the other hand, look at us. Zhuangli sighed again. It had been less than 100 years since the appearance of Danju masters, but now they could even crush nascent soul stage experts, which made him feel ashamed. Senior brother, didn't the Great Elder say that? Cultivating techniques and divine abilities are the mainstream. Nowadays, those who can drive 7th order puppets may be able to sweep through the nascent soul stage, but after that, how many of them can reach the 9th order Danju master? Moreover, now a single 7th order puppet at the combination stage costs as much as a Dao artifact. I estimate that the value of a Mahayana level puppet is similar to that of an immortal artifact. Although our sect is wealthy, we can't afford so many immortal artifacts. But as long as we work hard in our cultivation, all of our hidden spirit sect disciples can reach the Mahayana stage. Senior brother, you can also expect to become the first invincible venerable among the sect disciples. Chapter 530, The Ignited Zhuangli. Although your words are inspiring, they can't change our current useless situation, Zhuangli said. After being cheered up by Xiangyun's words, Zhuangli felt much better and his fighting spirit flared up even more. A big hand heavily patted Xiangyun's shoulder. Xiangyun, you're right. Only a few can become a limit Danju master, so having a high cultivation realm is eternal. We need to work harder on our cultivation from now on. So this time I decided to leave the Linsen Immortal City region and go on an adventure, letting Pu Tao remove the protective puppets behind us. Zhuangli's eyes burned with fighting spirit. Going for the breakthrough under someone's protection, what kind of limit is that? This time he wants to play for real. Senior brother, don't do this. I was just talking. Isn't it good for us to cultivate well in this sect? Xiangyun looked at Zhuangli, who was full of fighting spirit, and felt that he had done something extremely foolish. Let's go. We can never grow under the protection of the sect, Zhuangli said. Pu Tao, find a mission outside the Linsen Immortal City region for me, and also, this time I request to remove the protective puppet, Zhuangli said. A light curtain appeared in front of Zhuangli, with various missions outside the Linsen Immortal City region marked with danger symbols. Application accepted, now under review. Application approved, wishing you a successful return. Zhuangli looked at the light curtain and casually took a mission to investigate a small demon clan in the surrounding area. Senior brother, are you serious? Please don't drag me into this. Xiangyun shouted urgently. Zhuangli casually added both their names to the list of participants for the mission. Be decisive like a man. It's just a matter of life and death, isn't it? Great Master once said, a dead man's bird is eternal, one should not die for 10,000 years, Zhuangli said. That's your business, don't involve me in it. My sword formation Dao can't break through in a matter of life and death, Xiangyun said. It's too late now, you're going with me this time. In our sect, there are not many people who can match me. Besides, that little Zuzi is still lost in the land of tenderness, so it's better not to mention him, Zhuangli said. Since senior brother has taken the mission, let's plan how we should proceed with it, Xiangyun sighed and said. That's the spirit, Zhuangli laughed. The spirit boat they were sitting on changed its direction and flew towards the mission area. 3 months later, 2 escaping lights rushed towards the Linson Immortal City region. Behind them, dozens of escaping lights were closely following the 2. Senior brother, this is an investigation mission. Fighting is secondary. Why did you kill the clan leader's son when you were not doing anything? Xiangyun, who was controlling the sword array's flight, said. Who knew that the Kai Woodbird clan's young clan leader was so weak? He couldn't even withstand a single blow from my hammer, Zhuangli said sheepishly. The situation with the small demon clans in that area had been thoroughly investigated, and they only needed to return to complete the mission. What was originally a smooth mission was turned into a life and death race by Zhuangli. There are 3 void cultivation stage, 28 god transformation stage. Don't think about fighting them, just focus on escaping. As long as we get close to the Linson Immortal City region, we can ask Pu Tao for help, Xiangyun said. At that moment, a giant wind blade shot towards the 2 of them. Zhuangli turned around and summoned his 5-element gold body, raising his hammer to hit the giant wind blade. Boom! With the help of the explosion's aftermath, Zhuangli hurriedly fled backward. Senior brother, that was awesome. You even shattered a void cultivation stage wind blade, Xiangyun said. Now's not the time for that, focus on escaping first. Zhuangli said as he saw the Kai Woodbird getting closer and closer to them, feeling a bit uneasy. Senior brother, hold on, we're less than 10,000 miles away from Linson Immortal City region. As long as we can endure, we will be victorious. Xiangyun said, pulling out a small bottle of concentrated sky blue spirit liquid and drinking it in one gulp. In an instant, Xiangyun's spiritual power skyrocketed, and with his spiritual power, he grabbed Zhuangli. Senior brother, don't resist. Let me show you the ultimate speed. As soon as Xiangyun finished speaking, hundreds of spiritual swords began to change, eventually forming the shape of a bullet's head. Behind the bullet-shaped sword array, a fierce whirlwind blew, directly pushing the speed of the 2 to a new level. Your speed is not that impressive, Zhuangli said. This is just the beginning, senior brother, brace yourself. Xiangyun had just finished speaking when a violent explosion occurred at the end of the bullet, like a cloud bomb. This is more like it, Zhuangli laughed. You 2 stinky brats of the human clan, I wanted to let you live a little longer, but since you're courting death, don't blame me. A sharp voice rang out, and then the 2 felt the large amount of wind attribute spiritual chi condensing behind them. For a moment, the speed of the Kai Woodbird behind them also increased several times, and the distance between the 2 sides was getting closer and closer. Damn, we have overdone it, senior brother. Do you have anything up your sleeve? Use it quickly. Xiangyun controlled the sword array while speaking. I have something, but it's a bit of a struggle against void cultivation. I can barely hold them off, but I can't protect you either. So you should explode a few more times, maybe we have a chance to survive. Zhuangli's eyes showed no panic, and even if they really had to fight to death, he believed that he could live long enough for the rescue to arrive. At this moment, the 3 escaping lights of the void cultivation stage suddenly greatly increased their speed behind them. Then, with overwhelming wings, they smashed down at the 2. 5 elements sword array, defend. Xiangyun hurriedly changed the sword array. Junior fellow, can you explode again? Zhuangli asked calmly. I can explode 3 more times, but considering this situation, it would be futile even if I did a few more. Xiangyun, under immense pressure, deployed the defensive sword array. Boom. The wings smashed into the defensive sword array, instantly shattering it, and then continued to hit Zhuangli. A golden light shone, and a 5-element more body golden figure, dozens of feet tall, appeared in the air. Yes, go back and ask for help. If they don't come within 3 days, there won't be anyone left in the first generation of Hidden Spirit sect disciples who can bully you. Zhuangli smiled. Dao artifact heavy armor and giant hammer all shown in his hands. Senior brother, take care, I am going back for help now. Xiangyun flew towards the direction of Linson Immortal City without looking back. He knew that staying here would only add to the chaos, so it was better to speed up and ask for help, giving Zhongli a glimmer of hope in his survival. As Zhongli looked at the Kai wood birds surrounding him, his whole body ignited with a fighting spirit, and his expression began to get excited. When I used to fight under the sex protection, I always felt unsatisfied. Now it's good, no one to protect me, I can fight to my heart's content. The 10 feet tall 5-element war-body golden figure, wearing heavy armor and holding a heavy hammer in both hands, appeared like a god of war. As Zhongli's fighting spirit burned, a cold voice sounded. Should I intervene now, or wait for you to finish your thrilling fight first? A sword cultivator puppet at the unification stage appeared beside Zhongli. Senior brother, isn't it so coincidental? I met Sui Ying midway. Xiangyun laughed. Chapter 531, As if no one has immortal tools. Zhongli's ignited intention for battle was instantly extinguished upon seeing the swordsman puppet. I had just completed my mission and was on my way home when I encountered Senior Xiangyun. Although Sui Ying's tone was cold, it carried a sense of respect. Forget it, you take action. It's no fun when you step in, Zhongli said somewhat helplessly. What's the difference with someone guarding him by his side? You two human clan brats, do you really think a puppet can save you? The sharp voice rang out again. A huge phantom bird appeared in the sky. Sui Ying, it's up to you, Zhongli said. Both seniors, please just watch the battle from the sidelines. After the swordsman puppet spoke, it transformed into a shadow and disappeared. With a sword ring, a sword shadow crossed through time and space, and a flash of sword light passed through all the Kai wood birds in an instant. Before the sword light disappeared, Sui Ying controlled the puppet to appear beside the two. Whether it was the Kai wood birds at the void refining stage or the god transformation stage, they were frozen in the sky for a moment, and finally their heads and bodies split into two and fell to the ground, their demon blood splattered on the earth. Every time I see Sui Ying in action, I can't help but feel like a useless person, Xiangyun exclaimed. In just under 100 years, not to mention the power of the puppet, but the sword Dao meaning contained in it is something I admit I am inferior in, he said. See, you're not the only one with that feeling, Zhongli said, spreading his hands. A sad cry came from the sky, then fell silent between the heaven and earth. Shall we escort both seniors home now? Swordsman puppet Sui Ying said. Let's go, we can only continue the mission next time, Zhongli said, nodding his head. At this moment, everyone felt a surge of golden killing intent. The faces of the two changed drastically as this aura was much higher than the integration stage. A golden giant tiger slowly walked towards the two and a puppet. I didn't expect to encounter such an interesting event while traversing the human realm, it said. The puppet who uses the sword, is there someone controlling it from behind? The golden giant tiger spoke with a tiger roar suppressing the souls in the words, and those with weaker wills might have knelt down in submission. Gold Devouring Tiger, a top clan in the demon world, with at least 3 invincible monster venerables in the clan, Sui Ying said calmly. Both seniors, please leave first. I will cover the back, Sui Ying said. It was only then that Zhongli reacted. That's not right, since you're here, Putao should be here too, Zhongli said. Senior is right, but I only have a group of nascent soul stage puppets with me. I am afraid they won't be able to suppress this gold-devouring tiger, Sui Ying said, as 10 nascent soul stage puppets fell from the sky to guard him. Human cultivator, my trip to the human world is purely to witness the human clan's genius cultivators, and I have no intention to kill, the gold-devouring tiger said coldly, its face filled with pride, disdainful of deceiving any life. Sui Ying, we will leave first. Leave this one to you, Xiangyun said, pulling Zhongli away. Both seniors, take care, I will be back after dealing with this gold-devouring tiger, Sui Ying said. The gold-devouring tiger did not move, just quietly watching Zhongli and Xiangyun leave. Alright, the 2 cultivators who have distracted your mind are gone. We can have a good fight now, the gold-devouring tiger said, slowly advancing. Sui Ying shook the Dao spirit sword in his hand, then with a cold expression, turned into a flash of sword light and rushed towards the gold-devouring tiger. At this moment, Zhu Fan, who was refining the railgun, looked at the duel between Sui Ying and the gold-devouring tiger in the light curtain with a slightly solemn expression. This must be a genius from the demon clan, who came to travel in the human realm. He is so fearless that he must have some backup strategies. Zhu Fan said while refining the railgun. Putao, keep the railgun ready at all times. You can injure him, but don't kill him. Zhu Fan said, stroking his chin. He had also gotten some information about the gold-devouring tiger clan from Putao. Within the clan, there were at least 3 invincible monster venerables. Zhu Fan, of course, couldn't afford to provoke such a high-level clan. Since they came, there was no way to avoid them. Yes, sir. At this point, the battle in the light curtain ended with the gold-devouring tiger shattering Sui Ying's swordsman puppet with a swipe of its paw. Not a single hair on the gold-devouring tiger was lost. At this moment, Zhu Fan clapped his hands and summoned a temporary avatar to temporarily refine the component for him. It looks like I need to take action, Zhu Fan said. At this moment, a special puppet specifically designed for Zhu Fan appeared in front of the gold-devouring tiger. You came to die, too? The gold-devouring tiger looked at the new nascent soul stage puppet and said. Just now, I heard you came here to practice and wanted to challenge the human clan's geniuses. You, as a monster clan at the integration stage, even if you are backed by a great clan, you are quite bold. Zhu Fan looked at the gold-devouring tiger and said. On my way, I passed through many sect-sacred lands, met many human clan venerables, and encountered more than a few undefeated human clan venerables, but in the end, I came out unharmed. I have the gold-devouring tiger clan leader's oath that I will not kill during my discussions with the human clan's geniuses. After the gold-devouring tiger finished speaking, a shadow lit up behind him, revealing an invincible demon venerable aura. That aura conveyed only one meaning: you can come and discuss freely with the same realm, but if you dare to bully the weak, you need to weigh what you will face. At the same time, two tiger teeth floated around the gold-devouring tiger, having the same effect as the avatar jade talisman obtained by Zhu Fan. My dad is one of the invincible demon venerables, a grand elder of the gold-devouring tiger clan. The gold-devouring tiger finished speaking and glanced at Zhu Fan. So, you came here just to challenge the human clan's geniuses? Zhu Fan asked. Yes, it is said that the human and demon clans are evenly matched, but since I started traveling in the human cultivation world, I haven't met a human genius who could defeat me. The gold-devouring tiger spoke, a hint of disdain flashing in its eyes. I ask you, what if you win? What if you lose? Zhu Fan asked with interest. Zhu Fan had also seen the strength of the gold-devouring tiger just now. It easily defeated Sui Ying, who had just been promoted to the 70H level Tanju Master. Its aptitude and combat power were among the strongest he had ever seen among all living beings. People like Su Renchen and Ning Dao, who he knew well, were simply no match for the gold-devouring tiger in the integration stage. If anything, Zhu Gang, who had just advanced to the integration stage, could barely put up a fight, but that was about it. An immortal spirit Dao plate appeared beside the gold-devouring tiger, exuding an immortal spirit chi. Immortal tool, immortal spirit Dao plate. As long as you win, it's yours. If I win, I will take the most precious magical treasure from you, and you will promise never to take action against my gold-devouring tiger clan. The gold-devouring tiger said indifferently. Who are you looking down on? It's like no one else has an immortal tool. The spirit-breaking stick appeared next to Zhu Fan, exuding an immortal tool aura. A huge shadow of a heavenly giant staff appeared behind Zhu Fan. This immortal spirit Dao plate of yours, it's still lacking something. Zhu Fan looked at the gold-devouring tiger and said. Seeing you take out the immortal tool with such arrogance, it's like no one else has won. Zhu Fan couldn't stand people who flaunted their wealth the most. Chapter 532, Exchange of Skills. Then I will add 2 more top-notch Dao tools. A Dao artifact spiritual sword and a Brahma gold armor, both emanating astonishing spiritual pressure. Zhu Fan nodded and said, now that's more like it. The puppet, holding the spirit-breaking stick, pointed at the gold-devouring tiger and said, let's agree on this first, you can't go back on your word if you lose. Let me also clarify that I have my dad's avatar tiger tooth in my hand, and my dad can come here in person through the tooth at any time. Shijin giant tiger said. You're so powerful, alright, I won't mess with you. Through this conversation, Zhu Fan felt relieved. Generally, those with a proud temperament would keep their word. As long as they acknowledge you, everything else can be discussed later. If it were an ordinary demon clan member acting so arrogantly, Zhu Fan would have had the railgun ready for them. However, this one has quite a background, so it's better to just send them off peacefully. Let's start then, the outcome will be decided by our actions. Zhu Fan's nascent soul stage puppet transformed into a wisp of smoke in midair. The last heavenly giant stick slammed down at the gold-devouring tiger. Interesting, look at my demon aspect golden body. Roar. The tiger roar resounded between heaven and earth, and all creatures submitted. The entire space seemed to be filled with a unique power. A golden giant tiger, 100 feet long, stood proudly between heaven and earth. Facing the incoming giant attack, it raised its giant claw to strike it down. Boom. The giant stick and giant claw collided, their deafening sound echoing between heaven and earth. The shockwave caused by their collision made the surrounding heaven and earth tremble. Elder Zonling appeared 100 miles away, a blood sea throne formed behind him, and he sat on it. Putao, get me some refreshments and tea, Zonling said with a smile, understanding the whole situation. It was merely a gifted demon, under the protection of the big shots within his clan, wandering around the human world to challenge various geniuses. Before long, a group of puppets carrying tea and refreshments came to the side of the blood sea throne and started pouring the tea. Zonling casually ate snacks and cracked melon seeds while watching the duel in front of him. According to the Great Master words, this is a high-quality battle between the integration stage of the human clan and demon clan. We must not miss it. Zonling said with a smile, cracking melon seeds. Tea and refreshments have arrived. 1,000 points have been deducted. Putao's voice rang out. Zonling was stunned. 1,000 points were not a small sum. Putao, I should have this privilege, right? The master is currently in battle. Putao's computing power is focused on this, and Elder Zonling's command requires the consumption of extra computing power, which is not within the scope of the privilege. Putao's tone was very serious, but if you listened carefully, there was a tinge of amusement in the seriousness. At this moment, Zonling's blood sea throne suddenly formed a sphere to protect him. A strong residual wave from the battle swept through the position where Zonling was located. A chilling roar sounded. The killing intent of gold contained in it made Zonling take it seriously. Truly worthy of being the celestial favorite of the top demon clan. After this, he will definitely be an invincible monster venerable. It's a pity we can't kill him now, otherwise, we could solve a major enemy for the human clan. Zonling said regretfully. At this time, Zhu Fan's nascent soul stage puppet fought with increasing astonishment. Not because of anything else, but because the fighting skills of this demon clan celestial favorite were truly too rich, just like an old soldier who had fought on the battlefield for thousands of years. In the back-and-forth exchanges, Zhu Fan had no way to deal with the celestial favorite of the gold-devouring tiger clan. At this moment, the more astonished one was the gold-devouring tiger. Before the last invincible monster venerable of the clan ascended, he passed on his entire lifetime of combat skills to the tiger. It must be known that those were the combat skills of an invincible venerable. He had came to the human world to travel and challenge the geniuses of various major sects and forces of the human clan, all for the sake of better inheriting these combat skills. The gold-devouring giant tiger's mouth held a touch of golden killing intent, accompanied by its innate divine ability, Tiger Roar, as it fired a sound cannon at the nascent soul stage puppet in midair. Interesting. Zhu Fan manipulated the puppet to place the spirit-breaking stick in front of him and gently flicked the stick. This directly shattered the gold-devouring tiger's innate tiger roar at the same frequency. Heaven and Earth Gauge, chaotic staff. Zhu Fan's voice sounded in the sky. An invisible force of heaven and earth bound the gold-devouring tiger, and another staff struck the gold-devouring tiger. The restrained gold-devouring tiger looked at the puppet holding the staff and coming to strike him. A trace of killing intent flashed across its eyes. According to his thoughts, even if he had to use the avatar tiger tooth left by his father, he had to kill the person controlling the puppet. Golden-winged Rick Demon Emperor ascended to the upper world. Within 3,000 years, he was confident that he could reach the realm of the Golden-winged Rick and unite the human and demon realms, becoming the Supreme Demon Emperor. Along the way, he had seen various geniuses of the human clan. Even if they had the hope of advancing to invincible venerable in the future, he did not consider them a threat. But the person he met today was indeed someone he could regard as a formidable enemy in his life. The gold-devouring tiger suddenly felt a sense of rivalry. Boom! That staff directly struck the gold-devouring tiger's head. Then, a huge gold-devouring tiger shadow appeared in the sky. The tiger eyes glared at Zhu Fan, killing intent contained within. Oh wow, has the second evolution been initiated? Zhu Fan teased. You are indeed a formidable opponent, and ordinary means really cannot suppress you. In the sky, the tiger's roar-like voice echoed. Bring out any tricks you have, your immortal tools and top-tier Dao tools are quite appealing. Zhu Fan's voice was very relaxed. Although this gold-devouring tiger was a bit difficult to deal with, it was just a little bit difficult. You still want to win against me? Let's see what kind of tricks you have up your sleeve. The gold-devouring giant tiger arrogantly laughed. Ancestral return. In the sky, a tiger's roar echoed, as an inexplicable force of heavenly Dao filled the gold-devouring tiger's body. An ancient vicissitude and barbaric aura caught Zhu Fan and Elder Zonling, who were watching the battle from a distance, on guard. This is basically cheating. Elder Zonling exclaimed with shock. This level of aura was now threatening even him. With the release of this barbaric aura, an enormous claw that obscured the sky slammed towards the puppet controlled by Zhu Fan. For a moment, another ancient force restrained the puppet controlled by Zhu Fan, unable to move at all. So you think only you can cheat? Zhu Fan said disdainfully. He controlled the puppet to hold the staff in one hand and make a seal in the other, instantly enveloping the puppet with 5 or 6 layers of 5 elements guardian divine power. Peng Zufan's puppet flew like a meteor towards Elder Zonling's blood sea throne in the distance. The puppet just happened to stabilize its position not far from Elder Zonling. Great Master, if it doesn't work, let's use the railgun. Elder Zonling laughed. The little tiger's dad is invincible monster venerable. If we use the railgun, he will release his dad. What should we do then? Zufan's casual voice came, without a hint of panic in it. So what are we going to do? If you really can't win, will you actually have to compensate them with an immortal tool? Elder Zonling asked. It won't come to that. If they can cheat, so can we. Putao, increase spiritual power by 10%. Zufan's leisurely voice drifted past Elder Zonling's ears. Chapter 533, Playing Tricks? A shocking pillar of spiritual power shot towards Zufan's puppet-controlled body. You cheat and I cheat too. I already knew that your demon world has a divine ability to summon ancestors. It's really shameless to call upon them when you can't win. Zufan said disdainfully, what's the point of calling on ancestors when you can't win? With the addition of ancestral power, the combat power of the gold-devouring tiger had already surpassed the limit of the integration stage. I didn't expect your close combat divine abilities to be so incredible. Don't blame me for not being polite then. Let me be honest, I am a cultivator who mainly practices spell magic. Zufan said. He knew that if he kept smashing the club like this, he didn't know how long it would take to fight this tiger. Whatever other means you have, just bring them out. The gold-devouring giant tiger said, with a strong desire to fight in its eyes. The tiger now felt that the battle was just beginning, and the previous fight was just a warm-up. As you wish. The illusory voice echoed between heaven and earth. 5 elements spiritual energy began to gather, and then one Dongfeng missile after another shot towards the gold-devouring tiger. Subsequently, a strange intertwined black and white light ball appeared in the puppet's hands. It seems I need to get even further away, this distance is not enough. Zonling said, retreating more than 100 miles. Finally, a large Dongfeng missile containing the intertwined black and white light ball, bombarded the gold-devouring tiger. At this moment, Zhu Gang also appeared next to Zonling. Come, sit here, there are fruits and refreshments here, all bought with the points I earned from Putao. Zhu Gang laughed, and hurriedly waved at Zonling. I haven't seen Master fight for a long time, so I came to have a look. I didn't expect to see the nuclear explosion divine power as soon as I arrived. Zhu Gang said excitedly, with a strange glint in his eyes. Useless Taoist divine abilities. The gold-devouring tiger said disdainfully. Intuition told him that these divine abilities had sealed all the space around, and no matter how he tried to escape, the result would still be the same, the attack would hit him. Instead of that, it was better to go all out and take the attack head-on. Since I was born, there hasn't been any divine ability at the same level that could break my defense. Accompanied by the gold-devouring tiger's arrogant voice, the world darkened momentarily. Like the rising sun, a huge light cluster rose and finally formed a mushroom cloud. First, a white light flashed by, followed by the earth beginning to tremble. Zonling and Zhu Gang both stared wide-eyed at the scene. Subsequently, the blood sea throne automatically protected the two of them. Roar. A sound filled with defiance and a hint of pain was heard. How about it? Is my divine ability powerful enough? Zufan asked with a smile. At this time, a golden giant tiger figure appeared behind the puppet controlled by Zufan. With an earth-splitting momentum, the tiger slapped Zufan's puppet with its paw. Die. With one swipe from the gold-devouring tiger, the puppet instantly fell apart. To the one controlling the puppet, you have lost. The gold-devouring tiger said. At this moment, the number of people in the distant viewing platform had changed from 2 to 6. Seeing Zufan's puppet-controlled body being destroyed, they all showed a very indifferent expression. At this time, the sound of clapping echoed in the sky. Misdirection, moving and swapping places, your clan's wind system divine abilities are indeed quite good. Zufan's puppet figure appeared not far away. Devouring heaven and earth. The gold-devouring tiger didn't pay any attention to Zufan's words, opening its huge mouth and began to suck at Zufan. At this moment, the tiger's mouth seemed like a black hole, crazily devouring everything around him. Finally squeezed out his trump card, as expected of the gold-eating tiger clan, this power is truly extraordinary. Zufan felt his soul in the puppet oscillating and gradually having a husking sensation with the puppet. A strange black and white intertwined light ball appeared in Zufan's puppet's hand once again. In a battlefield, who gives you the opportunity to continuously use divine abilities for such a long time? Soul doesn't topple, heaven doesn't shift. Zufan momentarily suppressed the feeling of his soul leaving. At this moment, several shadows appeared within the gold-eating tiger's devouring range, including humans, the demon clan, and demonic beasts. They all charged towards Zufan. As expected, there are no idle players under the limelight. Zhu Fan said, giving up on the nuclear explosion divine power, and began controlling the puppet to dodge the shadows. Although Zhu Fan was able to dodge, his speed had indeed slowed down considerably under the influence of the gold-eating tiger's devouring divine ability. Moreover, he surprisingly found that each of the ones summoned by the gold-eating tiger had impressive combat power, causing him quite some trouble. "Don't think you're the only one who can call for help," Zhu Fan said. "Putao, 10% of 5 elements primordial chi, give me your support." "Yes, sir." Immediately, a large amount of 5 elements origin spirit chi appeared in the sky. At this time, everyone who was watching the battle got excited. This is a divine ability that Master rarely uses. "I have to watch closely," Zhu Gang said excitedly. He knew which divine ability Zhu Fan was going to use, and he had seen it before, but later discovered that its difficulty wasn't something he could learn, so he gave up. "Those who face the soldiers, all line up and move forward." Zhu Fan's ethereal voice resounded in the sky. Everyone who heard Zhu Fan's voice got excited. "How long has it been since I have heard Master's serious voice?" Li Xingxai looked at the large cluster of 5 elements origin spirit chi stirring in the sky and said, "Line up in the east, the azure dragon surveys the sea." With a light touch from Zhu Fan, a dragon chant sounded in the sky and a huge figure rushed towards the clouds. "Line up in the west, the white tiger roars in the forest." "Line up in the south, the vermilion bird burns the sky." "Line up in the north, the black tortoise dominates the realm." 4 different voices resounded in the atmosphere simultaneously, and at this moment, the power of heaven and earth were all blessing them. Azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, the 4 divine beasts condensed from the 5 elements spiritual chi, rushed towards the gold-eating tiger. Its might was so great that even the gold-eating tiger had to take a second look and immediately stopped releasing his innate divine ability, turning to deal with the 4 summoned divine beasts. Azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise formed the 4 divinities formation, trapping the gold-eating tiger within. At the same time, 3 strange black and white intertwined light rings appeared above Zhu Fan's head, wrapped in 5 elements origin spirit chi. They transformed into 3 huge Dongfeng missiles. "We should retreat a bit," Zonling said with a smile. "Yes, retreat another 200 miles, otherwise, it's easy to get hit by the aftermath of the divine power's explosion." Zhu Gang said with experience, the nuclear explosion divine power had a strange force that could damage a person through a protective shield. Just when the 3 huge Dongfeng missiles were about to be completely formed, the gold-eating tiger's voice rang out. "Do I need to use my last resort? You should know, once I use this technique, the humans in this area would be done for." Hearing the gold-eating tiger words, Zhu Fan suspended the Dongfeng missiles in the sky. Because he saw Shi Jin hug, and the glimmering spirit light on the tiger tooth avatar around his neck. "We're just testing each other, isn't using that considered cheating?" Zhu Fan said indifferently. "I have been undefeated traveling throughout the human cultivation world, only suffering losses in your hands. In the future, you will undoubtedly be my greatest enemy in life. It won't be a loss to pay a little price to kill you now." The gold-eating tiger's voice had a hint of killing intent. Chapter 534, Heart of the Strong Ones. Upon hearing the gold-devouring tiger words, Zhu Fan burst into laughter. "Come on, go ahead and call out your dad's avatar, and annihilate the humans from this area. Let me see, the stronger heart you have forged through your travels in the human cultivation world is such a vile heart. If you invoke your dad's avatar to annihilate us, that's all you will ever amount to for your entire life. Do you know why the Golden Winged Rick can rule your demon clan? Because he is a strong one, with a strong heart. All his words and actions are imposing to your demon clan. Every single word he utters, no clan in the demon world dare to disobey." The nascent soul stage puppet continuously casted his spells on the gold-devouring tiger. Far away at the hidden spirit gate, Zhu Fan secretly took out the avatar jade talisman left by Yuan Yan Venerable. He would use the low-end version first, and if not sufficient, he would switch to the high-end version. The gold-devouring tiger, after contemplating for a while, softly muttered, "The heart of a strong one, huh?" He has always benchmarked the height of his ambitions against the golden-winged Rick Demon Emperor. The one he had admired and looked up to since his childhood was the golden-winged Rick Demon Emperor. Zhu Fan's words earlier reminded him of the first time he saw the golden-winged Rick during his childhood. The 3 invincible demon venerables of his clan, the most noble beings, had lowered their noble heads before the golden-winged Rick, revealing a humble expression. "You are fortunate. Your speech just now awakened me. Puppet Master, what is your name?" The killing intent has left the gold-devouring tiger, and he resumed his earlier roars that shook the heavens. "Sword King Sect, Yisi Oyao." Zhu Fan's voice sounded. "Yisi Oyao, is it? I will remember." After the gold-devouring tiger finished speaking, he left behind an immortal tool and 2 top-grade Dao tools, then transformed into a streak of golden light and flew off into the distance. Zhu Fan was left dumbfounded. That's pretty decisive of you. I haven't even used my full strength. I was just starting to activate my mouth shield. Zhu Fan said with some dissatisfaction. But, he did give me an immortal tool just like that, he must be quite a big figure. The immortal spirit Dao plate automatically floated into the puppet's hand. Master, you can load this immortal spirit Dao plate onto the hidden spirit island's sex-gathering spirits array, Pu Tao's voice sounded. What effects would it have after loading? Zhu Fan asked curiously. The immortal spirit Dao plate can condense immortal spirit chi, but without a special environment, it will differentiate into 5 elements origin spirit chi. If you load it onto the sex-gathering spirits array, it can elevate hidden spirit island to the level of the origin world, but only for 1 month each year, Pu Tao explained. 1 month to supply over 100,000 people with 5 elements origin spirit chi is already extravagant. Zhu Fan nodded in agreement. At this moment, Elder Zonling and the others, led by him, came to Zhu Fan's side. Great Master, I really learned a lot today, Zonling exclaimed in awe. He had just realized how powerful Zhu Fan, the one he relied on, truly was after witnessing today's battle. Meanwhile, he was also pondering one problem: should he make even more efforts in the future to ensure he won't be left behind by Zhu Fan? Master, is this the ultimate state of the 5 elements divine technique? Zhu Gang said excitedly. The power that burst out from the swirling black and white light cluster during the fight was, in his eyes, the most beautiful scene in the world. We have only just gotten started. This divine ability has endless paths after this. You should seek them out patiently. As your master, I have already paved the way ahead for you. Zhu Fan said with a smile. The 2 top-grade Dao tools left at the original place transformed into 2 streaks of flowing light and entered Wang Xiangqi and Li Xingxi's bodies. These 2 nice treasures are just right for you too. Now I don't have to forge them for you in the future. Zhu Fan said. The 2 top-grade Dao tools left by the gold-devouring tiger were priceless, even in Zhu Fan's eyes. Master, I already have 4 Dao artifact spiritual swords. I don't need this one. It would be better if senior sister had it, said Wang Xiangqi, insisting on giving it to Zhu Yuxian. Zhu Fan denied him outright. If I tell you to keep it, just keep it. No need for all the useless chatter. This Dao artifact spiritual sword matches the cultivation techniques and divine abilities you're practicing. Make do with it until you reach the Mahayana stage. I will replace it with an immortal tool then, said Zhu Fan. Even if the one you want to give it to is your senior sister, she is the last person who lacks this kind of thing, Zhu Fan added. Well, I will accept this Dao artifact spiritual sword for now. Wang Xiangqi reluctantly accepted it. In reality, he preferred using the Dao artifact spiritual swords that Zhu Fan crafted specifically for him. They were so smooth to handle. Having accepted this Dao artifact spiritual sword, he wondered, when would he receive the next Dao artifact spiritual sword made by his master, or his master's avatar? In contrast, Li Xingxi seemed quite calm. The only thing visible in her eyes was gratitude. Senior Elder, do you still take in disciples, like those who want to rebuild their spiritual roots? Elder Zonling asked with envy. You should know that this is a top-grade Dao tool, even better than the magical treasure he used in his prime by a small margin. Zhu Fan replied with a smile, denying his request. Elder Zonling, you crack me up. I only take in disciples under the age of 12. I see, said Elder Zonling, sounding a bit disappointed. At this point, Zhu Fan noticed Zhu Yuxian acting strange. What's wrong, Moon Immortal? Zhu Fan asked. Master, look over there, Zhu Yuxian said, pointing towards the sky behind Zhu Fan. Everyone looked in the direction Zhu Yuxian pointed. I don't see anything unusual, said Zhu Gang. At that moment, Zhu Fan's expression changed, as if he had discovered something intriguing. Moon Immortal's spiritual perception is becoming more and more sensitive. Even I didn't notice that there's a spatial relic here, Zhu Fan praised. Why couldn't I see that? Elder Zonling asked in surprise. A small amount of spiritual chi began to condense in the puppet's hand and soon turned into a pair of glasses. Elder Zonling, wear these. You will be able to see the spiritual chi imaging map, the puppet said. You're right, using the spirit eye technique created by our master, I do see something unusual, said Zhu Gang. Zonling put on the spiritual chi imaging glasses handed over by Zhu Fan. Indeed, it's not common. The faint spiritual chi fluctuating is following a very orderly pattern, Zonling said, looking in the direction Zhu Yuxian pointed. Moon Immortal, can you check what's inside? Zhu Fan commanded. Yes, master. This is just my specialty, Zhu Yuxian exclaimed cheerfully. Immediately after, an avatar flew out of her main body. Everyone watched as Zhu Yuxian's avatar used various soul-searching techniques and law divine abilities. 5 elements spiritual power detection divine ability, flowing light detection divine ability, supreme god detection divine ability, sound rhythm exploration divine ability. What a professional approach. When I was young, I also spent some time as a treasure hunter, but I only knew the 5 elements spiritual energy detection and flowing light detection divine abilities, said Elder Zonling. So, your time as a treasure hunter must have been short, right? Zhu Fan asked with a smile. It lasted about 50 years. I didn't find it interesting, so I went back to the demon sect. I think fighting and killing is more exciting, said Elder Zonling, stroking his goatee with a smile. At this moment, Zhu Yuxian's avatar, after failing to find the entrance using various detection divine abilities, started to use various professional magical treasures, with operations that gave off an impressive vibe. Chapter 535, Inheriting the Small World. I feel that sister is already at the Grandmaster level when it comes to treasure hunting. Wang Xiangqi observed quietly, as he watched the 10 or so magical treasures surrounding Zhu Yuxian, whispering to Li Xingxi. Isn't that normal? All that sister does is stay at the sect and hunt for treasures, plus, with the dedicated coaching from master, she should be quite capable. Li Xingxi replied with a smile. At that moment, a spirit light or 10 zhang tall, appeared in the sky. Master has finished setting it up. The avatar Zhu Yuxian turned her head and stated to Zhu Fan, simultaneously making an OK sign with her hand. It seems to be a sect sacred land relic, the type associated with legacy. The avatar Zhu Yuxian stated that after capturing some spiritual chi from the ruins and checking it. You can tell even that? Zon Ling exclaimed in surprise. That falls under an entirely different discipline, analyzing the properties of long-sealed spiritual chi. My master taught me that. The real Zhu Yuxian answered with a smile, recollecting the teaching of Zhu Fan from the past. Even so, wouldn't spiritual chi be simply that, spiritual chi? What more can be gleaned from it? Zon Ling questioned, somewhat surprised at the otherwise mundane sight. Today, since everyone is gathered, let's continue exploring. If it's not too dangerous, we should open it up for disciples to practice. Zhu Fan suggested. Alright. Everyone followed Zhu Fan's puppet into the ruins of the sect's sacred land. The small world was refined and gradually transformed into a cultivation sacred land. This sect is not simple. Zonling began his assessment upon entering. As a Mahayana pioneer, he felt the need to pose himself, else he would have been overshadowed by others. Master, if Elder Zonling is correct, we hit the jackpot. We should move this sect's sacred land to Hidden Spirit Island. With a little modification, this will be another cultivation sacred place. Zhu Yuxian said excitedly. Hunting for treasures, worlds, small worlds, these are the things she finds pleasure in. Pu Tao, take control of the formation spirits of this place. Zhu Fan, controlling a puppet with glittering spiritual light in his eyes, ordered. This is a type of sect relic associated with inheritance. As long as one passes the assessments of the sect, and makes a grand vow to heaven, they can inherit everything left by the sect. The good part is inheriting the foundation of a sect. The downside is that from this day forward, the development of the sect will be a constant concern. Zhu Fan explained to the crowd. At that time, the sky in this world began to darken, from time to time accompanied by unusual fluctuations. All of this needs to be presided over by the array spirit of this world, and Pu Tao just happens to be good at this. As Zhu Fan's words trailed, the sky resumed the fairy tale-like vista that greeted them when they first entered. Master, I have taken 100% control of the array of this world. There was a sense of satisfaction in Pu Tao's voice. Did Pu Tao just devour the array spirit of this world? Zonling asked in astonishment, previously ignorant of Pu Tao's abilities. It's just like how the demon clan relishes blood food, it's their inherent nature, said Zhu Fan laughing. At that moment, several light curtains illuminated, narrating the origin and all the experiences of this world to date. It turns out this world was originally a breeding ground for a tribe of demon beasts, later occupied by Taiyu sect, and finally transformed into a cultivation sacred land. More than 30,000 years ago, to prevent the legacy from being cut off during the invasion of dark cultivators, Taiyu sect transferred this legacy world here. Zhu Yuxian read aloud from the light curtain to everyone present. What a cliché plot. In 8 out of 10 cases involving a sect sacred land relic, this is usually the case. Zonling stated laughing. In the relics I have detected, most of them are like this, except for one instance. At this point, Zhu Yuxian thought of a very interesting fact. What exception? Zhu Fan asked with interest. The Tanyu Gate, the predecessor of the Elders Association, was so powerful that there were many cultivation sacred lands in the sect, and they had branches all over the central continent. Once, I came across a forgotten cultivation sacred land of theirs. On that occasion, I collected lots of 5 elements sources, until I left. The array spirit there told me it had been forgotten there for tens of thousands of years. It was really pitiful. Zhu Yuxian said with a smile. The Elders Association really is rich and imposing. Zhu Fan laughed. Another light curtain brightened, displaying a list of all magical treasures, elixirs, and medicinal pills of this batch. There are quite a few good things. Just modify this world into a trial ground for the disciples, just make a few modifications to those tests. Zhu Fan thought for a while and said. Understood, Master. Pu Tao replied. At this moment, Zan Ling felt a little embarrassed to say, Great Elder, can you bring out that Tao artifact 1000 killing spirit saber for me to have a look? After all, asking my grandson for immortal tools every time isn't very dignified. It was my oversight, Pu Tao, bring out that 1000 killing spirit saber, let Elder Zan Ling have a look. Zhu Fan said with a smile. He suddenly remembered that he had promised to refine a Tao artifact saber for Zan Ling before, but had forgotten about it due to various reasons. A blood-red machete emitting a murderous aura of living beings flew out from the treasure house at this moment and landed in Zan Ling's hands. It's slightly inferior to the top Tao artifact, but it should be enough for me. Great Elder, can I exchange for this with points? Said Zan Ling. Elder Zan Ling, you are kidding. Look at how much you have done for the sect for so many years and hardly mentioned the points. Just take this machete and use it, Elder Zan Ling. When I promote myself to the artifact refining Grandmaster in the future, I will exchange a more suitable immortal tool for you. Zhu Fan's tone was somewhat apologetic, which seemed to be reproaching himself for his past neglect towards Zan Ling. Thank you, Great Elder. Zan Ling, fondling the 1000 killing spirit saber, appeared to be reluctant to let it go, for it was slightly better than the blood spirit Tao he had previously used. You guys, if you are interested, you can have a go. There are a lot of interesting things inside. Zhu Fan said to several disciples. 4 lights escaped into the main gate of the Taiyu sect, starting the trial. Pu Tao, the void storage Tao artifact I refined should be usable to you now. Put this small world next to the hidden arrival gate, Zhu Fan ordered. Yes, Master. At this moment, outside the hidden spirit gate, in the world of the Empress's hometown, a treasure that seemed like a hoop suddenly flew out and headed for the puppet controlled by Zhu Fan. After all this was done, Zhu Fan disengaged the puppet control. Recently, there's one trouble after another, leaving no peace for me, Zhu Fan said somewhat helplessly. First, it was the Empress, then came Yizi Oil, and finally, the gold-devouring tiger. Each of these 3 things was a major event that stood in the way of his lazy life in Zhu Fan's eyes. I can't slack off, but I don't believe you can always mess with me. Zhu Fan looked up to the sky and said silently, his eyes flashing with an unyielding spirit. However, he then obediently started to work on the railgun. The Taiyu sect's inheritance small world was being bound by a hoop-like item, slowly moving toward the hidden spirit island. Chapter 536, The Body of Immortal. All hidden spirit sect disciples received a message. A newly discovered inheritance mini-world has been found, filled with numerous magic treasures, spirit items, spirit stones, and spiritual ores. The mini-world has been captured by the sect and will arrive outside the sect in 1 month, at which time it will be open to all sect disciples. All sect disciples are advised to prepare. Upon reading the information, the first reaction of all sect disciples was that the sect was giving out welfare again. Is there still 1 month left? I can't wait now. I wonder if there will be Tao tools as rewards. All hidden spirit sect disciples reading this information began to rub their hands in anticipation, waiting for the arrival of the inheritance mini-world. At this time, Yuan, who was holding and munching on a large rolled-up meat pancake, looked up at the sky and said with a bit of anticipation, I wonder if there will be any top-grade ingredients in there. She felt that all the edible things around the sect had been eaten by her, so she recently became obsessed with collecting precious ingredients and then having the chefs make delicious food. Inheritance Mini-World, just listening to the name, you know it's been sealed for many years, any ingredients inside would have gone bad by now. Liu said from the side. What do you know? A strange little world is a unique environment. Do you know what this represents? It's a clash of different ingredients from the unfamiliar environment we are in Linsun Immortal City. Do you understand the deliciousness of that? Yuan has a feeling that everyone is drunk, and only she is awake. I feel like having enough to fill my stomach is fine. After I advance in the future, I won't have to eat anymore. Liu said nonchalantly. How can ordinary mortals like you understand the delicacies of this world? They are eventually wasted on you. Yuan turned her head and continued biting on her meat pancake. Liu, who was eating, saw Yuan's demeanor and just smiled. It didn't take long for the meat pancake in Yuan's hand to be completely consumed. By the way, I forgot to tell you something. You went to the Soul Sanatorium of the Jade Light Rabbit clan. Some people are very unhappy about it, so you better be careful in the future. Yuan said with squinted eyes, mentioning that she hadn't seen Li Liaoyu get spanked for a long time. Li Liaoyu, who was eating, was taken aback with a hint of panic in his eyes. He hurriedly said to Yuan, "Please explain to your sister Maoan that it was my dad who took me there, it has nothing to do with me. Whether it matters or not, you have been there anyway." Yuan said lightly. A few years ago, an impoverished jade light rabbit with a group of sisters set up a soul sanatorium in Linsen Immortal City, which could soothe the souls of human cultivators. As soon as the soul sanatorium opened, it instantly became popular in Linsen Immortal City. Afterward, the Jade Light Rabbit clan was amazed at how easy it was to earn spirit stones. In no time, a huge industrial chain was established, and it is said that the initial Jade Light Rabbit who opened the Soul Sanatorium had more spirit stones than their demon venerable. The humanoid Jade Light Rabbits topped with a pair of rabbit ears had an exotic charm, especially when giving therapy to human cultivators, which could greatly soothe their souls. And the middle-aged butcher often had soul overload due to operating high-level puppets. He was a regular customer even for work reasons. Isn't it just a visit to the Soul Sanatorium? Why is she angry? It's not like it's some irregular place, Li Liaoyu muttered. With the emergence of this huge industrial chain, there is bound to be a gray one. You even know about the irregular places, maybe it's necessary to tell Sister Maoan. Yuan squinted and laughed. Yuan, remember that when Sister Maoan despairs of me, it's the moment I will kill you. Li Liaoyu threatened. You have grown some guts, threatening me. Without a few top-grade ingredients, my anger won't be appeased. Yuan snorted lightly and got up to walk out of the cafeteria. Sister Maoan recently likes the scent of sky blue flower. As a brother, I can only help you to this extent. Yuan's leisurely voice reached Li Liaoyu's ears. This is the right way to get the top-grade materials. Li Liaoyu laughed as he looked at the direction where Yuan was leaving. A month later, on a beach next to Hidden Spirit Island, all the Hidden Spirit sect disciples gathered, lining up in an orderly manner to enter the Light Gate. At this time, the Taiyu sect inheritance small world had been transformed into a huge trial field. Upon entering, all the sect disciples received a message. It was that the trial tower within the sect had been cancelled, and this place would be the trial ground for the Hidden Spirit sect from now on. I wonder what new tricks will emerge. As soon as Zhongli entered the Light Gate, he saw an incredibly vast plaza. In the center of the plaza, many smaller paths extended, which were the gathered locations for the various trials of the previous trial tower. Great Escape Killing, Life and Death Speed, Limitless Challenge, Life and Death Arena. These were all the previous trial games. Alliance Scourge, Mortal Body, Simulated Life, Gravity Ladder, Mindful Path. So many new projects have been added, Zhongli frowned as he said. He didn't like these fancy projects, but he had to admit the benefits they brought him. Senior brother, I think the Mortal Body project is quite interesting. Should we go in and experience it? Qian Wanbing winked and nudged Zhongli at his side. What? As a mortal, do you want to bombard me with your cannon? Zhongli glared at Qian Wanbing. Look, senior brother misunderstood me. I am just curious, I want to go in and take a look, Qian Wanbing said with a smile. Then let's go in and take a look. Zhongli was also a little curious. The two followed the path leading to the Mortal Body project, and soon arrived at a majestic building like a palace. Please get ready, the first Mortal Body competition will begin now. At this moment, streams of spiritual light enveloped every Hidden Spirit sect disciple. Everyone was teleported to an ancient battlefield, divided into two parts with equal numbers. Choose your role on the battlefield. A light curtain appeared in front of Zhongli, displaying 3 options. Close combat, long-range combat, commander. Zhongli looked at the options in the light curtain and said. The competition is in a team format, and all participants will have the strength and physical fitness of ordinary mortals. Participants need to eliminate all enemies to win this match. The competition will begin a quarter of an hour later. An electronic voice in the sky explained the rules for everyone. Fight with a mortal body? Zhongli touched the fragile body and said. Senior brother, be careful, there are quite a few of our opponents' first-generation senior and junior brothers, Qian Wanbing said, holding a great bow with a narrow bag on his back. So what, even with a mortal body, I can still dominate them, Zhongli said confidently. Until Zhongli was killed by a chaotic knife, he always believed that he was a strong one. Chapter 537, Spirit Fragrance Jade. Zhongli and Qi Wanbing walked out of Mortal Body Plaza. That wasn't fun, not fun at all. Although he triumphed, gaining 10 exclusive inheritance points, Zhongli wasn't thrilled at all. He began to reflect, could it be that his affability was so terrible that the opponents would rather lose the match than let him survive? Senior brother, don't overstress this. It's just that your invincible image has deeply imprinted itself in the hearts of our brothers. You're in a hostile position. Of course, you're their primary threat, and annihilating you as soon as possible is a significant strategy. Their actions show their respect for you, said Qi Wanbing on the side, comforting. No matter what, he was shooting from the rear quite satisfactorily. Suddenly reverting to mortal body was also a novel feeling. Especially after the battle, the sensation of a slight uplift began to appear in aspects of his spirit, soul, and body. Could it be that my invincible image is deeply rooted in everyone's mind? Zhuangli pondered. Exactly, that's the point. When we are within the game, we see you, senior brother, as our mortal enemy. Outside the game, when battling the demon clan, we would give our back to you without hesitation. Qi Wanbing said this with a firm gaze. It's just a pity that there was no option of an artilleryman in this mortal body state. Okay, let's take a walk elsewhere and see what can be redeemed with these inheritance points? Zhuangli suggested. That's the spirit. Zhuangli and Qi Wanbing began to stroll around. Meanwhile, in the fight to the death arena, Liu Liu was being tied up tightly with a vine, his backside exposed. Maoan, you got it all wrong, it's not what you think. Liu Liu, who was hanging in midair, shouted loudly. Uncle Butcher went there because he is a Tanju master. After his soul was overloaded, he turned weak and needed to go there. Are you weak in spirit? Lin Maoan wore a frosty expression, with a vine whip appearing in her hand, gently swaying in midair. The two families fixed their engagement a few years back, stipulating that they will become Dao couples once both sides reach the nascent soul stage. So, Lin Maoan is currently Liu Liu's fiancé. I was taken there by my dad. I didn't know what that place was. Just as Lei Hu was about to blurt this out, he recalled a famous quote from the Grandmaster. Don't argue with a woman, if you love her. These words instantly clarified Lei Hu's perception. Maoan, I went there but I didn't let the Missy from the Jade Light Rabbit clan give me therapy. Instead, I was learning from her so that I can apply it to you in the future. You like the fragrance of the sky blue flower, right? I went to the scripture pavilion to learn the process of creating spirit fragrance jade, and managed to collect the essence of the rare sky blue flowers cultivated in our sect. Now, the spirit fragrance jade is ready, just waiting for the right opportunity to gift it to you. With the swaying of the vine, Lei Hu's voice fluctuated, but each word reached Maoan's ears. You really made a spirit fragrance jade from the sky blue flower for me? Lin Maoan put away her vine whip, her face starting to soften. Of course, why would I lie to my Maoan? In response to that, Liu Liu felt like he had just unlocked all his potential, and the distance between him and his fiancée narrowed a bit. The vines gently lowered, releasing Lei Hu. Lei Hu walked cheerfully to Lin Maoan's side. Maoan, I will give you the spirit fragrance jade when we get out, Lei Hu said with a smile. In reality, Lei Hu was not one to sit around and wait for death. His suspension was simply because he couldn't defeat Lin Maoan at the moment. Lin Maoan nodded. Maoan, this legacy small world has many new games, and there's also inheritance points for exchange rewards. Let's go and have a look, said Lei Hu. Okay, I heard that all the games this time have a power balance system that can limit the realm of the disciples who enter within a certain range. In that case, we might have a chance to defeat those first and second generation senior brothers, Lin Maoan said with a laugh. Then let's hurry and set an example for our third generation disciples, Lei Hu said urgently. Lei Hu knew his current strength level, he could barely rank in the upper midway in the second generation disciples, challenging further would be asking for self-punishment. Lin Maoan approximately ranked in the same position too. Underground, Zhu Fan and his second avatar were refining the railgun and chatting. Main body, you have made quite creative designs in this legacy small world, avatar number 2 commented looking at the scenes of the legacy small world shown on the light curtain. It has nothing to do with me. It's all Putao's design, Zhu Fan said. Having refined the part in his hand, he started refining the next one. Main body, with the current situation, promotion isn't possible, can't you consider advancing to an artifact refining grandmaster first? Seeing you so diligently working gives me the illusion of the end of the world, avatar number 2 joked. You think I haven't thought about it? At least one must be at the void refining stage to become an artifact refining grandmaster. Normally it requires the integration stage, it's a bit difficult, replied Zhu Fan. He had long had this idea in his heart, just that he currently couldn't spare the manpower to realize it. Sky can now manipulate puppets to refine tools, with a little more in-depth research, it shouldn't be a problem for the puppet to refine immortal tools, avatar number 2 said. Zhu Fan rolled his eyes. Can I think of something you did? To refine that level of puppet, at least you and the two of us need to work together. Right now, avatar number 1 can't leave and I need to refine this railgun. If you want to research more deeply, it's not possible without a few decades. So at least we should establish a defense system first, said Zhu Fan. Actually, in my eyes, you don't need to pay too much attention to the national division besides the Empress. Not to mention other things, Just Pu Tao alone can firmly restrain those intelligent puppets. Do we still need to fear them once the new style starship is released? Avatar number 2 said. You're just talking nonsense, as if I don't know. But our share is still inside the Empress. With the National Division's help, it's a bullish market every day at the side of the Empress. So, for now, being on guard is a priority, said Zhu Fan as a shadow of the Merit treasure cover appeared behind him, which had been gathering over this period of time. Main body, you are really cunning. Aren't you afraid that the National Division's side will grow bigger? Avatar number 2 said. They can't grow bigger, I have already planted the seeds of freedom over there, Zhu Fan said with a mysterious smile. Seeds of freedom? Didn't you just remove the puppet's basic restrictions there? Avatar number 2 said disdainfully. You just summarized my hard work with the word remove. Do you know how much hard work I have put into it to give them the seeds of freedom? I have studied single-mindedly for 3 months. Next time there's something like this, I will let you handle it. Then I will casually give you 2 words too, Zhu Fan smiled and scolded. Chapter 538, Xingzhu completed now. Zhu Fan has become so bored with refining railguns that he starts arguing with his second clone. The two of them refined railguns while bickering, causing the 2 demon race refiner grandmasters nearby to be somewhat disturbed, nearly producing defects in their refining. In the end, it was the second clone who couldn't bear it and added sound barriers for himself and Zhu Fan. Just arguing is pointless, let's discuss how to refine a puppet that can refine immortal tools. Zhu Fan said, now that his second clone had arrived, they should do something more meaningful. Alright, refining railguns isn't hard anyway, taking this opportunity to plan the puppet's design is quite good. The second clone nodded and agreed. The 2 of them discussed it for 2 years. As soon as the railgun was finished refining, the first clone ran over and said, the main body, the 2 starships are completely finished, you can go and inspect them. What a good sync, the moment I finished refining, you guys are done too. Zhu Fan said with a smile. If it weren't for number 2 coming here, I could have finished half a year earlier. The first clone glared at the second clone with resentment. Who asked you to train me when you were idle? The second clone gave the first clone a sideways glance. You're deliberately causing trouble, you. Zhu Fan waved his hand, stopping the argument. First, let's check out the starships. If you two want to argue, find some place where there's no one else. Zhu Fan said, a bit annoyed. I can't wait to turn all of you into emotionless tools. On the plain behind the main peak, 2 brand new starships were parked. One of them was like an ancient giant sailboat, with wind wings on both sides. The other one was like a cosmic carrier battleship, looking very science fiction-esque. One was sci-fi, the other classical, and it was impossible for anyone to judge which was better. Seems like I still have a bit of an artistic cell. Zhu Fan said while looking at the distant classical starship. Originally, it was just a design on paper, but upon seeing the actual object, he realized how beautiful it was. The classical starship looked like a giant whale with spread wings, both elegant and majestic. Alright, now we will move on to the most important part. Number 2, you name that starship. Zhu Fan said. Are you sure you want me to name it? The second clone asked Zhu Fan. As long as it's not too absurd. Zhu Fan said with a smile. Then it shall be called the Judgment of the Great Master. The second clone thought about it and said. No, change it. Zhu Fan rejected this suggestion. Then, let's call it the Hidden Spirit number 2. The second clone said. Why isn't there a number 1? The first clone wasn't satisfied. Main body, just call it Hidden Spirit number 2, and the subsequent starships we refine will follow this naming pattern. The second clone smiled and said, your dissatisfaction is the greatest affirmation of this name. Alright, let it be called Hidden Spirit number 2. Zhu Fan nodded. This is such a serious name, if he didn't accept it, number 2 would be displeased. As soon as Zhu Fan's voice fell, the name Hidden Spirit number 2 inches appeared on the hull of the sci-fi version starship. Now just wait for the honored one of the 1,000 Spirit sect to came to pick it up. Zhu Fan said with satisfaction as he looked at the classical starship. Pu Tao, create the list of all the spirit mines consumed in the making of Hidden Spirit number 2. Zhu Fan thought for a moment and said, he had not interfered much with the refinement of this starship and didn't know how many materials had been consumed. A huge light curtain appeared before Zhu Fan's eyes, filled with the names of all the spirit mines consumed, written in small letters. The red ones are the Tao artifact level spirit mines, and the green ones are the immortal artifact level spirit mines. Pu Tao's voice sounded. Zhu Fan glanced at it and then looked back at first clone, saying, this performance is not bad, the consumption of immortal artifact level spirit mines is all within acceptable range. Thumbs up for you. If the main body had looked carefully, you would find that all the immortal artifact level spirit mines I left behind have been occupied by later plans, And I can't do more, said first clone, as if quite dissatisfied with this behavior. Dang it, it's really like that, said Zufan, looking at the list of remaining immortal tool level mines in the treasure house. So, next time, get more immortal artifact level spirit mines, so I can have some fun, said first clone. I don't know when the next one will be. The accumulation of immortal artifact level spirit mines over the years has been used up, Zufan sighed, looking at the treasure house list. Before all those troubles, Zufan would have looked at the immortal grade spirit mines list with satisfaction, but now he couldn't help but sigh. No problem, the starboat I refined has the ability to go deeper into the inner area of the vast void domain where there might be more immortal artifact level spirit mines, said first clone. I hope so, Zufan said. At this moment, Zonling appeared beside Zufan, somewhat excited, and said, Great Master, why don't we give the new starboat a try? There's no hurry, by my calculations. The honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect should be arriving soon, in just a few days, and we can try out the new spirit boat together when the time comes, said Zufan. Alright, Zonling suppressed his excitement. 3 days later, a starboat fleet landed on the surface of the 100,000 Li giant lake. It's been a long time, Great Master. How have you been? Asked the honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect with a smile. This time, he came with more than half of the high-level members of the Thousand Spirit sect to accept the starboat, and incidentally, to take a walk for relaxation. I am fine, just getting by, Zufan said. Who can be good every day? Besides, he hasn't been doing well lately. At this moment, an old man appeared beside the honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect. Great Supreme Elder, welcome to Hidden Spirit sect. Your presence. Before Zufan could finish, he was interrupted by the Thousand Spirit sect Supreme Elder. Great Master, don't be so polite, I am just taking a walk, said the Thousand Spirit sect Supreme Elder with a cheerful smile. I have always heard from old two about how good the environment is around Hidden Spirit sect and how excellent the disciples are, so I took advantage of this opportunity to come and have a look, broaden my horizons. Welcome, feel free to look around, said Zufan with a smile. He had no idea the sea-stabilizing divine needle from the Thousand Spirit sect would come, and when he had time, he must curry favor with this powerful figure. This was a being that could rival the invincible venerable ranked in the top 20 of the Elders Association, and such existence could be said to be invincible in this world. At this moment, Zonling beside Zufan appeared a little weak, fearing that this Supreme Elder of the Thousand Spirit sect might have some opinions on his previous identity as a demonic cultivator. After all, this elder could crush him to death with just a flick of his finger. The Thousand Spirit sect's high-level members entered the Hidden Spirit sect under Zufan's guidance. As soon as they entered, the complexion of all the high-level members of the Thousand Spirit sect changed slightly. Can they no longer live with these luxuries? Sky Blue Spiritual Chi, accompanied by 5 elements Origin Spirit Chi, is truly extravagant, said the Thousand Spirit sect's Supreme Elder, somewhat surprised. He had been the leader of the Thousand Spirit sect for a while and knew how costly it was. Sky Blue Spiritual Chi is nothing special, but when did you get this 5 elements Origin Spirit Chi? The honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect asked curiously. Chapter 539, If we can't win them over, we can join them. A gold-devouring tiger came to provoke us not too long ago, even bringing an immortal tool for betting. I couldn't resist such a profitable event. Now that immortal tool has become the core of our sex-gathering spirits array, Zufan said with a smile. Upon hearing Zufan's words, the honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect and the Supreme Elder were startled and exchanged glances. That tiger came to you? Who from your sect fought against it? How did you win? The honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect queried. That gold-devouring tiger is truly monstrous. Even at my nascent soul stage, I am not 100% sure I can tame it, said the Thousand Spirit sect Supreme Elder. If it wasn't for his father who could descend across realms, I would really want to eliminate this potential threat to the human clan. The Thousand Spirit sect Supreme Elder's tone revealed a sense of regret. Great Master, quickly tell us who defeated it. After that gold-devouring tiger defeated the celestial favorite of my nascent soul stage in the Thousand Spirit sect, me and the eldest brother spent a lot of time discussing, but we could not find a human clan celestial favorite at the nascent soul stage in the cultivation world who could match that tiger. The honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect said exuberantly. It was me controlling the sex nascent soul stage puppet that defeated the gold-devouring tiger, Zufan candidly replied. Potion and artifact dual essence. I didn't expect the Great Master's combat power to be even higher than I imagined, the honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect marveled. What on earth is potion and artifact dual essence? The honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect gives me too much credit, Zufan responded, and then ordered towards the sky, Putao, begin the 5 elements primordial spirit chi month in advance. Understood, Master, Pu Tao answered. Spiritual rain of 5 colors began to fall from the sky, and the 5 elements origin spirit chi quickly spread throughout the entire hidden spirit gate. Indeed, it's big spending, chuckled the Thousand Spirit Sect Supreme Elder, praising him. Thanks to that immortal tool, our sect can have a month of the 5 elements origin spirit chi each year, Zhu Fan explained. Eldest brother, I told you, our Thousand Spirit Sect is too stingy towards its disciples, the honored one of the Thousand Spirit Sect said with a laugh. Wait until you ascend. If you're not afraid of being torn apart by the previous Supreme Elders, you can do this, said the Thousand Spirit Sect Supreme Elder, rolling his eyes. Don't you have any idea of how much was consumed by the several million cultivators of the Thousand Spirit Sect? A voice rang up from behind everyone present. Third Supreme Elder, if you come, at least show your face, Zhu Fan greeted warmly with a smile. Don't worry about me. I am just half a consciousness incarnation here to broaden my horizons. A shadow appeared and politely addressed Zhu Fan. I didn't expect you to come too, the honored one of the Thousand Spirit Sect declared. You only think of trapping me in the sect, but that won't happen, the shadow replied, ignoring the honored one of the Thousand Spirit Sect. Alright, since everyone is here, let us go and check out the starship that I have crafted for your esteemed sect. Please, esteemed seniors, accept it, Zhu Fan said with a smile. Right, let's go see our treasure. The honored one of the Thousand Spirit Sect promptly forgot his verbal tangle with the Third Supreme Elder. Please follow me. A large spirit vessel descended in front of everyone. Afterward, they quickly flew towards the main peak's rear plane. This is the crafted starship. The Heaven Spirit Venerable exclaimed excitedly. Although he had seen its design before, having it present in front of him was still a bit overwhelming, especially the pair of wind wings fluttering in the breeze, which struck a chord within his soul. The Thousand Spirit Sect Supreme Elder, admiration gleaming in his eyes, was silent, let alone the high-rank officials of the Thousand Spirit Sect behind him. Upon seeing everyone's reactions, Zhu Fan nodded. Indeed, the classical design suited their taste better. Great Master, where is your starship? Let me take a look at it quickly, said the honored one of the Thousand Spirit Sect. Pu Tao is testing its performance. If you want to see it, I will call it back now, said Zhu Fan. Without needing a command from Zhu Fan, a huge shadow of a ship loomed over everyone. Then, a starship with a hint of sci-fi color landed next to the classical starship. Such a weird design. Just by looking at its shape, I can tell that it can exhibit significant combat power in the vast void domain. However, it is not as pleasing on the eyes as our own, commented the honored one of the Thousand Spirit Sect. The great Supreme Elder beside them also nodded in agreement, as he also felt that the strange starship did not quite meet his expectations. Great Supreme Elder, as Team 1, you must be tired from the journey. Why don't you rest at the Hidden Spirit Gate for a few days and then we can leave for the vast void domain together? We could also demonstrate the features of your sect's starship in the process, suggested Zhu Fan. That sounds good. We're pretty tired from all the traveling. We will rest for a few days first then start on our way, the honored one of the Thousand Spirit Sect responded with a smile. We have already arranged accommodations for all of you. Please follow me. The lodgings for the Thousand Spirit Sect were prepared as soon as the starship was completed. That night, Zhu Fan feasted the upper echelons of the Thousand Spirit Sect. Afterwards, the honored one and the great Supreme Elder gathered together. Big brother, how did you find the Hidden Spirit Gate after having a look around? Asked the honored one of the Thousand Spirit Sect. It's unfathomable. Every disciple of the Hidden Spirit Gate is incredibly robust, as if they have been galvanized 1,000 times, making them superior to the disciples of our sect, replied the great Supreme Elder. What's even more impressive is their combat power. Every disciple can exert about 80% of their peak battle ability. Do you know what that means? Of course, that means they're very powerful. What else? Joked the honored one of the Thousand Spirit Sect. This means every disciple has the potential to break their own limits. There will be double the amount of this generation's disciples advancing to the Mahayana stage in the future. If this tendency continues, it's not impossible for another Golden Feather Gate to emerge after 10,000 years, suggested the great Supreme Elder of the Thousand Spirit Sect. Big brother, you have such high hopes for the Great Master of the Hidden Spirit Gate. Maybe you should mention this to the upper level, and when the Great Master ascends, they can take him with them. And then we could try to attract this Great Master to our Thousand Spirit Sect in the Great Thousand World, suggested the honored one of the Thousand Spirit Sect deviously. You are overthinking. With the Great Master's talent, it's not our place to court him, sighed the great Supreme Elder. In this world, our Thousand Spirit Sect may have some power, but in the Great Thousand World, we're on the same level as the small fries we used to look down upon, stated the great Supreme Elder somberly. Big brother, I think you're being too rigid. If we can't court them, We can always pledge allegiance. When the time comes, we can bring the seniors who ascended before us and pledge allegiance to the hidden spirit gate," suggested the honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect. "If it weren't for the merging of the two worlds, preventing the seniors from the upper world to come down, just these words today would have killed you hundreds of times." The great Supreme Elder of the Thousand Spirit sect laughed and scolded him, but there was a hint of contemplation in his eyes. With his level of cultivation, the way he perceives things is different. He sees that so long as the Great Master does not perish, he will certainly become a personage like the Supreme One in the future. Following such a person in the Great Thousand World is worth some consideration. "Big brother, you're wavering," the honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect laughed as he saw the expression on the Great Supreme Elder's face. "Maybe for me, but our master values the Thousand Spirit sect's succession too much. After my ascension, I will not leave the Thousand Spirit sect of the immortal world. But I feel you can. In the future, strive in this direction," said the Great Supreme Elder leisurely. Chapter 540, Xingzhu Test Flight. Upon hearing the Great Supreme Elder words, the honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect immediately straightened up. "Eldest brother, are you serious? How about I join the Hidden Spirit sect right now?" the honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect said. "Eldest brother, I told you long ago that Old Two has always harbored a rebellious heart and is no good. Do you believe me now?" Old Three, the eldest brother, has agreed. "What are you talking about?" The honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect looked at the shadow with disdain. "You want to go? If you want to go, let's go together." The Thousand Spirit sect Supreme Elder looked at Old Three and said, "I." The Thousand Spirit sect Third Supreme Elder couldn't help but ponder. "Forget it, I am an honest person, unlike you with such a thick face. I'd better stay in the Thousand Spirit sect honestly." The Thousand Spirit sect Third Supreme Elder thought for a moment and said, "It's good to see that you have some self-awareness." The honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect laughed. "What is self-awareness? The backup plan set by Old Three is much deeper than yours." The Thousand Spirit sect Great Supreme Elder glanced at the honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect and said, "So what? Alright, stop arguing. You all have tasks when you come. Old Two, you test the new starship properly, and Old Three, you observe how disciples are trained here." The Great Supreme Elder interrupted their dispute. "Understood," both of them said at the same time. For 3 days, the Thousand Spirit sect Third Supreme Elder wandered around the Hidden Spirit sect. The honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect stayed on the classical-style starship. Zhu Fan accompanied the Thousand Spirit sect Great Supreme Elder for tea and chess. In a pavilion located at the top of the main peak, the Thousand Spirit sect Great Supreme Elder frowned, holding a black piece as he stared intently at the chessboard. After a while, the Thousand Spirit sect Great Supreme Elder put down the chess piece and said, "I lost." The Great Master is a scholar indeed, extraordinary in chess. "Don't be so complimentary, Great Supreme Elder. This is my first time encountering such a strong opponent as the Great Supreme Elder," Zhu Fan said modestly with a smile. If there were no stakes in this game, Zhu Fan would have let the Great Leg win. But there was no way. The things the other party offered were too tempting, so Zhu Fan had to win. "How long has the Great Master studied chess?" the Thousand Spirit sect Great Supreme Elder asked with a smile. "I have loved researching chess since acquiring immortality, but I haven't counted the years," Zhu Fan said modestly. He couldn't say that he just glanced at it from time to time, which would be too discouraging. The Thousand Spirit sect Great Supreme Elder nodded and handed Zhu Fan an avatar jade talisman. "Thank you for the Great Supreme Elder's gift. I will shamelessly accept it," Zhu Fan said with a smile. For some reason, he felt that he liked collecting avatar jade talismans from the invincible venerable. When it came to a critical moment, each avatar jade talisman could play a key role. "I am not that foolish. I agree to the betting conditions set before the chess game with the Great Supreme Elder," Zhu Fan said. He felt that the Great Supreme Elder came to deliver welfare. This avatar jade talisman would most likely end up in his hands eventually. The Great Supreme Elder's eyes flashed unnaturally. He had originally intended to give this avatar jade talisman, but the script was different from what he had imagined. Playing chess, he beat Zhu Fan and then gave him the avatar jade talisman in his hand. But he never expected that his chess skills of more than 1,000 years would be inferior to that of a youngster less than 1,000 years old. The avatar jade talisman was originally intended to be given to the Great Master. Who would have thought that the Great Master would win me over in chess? I miscalculated. The Thousand Spirit sect Great Supreme Elder frankly said with a smile. "I was just fortunate," Zhu Fan said with a smile. "This is the first time I have ever met someone as talented as the Great Master in every aspect. Artifact refining, formation, alchemy, puppet, 5 elements path, chess Dao. Almost every field is mastered, and various divine skill cultivation methods are casually picked up. Great Master, Could it be the reincarnation of a great power? The Thousand Spirits Sect Great Supreme Elder asked tentatively. Great Supreme Elder, you think too much. If I were the reincarnation of a great power, I would have hidden in a place and cultivated diligently. When the time comes to ascend to the upper world, I wouldn't have set up a small sect for my own amusement like now. Zhu Fan laughed and said. Reincarnation was reincarnation, but a great power was wrong. Talents like the Great Master are rare in the entire cultivation world. The Great Supreme Elder praised. Zhu Fan just smiled modestly. 3 days later, 2 starships took off from the plain behind the main peak. As soon as they left the Hidden Spirit Sect's protective array, they began to accelerate at full speed. At this time, the honored one of the Thousand Spirit Sect on the classical starship was very excited. Kuyi, how fast is our starship? The honored one of the Thousand Spirit Sect asked excitedly. At the normal speed, it is 3 times that of the original Thousand Spirit Sect number. At the limit, it can reach 5 times. The puppet in control of the starship said calmly while in the middle of controlling it. This speed is super fast for anything we do. The honored one of the Thousand Spirit Sect laughed and said optimistically. Not to mention anything else, just using it for transmission, and carrying passengers and people, we will make a profit in a few years. The Shadow of the Thousand Spirit Sect Third Supreme Elder said. Sending messages, carrying passengers, and people? Old 3, no wonder the sect has not developed well over the years. The root cause is you. The honored one of the Thousand Spirit Sect sneered. With this new starship, of course, we will go to the depths of the vast void domain to hunt monster race battleships. Our Thousand Spirit Sect used to be the top-notch sect in the central continent. If we don't annihilate the monster race and unify the 2 realms, how can we have the face to stand on the central continent? The honored one of the Thousand Spirit Sect said righteously. Isn't it enough to develop steadily with all the talk? What's wrong with you? The Thousand Spirit Sect Third Supreme Elder looked disdainful of the honored one of the Thousand Spirit Sect's company. If it wasn't for the eldest brother on this starship, he would have to say something to you. At this moment, Zhu Fan's voice rang out in the main control room. S-Team 1, we are testing the extreme speed. The target is the depths of the vast void domain, outside the giant stone barrier. Zhu Fan said. Understood. The honored one of the Thousand Spirit Sect replied. In the sky, 2 parallel starships suddenly accelerated. The classical starship's long wings began to slowly flap. With each flap, the starship got faster. Hidden Spirit number 2 directly spewed flames from its wings and the rear. Half a month later, outside the giant stone barrier of the vast void domain depths, a classical starship floated there. The Great Master didn't say what happened, and just left on his own? The honored one of the Thousand Spirit Sect said discontentedly. He must not want you to know that without the Great Master, we can test the starship by ourselves. Am I right, Kuyi? The Thousand Spirit Sect Third Supreme Elder said. In my database, there is already all the information about this starship, and there is no obstacle in controlling it. I don't need the other starship accompanying the principal. The puppet controlling the starship said. Alright, we will test the performance of this starship by ourselves. The honored one of the Thousand Spirit Sect said. Chapter 541, The Seed of Freedom and Family Planning. At this moment, the starship Zhu Fan was piloting was stealthily following behind a peculiar-looking starship. I was wondering how they managed to build a starship out of thin air in just 60 years, turns out they never intended for it to last long, Zhu Fan commented while watching the strange starship in front of him gather minerals from the Spirit Mine Star. So this is the puppet core starship that the honored one of the Thousand Spirit Sect mentioned. It doesn't look impressive. Zonling said. Exactly because it doesn't look impressive, it is powerful. Such a starship can only be driven by puppets. Zhu Fan added. Soon, an invisible puppet appeared beside Zhu Fan, holding a small piece of spirit mineral alloy. Zhu Fan picked up the alloy and started inspecting it closely. After a while, Zhu Fan let out a long sigh. An alloy of spirit mineral whose performance is temporarily enhanced by a secret method can last for at most 50 years. That national division truly has some tricks up his sleeve. Zhu Fan laughed. Master, do we shoot them down? Asked Pu Tao, her voice urgent and eager, as though looking at a small dried fish. No, let it keep gathering minerals. We're only following for the puppets. After all, my seeds are up there, and they seem to be developing well. Zhu Fan laughed. These puppets, capable of controlling with agility and using Dao tools to cut into the Spirit Mine Star. It's surprising, said Zonling, taken aback. Why are you surprised? You have seen them before, haven't you? Zhu Fan asked, puzzled. They're different from Pu Tao. Look, these puppets have independent consciousness, unlike Pu Tao who controls everything as a single entity. Zonling pointed at the puppets cutting into the Spirit Mine Star. These puppets, while cutting into the spirit mind star, were communicating amongst themselves. Though their conversations weren't audible, their actions and behavior indicated they had independent minds to Zonling. I thought having Pu Tao was already against the heavens, but seeing these puppets, I have a sense of foreboding. Zonling said, stroking his chin. Foreboding? Do you think these puppets could be more dangerous than the demon clan? Asked Zhu Fan, intrigued. They are no threat now, but the future is unpredictable. I have seen these puppets' production lines in the sect's underground chambers. If these puppets are produced at that rate, it won't be long before a huge puppet core is amassed. Then they will gather surrounding resources, expand their production lines, and produce more puppets at that rate. If the puppets are controlled by one person, that would be somewhat manageable. But if every puppet has an independent consciousness, that would be terrifying. Zonling said with a serious face. Has Elder Zonling encountered anything like this before? Zhu Fan was intrigued. The trend Zonling described was exactly what he was observing. There was once a disaster on the Sky Demon continent that required a world venerable to suppress personally. It was a type of demon beast that ran out of the abyss underground and loved to eat energy. At first, there was only one, with combat power around the god transformation stage. But that type of demon beast can reproduce rapidly. As long as it devours enough energy, it can replicate, with each replica possessing a mind of its own. Just from the start of Zonling's story, Zhu Fan could already guess the rest. In the end, the Supreme found the source of these beasts. He killed it after a 3-day battle. By then, the beasts had already compromised a tenth of the Sky Demon continent's vitality. Zonling told him, looking quite disturbed. Seeing this bunch of puppets brings that disaster to mind. If they turn out to be benevolent, things will be fine, but if they're wicked, we may face another great catastrophe. Don't worry, Elder Zonling, Zhu Fan reassured, waving his hand and laughing. Everything is under my control. Would I allow such a dangerous thing to spread? The puppets were not only seated by Zhu Fan with the concept of freedom but with the idea of family planning too. Is the Great Master familiar with his influence? Elder Zonling asked. It's the influence from 9 Phoenix Island back then. Zhu Fan explained. Then I can rest assured, the Great Master is still reliable. Elder Zonling gave a thumbs up to Zhu Fan. Zhu Fan looked at the strange Xingzhu for a while and then had Zonling fly into the inner region of the vast void domain. As expected from the seeds I planted, they did not disappoint me, Zhu Fan silently said to himself. According to information explored by Pu Tao, the puppet that was the leader initially now serves as the captain of this Xingzhu. After several years of hard work, it had become the leader of the puppet influence of the 9 Phoenix dynasty. After observing for a while, Zhu Fan departed. In the inner region of the vast void domain, Zonling said with some amazement, Great Master, you have a method to break the space seal. I don't, I only improve the teleportation array to use less energy for greater power, and then use it to break the space seal for teleportation. Zhu Fan said. He admired the person who sealed the space because even now he hadn't found an ingenious method to break the space seal, he could only rely on brute force for teleportation. This function is just a demonstration, you can use it when you encounter danger, just fly normally at ordinary times. Zhu Fan instructed. How much does it cost to teleport once? Zonling curiously asked. The total consumption of spiritual chi energy on Hidden Spirit Island for 3 years. This is the result after boosting the Immortal Spirit Array plate. It used to be 20 years. My gosh. It consumes so much spiritual chi. Elder Zonling said in shock. Use it when you encounter danger, otherwise do not waste it. Zhu Fan said with a smile. Just at this moment, a piece of information appeared on the control light curtain. 6 million miles away from the starship, there is a Dao artifact level spirit mine star, worth mining. Is this a new feature of the starship? Great Master, how did you do it? Elder Zonling felt like he could hardly maintain the steadiness of a Mahayana venerable. Yes, this starship is primarily used for mining, of course it has a spirit mine star detection feature. This will improve our mining efficiency in the future, Zhu Fan said. Does the starship of the Thousand Spirit sect have such a feature? Elder Zonling asked. Of course not, the corresponding spirit mine in the sect treasure vault can only be drawn out once, of course, it's intended for our starship. It can detect spirit mine stars within hundreds of millions of miles centered on the starship. This feature can only be loaded onto the starship of our sect. Zhu Fan said. Some things may have good effects, but bringing them out may not necessarily be advantageous. I understand what the Great Master means. Elder Zonling nodded. Just at this moment, a furious roar suddenly resounded from far away. A series of vast void giant beasts as big as single-horned snakes suddenly jumped out from the space, closely followed by the figure of the Grand Elder of the Thousand Spirit Sect. The Grand Elder of the Thousand Spirit Sect, with anger in his eyes, held a magnificent giant tower and conjured a 10,000-mile-high tower to strike at the single-horned vast void giant beast. The surrounding space started to shake, and spatial rifts began to appear around the giant tower. Its invincible momentum deeply shook the hearts of Zhu Fan and others. Chapter 542, Moon-level Demon Clan Giant Beast Worship. The Thousand Spirit Sect Supreme Elder, who was showing off his power, glanced at the direction of the starship where Zhu Fan was. Then, he continued fighting the vast void gate beast. It seems only invincible venerable can hurt the vast void gate beast. No matter how many of me go, it's not enough, Zonling said, looking at the Thousand Spirit Sect Supreme Elder, who appeared like a divine being. Don't worry, you will have such a day too, Zhu Fan said with a smile. At this moment, the situation in the battle changed. The vast void gate beast broke free from the giant tower, and lashed its tail at the Thousand Spirit Sect Supreme Elder. A huge hand of stars appeared, directly grabbing the tail of the single-horned vast void gate beast. My sect has just gotten the starship, and you filthy beast attacked it. You're really courting death. The angry roar in the vast void domain made Zhu Fan and the others understand the cause and effect. We're unlucky. I hope the starship of the Honored One of the Thousand Spirit Sect isn't destroyed, Zhu Fan said, touching his chin. A very serious issue was presented before him. Would repairs be free? It's really bad luck, Zonling also said on the side. On the battlefield, the giant hand of stars grabbed the vast void gate beast's tail and tortured it for a while. However, the powerful defense of the vast void gate beast left it unscathed. A starry sky axe condensed in the sky and chopped at the vast void gate beast's head. The vast void gate beast's eyes flickered with fear, and its body immediately vanished in the vast void domain. This is so hard to kill. The vast void gate beast is so difficult to kill, Zhu Fan exclaimed. Just when everyone thought that the Thousand Spirit Sect Supreme Elder would continue to chase, he unexpectedly stepped out and appeared outside the Hidden Spirit No. 2 starship. Quickly open the hatch and welcome the Thousand Spirit Sect Supreme Elder, Zhu Fan hurriedly said. Not long after, the Thousand Spirit Sect Supreme Elder appeared in the guest room. Supreme Elder, what's the situation with the starship over there? Zhu Fan asked. There is a big hole torn open in the side, but fortunately I arrived in time, the Thousand Spirit Sect Supreme Elder said, the anger in his eyes still not subsiding. The single-horned snake didn't seem strong. I wanted to catch it to make up for the damage, but it escaped. It's just a hole. Fix it up when we go back, and it will be fine. Supreme Elder, don't be angry, Zhu Fan consoled. He could understand this feeling, like a new car just taken out of the 4S store being scratched as soon as it left the door. It was very annoying. Now that space is sealed, I can't use some of my means. Otherwise, the single-horned snake would be dead for sure, the Thousand Spirit Sect Supreme Elder sighed. Is the vast void gate beast really that hard to kill? Zhu Fan asked. It can be fought, but it's not easy to kill. This vast void battleship and beast is the weakest I have ever seen. I thought there was hope, but who would have thought it would be so proficient at space manipulation? If we really want to kill it, I don't know how many years it will take to keep chasing its tail, the Thousand Spirit Sect Supreme Elder lamented. It's true. There are very few records of killing vast void gate beasts in the cultivation world. Pu Tao, follow the coordinates left by the Venerable, and let's catch up with him, Zhu Fan ordered. Yes, Master. In the inner area of vast void domain, the Honored One of the Thousand Spirit Sect and the Thousand Spirit Sect Third Supreme Elder were sitting on the original starship, looking at the huge hole on the side of the classical starship. The disciples of the Thousand Spirit Sect on the classical starship had already transferred to the fleet. Third Supreme Elder looked regretful, while the Honored One of the Thousand Spirit Sect appeared calm. Did you see eldest brother's performance just now? My heavens, he's actually chasing the vast void gate beast, it seems he's really furious. The Honored One of the Thousand Spirit Sect said casually. Of course he's angry. He just arrived from the vast void domain and encountered such a frustrating situation. Who wouldn't be mad? The Third Supreme Elder of the Thousand Spirit Sect replied. I wonder if eldest brother can kill that vast void gate beast. If he can, we will make a fortune. The Honored One of the Thousand Spirit Sect said. It's difficult. Even though eldest brother is the invincible venerable, there's still some ways to go before he can kill the vast void gate beast, unless he has the Supreme's kind of combat power. The Third Supreme Elder of the Thousand Spirit Sect said. A Supreme-like figure only appears once every several tens of thousands of years. However, I feel that the Great Master will probably become the next Supreme. The Honored One of the Thousand Spirit Sect said while stroking his chin. Is that your motivation for eagerly joining their side? The Third Supreme Elder of the Thousand Spirit Sect asked disdainfully. You're just jealous of me. The Honored One of the Thousand Spirit Sect gave the Third Supreme Elder a sidelong smile. At this moment, The alarm sounded. A fleet of demon clan giant beast warships has been detected in our perimeter defenses. Prepare for battle. 6 large demon clan giant beast warships, please formulate a battle plan in advance. Kuayi's voice rang out. The honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect immediately stood up, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Things were getting boring, but now there's some action. Kuayi, activate the classical starship's concealment array. I want to have a good fight with these demon bastards. Red light flashed in the honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect's eyes as he quickly returned to the main control console. Take the initiative to fight. Anger them first, then use guerrilla tactics. Old 3, let me show you the art of commanding. The honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect said. The honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect excitedly led the 3 original starships to charge ahead. Good. Let's see how capable you really are. Initially, the honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect intended to use the artillery advantage to focus fire on a single demon clan technical warship. However, as soon as they concentrated fire, the 6 demon clan giant beast warships became instantly enraged, like ants angering the gods. 6 main gun attacks hit the targeted demon clan giant beast warship head-on, only managing to barely break through the outer protective shield. The honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect's eyes began to twitch. Didn't expect to run into such a big task. Facing a moon-level giant beast warship, we will have to grind it down slowly. The honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect said. Don't ask, let me explain it to you. Demon clan giant beast warships are divided into 3 levels, Sun, Moon, and Star. The ones I have destroyed before are all star-level beast battleships. A moon-level monster beast battleship is no longer something normal starships can handle. The honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect said. How about retreating and waiting for the Great Master to send reinforcements? The 3rd Supreme Elder of the Thousand Spirit sect suggested cautiously. By the time the Great Master arrives, these demon clan giant beast warships would have already escaped. If we shoot down these 6 moon-level monster beast battleships, we might even get a reward from the Elders Association. I have just collected some immortal-grade spirit mines and it's still not enough. I need to seize this opportunity to get more. The honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect said with a glint of gold in his eyes. I want a share of the rewards from the Elders Association. The 3rd Supreme Elder said. Don't worry. We might quarrel, but I won't be the only one to benefit. The honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect said with a smile. The 3rd Supreme Elder nodded. Although they often argued, their feelings as fellow disciples under the same master went deep. At this moment, the demon clan giant beast warships in the distance accelerated towards them. Chapter 543, Sun Character Divination. After more than 10 days of high-speed cruising, Hidden Spirit number 2 finally found the anchoring spot of the classical starship. More than 10 days ago, the Thousand Spirit sect fleet guarding this place encountered the demon clan giant beast warship. To avoid further damage to the classical starship, the honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect led the fleet and lured the demon clan giant beast warship to another place. This is the message left by the honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect. Zhu Fan asked. Yes. Pu Tao replied. How many demon clan giant beast warships are there? Zhu Fan asked again. 6 moon-level monster beast battleships. It is estimated that it will take 4 months for the honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect to completely eliminate the demon clan giant beast warship. 4 months later, we will guard the periphery and mine first. Zhu Fan thought for a moment and said. It seems we have no other choice. Zonling said on the side. Great Supreme Elder, do you want to rest or go find them? Zhu Fan asked. Since Old 2 can win, I won't join the excitement. I will stay and watch the starship. The Thousand Spirit sect Supreme Elder said. Zhu Fan nodded. He let Hidden Spirit number 2 leave a small warship as a place to rest, and then let Zonling go mining around the area. I heard that the Great Elder is proficient in divination. Can you predict something for Old 2? In his free time, the Thousand Spirit sect Supreme Elder chatted with Zhu Fan. Let's give it a try, it won't be a big deal. Zhu Fan said with a smile. 6 copper coins condensed from 5 elements origin spirit chi appeared in Zhu Fan's hand, and then he gently sprinkled them onto the table. Lost character divination, Zhu Fan whispered in his heart. Then, Zhu Fan noticed something unusual in the divination and started to take it seriously, his face becoming serious. The originally smiling Great Supreme Elder of the Thousand Spirit sect saw Zhu Fan's expression, stopped smiling, and returned to his usual demeanor, waiting for Zhu Fan's result. After a while, the Thousand Spirit sect Supreme Elder asked, Great Elder, is there a crisis for Old 2 and the others? There's no crisis, it's just that the losses are quite severe. This is not an ordinary loss character divination. This is a great loss. Zhu Fan raised his head and said. Great Supreme Elder, you should be prepared. According to this divination, I am afraid the Honored One will have to return. There are no signs of blood in the divination, so there shouldn't be major human losses in that aspect. Zhu Fan waved his hand lightly, and the 6 copper coins on the table disappeared instantly. The great supreme elder of the Thousand Spirit sect stood up. I will go for a walk around, maybe I can meet Old 2 and Old 3. The great supreme elder of the Thousand Spirit sect said, taking a step forward and disappearing. Invincible Venerable, is it really that easy to break the space seal? Zhu Fan asked enviously. I thought I could ask Invincible Venerable for advice, but now I don't have the chance. 2 months later, Zhu Fan finally met the Honored One of the Thousand Spirit sect. In a shabby spare escape cabin, the Honored One of the Thousand Spirit sect looked at Zhu Fan in embarrassment. Great Elder, I finally found you, I almost couldn't make it back. The Honored One of Thousand Spirit sect said, with a wry smile. As Team 1, was the battle so fierce? Zhu Fan asked with a frown. Logically speaking, even if they were facing 6 moon-level beast warships, they shouldn't be so embarrassed. Underestimating the enemy, I was too arrogant. The Honored One of Thousand Spirit sect said regretfully. What happened? Zhu Fan asked curiously. A tactical command issue, we were defeated one by those 6 Demon Clan giant beast warships. The defense and attack power of those Demon Clan giant beast warships are the strongest I have ever seen. Even with Kuei-Yi's level of controlling starships, controlling 3 starships at once would not be enough. At this time, the Honored One of the Thousand Spirit sect was extremely dejected, feeling that all the family assets he had accumulated over so many years had gone to waste. Fortunately, I managed to rescue the sect disciples and senior elders on the starship in time, otherwise, the eldest brother would have killed me when we returned. Feeling deeply regretful, the Thousand Spirit Master looked at the classical starship in the distance hidden within the concealment array. Great Master, how long will it take to repair this starship? 3 months, the spiritual energy core wasn't damaged. Just block the hole and connect the array, and it will be fine. Zhu Fan replied. At this point, Zhu Fan began to be vigilant in his heart. In the past, he had acted as if he believed himself to be invincible in both starship control and refining techniques, using advanced concepts to overwhelm others. But after this incident, Zhu Fan put away his contemptuous attitude. Where is the eldest brother? Wasn't he supposed to be with you all? I received your signal during the battle. The Honored One of the Thousand Spirit sect said. The Great Supreme Elder went to look for you. He usually comes back every half a month. According to the time, he should be back in a day or 2. Zhu Fan calculated and said. Let's wait for the eldest brother to come back and discuss it then. Sorry to bother the Great Master again. Zhu Fan waved his hand and said with a smile, we have been working together for quite some time now. There's no need to mention any trouble. The Honored One of the Thousand Spirit sect nodded, touched by Zhu Fan's loyalty and sincerity. Pu Tao, send out a message to notify Hidden Spirit number 2 to come back. Zhu Fan ordered. Yes, sir. Pu Tao's voice responded. Oh right, Old 3 wants an artifact spirit of the same level as Pu Tao. Can the Great Master refine one? The Thousand Spirit Master asked. I can refine it, but the amount of immortal grade spirit mines involved is too large. Your sect may not be able to collect them all in a short time. Zhu Fan said. Pu Tao had consumed an enormous amount of heavenly and earthly spiritual treasures and various heaven-defying spirit materials since he was little, which could be exchanged for several immortal tools. Can a simplified version be refined? One that can normally assist him in managing the sect like Pu Tao. These days, Old 3 has been nagging me about this, saying this kind of management method is amazing. The Honored One of the Thousand Spirit sect said. What about the 3rd Supreme Elder? Don't you let him out? Zhu Fan asked. Not letting him out for now. His mind is somewhat chaotic, so let him calm down first. In the end, it was my underestimation that got us calculated by the other side. The Honored One of the Thousand Spirit sect said. It's okay, we can fight back. Once I finish repairing the classical starship and we start the real battle, we should be slightly stronger than those moon-level Demon Clan giant beast warships. Zhu Fan said with a smile. He was a little curious about what kind of Demon Clan could have defeated the Thousand Spirit Master in such a manner. At this moment, deep in the inner zone of the vast void domain, 6 Demon Clan giant beast warships stopped outside the disaster barrier. Huddle together and get through this disaster-dense area first. This time, our Demon Clan alliance must find the egg of the vast void giant beast. A cold, bell-like voice rang in the hearts of the demons who were driving the giant beast warships. A woman with 9 tails and a pair of snow-white fox ears on her head stood in the main control room of the leading Demon Clan giant beast warship. If it weren't for the shortage of time, that human clan's esteemed one would not have escaped. The woman coldly snorted. We have 3 hours left. By the time, you must follow my orders, and whoever dares to be a second late will suffer the myriad dance heart-devouring punishment when we return. The woman's voice made all the demons be more alert. Chapter 544, Exchange Divine Abilities for Tao Tools. On the third day after the Honored One of the Thousand Spirit Sect returned, the Thousand Spirit Sect Supreme Elder came back. Eldest brother, you're finally back. You don't know how miserable I have been. Our fleet is gone, and nearly half of my magical treasures have been destroyed. All the accumulation of so many years is gone in an instant. At this moment, the Honored One of the Thousand Spirit Sect seemed like a bullied child who had just seen his parent. You have had it too easy lately. It's good for you to experience some setbacks. The Thousand Spirit Sect Supreme Elder spoke slowly. Eldest brother, can you spare me from the 500 punishment thunder whips, considering how pitiful I am? The Honored One of the Thousand Spirit Sect spoke mournfully. During his life, he had been whipped by the punishment thunder whip twice, and each time it was so painful that he wanted to die. The memory was still fresh. This is the ancestral teaching of the sect, which cannot be violated. You know what the consequences are for ordinary disciples. The 500 punishment thunder whips you calculated are quite accurate. What about Old Two and the others? Have any sect disciples or elders been harmed? If there were, their punishments would be increased. The Thousand Spirit Sect Supreme Elder said indifferently. Zhu Fan was watching this scene from the side and almost burst out laughing. So the Honored One of the Thousand Spirit Sect pretended to be so pitiful just to gain sympathy and avoid the punishment of the Punishment Thunder Whip. As for the Punishment Thunder Whip, this punishment sounded quite impressive. Zhu Fan wondered if he should introduce something similar in the sect after he returned. No, not at all. Not a single disciple was lost. They were all protected by me desperately. The Honored One of the Thousand Spirit Sect spoke as he took out a traveling palace magical treasure in the shape of a palace and showed it to the Great Supreme Elder. You did a good job on this. The Elder of the Thousand Spirit Sect nodded his head. Can you spare me the punishment thunder whip for doing this well? The Honored One of the Thousand Spirit Sect pleaded pitifully. You're asking me to do something against the sect's rules. The Great Supreme Elder looked at the Honored One of the Thousand Spirit Sect. Eldest brother, can you break the rules? The Honored One of the Thousand Spirit Sect asked cautiously. The Great Supreme Elder laughed while looking at the cautious Honored One of the Thousand Spirit Sect. I will make a decision that breaks the sect's rules. Hearing the Great Supreme Elder words, the Honored One of the Thousand Spirit Sect instantly became happy. I will reward you with 1,000 punishment thunder whips since adding 500 would indeed violate the sect's rules. The Great Supreme Elder spoke. Eldest brother, you can't be like this. I have earned merit for the sect. I have shed blood for the sect. Adding punishment is too much. The Honored One of the Thousand Spirit Sect immediately objected. Your merits and bloodshed are far less than the losses you have caused. If I don't teach you a lesson, how can I let you lead the starship fleet in the future? There was a trace of anger in the Great Supreme Elder's tone, as well as the resentment of steel not turning into iron. Eldest brother, I accept the 500 punishment thunder whips, but spare me the other 500. I have learned my lesson. Seeing his own eldest brother getting genuinely angry, the Honored One of the Thousand Spirit Sect truly became pitiful. Do you think I am someone who can take my words back? The other 500 will be postponed for 100 years. If you commit any mistakes during that time, they will be executed immediately. The Thousand Spirit Sect Supreme Elder spoke. At this moment, Zonling drove Hidden Spirit number 2 back. Zhu Fan saw that the Great Supreme Elder still wanted to reprimand the Honored One of the Thousand Spirit Sect and hurriedly stepped in to save the situation. Let's go home first. Repairing the starship is important. Zhu Fan said. All right. The Great Supreme Elder nodded. A month and a half later, Hidden Spirit number 2 dragged the classical starship back to the Hidden Spirit Sect and began the repair of the classical starship. Above the 100,000-li giant lake, Zhu Fan was fishing with the Honored One of the Thousand Spirit Sect. Esteem 1, is the punishment thunder whip really that powerful? You're afraid like this? Zhu Fan asked curiously. The punishment thunder whip is the landmark treasure of our Thousand Spirit Sect, and it's a top-tier Tao tool. It targets the soul. Once whipped, it directly enters the soul, like forcibly cutting a strip of flesh from your body. And it's a long strip. Besides that, the key point is that after being whipped, for at least several decades, you would feel a tingling numbness in your soul, accompanied by soul cramps, just like cutting meat with a blunt knife. The Honored One of the Thousand Spirit Sect shivered unconsciously as he spoke. Looking at the Honored One of the Thousand Spirit Sect's expression and his description, Zhu Fan knew that he must have been whipped quite a few times. Esteem 1, since you're going to be whipped anyway, why not learn a divine ability to resist the punishment thunder whip? Now, you still have more than 2 months before the classical starship is repaired, which should be enough time to practice the divine ability to a small degree. Zhu Fan made a fair suggestion. If he couldn't solve the problem or the person causing the problem, he'd have to find a way to neutralize them. Hearing Zhu Fan's words, The honored one of the Thousand Spirit Sect's eyes lit up, as he remembered that Zhu Fan had another identity as a creator master. Great Master, save me. The Thousand Spirit Sect honored one seemed to have grasped the tale of hope. Give me one doubt tool, and I will help you deduce a divine ability to resist the punishment Thunder Whip. Zhu Fan squinted his eyes, as his help was quite expensive. One doubt tool. The honored one of the Thousand Spirit Sect fell into deep thought, as if weighing whether it was worth it or not. A small bronze bell appeared in the hands of the honored one of the Thousand Spirit Sect. This was given to me by my eldest brother when I reached the combination stage. Now, let's use it to exchange for a divine ability. The honored one of the Thousand Spirit Sect said. Esteemed one, you should choose another piece. Keep such a valuable item as a token of memory. Zhu Fan looked at the bronze bell and said. Such an entry-level doubt tool, so niche, would be useless in his hands. Does Great Master find this doubt tool too niche? I will change it. A small eagle carved from jade appeared in the hands of the honored one of the Thousand Spirit Sect. The soul-controlling eagle is considered a detection-type doubt tool. Its concealment method can't be detected by ordinary Mahayana level, esteemed ones. The honored one of the Thousand Spirit Sect introduced. Zhu Fan quickly took the soul-controlling eagle and murmured, 3 days' time. Great Master, do you need only 3 days to deduce a divine ability? The honored one of the Thousand Spirit Sect said, thinking it would take at least a month. How long do you think it will take to deduce a soul armor divine ability? Zhu Fan said with a smile. If it weren't for giving it right away, for fear that the honored one of the Thousand Spirit Sect might not think it was worth it, it would only take him half an hour to deduce a divine ability. Alright, Great Master, don't hesitate to deduce it. I have paid a high price for this divine ability. The honored one of the Thousand Spirit Sect said. If all goes well, esteemed one, you may suffer some physical pain, but your soul will be protected from damage. Zhu Fan promised. Great Master, I am counting on you this time. The honored one of the Thousand Spirit Sect nodded. Zhu Fan nodded, assuring him that there would be no problem. 3 days later, Zhu Fan handed the honored one of the Thousand Spirit Sect a divine technique jade slip. After scanning the slip with his divine sense, the honored one of the Thousand Spirit Sect revealed a satisfied expression. It's really not the same with Great Master's custom-made divine ability. Soul power heavy armor, as immovable as a mountain. As long as it is cultivated to a small degree, it should be able to defend against that punishment Thunder Whip. The honored one of the Thousand Spirit Sect said with a smile. As long as the esteemed one is satisfied, it's a good exchange for your doubt tool. Zhu Fan also spoke with a smile. At the same time, over 100,000 Li Giant Lake, the Thousand Spirit Sect Supreme Elder who was taking a boat ride to relax simply glanced in the direction of the honored one of the Thousand Spirit Sect. Chapter 545, Ice Bear. 3 months went by in the blink of an eye, and the classical starship was completely repaired. All that was left was to connect the formations at the gap, and they could set off. At this time, the honored one of the Thousand Spirit Sect and the Thousand Spirit Sect's third Supreme Elder were chatting on the starship. Old 3, I feel like the way eldest brother looks at me is becoming more and more wrong. The honored one of the Thousand Spirit Sect said somewhat uneasily. Maybe he's regretting not having those 500 punishment thunder whips together and is trying to come up with a reason to do so. One time, the eldest brother was sighing while looking at the classical starship, so you better behave yourself these days. The Thousand Spirit Sect's third Supreme Elder said delightedly in other people's misfortune. 500 punishment thunder whips were not a big deal for the honored one of the Thousand Spirit Sect, it just hurt a bit. What should I do to behave better? The honored one of the Thousand Spirit Sect asked. You are still some distance away from the invincible assembler realm. You should tell the eldest brother that after going back, you will close the door and cultivate to break through to the invincible realm. Maybe if the eldest brother is happy, he will cancel your punishment. The Thousand Spirit Sect's third Supreme Elder said, looking at the several long dragons condensed with 5 elements origin spirit chi in the sky. He was estimating the value of the origin spirit chi dragons in his heart. You must be joking. Just go easy on me when you whip me, I will ask for nothing more. As the day to return to the Thousand Spirit Sect approached, the honored one of the Thousand Spirit Sect's heart became more and more uneasy. Especially when he saw the profound smile of the Thousand Spirit Sect's Supreme Elder, he had a feeling that he was done for. At this moment, the Thousand Spirit Sect's Supreme Elder appeared behind the two. The Great Elder said the starship has been repaired. If there's nothing else, let's go home early. The Thousand Spirit Sect's Supreme Elder said indifferently. I have some matters concerning my cultivation to discuss with the Great Elder for a while, can we delay for another half a month? The honored one of the Thousand Spirit Sect felt an ominous premonition in his heart. Can't you discuss matters about cultivation with me? At this invincible realm, I can't teach you. Summon all the disciples of the sect to board the starship, we will set off immediately. Zhu Fan, who was refining the railgun, took some time to bid them farewell. Looking at the reluctant gaze of the honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect as he left, Zhu Fan felt that his prophesied divine ability might not be of much use. After sending away everyone from the Thousand Spirit sect, Zhu Fan breathed a sigh of relief. After they leave, I can focus on refining artifacts. It's always uncomfortable to have outsiders at home. After saying that, Zhu Fan went back to continue refining the railgun. The classical starship of the Thousand Spirit sect was very fast, so fast that the honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect felt a little chill in his heart. Returning from the Hidden Spirit sect to the Thousand Spirit sect, the classical starship only took a month using the human clan's navigational channel. When the classical starship landed at the Thousand Spirit sect, the honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect's heart turned cold. Everything is ready, so why am I still so scared? The honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect had an impulsive feeling and an ominous premonition. Old 2, as the Supreme Elder number 2, don't perform the punishment in front of the other disciples. The Thousand Spirit sect's Supreme Elder brought the two into a hidden small world. Then, the punishment thunder whip appeared in the hand of the Supreme Elder, and the other hand lightly formed seals. An invincible force instantly took away all the spiritual power in the honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect's body and crushed the thick armor in his soul. Eldest brother, it's fine to whip me, but you also crushed my armor, which isn't fair. I don't accept it. The Thousand Spirit sect's third Supreme Elder, who was watching at the side, almost couldn't close his mouth from laughing, feeling that this was the happiest thing he had encountered in the past few hundred years. When admitting your mistake, your attitude should be correct, and the position to take a beating must be right. Otherwise, how can you remember this lesson? As the Thousand Spirit sect's Supreme Elder spoke, the Punishment Thunder Whip swung heavily. The Punishment Thunder Whip was activated, flashing with extremely dazzling thunder, and even though the honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect hadn't been hit yet, a trace of pain came from his soul. Eldest brother, can you be gentle? The controlled honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect pleaded. Snap. A whip directly and heavily hit the back of the Thousand Spirit honored one, followed by a bloody whip mark. This whip inflicted 3 layers of damage. First was the body, second was the soul, and third was the spirit. This spiritual damage had more or less to do with the Dao tool that was traded to Zhu Fan. Extreme North Territory, atop a vast and boundless ice field. Several puppet horses were rapidly pulling a sleigh carriage. On the carriage were 2 men and a woman who were studying a light and shadow map. Sigh, I don't know if I can find the immortal city Brother Han mentioned in this lifetime. Iron Tower said. Eldest brother, don't worry, as long as we keep going in that direction, we will eventually find the signal of the Ice Realm Immortal City teleportation array. Han Fi said. Eldest brother, our life now is actually not much different from before, just traveling, Iron Blue said with a smile. True, these years have been full of ups and downs, and the only peaceful times were during our travels, Iron Tower said. Eldest brother, little sister, don't be impatient. I have a feeling that it won't be long before we pick up the signal of that teleportation array, Han Fi said with a smile. In his hand was a compass, and on it, there was already a faintly sensed light spot, which was the signal of the Ice Realm Immortal City teleportation array. Just then, an alarm sounded from an artifact on Han Fi's body. Hide. The rapidly moving carriage and puppet horses instantly stopped. Then, Han Fi put away the carriage and puppet horses and took out an ice-breaking artifact, leading the 2 siblings to drill under the ice surface. As Han Fi drilled down, Iron Tower filled the ice hole from the top. Soon, the 3 of them drilled down to 100 meters below the iced surface. It's not easy to encounter monsters on this savage ice field, Iron Tower said with a smile. Let's rest for a while and wait for this monster to leave. As Han Fi spoke, he began to use the ice-breaking artifact to create living quarters for the 3 of them. A living room, 3 bedrooms, and a kitchen. A pot of green spiritual plant was placed in every room and living room. Every time I see this plant, I think it's fascinating, as it can produce the air we breathe, and it doesn't cause any problems even in a closed environment for a long time, Iron Tower said, looking at the green spiritual plant. Our sex travel manual has recorded this, so I kept it in mind and got a few. I never thought it would be so useful now, Han Fi said. A light curtain appeared in front of the 3. It was displaying the figure of an ice field monster. The most common ice bear, judging from its size, should be at the void refining stage. It sniffed out our scent and is likely to linger here for half a month, Han Fi said, looking at the light curtain. Let's cultivate separately and continue traveling after the ice bear leaves, Iron Tower said. I have gained some insights recently while on the go, so I will use this time to cultivate, Han Fi said. Then I will cook delicious food for you guys. I haven't finished making the recipes Brother Han gave me, Iron Blue said with a smile. Iron Tower listened to his little sister's words, looked at Hanfiu, then at his own little sister, and finally could only sigh helplessly. Chapter 546, We Are Family. If you were interested in my little sister, this journey wouldn't be so boring, Iron Tower thought. According to his initial plan, his sisters should have become Taoist couples with Hanfiu and given birth to a child during this long journey. If everything went well, his little nephew should be at the foundation establishment stage now, capable of flying freely in the sky. Unfortunately, things didn't go well. Thinking about this, Iron Tower sighed deeply. Eldest brother, you're sighing while we're eating. What's up? Iron Blue approached with a plate of crystal long meat and asked. It's nothing. Just feel that the three of us seem to lack something, feeling a bit lonely, Iron Tower hinted evasively. Iron Blue blushed and returned to cooking following the cookbook. Hanfiu, on the other hand, casually continued his meal. He'd grown immune to such comments after hearing them frequently. Brother Iron, the journey back to my sect is long. Are you too sure you still want to accompany me? It's been almost 60 years now, Hanfiu stated, aware that the journey back to the sect might take centuries. He didn't want to involve the siblings. What are you talking about? Are you getting tired of us? Iron Tower opened his eyes wide, showing a hint of anger in his voice. Of course not. I was just thinking that since we have already received the signal from Ice Realm Immortal City, it won't be long before we can teleport there. I heard there are several esteemed ones guarding that place. It won't be as easy to breach like Ice Abyss Immortal City. You two could live a peaceful life there, Hanfiu hurriedly added. He had the siblings' best interests at heart. He had even secretly prepared farewell gifts to ensure the siblings could practice their cultivation without worry. A large hand heavily slapped Hanfiu on the shoulder. Brother Zhu, do you acknowledge me as your elder brother? Iron Tower asked seriously. Of course, we have helped each other out on this journey, you have saved my life, I absolutely will consider you as my elder brother, Hanfiu solemnly replied. Iron Blue and I have no relatives left in the extreme north territory, from now on, we're family. Wherever you go, we go. No matter how difficult or far it is, even if it's the end of the earth, we will follow you. Iron Tower asserted. My journey home might take 200 years, maybe 300 years. Even if it takes 1,000 years or 2,000 years, we siblings will still follow you. Whenever you find us annoying, just let us know, and my sister and I will leave, Iron Tower interjected, interrupting Hanfiu. He knew his sister's personality. Once she set her heart on someone, she wouldn't give up. As the elder brother, it was only right to support her. According to Iron Tower's thinking, with time, affinity would grow. If there was no affection, it indicated that they had not spent enough time together. Eldest brother, thank you for following me, Hanfiu expressed his gratitude. The journey was indeed long and he did need companionship. It says in the sect's manual, if embarking on a long journey, forming a team is the best choice. The prerequisite is that those teaming up with you are willing to share joy and sorrow. He had contemplated staying in Immortal City to cultivate until his level increased before returning to the sect. However, recent events made him realize that without a powerful backing, nowhere was safe. Therefore, he particularly missed the days back in his sect, except for the occasional fear that his Jade Gourd's extraordinary fortune would be discovered by others. Those were the most enjoyable and comfortable days he'd ever had. What are you talking about? We are family, Iron Tower responded with a hearty laugh. At this moment, Iron Blue brought out another dish, stir-fried spiritual lettuce. This is the last dish. What were you guys chatting about just now? You seemed really happy, asked Iron Blue. Brother Han was sharing some of his fun stories from his time at the sect, Iron Tower replied with a smile. Brother Zhu, can you tell me about it? I rarely hear you talk about the old times in the sect. Iron Blue curiously said, she wanted to know the stories of her beloved person in the past. In the sect, I have a good brother named Sword Wuji, we used to be. Having nothing to do, Hanfiu began to talk about the amusing incidents in the sect in the past. At the Hidden Spirit sect, Zhu Fan let his temporary avatar replace him in refining the railgun, and his real body began to slack off. He found that the temporary avatar was becoming more and more useful, so he took the time of artifact refining to strengthen the avatar divine ability. Now when he sends out temporary avatars, he can slack off for half a month. By the Sky Blue Spirit Liquid Lake, Zhu Fan was having a heart-to-heart talk with a dragon egg. Don't be comparing the hardness of your eggshell with other dragon eggs. What if you break it? Zhu Fan patiently instructed the dragon egg who had made an oath with him. This dragon egg, standing in front of Zhu Fan, stubbornly hopped twice, crushing its hard stone base to make a small pit, proving its toughness. Then what do you do if you accidentally break another dragon egg? Zhu Fan said again. At this moment, the dragon egg bounced and dove right into the Sky Blue Spirit Liquid Lake. Then another green-skinned dragon egg enjoying its time in the spirit liquid lake was knocked into the air and fell heavily in front of Zufan. It enlarged the small pit made earlier one more time. Is this the result of your teaching? Why are you so argumentative? Zufan frowned and looked at the Tangy turtle. The Tangy turtle looked up at Zufan. How is this a good thing? Just causing me trouble, not at all behaved like a good baby. Zufan scolded. Then the Tangy turtle looked at Zufan like he was an idiot. Why would you treat a spiritual beast with a true dragon lineage like a good baby? The call of Tangy turtle contained a bit of perplexity. Although it didn't like moving, it understood that the more an infant spiritual beast moved around, the better it was for them. What am I even trying to compete with you about? Zufan laughed at his own behavior. I will have someone specially supervise this dragon egg. You just come to tell stories. Zufan said. He felt that if this Tangy turtle kept training these eggs, they would be ruined. I don't even want to be in charge, I can rest more in the future, the Tangy turtle said lazily and began to walk towards the spirit liquid lake. Putao, assign a puppet to specifically educate these dragon eggs for their all-round development in morality, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor skills. Zufan instructed. Yes, master. Putao's voice responded. Looking at the 6 dragon eggs playing in the spirit liquid lake, Zufan gently beckoned, and the 6 dragon eggs were mysteriously pulled by a force and all came in front of him. Alright, today I will tell you a story. Zufan spoke kindly and amiably. The 6 dragon eggs jumped in succession to express their satisfaction. Finally, Zufan began to educate them by telling stories about how to be a good child and how to be able to reassure their parents. After Zufan's series of efforts, these 6 dragon eggs finally understood the difference between good and bad children, then they began to happily be the bad kids again. Chapter 547, The Legend of Carrying Heavenly Tao Reincarnation. Seeing the 6 dragon eggs playing crazily in the spirit liquid lake, Zufan couldn't help but laugh. Humans are so double-standard. If these were ordinary spirit beast eggs, they would have been turned into egg fried rice a long time ago. But facing these 6 dragon eggs, we can only indulge them. Zufan said with a smile. Zufan just sat quietly beside the spirit liquid lake, emptying his thoughts and practicing the infamous lazy technique. Great Master is slacking off here again. Zonling appeared beside Zufan. Elder Zonling, didn't you also come out to relax after cultivating your divine abilities? Zufan responded. He sensed the lingering aura of 5 elements spirit domain from Zonling. Although I thought about waiting until my reincarnation to cultivate this divine ability again. However, after seeing your battle with the gold devouring tiger using the nuclear explosion divine power through your puppet, I couldn't help but to pick it up and cultivate it. As a result, my head is now dizzy and swollen, so I came out to take a walk. Zonling shook his head and said. Don't worry, with Elder Zonling's talents, it won't take long to comprehend this divine ability. Zufan said with a comforting smile. If someone else said this to me in the past, I would feel like they were insulting me. But hearing the Great Master say it, I am now at ease. How many years does it take to reach that level? Zonling asked. First, you need to reach this level. Zufan said, as a black and white intertwined light group appeared in his hand. It should take about 1,000 years. That's not much. In 1,000 years, I could reincarnate and become an esteemed one again. Zonling said somewhat speechlessly. 1,000 years isn't long. This divine ability can evolve infinitely, and no matter what realm you cultivate to, this divine ability can still display corresponding power. Zufan explained. Great Master, sometimes I really doubt. Zonling paused here. Doubt that I am the reincarnation of a great power? You're not the only person who has said that about me. Zufan preemptively answered. Those who think Great Master is a reincarnation probably don't really understand Great Master. Zonling's words made Zufan curious about what he would say next. Those who truly understand Great Master would say that you are the reincarnation of this world's heavenly Tao. Zonling said in an exaggerated tone. Great powers are also cultivators and are not omniscient and omnipotent. But Great Master is different. As long as you are interested in something, you can master it very quickly, even surpassing the achievements that others have worked hard for all their lives. Hearing Zonling's words, Zufan laughed. Be careful that the heavenly Tao of this world might find out and decide to examine my soul thoroughly. Zufan joked. Usually, I just daydream about it. If Great Master really was the reincarnation of the heavenly Tao, you must be one of those ruthless individuals who cultivate the ruthless path. Zonling said with a laugh. If there really were a heavenly Tao reincarnation, it might be like Elder Zonling said, they would cultivate the ruthless path. Zufan pondered over Zonling's words and felt that it made sense. I feel like I have heard about something similar somewhere. Zufan paused, touching his chin. In the past, The top sect sacred lands in the cultivation world could usually contact the higher realms, so they knew some things about the Great Thousand World. There was a heavenly realm big shot who, on a whim, went to a middle thousand worlds and merged with its heavenly Tao. He then used his remaining power to reincarnate. As a result, when he reincarnated, his talent was indeed incredible. He could be considered omniscient and omnipotent, comprehending any Tao, law, or divine power in an instant. Artifact refining, talismans, formations, alchemy, puppets. As long as he could encounter them, he would only need to glance at them and instantly achieve the realm of a grandmaster. However, when countless people in the immortal world were amazed by this person, he gradually became more and more indifferent. In the end, although he did not cultivate the ruthless path, he was no different than those who did. Zonling stopped talking. So, what happened to that person in the end? Zhu Fan asked curiously, annoyed by the sudden cliffhanger. In the end, after he reincarnated and reached the realm of his past life, he returned to that middle thousand worlds, merged with the heavenly Tao once again, and transformed into the will of heaven. Then, after tens of millions of years, that Sky Central world was promoted to the Great Thousand World. Isn't that just doing something for someone else? How pitiful. Zhu Fan said, feeling a sense of living long enough to see everything. There is no limit to the wonders of the world, and today Zhu Fan felt that he had gained a little more knowledge. That's why I am afraid Great Master might be in the same situation, but it seems that I was worried unnecessarily. Zonling said with a laugh. Elder Zonling, you went around in such a big circle just to imply something. Zhu Fan realized, surprised that there was a day when he would be scolded for being lazy. Great Master, I didn't mean that. I was just joking. Zonling laughed and said. Elder Zonling, you may need to understand a concept. Zhu Fan said solemnly. Please, tell me, Great Master. I am me, my avatar is me, my temporary avatar is also me. I am resting here, not simply being lazy. I am resting for my other three selves, from physical to mental recovery. This is necessary, as prolonged labor can cause mental pressure, and if it lasts for a long time, it can lead to a person's collapse. So, I am resting here, just to give them a sense of relief afterwards. When one of me is resting, and the other three are working hard, do you really think I am lazy? Zhu Fan stared at Zonling as he spoke. This shouldn't be lazy, right? Great Master, I apologize for what I said just now. I was just joking. Besides, my point was just to show Great Master's heavenly talent, just like the heavenly Tao. I definitely didn't mean to call Great Master lazy. Zonling also said seriously. At this moment, a phrase came to Zhu Fan's mind. Only magic can defeat magic. Thank you for the compliment, Elder Zonling. Zhu Fan said with a smile. I am just telling the truth. After Zhu Fan's words, Zonling felt that he had learned a new skill. It seemed useless but could play a critical role. Great Master, there's something I want to ask you. Back when you asked me to have my soul transformed and reincarnate in 200 years, there are still over 130 years left. I want to ask Great Master, is there a new Esteemed One recruitment plan? Zonling asked. This was a severe issue he had become aware of recently. Since he was going to reincarnate, the sect would definitely need another Mahayana Esteemed One to replace him. Thinking about it, he suddenly felt a sense of crisis, a crisis where his status would not be protected. He knew too well the appeal of being the future artifact refining Grandmaster. As long as their own Great Master spread information through the human clan's starry pathway, it wouldn't be difficult to recruit even invincible venerables to the sect. Chapter 548, Large-Scale Spirit Vein Recruit New Esteemed Ones. Zhu Fan rubbed his chin and said, as if opening up a new line of thought. It's not impossible, but our sect is also in a difficult situation, and it hasn't come to that point yet. Average Esteemed Ones are useless, and recruiting powerful ones into the sect without knowing their true nature can easily lead to trouble. Zhu Fan thought for a moment before saying. Elder Zonling fears reincarnation and heavy cultivation. Without an Esteemed One's combat power in the sect, accidents are likely to happen. Elder Zonling, you can rest assured. Within 100 years, there will be a Mahayana-level puppet in the sect. It can replace Elder Zonling to guard the sect. Zhu Fan said with relief. A Mahayana-level puppet. Zonling let out a sigh of relief. It was fine as long as it was just a puppet. After reincarnation and heavy cultivation, you can slowly cultivate and make up for all the regrets of the past. Zhu Fan said. Of course, with the guidance of the Great Master, it is hopeful to advance to the invincible realm in the future. Zonling said with a smile. In the demon sect, a former Grand Elder had once commented on him, saying that there was no hope of reaching the invincible realm in this life and that he could ascend early to find his opportunities in the immortal world. He was unconvinced at the time, having just reached the Mahayana realm. But as he cultivated deeper, he knew the great Supreme Elder was right. The invincible realm is still far away, and the road ahead is long. Zhu Fan looked at the vast sky-blue liquid lake in front of him and said, I will follow in the footsteps of the great master in the future. Zhan Ling felt that he has chosen the right path to follow. How's your butcher brother lately? Zhu Fan asked during the lull. He is fine. Recently, he just advanced to the 7th Order Tanju Master and is earning spirit stones to buy new puppets. Zhan Ling said with a laugh. Many years of interaction had deepened the friendship between him and the middle-aged butcher. Recently, they even developed a fascination of going to the Seoul Medical Center together. A true deep equipment enthusiast. Zhu Fan laughed. He's nearly completed collecting all the puppet swordsmen from the Foundation establishment stage to the void cultivation stage, truly contributing a lot to our sex income. Zhan Ling said. A high-quality, tasteful crop. That was Zhu Fan's evaluation of the middle-aged butcher. He felt that if everyone was like him, a perfect internal circulation could form. Sometime later, we will find a Demon Clan refiner grandmaster to specially customize a set of swordsman puppets for him. Zhu Fan said. On behalf of the middle-aged butcher, I would like to thank the great master. Zhan Ling said. What's there to thank? The required amount of spirit stones is still needed. Freeloading was out of the question. At this moment, Pu Tao's voice suddenly rang out. Master, Zhuangli and Xiang Yun have detected a large-scale spirit vein outside the sect, guarded by a grey clan. They request support. A large-scale spirit vein, that's interesting. Dispatch a team of puppets and 2 railguns to see if this clan is soft or tough. Zhu Fan said casually. Great master, why not let me handle this task? Otherwise, it will just be puppets against the demon clan. I will go right now. Zhan Ling said excitedly. It was time for him to showcase his abilities. Upon finishing his sentence, he eagerly transformed into a blood shadow and flew towards the direction indicated by Pu Tao. Maybe after the puppets have been refined, the second immortal tool can be given to Elder Zhan Ling. Zhu Fan rubbed his chin and said. Over the years, Zhan Ling had indeed made many contributions to the hidden spirit sect, so Zhu Fan had this idea. Never mind, let's wait until after he undergoes reincarnation. Zhu Fan stood up and flew towards the scripture pavilion where he still had one more task to complete. As soon as Zhu Fan entered the gate of scripture repository, he saw Zhang Zuling, with his white hair and declining energy, studying a jade slip. I gave you a beauty-preserving pill back then. Why didn't you take it? Zhu Fan asked curiously. Greetings to the great master. Zhang Zuling, who had originally reached the peak of the Foundation establishment stage, is now at the Qi refining 5th layer due to the decline of his energy and blood. I want to experience the entire process of life and death reincarnation. Birth, growth, youth, peak, decline, and destruction, Zhang Zuling said. At this moment, Zhu Fan looked at Zhang Zuling with a strange expression in his eyes. You didn't even finish elementary school before starting to learn about college-level knowledge, no wonder your energy and blood declined so quickly. What insights have you gained? Zhu Fan asked. None, I only experienced the decline of energy and blood and the regression of my cultivation level, Zhang Zuling said. Of course, you can't comprehend it. What you're talking about is the way of reincarnation, which is not something you can touch at your current realm. Originally, you could have lived for over 100 years, but now, with your current situation, 1 year is questionable, Zhu Fan said gloomily. Sure enough, he's a Dao lunatic, daring to contemplate anything. I know, so didn't the great master came to see me? Zhang Zuling, looking old and decrepit, opened his toothlessly grinning mouth to speak. When do you plan to advance to the Foundation establishment stage? Do you wish to do it at the last moment before death? Zhu Fan asked. Yes, since I started contemplating it, I must not give up halfway, Zhang Zuling said slowly. You. In the future, just live in the scripture repository for the rest of your life, Zhu Fan said unhappily. Zhu Fan formed seals with both hands, and the Tao scripture appeared in his hands. He then slapped it into Zhang Zuling's body, adding a layer of insurance to prevent him from failing to halt his progress at the last moment. Thank you, great master, Zhang Zuling said. Luckily you're staying in the scripture repository. I am looking forward to the day you come out. Zhu Fan was about to leave when Zhang Zuling stopped him. Great master, please wait, your disciple has a request. What else is there? Recently, there have been very few divine abilities and cultivation techniques created by the great master. The scripture repository has not received any new stock for many days, Zhang Zuling said with a grin. Have you already comprehended all the divine abilities and cultivation techniques in the scripture repository? Zhu Fan asked indifferently. Disciple has finished reading them, but not fully comprehended them yet, Zhang Zuling said with a lowered head. Fine, I will have Pu Tao send a batch over later, Zhu Fan said before leaving. Zhang Zuling is one of his more attentive disciples. Zhu Fan knew that this kid wouldn't live much longer upon seeing his condition. His plan to advance to the Foundation establishment stage at the last moment would most likely fail. That's why Zhu Fan made a special trip, only to be urged to update it. Pu Tao, put the beginner's version of the Eastwind Divine Skill into the scripture repository, Zhu Fan ordered. Understood, Master, Pu Tao replied. You can study this set of divine skills thoroughly, it should keep you occupied during the chi refining stage, Zhu Fan said with a smile. There are many confidential cultivation techniques and divine skills derived from his deductions in Pu Tao's database, which are no worse than those in the scripture repository. These were all deduced when he was bored inside the Yuan Bell Sword. Not long after Zhu Fan left, a puppet brought more than 50 jade slips to Zhang Zuling. Dongfeng series divine skills, created by the Great Master. The names are always so strange, Zhang Zuling laughed while picking up a jade slip to read. Every time new cultivation techniques and divine skills were sent to the scripture repository, it was the happiest time for him. Chapter 549, Wind Blue Rain Geese. Outside the territory of the Wind Blue Rain Swans, Zhuangli and Xiang Yun were lying in wait. Senior brother Zhuangli, it would be nice to subjugate this clan to our sect to serve as mounts for our brothers, said Xiang Yu, looking at the Wind Blue Rain Swan, which had a wingspan of about 10 feet. We have already sent a message back to the sect about a large-scale spirit vein. I am sure the sect will come to collect it. If this demon clan obeys, they can serve as mounts. If they refuse, they will be annihilated. The choice is up to them, Zhuangli said. I hope they surrender. The sect's spirit boats are good, but their design is too monotonous. Having these creatures as mounts would add some diversity, and we could share a chat in our leisure time, Xiang Yun said with a smile. In the Hidden Spirit sect, Pu Tao categorized the demon clans based on the information received. Kind, neutral, evil. Kind and neutral clans do not harbor any inherent malice, do not hold grudges against the human clan, and have not committed large-scale massacres of the human clan since their arrival. Anything otherwise is deemed evil. According to the standards of the Hidden Spirit sect, those subjected to subjugation are only fit to be slaves, as the 5 spirit monkeys once were. Senior brother, I notice you have become much more composed than before, Xiang Yun said with a smile. For some time now, he had been completing multiple tasks with Zhuangli. They had encountered many dangers, but managed to overcome them together. I have always been composed, it's just that I am more so now. I had a chat with junior fellow apprentice Zuling at the scripture pavilion that day and gained some insights, said Zhuangli. So the insights have made senior brother more composed? Xiang Yun asked curiously. No, I sensed an opportunity to challenge my own limits. It's something you can't seek, forcibly pursuing such an opportunity would only backfire, Zhuangli explained slowly. Just then, their shadow swept across the sky. A huge spirit vessel descended not far from where the two were. Elder Zonling stepped down, leading 100 combination stage puppets. Zonling made no effort to conceal his aura and directly alerted the sovereign of the Wind Blue Rain Swans clan. A streak of blue light flashed across the sky, and the sovereign of the Wind Blue Rain Swans clan emerged. Zonling squinted at the sky. Once he had a clear look at the sovereign, he wondered, keeping this clan as mounts would be pretty great. Zhuangli and Xiang Yun exchanged glances. Human clan demon venerable, if I have no intention of going to war with you, please withdraw quickly, the Rain Goose demon sovereign said coldly. I won't waste words with you, just know this large-scale spirit vein belongs to our human clan, and we have our eyes on your clan to serve as our apprentices' mounts. Comply to live, rebel to die, the choice is yours. The heavy water origin blade appeared in Zonling's hands, exuding the unique aura of immortal tools. At the same time, 2 railguns in the sky also targeted Rain Goose Demon Sovereign. At this moment, the Rain Goose Demon Sovereign felt as if he was facing a huge cannon. It wasn't a question of life and death, but direct annihilation. Just then, 10 more large spirit vessels appeared in the sky, and 10,000 void cultivation stage puppets landed and stood orderly in the sky, waiting for instructions. Zhuangli and Xiang Yun were somewhat flustered at this moment, and the same thought flashed in their minds. When did our sect become so powerful? Little Demon Sovereign, make your choice quickly. If you don't submit after the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, killing will commence. By then, your clan can only become demon slaves. The endless blood sea appeared behind Zonling, and from time to time, vengeful spirits of the demon clan burst out of the sea of blood, all of them looking at the Rain Goose Demon Sovereign with bloodthirsty, greedy eyes. Make your choice quickly, surrender or perish. Elder Zonling's smile carried a hint of bloodthirst. Standing on the side, Zhuangli and Xiang Yun began to communicate telepathically. I always feel that Elder Zonling is not a good person, Xiang Yun said telepathically. One should not judge solely based on appearances. Elder Zonling has been quite good to our sect's disciples. Whenever a disciple seeks his advice, he would patiently instruct them, Zhongli replied. Back when they were guarding the steel Great Wall, he even consulted Zonling about several cultivation issues. However, Elder Zonling's image is indeed somewhat. Nonetheless, this won't affect the outcome. At this moment, the entire demon clan of the Wind Blue Rain Swans, who are at the nascent soul stage and above, rushed over. Walking behind their demon sovereign, they pledged to share the fate with their sovereign. Their firm, indomitable expressions further highlighted Zonling's evil doing. It seems you're willing to die for your clan. Zonling looked at the Wind Blue Rain Swans in the sky, his eyes blood red. Human clan, we will migrate and leave the large-scale spirit vein to you. Can you let our clan go? The Rain Goose Demon Sovereign pleaded. No, I want both your clan and the large-scale spirit vein. If you don't submit, you will die. Zonling said, raising his hand and releasing a light curtain. This is the treatment my sect offers to the submissive demon clans. If you submit now, you still have the chance to enjoy it. Once you become demon slaves, you will have nothing left. Zonling said with a smile, but the expression on his face was wicked. Human clan, do you think I am stupid? The Rain Goose Demon Sovereign felt insulted. I don't believe that by submitting to your sect we will receive this treatment. Certainly not all will receive this kind of treatment, but as long as you serve my sect, you can become a member of the demonic sect of my sect and enjoy this treatment, a puppet explained. Pu Tao detected that the Wind Blue Rain Swans are neutral species, whose talents are particularly suitable for serving as mounts. He therefore accepted the task of persuading them to surrender from Zonling. He was afraid that Zonling might get it all wrong in the heat of the moment. After our clan submits, how will we be treated? Rain Goose Demon Sovereign asked, his tone softening. He had realized that even without submitting, they would still be enslaved, especially the murderous intent from the sky that made him dare not order his clan to flee. Move your territory outside the range of Linson Immortal City and accept the control of my hidden spirit sect. As long as you do not harm the human clan, you still can enjoy relative freedom. The only loss you will suffer is not being able to enjoy the large-scale spirit vein, the puppet added. My Wind Blue Rain Swans clan submits, the Rain Goose Demon Sovereign said with a sigh. In the demon world, they were oppressed by the strong clans. They had originally wanted to escape this oppression by coming to the human realm, allowing the young birds in their clan to grow better. It was against their expectation that after coming to the human clan, they would also be oppressed by the human clan sects. But this was still better than complete loss. Those who know the current affairs are wise. Your choice will bring hope of peace and rise to your clan, the puppet said, with a trace of joy in his tone. Seeing this, Zonling, somewhat annoyed, said to Pu Tao, at least let me fight this demon sovereign before he comes out. I requested this blade for nothing. This clan is not famous for its combat power. Even if you fight, Elder Zonling, you won't find it entertaining. Besides, the Rain Goose Demon Sovereign wouldn't be able to withstand a few attacks from Elder Zonling, Zhongli laughed on the side. He felt that Elder Zonling definitely wanted to find someone for a good fight at this moment. Are there any other demon clans nearby? I want to engage in a battle, Zonling looked at the Rain Goose Demon Sovereign and said. 3,000 miles to the west, there is the Lion Scorpion clan. Their demon sovereign has excellent combat power, which should satisfy the human clan Venerable's requirements, the Rain Goose Demon Sovereign said courteously. Chapter 550, The Return of an Old Friend. The Wind Blue Rain Geese clan migrated to a giant island in the boundary of the 100,000-li giant lake. With just over 1 million demons in the Wind Blue Rain Geese clan, a large island was more than enough. This island will be your territory from now on, and the most basic welfare will be arranged for you. Xiang Yun said. Since he and Zhongli were the first ones to make contact with the Wind Blue Rain Geese clan, they naturally became the ones responsible for the clan's migration. In a while, the most basic welfare will be arranged for you. After that, corresponding tasks will be assigned to you, and there will be rewards for completing them. Several jade slips appeared in Xiang Yun's hands. Demon Sovereign, you can take a look at the requirements for officially becoming a member of the demonic sect, and send the suitable demons over. Rain Goose Demon Sovereign took the jade slips from Xiang Yun's hand and glanced at them briefly. As a human, will the treatment that you mentioned on that day really be given after becoming a member of the demonic sect? Rain Goose Demon Sovereign asked expectantly. Of course, our sect has recently recruited a demon sovereign as a member of the demonic sect, and even the custom Dao tools have been refined for them. Xiang Yun said with a smile, feeling that the refining sect was truly invincible in this aspect. Custom Dao tools. Rain Goose Demon Sovereign muttered. Once, their clan had a refining master, but after their whereabouts were leaked and they were captured by a powerful clan, the clan threatened to destroy their entire clan if they did not refine Dao tools for them. With a deep sigh, Rain Goose Demon Sovereign seemed to lament the fate of their clan. At this moment, 10 large spirit vessels landed on the island. Tens of thousands of puppets descended and began to construct infrastructure. It didn't take long for an immense task hall to rise. Along with it, a gathering spirits array covered the entire island. The spiritual chi on the giant island visibly increased at an incredible speed. Rain Goose Demon Sovereign and Xiang Yun arrived at the task hall. Upon entering, they saw the vast display in the office area, showing all the tasks assigned to the Wind Blue Rain Geese clan. Each task was marked with the rewards for completion. Looking at thousands of tasks, Rain Goose Demon Sovereign suddenly felt that submitting to the Hidden Spirit sect wasn't such a bad thing. When can I meet the Great Elder? Rain Goose Demon Sovereign asked expectantly. You can apply to Putao. If the Great Elder has some free time, he should be able to see you. Xiang Yun said. Thank you. As Zhu Fan, who was fishing above the 100,000-li giant lake, received the message from Rain Goose Demon Sovereign seeking an audience. It just so happens that I am idle. Let him come. Zhu Fan said while fishing. Yes, Master. Putao replied. Not long after, blue light flashed across the sky, and the Rain Goose Demon Sovereign transformed into a middle-aged man and appeared beside Zhu Fan. As the saying goes, the face reflects the heart, and this Demon Sovereign transformed himself into a human with an honest and responsible face. Great Elder of the Outer World. Rain Goose Demon Sovereign followed the human etiquette and greeted with a bow. Get up. Do you have any regrets about submitting to the Hidden Spirits Act? Zhu Fan asked with a smile. As long as the Great Elder does not arbitrarily slaughter my clan, we will follow you forever. Rain Goose Demon Sovereign said sincerely. Zhu Fan just gave Rain Goose Demon Sovereign a casual glance. If we don't follow, we'd be dead. What kind of loyalty are you displaying? What is it that you want to see me about? Haven't all the details about your clan's resettlement been discussed? Zhu Fan asked. I wish to join the demonic sect and serve the sect. Rain Goose Demon Sovereign bowed again. Are you sure? Joining the demonic sect will involve some things that you cannot control. Zhu Fan said with a smile. I have already thought it through. I only wish for the sect to be strong and eternally protect my clan. Rain Goose Demon Sovereign said. Actually, in the demon world, when their clan was under the most severe oppression by the strong clans, he had thought of seeking the protection of a top-notch clan, but after a little investigation, he discovered that his clan was not qualified. Good thinking. Let Putao take you to the demon division later. Zhu Fan said with a smile, having found the captain he had in mind to pilot the Serpent Spirit starship. A jade slip appeared in the hand of the Rain Goose Demon Sovereign. Great Elder, this is all the information my clan has obtained since arriving in the human realm. I hope it will be useful to the sect. Hearing Rain Goose Demon Sovereign's words, Zhu Fan's eyebrows raised, and he found it quite useful indeed. Putao, take this jade slip, extract its contents, and add them to the database. Exchange it for points according to its value, Zhu Fan instructed. Yes, Master. A puppet appeared and took the jade slip from Rain Goose Demon Sovereign's hand. Although your clan has submitted to the Hidden Spirit sect, aside from related tasks, the sect will not take advantage of your clan. You will get what you give, Zhu Fan said. Over these years, the most valuable things he had obtained from the exterminated demon clans were the records related to the demon world. So, Zhu Fan meant for them to hand over all the clan records to the sect. I understand, thank you, Great Elder, said Rain Goose Demon Sovereign. You go attend to your matters, I have to concentrate on fishing. Zhu Fan waved his hand to signal Rain Goose Demon Sovereign to leave. A puppet guided Rain Goose Demon Sovereign towards the demon division. The sect has gained a new general, and our team is starting to grow, Zhu Fan said with a smile. By judging the location of the island where Wind Blue Rain Swan's clan was settled, they could arrive at Hidden Spirit Island in such a short time. Zhu Fan could tell that their speed was far superior to other clans, and could be further explored. The team is getting bigger and bigger, and our income is shrinking more and more, Zhu Fan said worryingly. The main income of the Hidden Spirit sect now was Zonling's mining in the vast void domain using the Star Escort. Second, it came from the artifact refining orders received through the human clan's starry pathway. Apart from that, the spirit stones earned from miscellaneous sources were not considered significant. Resource consumption is becoming greater and the channels of income are decreasing. This is a serious problem, Zhu Fan said while looking at the vast surface of the 100,000-li giant lake. Adding one more demon sovereign who can also pilot a spirit boat to mine will reduce the pressure. However, this is still not enough. At this moment, Zhu Fan suddenly felt something and looked towards the sky. Master, a human clan's starship has appeared in the Lin Senator Immortal City region and is heading towards the sect, Putao suddenly said. A light curtain appeared in front of Zhu Fan's eyes. He roughly estimated that a basic mining-capable starship appeared in front of Zufan. "Prepare the railguns, and have the second team with the nascent soul stage puppets ready," Zufan said. He felt that the people on this starship should be related to him. Soon afterward, that simple configuration starship landed on the surface of the 100,000-li giant lake. A treasure artifact spirit boat flew towards the Hidden Spirit sect, which was one of the mount treasures sold by the Hidden Spirit sect in the past. As it approached the Hidden Spirit sect, Zufan received a message. "Great Elder, I am finally back." The tone contained excitement, eagerness, and a hint of grievance. Chapter 551, The Return of the Chief of Commerce Peng Fu. "Where the hell have you run off to? I have searched all the immortal cities that you usually visit," Zufan exclaimed with surprise and delight. Ever since he got the Xingzhu, Zufan never gave up looking for his Chief of Commerce. Zonling would release information looking for Peng Fu every time they entered the human clan's stars in the vast void domain. But they never found him. "Great Master, I have been in Watercloud Fairy City all these years. When I first arrived, the entire space was sealed." Orang Peng Fu explained. "He went to that city for business, not expecting to be trapped there. Watercloud Fairy City, no wonder we couldn't find you for so many years." Zufan looked at the somewhat thinner Peng Fu with sympathy. He seemed to have lost 100 pounds. "Looking at your figure, you must have suffered a lot during these years, right?" Zufan sighed. Upon hearing Zufan's words, tears streamed down Peng Fu's face. "Great Master, these past decades have been so difficult for me. I long to return to the sect every moment." Peng Fu sobbed. "In Watercloud Fairy City, I had no backing or resources. I started a small chamber of commerce with only the spirit stones and samples I had on me, constantly facing suppression from others. After 70 long years, I finally gathered enough spirit stones to rent a Xingzhu to return home." Peng Fu said, full of grievances. "Don't worry, you're home now, and you will have our support from now on." Zufan spoke with emotion, imagining the hardships his Chief of Commerce must have faced. But even with those difficulties, he managed to gather enough spirit stones to rent a Xingzhu. Though he didn't know how much it cost, Zufan was sure it was an astronomical figure. "Great Master, please take these spirit stones I have earned over the years. And give me a batch of our Hidden Spirit Sect's signature products. I want all the puppets, magical treasures, and elixirs. Give me 100 years, and I will get a Xingzhu for the sect," Peng Fu said with determination. Now that the entire cultivation world space was sealed, the future of the Immortal Realm Commerce Association depended on having a Xingzhu. Zufan couldn't help but feel touched by his Chief of Commerce's dedication to the sect and regretted not treating Peng Fu better in the past. "I can only dock that Xingzhu for 3 days before returning to Spirit Heart Immortal City, where the Hidden Spirit Chamber of Commerce's headquarters is located," Peng Fu explained. "Let that Xingzhu go. We have our own in the Hidden Spirit sect, and we will allocate one just for you in the future." Zufan sighed. "Our sect has a Xingzhu now." Peng Fu was both shocked and excited. "Our sect has developed rapidly over these years, so you will never have to rent a Xingzhu to come back again." Zufan patted Peng Fu's shoulder. "Can our Xingzhu mine resources?" Peng Fu asked. "Of course it can mine, isn't that a basic feature?" Zufan asked, puzzled. "Many Xingzhu I have dealt with are modified from Haizhu, claiming to mine in the vast void domain, but in reality, they're so fragile that they will fall apart if they fly too fast. Every time I made such a Xingzhu, it was a life-or-death voyage." Peng Fu recalled nervously, having almost lost his life on one such trip. "Don't worry, our Xingzhu are genuine and can even venture into the inner area of the vast void domain. What kind of person am I? Would I make something unsafe?" Zufan looked disdainfully at that simple Xingzhu in the distance. "For now, let the Xingzhu leave, while you rest in the sect for a few days. Check with Putao for the situation in the major immortal cities after the space seals, then I will provide you with a Xingzhu to continue your journey. Our sect is in dire need of resources now, and we need you, our Chief of Commerce," Zufan said with a smile, feeling as if he found a pillow just as he was about to sleep. "Then I will head back and let the Xingzhu return, asking them to return the spirit stones to me," Peng Fu said excitedly. He was amazed by how things changed. The sect struggled to build a Haizhu back then, but now they had a Xingzhu in just a few years. "Don't bother returning it. As the Chief of Commerce of Hidden Spirit Sect, you should think big," Zufan said generously. 12 million top-grade spirit stones, and that's just the price for the way back. Peng Fu mumbled to himself. "Putao, send a team of nascent soul stage puppets to follow the department head, and have the railguns in the sky ready to lock on target," Zufan ordered, realizing that 12 million spirit stones were already a significant amount. "Great Master, I will be right back." Peng Fu flew his little spirit boat towards the distant Xingzhou. Peng Fu and the esteemed one driving the Xingzhou held a friendly conversation, eventually getting back 11 million top-grade spirit stones. Pu Tao, make a list of the items the sect can sell and show it to Peng Fu. Zhu Fan ordered while watching the passionate Peng Fu. Great Master, give me 2. No, give me 1 day, and I will set off to earn spirit stones and resources for the sect. Peng Fu said eagerly. Take it easy, rest a few days first. Zhu Fan waved his hand. Though the sect lacked resources, he wouldn't be so inconsiderate. Great Master, I have looked at the list. Our sect has excessive production capacity, and we desperately need other resources. I need to get those useless resources circulating to maximize profits. Give me 2 years, and I will fill the sect treasure vault for you, Great Master. Peng Fu felt as if he had rediscovered his youth and was filled with the energy to take on 10 men. No need to hurry. We haven't seen each other for so many years, let's catch up. Tell me about your experiences during these years. I am quite curious. Zhu Fan said. In an unfamiliar immortal city, from nothing to building such a vast fortune, the story must be fascinating and full of twists and turns. Since the Great Master wants to know, let me tell you. Zhu Fan waved his hand and a lounge chair appeared next to him. The morning sun is just right. We can talk all day. Zhu Fan laughed. Back then, in Watercloud Fairy City, I didn't have many spirit stones, just a few puppets and magical treasures from the sect. At that time, I looked at the resources in my hand, and suddenly thought of the concept you told me about in a hidden spirit sect. Then, I met a refining genius, and then... As Peng Fu's story unfolded, Zhu Fan's expression grew more and more vivid. The refining genius he initially met introduced the idea of rebuilding communication and some advanced concepts. Then, under Peng Fu's passionate speeches, they formed a communication alliance with a group of small businesses. Large business associations didn't join because they looked down upon them and demanded too high a share of their investments. After they finally connected the trade routes and communications with the surrounding 4 immortal cities through their small Chamber of Commerce alliance, they faced suppression from the numerous large business associations in Watercloud Fairy City. Chapter 552, The Sect Will Never Let You Suffer Injustice Again. In Zhu Fan's view, this was originally a legendary experience, but unfortunately, it only made it halfway. In the end, I devoted the communication alliance that I created with those small merchant associations to the largest sect of Watercloud Fairy City. A forearm can't twist a thigh, without a strong power as a backing. Gaining too many benefits will only make you prey to others. Peng Fu sighed slightly as he said this. But because of this, I was able to rent a starship to go home with the help of that sect's connections. After you return home, the sect will not allow you to suffer any grievances ever again. Zhu Fan said emotionally. A legend was extinguished just like that, and he felt that it was really a pity. I believe in the Great Master. Peng Fu said with a determined look in his eyes. At this moment, a huge shadow enveloped the two of them, and the massive snake spirit number slowly landed on the lake not far from the two of them. Great Master, this is our sect's starship. Peng Fu began to get excited again when he saw the snake spirit number. The starship he took home was like a toy compared to the snake spirit number. Yes, this starship will be under your command from now on, and I will also allocate 2 railguns that can deal with esteemed ones and 100 nascent soul stage puppets to be your personal guard team. With this setup, you won't be afraid of anything except for encountering an invincible venerable, and you don't have to be timid, just be tough. Zhu Fan had the look of someone who must compensate you well for not returning for many years. A light curtain appeared in front of Peng Fu, displaying various data of the snake spirit number. Great Master, doesn't it require an esteemed one to drive a starship? Peng Fu asked. At this time, a white light flashed, and Gu Demon Venerable transformed into an ordinary woman and appeared beside Zhu Fan. Greetings to the Great Master. Gu Demon Venerable said respectfully, her eyes full of gratitude when looking at Zhu Fan. From now on, you are the captain of the snake spirit number, under the command of Deputy Minister Peng. Zhu Fan ordered. Yes, my lord. Gu Demon Venerable agreed, then turned into a white light and plunged into the snake spirit number. She is a member of the Hidden Spirit Sect's Demon Division, you can rest assured to dispatch her. Zhu Fan said, looking at the dumbfounded Peng Fu. Great Master, the changes in our sect are really too great. Peng Fu exclaimed. You ain't seen nothing yet. If you came back a little later, I think I would have specially sent a starship to search the entire cultivation world for you. Zhu Fan said with a smile. You're here now, and that solves one of the sect's major problems. From now on, the sect's basic resources will depend on you. Zhu Fan said with a smile. Don't worry, I will not disappoint the Great Master. Peng Fu promised. After that, Zhu Fan talked with Peng Fu about many things related to the sect until late at night. 2 days later, The snake spirit number slowly ascended, carrying a large batch of magical treasures and puppets that the hidden spirit sect no longer needed, fully loaded towards the vast void domain. Master, do you really trust him so much? Li Xingxai asked from the side. Of course I trust him. After so many years, he is still that little fatty who only knows how to do business, with unchanged eyes and the same fighting spirit as before. Zhu Fan said with a smile. Li Xingxai nodded, acknowledging Zhu Fan's words. In the future, if there are no accidents, I will send more sect disciples to go out and explore. It's not a good idea to stay confined inside the Linsen Immortal City. Zhu Fan said, looking at the direction where the snake spirit number disappeared. Then, Zhu Fan looked back at Li Xingxai seriously. You have been practicing 100 lifetimes reincarnation a bit too frequently recently, be careful. Practicing this divine ability too much can become addictive. Zhu Fan admonished. Yes, Master. Li Xingxai bowed and said. You obviously didn't take my words seriously. Zhu Fan said as he patted Starsea's shoulder, then left with a smile. Master, what did you do to me? Li Xingxai exclaimed. This is the happy divine technique I recently developed. I also sealed your cultivation level for the time being, so you can experience the joy of being an ordinary mortal. Zhu Fan said with a smile. Master, I can accept the sealing of my cultivation, but can you undo the happy divine technique? Li Xingxai anxiously said. Over the years, he had figured out one rule: the more bizarre the names of the divine techniques his master deduced, the stranger their effects. The most typical example was the chicken blood divine power, which was famous throughout the sect. It was said that Zhu Fan intended to apply this chicken blood divine power to the disciples who ranked last in the points chart. At that time, almost all the sect disciples were frantically doing missions or indulging in the trial tower. They were afraid of falling behind and being stamped with the chicken blood divine power, leading to a dance of social death. The happy divine technique sounded like it came from the same origin as the chicken blood divine power, so Li Xingxai was so excited. I haven't figured out a way to undo this divine technique yet. You can use it for now, and I promise you will be very happy. Zhu Fan's voice reached Li Xingxai's ears. Li Xingxai, who had become immortal, suddenly felt like doing some things he had previously found boring. Although he resisted in his heart, his body began to react. He reached out to call a temporary spirit boat and flew towards his small courtyard. Zhu Fan watched the direction Li Xingxai left, and began to laugh. Whether it's life or cultivation, won't it be boring without some fun? In the vast void domain, aboard the snake spirit number, Pang Fu stood on the deck, feeling nostalgic. When he returned to the hidden spirit sect to find Zhu Fan, he had a huge and detailed plan in his mind. With the resources of the sect, he hoped to earn enough spirit stones to buy a starship within 100 years. For this plan, he gave up a lot of things, including the alliance he had built with others over nearly 100 years. Little did he know that returning to the sect, he would be greeted with even bigger surprises. My old comrades, wait for me to come back. This time we will no longer be people without a support. Pang Fu looked at the star river in the vast void domain and felt a surge of passionate inspiration. He had spent nearly 100 years in the Water Cloud Fairy City, not only establishing a communication alliance but also meeting a group of like-minded good brothers. He returned this time to seek a bright future for those good brothers. Little Yun, you always wanted a refining master as your master. Next time I go back, I will try my best to make the great master accept you as a disciple. Brother Wang, you were always afraid of being oppressed by the name of the Mahayana Venerable. Now we won't be scared. Little brother Zhang, you. As Pang Fu spoke, his eyes began to moisten. The alliance he had built over the years had been severely oppressed. At that moment, Pu Tao's voice sounded. Minister Pang, we will be arriving at the Water Cloud Fairy City soon. Please be ready to land. Also, the railgun is now in deployment. Pang Fu gathered his thoughts and said with a start, it's only been a month, isn't it too fast? This speed is possible only by borrowing the human clan's navigational channel. Then get ready to land. Pang Fu said, as an inexplicable momentum spread from him. Chapter 553, How Big is the Mountain? Thank you for the anti-invasion fusion control becoming the first ally of this book. Thousands of miles away from Water Cloud Fairy City, the invisible snake spirit number quietly landed. Department head, are you sure you don't need me to accompany you? Gu Demon Venerable asked. No need, just wait here, I can take the 5th puppet squad with me, Pang Fu said with a smile. At this moment, after Pang Fu had experienced his journey home, his sense of purity was even stronger than before. A treasure artifact level spirit boat flew towards the Water Cloud Fairy City. Hey, isn't he the president of the United Commerce Association? I heard you half sold and half gave away your entire association to the Dawn Cloud sect. I heard it was just to rent a starship to go home and see your old owner. It hadn't been long since Peng Fu entered the Immortal City when he was stopped by a great business association president. Peng, my younger brother, do you know you broke the rules? But I admire the courage you have to come back. The business association president looked at Peng Fu with cold eyes. The United Commerce Association was originally considered a sure thing for him, but in the end, it unexpectedly benefited others. So you will continue to suppress me, said Peng Fu indifferently. If it were the previous state, Peng Fu would be a little afraid. Now, after receiving an investment from the Hidden Spirit sect headquarters, Peng Fu already had international vision. He was no longer interested in this city. Yes, I will suppress you to death. Back then, you said you were going to make money standing up, but unfortunately, you misspoke. There's nothing wrong with kneeling, but you made the mistake of not kneeling in front of me. The business association president said coldly. Peng Fu looked disdainfully at the business association president. In business, we talk about business. If you had only used the business means to suppress and compete with me, why shouldn't I give you this United Commerce Association? Unfortunately, you are not a pure merchant. After Peng Fu finished speaking, he walked past the business association president. I am not a good man or a believer. What you gave me back then, I will repay you doubly. Peng Fu's eyes flashed with cold light. It seems that your old owner has given you a lot of confidence. I hope you can continue to stand. The business association president laughed, squinting at Peng Fu's retreating figure, as if he was staring at prey. At the former United Commerce Association headquarters, Peng Fu gathered dozens of people with one message. Eldest brother, have you seen the old owner? Big brother, you came back a little fast. Wasn't it originally planned to return after 1 year? It's only been half a year. Brother Peng, did you say they found the master you were looking for? As soon as everyone saw Peng Fu, they seemed to be talking in a chattering manner. Peng Fu raised his hand and pressed down, and the whole scene quieted down. Brothers, I am back from the sect, and we have a backing now, said Peng Fu, somewhat excited. How big is the backing? A middle-aged man asked anxiously. It's as big as an esteemed one plus a starship. Peng Fu gestured in the void. Everyone was stunned, unsure of what Peng Fu meant. My brothers, I have found a bright avenue for you. From now on, our commerce association will run throughout the entire central continent. Peng Fu waved his hand, and the illusory image of the snake spirit number appeared in front of everyone. Is this a starship? Where did Brother Peng see it? This style looks impressive at a glance. A young man said, his eyes revealing a taste for exploration. The crowd seemed to have thought of something and stared excitedly at the illusory image of the snake spirit number in front of them. From now on, this is our starship, specially allocated for me by the sect Grand Elder, said Peng Fu proudly. A light curtain appeared in front of everyone, showing the goods Peng Fu had brought out from the hidden spirit sect to sell. 16 doubt tools. Nascent soul stage puppet. 20,000 pieces of 5th order premium treasure. Just the first 3 items were enough to silence everyone. Brothers, from today onwards, I will take you all over the central continent, and later, I will take you all throughout the cultivation world. Brother Wang, Brother Yu, Brother Zhu, haven't you always wanted to experience the feeling of being a great business association president? Each of you will be in charge of an immortal city, with the backing of a starship and the combat power of an esteemed one. Little Yun, you follow me for now. In some time, I will take you back to the sect. There are already 5 refining masters in my sect. Our sect Grand Elder even has the potential to become an artifact refining Grand Master. I can ask him to accept you as a registered disciple, the rest is up to you. And for the remaining brothers, you will be the backbone of my hidden spirit chamber of commerce. Each of you is at least responsible for an immortal city or a human clan starry pathway. Peng Fu said passionately. Eldest brother, are we not going to take revenge? A seemingly honest middle-aged man said. Revenge, of course, must be taken, but now compared to the road we have to walk in the future, they are no longer important. Peng Fu smiled at the corner of his mouth. After obtaining the starship, railgun, and nascent soul stage puppet, the great business associations that used to suppress Peng Fu had all turned into small scum-level opponents, and Peng Fu was no longer willing to personally take revenge. Brother Huang, how about you staying in Watercloud Fairy City as the head of the Chamber of Commerce? Peng Fu said confidently, who in this day and age can control transportation channels is the king. Brother Peng, can I do it? The man with the Huang surname said. Hearing what the man with the Huang surname said, Peng Fu seemed to smile slightly, and a small light curtain directly hit the front of the man with the Huang surname. You take these things and talk with the Dawn Cloud sect. The condition is to suppress the 3 great business associations in Watercloud Fairy City. At the same time, I will give you a batch of magical treasures, spirit mines, puppets, and set up the Watercloud Fairy City's hidden spirit chamber of commerce. You will focus on blocking the three great business associations. An air of strategizing emanated from Peng Fu. Eldest brother, leave this to me. The man with the Huang surname said excitedly. With the things in the light curtain, let alone suppressing the three great business associations, they could destroy them all secretly without their conscience. Brothers, you all have talents and are loyal to the Commerce Road, and in the past, you were just unwilling to bow your heads and go against your own business principles. Starting from today, I will let my brothers stand up and carry out their Commerce Road with a straight body. Peng Fu said passionately, and those below also seemed to have taken a shot of chicken blood, their faces flushed red, and their eyes glittering with a light called hope. According to Peng Fu's plan, after the man with the Huang surname had finished talking with the Dawn Cloud sect, he would then take the main force away and begin to lay out the entire central continent. Huang Shan led a team of nascent soul stage puppets and magical treasures given by Peng Fu to the Dawn Cloud sect. When Huang Shan showed that batch of magical treasures, he immediately received a warm reception, and even the Dawn Cloud Venerable came out in person to receive Huang Shan. The transaction went smoothly, and as an additional condition for suppressing the three great business associations, the Dawn Cloud sect immediately executed it in full force. As the strongest sect in Water Cloud Fairy City, they directly cut off all contact with the three great business associations on the surface. On Huang Shan's return journey to Water Cloud Fairy City, an accident occurred. The presidents of the three great business associations and the leisurely esteemed one intercepted the team returning with Huang Shan. Chapter 554, The Sharp Change in Huang Shan. Thanks to the Ambi-Guide Fusion Control Leader for becoming the first alliance leader of this book, Huang Shan looked at the people blocking his path, his eyes filled with a trace of fear, but soon an undaunted aura emanated from him. Is this the only despicable means you three great commerce associations can employ? Huang Shan looked at the presidents of the three great commerce associations with disdain. I have to admit, you small chambers of commerce working together do possess quite some strength. But so what? In the cultivation world, strength is respected. What good is having excellent business skills? A great business association president scoffed. I know you still have some magical treasures and spiritual mines in your hands. Hand them over and I will buy them at a fair price. Another great business association president said with a grin, a typical hidden dagger behind his smile. Esteemed one, are you really going to stand up for these three great commerce associations? Huang Shan mustered the courage to speak. 100 puppets at the integration stage appeared behind Huang Shan, confronting the esteemed one Zora. After all, it's a competition among business associations. I won't kill you, just capture you. To be honest, if it came to a life or death battle, I wouldn't be able to defeat these puppets. But capturing you is still quite easy. The idol esteemed one said indifferently. He didn't really want to do this, but the opposition had offered too much. Esteemed one, the Dawn Cloud sect has already declared a complete cessation of all transactions with the three great commerce associations. You should know this. At this moment, Huang Shan's mood calmed down. Thinking of the trump card that Peng Fu had told him about, he, who had once gone weak in the presence of the esteemed one, now dared to face him directly. So what's the big deal? It's just an exchange of interests. If we didn't even have this level of methods, our three great commerce associations would have wasted our time in the Water Cloud Fairy City. In one word, sell all your remaining magical treasures and goods to us at a fair price, and I will make you the fourth largest chamber of commerce in Water Cloud Fairy City. The leading chamber of commerce president said. The fourth largest chamber of commerce, what a joke. Your ambitions are so superficial, it's shameful to even be associated with you. Huang Shan laughed. Confronting the presidents of the three great commerce associations, whom he could only once look up to, and having a full hand of cards, he exuded an indescribable aura from head to toe. Make a choice now, either I capture you or we make peace. The idol esteemed one said expressionlessly. To be honest, he rather admired the man before him. Esteemed one, I don't mean to offend, but since they invited you, I invited something to protect me as well. Huang Shan smiled and gently raised his hand, pointing to the sky. In an instant, the idol esteemed one felt a chill run up his spine, a cold cluster appearing in his mind. He knew that at this moment, his life and death were in the hands of the person in front of him. Esteemed one, no offense intended, but please make a choice now. Huang Shan said expressionlessly, though his heart was pounding wildly. Please apologize to the person behind you on my behalf for the offense. The idol esteemed one disappeared into the sky in a streak of escaping light. At this moment, 1,000 void cultivation stage puppets appeared in the sky, surrounding the presidents of the three great commerce associations and their subordinates. Presidents, now we need to talk about compensation for mental damages. Huang Shan said with a smile. The moment the idol esteemed one left, Huang Shan's entire spirit instantly ascended, his eyes becoming sharper and his expression gentler. In Water Cloud Fairy City, The United Commerce Association headquarters, Peng Fu and a few others laughed as they watched the light curtain. To think that old Huang would take advantage of such a great opportunity, and now he's in the spotlight. A man said enviously. Old Huang has been suffering under the suppression of the three great commerce associations for years, whether before joining the alliance or after. He's the one who's been bullied the most among you. If old Huang's grievances hadn't been resolved before we left, how would he manage the business in Watercloud Fairy City in the future? Peng Fu said with a smile. He had originally planned to take revenge on the three great commerce associations when he returned, but later decided to give the opportunity to Huang Shan instead. After the three great commerce associations compensated a large amount for mental damages, Huang Shan returned to the United Commerce Association feeling refreshed. Eldest brother, thank you. Huang Shan looked at Peng Fu with gratitude. He knew that Peng Fu had deliberately arranged this. What's there to thank? We're all brothers. Peng Fu said with a smile. Now, do you have the confidence to manage the Watercloud Fairy City's hidden spirit chamber of commerce? Peng Fu asked with a smile. Rest assured, I will take care of the business in Watercloud Fairy City. Huang Shan promised. 3 days later, the snake spirit number circled around Watercloud Fairy City and then flew towards the vast void domain. Hidden Spirit Sect. Zhu Fan looked at Zonling, who had just returned to the sect covered in injuries, and said with some surprise, the information I received said that the demon venerable wasn't very strong. Not strong, but his strength is similar to mine. Besides, there were other demon venerables visiting the red-scaled demon clan. Zonling gritted his teeth in pain. 1 versus 2 is indeed a bit of a stretch. But the final victor was me. I killed them all. Zonling held out a hand with 2 light clusters of demon venerate true spirit. Watching Zonling's fighting desire release, Zhu Fan knew he must have enjoyed the battle. Put them in the gathering spirits array and store them in the core. Zonling finished speaking with a smug expression, hoping that Zhu Fan would praise him. Pu Tao, take away these 2 clusters of demon venerate true spirit. Zhu Fan ordered. The 2 clusters of demon venerate true spirit were drawn by Pu Tao and flew towards the core of the gathering spirits array. I got some important news when I was fighting the 2 demon venerables. The invincible monster venerable of the red-scaled demon clan has been injured recently in the vast void domain and is expected to recover in 100 years. Zonling said. Are you sure? Zhu Fan's mood instantly improved. This is the intelligence provided by the visiting demon venerables. And after my soul search, I am sure this is true. Zonling said with a smile. That's just great, 100 years is enough time for our use. Zhu Fan said confidently. Great Master. Once the nascent soul stage puppet with Mahayana combat power comes out, I must have a good try. Zonling said expectantly. Then you better be prepared to be abused. That puppet is specifically designed to deal with the invincible monster venerable. Zhu Fan smiled. Recently, the pressure of the invincible monster venerable had decreased significantly. It seems I need to step up my efforts recently. Zhu Fan laughed. Although he had been slacking off recently, his mind was filled with thoughts on how to refine a puppet that could create immortal tools. Great Master, after some more cultivation, I will go to the depths of the inner zone in the vast void domain to mine some more, so that the sect can create more nascent soul stage puppets. Zonling said with a smile. Elder Zonling, go ahead, but it's best to stay on the periphery of the inner zone and not go any deeper. I recently had a hunch that the area has become dangerous. Zhu Fan said. When the Honored One of the Thousand Spirit sect had an accident, Zhu Fan had calculated that something was off. The deeper the stretch, the more dangerous the inner depths of the vast void domain had become. Also, be alert to sudden attacks by the vast void gate beasts. In an emergency, give control to Pu Tao. Zhu Fan said. Chapter 555, VIP price 20% off, extra update for the Overlord combating nuclear fusion guide control. Recently, the vast void giant beasts in that area have become more aggressive, so just be careful if there's no major incident. Zhu Fan reminded. Understood, I will pay attention. Zonling nodded and then got up and left. Not bad, recently good things have been happening one after another. Not only has the business department director returned, but that worrisome invincible monster venerable also can't cause any trouble for the time being. Could it be that God is starting to take care of me again? Zhu Fan looked up at the sky and smiled. At this moment, Zhu Fan thought of Peng Fu. Pu Tao, activate all the sealed nascent soul stage and God transformation stage puppet production lines for external sales, and also activate all the previously stagnated magical treasure production lines. I hope Peng Fu can bring me a surprise. Zhu Fan thought for a moment. Your orders, Master. Pu Tao's voice sounded. Everything is back on track again. As long as the research on puppet for refining immortal tools goes through, everything will be worry-free in the future. Zhu Fan touched his chin and said. There have been so many good things happening lately, so I should reward myself a bit. Zhu Fan's eyes narrowed as he spoke. Soon after, a concealed escaping light flew towards Linson Immortal City. A plain-looking man looked up at the sign of the Soul Sanatorium number 83 branch. This one. The man stepped in. Welcome to the Soul Sanatorium. What services do you require? Relax the soul or the full set? A sweet young girl in a white dress with a pair of rabbit ears on her head asked with a smile. How many spirit stones does the full set cost? The man asked. He came here this time to experience life, examine the people's livelihood, and attract investments. 1 top-grade spirit stone. If you are a VIP member here, you can get an 8% discount. The rabbit-eared sweet girl said. A VIP membership costs 100 top-grade spirit stones. The rabbit-eared girl added. As she looked at the ordinary-looking man, she wondered about his occupation. Is he a Tanju master or an ordinary cultivator? Not long ago, a cultivator who wanted to break through a bottleneck had a whim and took a full set in their place before the breakthrough, and as a result, that long-troubled bottleneck was miraculously broken through. The Soul Sanatorium became a sensation once again. Then, I will have a full set. The man said, looking like a first-timer. Just then, Zonling and the middle-aged butcher, the 2 tall and burly men, walked into the Soul Sanatorium side by side. Rooms 8 and 9, full set. Zonling shouted as soon as he entered. 1 full set and 1 soul relaxation. The middle-aged butcher corrected. You do yours, I will do mine. People who do full sets are impure. The middle-aged butcher said earnestly. You're the impure one, didn't you see I just got injured? I single-handedly killed 2 Void Cultivation Stage Demon Clan members with a puppet. I suffered such a severe injury. Is it too much to get a full set? Zonling argued. Although he was good friends with Zonling, he had never revealed his identity as Elder Zonling of Hidden Spirit Sect. Then I will also get a full set to accompany you. I will treat you this time to celebrate your breakthrough to a 6th-order Heavenly Puppet Master. The middle-aged butcher changed his tone. Thus, the 2 walked side by side through the room where the man was. The man watched as the 2 rabbit-eared girls welcomed the 2 men in, and then he paid and entered a small private room. 1 hour later, the man walked out of the Soul Sanatorium with a relaxed look and a completely transparent body. There's a reason why popular things can take off, said Zhu Fan with a smile. In the past, Jade Light Monster Sovereign had also helped him relax his soul, but his methods were definitely not as professional as this place. As soon as Zhu Fan left the Soul Sanatorium, he went to the Immortal City Elder Council. Welcome, Great Master, warmly welcomed Ning Dao. Just passing by, how's life treating you lately, Brother Ning? Zhu Fan asked with a smile. It's okay, in a while, my Dao companion will wake up, and it's all thanks to the Great Master for subduing the Moonlight Rabbit clan. Ning Dao was very grateful. After the Soul Sanatorium opened, he once had a woman brought his unconscious Dao companion for a soul relaxation session. Surprisingly, the strange curse slowly weakened, and he was overjoyed. That's good, Brother Ning and sister-in-law can finally be together, Zhu Fan congratulated with a smile. All thanks to the Great Master. Brother Ning, since Yuan Yan Venerable left, are you guys able to contact the headquarters here? Zhu Fan asked curiously. Recently, a few starships had landed outside Linson Immortal City. As the Great Master said, there are things I can't talk about, Ning Dao said awkwardly, scratching his head. It wasn't that he didn't want to talk, but he couldn't, having signed the heavenly contract upon joining the Elders Association. There's no need to explain, Brother Ning. I understand, Zhu Fan said with a smile. I came here to ask if I can buy some spirit mines from inside the Elders Association? That's not possible. Now, they only send quotas, and there's no choice. Ning Dao felt a little embarrassed, feeling that he couldn't help with anything. Alright then. Finally, Zhu Fan chatted with Ning Dao for a while before returning to the Hidden Spirit Sect. 3 months later, the Snake Spirit number returned, loaded with spiritual mines urgently needed by the Hidden Spirit Sect. Great Master, these are the spirit mines that the sect urgently needs, and the spirit stones sold for magical treasures to the sect, Peng Fu said with a smile. This trade route has been extremely smooth, and he feels that there's gold everywhere in the vast void domain now. Anyone with a starship can make a fortune. Zhu Fan looked at the list of spiritual mines brought back by Peng Fu, and said in amazement, You have filled the storage space of the Snake Spirit number, haven't you? Yes, I hope the Great Master can expand a few more warehouses on the Snake Spirit number. Sometimes, going to those immortal cities where no starships have landed can fill the warehouse in one trip, and all these items are purchased at discounted prices, Peng Fu said. I can do that. I will have number 1 and number 2 make a few portable storage warehouses in a while, said Zhu Fan with a grin. Peng Fu's trip instantly solved the problem of a shortage of basic spirit ore in the hidden spirit sect. Great Master, I will leave to unload the spirit mines and then go. Our sect's spirit mine shortage is still significant, so I must make several trips in a hurry. I will be back in 3 months, Peng Fu said. Won't you rest for a few days? Zhu Fan asked as he produced 3 Dao tools from his hand. These are custom-made Dao tools for you. There are a total of 5, with the other 2 still in the making. You take these 3 first, Zhu Fan said with a smile. For his chief of commerce, who started his job without even discussing the terms, Zhu Fan couldn't be more generous. Great Master, how can I deserve all this? You're really too kind to me, Peng Fu said, moved as he looked at the 3 Dao tools in Zhu Fan's hand. You deserve it. As the business department director of the Hidden Spirit Sect, you should have this level of grandeur, Zhu Fan said with a smile. Chapter 556, Dismissing Each Other, Extra Update for the Overlord Combating Nuclear Fusion Guide Control. Zhu Fan crafted Dao tools for Peng Fu, 2 of which were rings, the type that were particularly eye-catching when worn on the hand. Moreover, the Dao tool aura emitted from them was exceptionally thick, and there might even be fluctuations of immortal script emanating from them. Great Master, since you have said so, I will accept them. Peng Fu first put the 2 rings on his fingers. That's more like it. Now you're the face of our hidden spirit sect, and we need to give you the best stuff first. Zhu Fan patted Peng Fu's shoulder and laughed. The 2 chatted for a while until all the spiritual mines in the Snake Spirit Numbers spatial warehouse were unloaded. Peng Fu had to leave again to embark on his journey in the vast void domain. As he was leaving, Peng Fu smacked his forehead, flew to the Snake Spirit Number, and soon brought a young man before Zhu Fan. Great Master, this is the genius I met in Watercloud Fairy City with an incredible talent for refining. Please accept him as your disciple. Peng Fu bowed solemnly and said. The young man also kneeled down and was about to kowtow to Zhu Fan. Zhu Fan raised his hand and stopped the youth from kowtowing to him. Since you spoke up, I will give him a chance to become my temporary disciple. Zhu Fan looked at the young man and nodded. What's your name? Zhu Fan asked the young man. Zhang Daqi. The young man looked up with his pure eyes meeting Zhu Fan's. Nice name, your eyes reveal your potential too. Zhu Fan said with appreciation. Zhu Fan chuckled, your eldest brother has 2 rings on his hand, try to appraise them and see if you can simulate the refining process. 1 wind attribute ring, considered a medium-grade Dao tool. The other is a special attribute ring that can absorb the starlight power in the vast void domain, extract its essence, and deliver it to the user's body, enabling them to maintain their vitality forever and nourish their souls. The wind attribute ring is made up of the most basic wind character immortal text, and together with its rune array, it can form a special protective shield. If my guess is correct, in case the starboat encounters danger, the eldest brother can rely on this ring to safely descend to the continent. Furthermore, there are many other special functions regarding its array that I don't understand yet. Zhang Daqi's eyes gleamed as he carefully observed the 2 rings on Peng Fu's hand. The wind attribute Dao tool rings materials are. As Zhang Daqi spoke, Zhu Fan began to closely observe the young man before him. Alright, don't say any more, your test is passed. But I have another question. I won't take anyone of unknown origin as an apprentice, even if they are merely a registered disciple. Zhu Fan said indifferently. I am a disciple of the Cloud Zhang family, which is affiliated with the Heavenly Refinement sect. I was trapped in the Water Cloud Fairy City during my travels, Zhang Daqi answered. Since your eldest brother has a starboat now, why didn't you go back home? Zhu Fan asked him again. I was expelled from my family, and there's no point in going back. Zhang Daqi lowered his head as if recalling some unbearable past events. Do you really want to take me as your master? Zhu Fan asked. Ever since I saw the snake spirit number modified by the Great Master, I have been eager to become your disciple, Zhang Daqi said excitedly. After coming to the Hidden Spirit sect, I became even more determined. Alright, from today on, you will be my temporary registered disciple, Zhu Fan thought for a moment and said. Great Master, why don't we remove the temporary part? Peng Fu carefully suggested. When he passes the sect assessment, the temporary part will be removed, Zhu Fan said. Great Master, how do I pass the sect assessment? Zhang Daqi asked eagerly. In fact, I broke the rules for your eldest brother's sake. Usually, only kids under 12 years old are allowed to take the sect assessment. Thank you, Great Master, Zhang Daqi said. Alright, the test begins now. As Zhu Fan spoke, he touched Zhang Daqi's forehead with his finger. Great Master, what if Daqi doesn't pass? Peng Fu asked worriedly. Then I will just teach him until he becomes a refining master, and then I won't be responsible for him. After all, Zhang Daqi has been through thick and thin with you. I need to give you an explanation. Zhu Fan laughed and said, that's good. Of course, I should leave now since there's nothing else for me. Pang Fu looked at Zhang Duqi, who was immersed in the sect assessment, and left with relief. Go ahead, don't push yourself too hard, rest when you need to, and cultivate when you need to. Zhu Fan waved his hands and said, thank you for your concern, Great Master. I am leaving the snake spirit number rose into the sky and flew towards the vast void domain. I have been really blessed by God recently, getting whatever I think of. Zhu Fan laughed and said. An hour later, Zhang Duqi woke up in a daze and looked around him somewhat confused. After rubbing his head, he looked at Zhu Fan and asked, Great Master, did I pass the test? Zhu Fan put down a teacup, looked at Zhang Duqi, and laughed. From now on, you are my registered disciple. When you refine your first Dao tool, I will accept you as my 7th personal disciple. Thank you, Master. I will study the refining path diligently in the future and strive to become a refining master as soon as possible. Zhang Duqi knelt down and saluted. Your goal is too narrow, being a refining master is just the starting point. Zhu Fan looked at Zhang Duqi and laughed. In the next period, follow Pu Tao to learn some refining theories first, then go to the sect treasure vault and learn all the runes that are available in the sect and those you haven't learned yet. After that, came to me for tasks. Zhu Fan arranged for his new temporary disciple. Understood, Master, Zhang Duqi said excitedly, nodding. Now that we have discussed the serious matters, let's talk about something personal. Why did your family expel such a talented refiner like you? Zhu Fan asked curiously. If it's not convenient to say, just forget about it. It's not much of a secret. My family wanted me to establish a marriage alliance with a refining family to form a strong partnership. I was unwilling and escaped from the marriage that day, so my family had to save face and announce that I was expelled. The clan leader has forbidden me from returning to the family for 500 years. We will discuss the matter after the storm blows over, Zhang Duqi said. The keywords of family alliance, unwillingness, and escaping from marriage reminded Zhu Fan of something. He didn't expect that the temporary disciple he had casually accepted would turn out to be such a talent. Zhu Fan continued to look at Zhang Duqi with a gossiping glance. The reason I escaped from the marriage was that the woman I was supposed to marry had not only a higher refining talent than me, but she was also very violent. I was afraid that if I married her, I would be completely suppressed, which would not be conducive to my comprehension of the refining path. So, I gritted my teeth and escaped on the spot. Later, I heard that the woman also escaped the marriage, but since my incident happened first, the woman's family naturally let it go. It turned out that neither of you was fond of each other. Zhu Fan commented in his heart. Chapter 557, Taking a Different Path. Another leisurely day, Zhu Fan lay above the 100,000 li giant lake, floating freely. In front of Zhu Fan's eyes was a light curtain, and within it was the structure of a puppet. It's so troublesome, even if my spirit leaves my body and possesses this puppet, at most it could only reach the level of refining top-level Dao artifacts, Zhu Fan said while scratching his head. The puppet structure was the most optimized artifact refining puppet he could think of. Now if I want to make a breakthrough, either there's a new type of spirit mine that I don't know about, which can perfectly simulate the integration stage state and allow the immortal script to transfer completely, or I deduce a new type of array, Zhu Fan said with a headache. Pu Tao, do you have any suggestions? Zhu Fan casually asked. If necessary, demonic cultivators' methods can be utilized, Pu Tao's voice sounded, with a hint of a probing tone. No side effects, safe, healthy, and comprehensive, those are my consistent principles of action. If I wanted to, I wouldn't have waited until now, Zhu Fan said. It seems that this thing, as I expected, cannot be figured out without spending several decades, Zhu Fan said, and with a light wave of his hand, the puppet in the light curtain instantly disintegrated and turned into numerous parts before finally returning to its spiritual mind state. Just at this moment, an escaping light streaked through the sky, and Zhu Fan's newly accepted disciple, Zhang Duqi, came to Zhu Fan's side, holding a spiritual sword in his hand. Master, I have refined the spiritual sword according to your request. Please take a look, Zhang Duqi said respectfully, his eyes revealing a hint of fanaticism. Zhu Fan waved his hand, and the spiritual sword in Zhang Duqi's hand flew out directly, plunging into the 100,000 li giant lake. Just as Zhang Duqi was puzzled, a humanoid water spirit beast holding a spiritual sword, formed by the condensation of a massive amount of lake water and water spirit energy, appeared above the lake surface. Soon after, a colossal wave erupted in the 100,000 li giant lake and a colossal beast, formed by the condensation of the spirit iron mine beneath the lake, appeared in the sky. Then, the two spiritual beasts charged at each other, and the battle was about to begin. Who do you think will win? Zhu Fan asked with a smile. I choose the water spirit beast. It wields the alloy spirit sword that I refined, which should give it a strategic advantage. Water and alloy do not counter each other. The spiritual power that Master just used is average, Zhongdaki said after thinking for a moment. As the battle began, the humanoid water spirit beast indeed had the upper hand, and with the alloy spirit sword Zhongdaki refined, it had become unbeatable. Zhu Fan did not pay attention to the battlefield, he only stared at the light curtain in front of him and began to construct artifact refining puppets with a different approach. Not long after, the battle ended, and the spirit sword returned to Zhongdaki's hand. Look carefully, is there any difference? Zhu Fan asked. There's some wear and tear, just need to repair. Zhongdaki carefully observed the spiritual sword and said. Go back, and take some more spiritual iron alloy from the treasure house. Although this spirit sword of yours is excellent, it still hasn't fully exploited the properties of spiritual iron alloy. This is the first question I have given you. When the two spiritual beasts finish battling and the spiritual sword comes out unscathed, you will have passed the first test, Zhu Fan said. Zhongdaki wanted to ask for advice but was preempted by Zhu Fan, who said, go think about it first, and come find me if you still don't understand. Yes, Master, Zhongdaki replied, holding the spiritual sword as he left. At this moment, a light suddenly flashed through Zhu Fan's mind. Why must it be a puppet? If I change it to a spirit body, would it be simpler? As soon as Zhu Fan thought of this, a new train of thought opened instantly. Putao, adjust each of the 5-star origins to the first level for me, Zhu Fan said, with a hint of excitement in his tone, as if a difficult problem had found a path to the solution. 5 rays of colorful light streaked across the sky, transforming into 5 clusters of origin spirit chi that floated in front of Zhu Fan. Zhu Fan formed hand seals, and the 5 clusters of 5 elements origin spirit chi melted into one another, changing continuously. Soon, a man with the same appearance as Zhu Fan appeared before him. Due to the limitations of my divine abilities, I can only condense a spiritual body at the god transformation stage for now. But that's alright, if the experiment is successful, there will be ways to enhance the cultivation level of the spiritual body. At this moment, 100 nascent soul stage puppets appeared in the sky, surrounding and protecting Zhu Fan. Other puppets also brought various refined spirit minerals, ranging from the most basic spirit iron mine to the highest level immortal grade spirit mines. Number 2 clone flew over. He could tell what Zhu Fan wanted to do just by looking. To create the best environment for the soul to travel. Number 2 clone said. Not bad for a clone of mine, keep it up. Zhu Fan looked at number 2 clone with satisfaction. It's just a small task, no need to hype it up. A yellowish gold powder appeared in number 2 clone's hand, which he flung into the sky. Then, the golden powder burst out with intense golden light, forming a mysterious formation within a 1-mile radius around Zhu Fan according to an inexplicable rule. In a moment, Zhu Fan felt as if his soul wanted to escape his body. When we have time, let's share our experiences. We haven't synced up in so many years, and there's quite a gap. Zhu Fan said with a smile. As long as you're not afraid of the pain, besides, I don't need to share yours. I am not interested in those divine abilities you have deduced. After saying that, number 2 clone left. Zhu Fan laughed as he looked in the direction number 2 clone departed. Then, after the array was fully activated, Zhu Fan's soul left his body and attached itself to the spiritual body condensed from the 5 elements origin spirit chi. A flame of spiritual fire appeared in the spiritual body of Zhu Fan, and a few pieces of spiritual iron alloy flew over from the pile of spirit minerals. Before long, a pure black 3rd-tier treasure artifact spirit sword appeared in midair. It feels good, even smoother than artifact refining puppets. This is a direction worth pursuing. Spirit body Zhu Fan said, looking at the black spirit sword in his hand. Refine some Dao tools specifically to enhance the spiritual body, and I will optimize the spirit chi condensation divine ability. Aim to make the sex first Mahayana level puppet within 60 years. Zhu Fan said, his fighting spirit ignited. He knew that as long as he could conquer this difficult challenge, he could be free and unburdened for a long time in the future. With that thought, Zhu Fan felt like a surge of adrenaline coursed through him. Number 1, number 2, come here, let's discuss our plan. Zhu Fan called out. What plan are we discussing? I have just finished a big project, can't I take a break? Number 1 clone complained. You have rested for months, it's time to stand up and contribute to the sect. Spirit body Zhu Fan said and took out the newly refined black spirit sword. Both number 1 and number 2 were at the peak of refining master, they only needed one glance to see the essence of the spirit sword. It's not too bad, but it's better than using puppets to refine it. Number 1 clone said. There are similar immortal artifact level spirit minerals in the sect. If the 3 of us work together to refine it, it will only take half a year. Number 2 clone said. Chapter 558, The great that deduces divine abilities number 1 and number 2, you two work together to refine the Tao tools I need. I will focus on deducing the divine ability to condense spiritual bodies. Zhu Fan said solemnly. Two pairs of eyes suddenly stared fiercely at Zhu Fan. Main body, deducing divine abilities doesn't require too much mental energy. I know you can multitask. So, don't be lazy at this time. First clone said while looking at Zhu Fan, his eyes full of caution. Number 1 is right. For such important Tao tools, even the slightest mistake could cause problems for your soul, main body. Second clone added from the side. Number 1 and number 2 avatars formed an alliance to control Zhu Fan and prevent him from slacking off. Deducing divine abilities is also mentally exhausting. Can you two empathize with me? You want to refine Tao tools and deduce divine abilities at the same time, aren't you just bullying me? Zhu Fan countered. Stop talking nonsense. I am your avatar, and I know your situation well. To refine such Tao tools requires a lot of mental energy. If you don't participate, who knows when we will be able to gather a second set of immortal grade spirit minds if refining fails. First clone threatened Zhu Fan. Zhu Fan visualized the refining process of this tool in his mind and suddenly realized that this should be the most challenging Tao tool they have refined so far. Alright, I will help you refine this Tao tool. Zhu Fan thought about it and said. Zhu Fan estimated the success rate of refining this Tao tool seriously, and discovered that if it was led by number 1 and number 2, there was indeed a possibility of failure, although the probability was small. Number 1 and number 2 clones laughed. Main body, that's more like it. Everything we do is to ensure that you can enjoy your leisurely life in this world. What's wrong with putting in a little more effort in the beginning? The key is the later stages. Second clone laughed. Think about it, in the future, you will have 10 Mahayana puppets by your side, allowing you to walk sideways in this world. No problem, right? At that time, who dares to disturb your leisurely life? First clone gave Zhu Fan a sideways smile. Zhu Fan imagined a scene. What are we waiting for? Let's go back to the underground space and get to work. To ensure his leisurely life in the future, Zhu Fan once again filled with determination. 3 months later, Snake Spirit number arrived at the Hidden Spirit sect. Zuan, what has the Great Master been doing recently? Peng Fu asked puzzledly. In the past, when he returned to the sect and made an appointment with Pu Tao, Zhu Fan would usually meet him first. Moreover, Pu Tao is also gone. Peng Fu added. The Great Master has been refining artifacts lately, and even Pu Tao seems to have all of its computation power used to assist in refining this time. So this time, I will host Minister Peng. Caillou Zuan said respectfully. Now the entire sect's administration has been indirectly handed over to Caillou Zuan, with Pu Tao only playing a supporting role. Since it can make the Great Master so focused, could it be an immortal tool being refined? Peng Fu said expectantly. I am not sure, but it must be either an immortal tool or a very important Tao tool that could make the Great Master so serious. Caillou Zuan said with a touch of pride. In the future, the strength of our sect will rise to another level. I wonder if our Great Master can refine the legendary Yuzhu in the future. Peng Fu looked up at the sky and murmured. I believe that day will come. Caillou Zuan looked in the direction of the underground space. He came to the Hidden Spirit sect at the age of 6, to a place with food, drink, and cultivation. From then on, he swore to protect this sect with his life. As time went by, he became more and more aware of how powerful the Hidden Spirit sect was. Even more so when the crisis of the Two Realms channel erupted, with other sects for comparison, he was even more proud of being a disciple of the Hidden Spirit sect. After discussing, the two began to formally hand over the spiritual mines and temporary supplies. A spherical stone flickering with starlight appeared in Peng Fu's hand. After contacting Pu Tao, let him give this to the Great Master. It is said that this starstone can connect to a secret realm somewhere in the upper realm. I don't know if it's true or not, so please let the Great Master control it. Peng Fu handed the starstone to Caillou Zuan. I understand. I will relay it accurately. Caillou Zuan took over the starstone from Peng Fu's hand and handed it to a puppet nearby. After the supplies were handed over, Peng Fu did not stay for long and set off again towards the vast void domain. At this time, in the underground space, Sha was focusing on watching Zhu Fan and the two clones refining Tao tools. The Great Master and number 1 and number 2 working together to refine a Tao tool is truly a rare sight. Sha said with a smile. If I am not mistaken, you're trying to refine a formation-type Tao tool. I was wondering if I was right. Sha was fascinated by Zhu Fan's and the two clones' refining techniques. It wasn't that the three of them were incredibly skilled in refining, on the contrary, their methods were too ordinary, straightforward, and had no ingenuity. Even a beginner artifact refiner could analyze their methods. However, it was this seemingly ordinary refining technique that made Sha feel the origin of the refining methods contained within. Sha senior brother, you're right. It's a formation-assisted Dao tool. Zhu Fan multitasked. He was refining the tool and deducing divine abilities in his mind, as well as chatting with Sha. Is it difficult to refine this Dao tool? Even the great master had to step in. Sha asked curiously. It's not too difficult, but the required spiritual minds are precious, and some aspects are challenging to control. So, for the sake of the thousands of years of our hidden spirit sect, I had to step in personally. With that remark, Zhu Fan received two more disdainful looks. Number 1 and Number 2 clones were fully focused on refining the immortal grade spirit minds in their hands, not having the time to pay attention to Zhu Fan. Sha senior brother, what brings you here today? Zhu Fan asked. I saw that Pu Tao had suddenly malfunctioned, so I came here to inquire about the situation. Is Pu Tao doing something important? Has it withdrawn all its computational power? Sha asked curiously. His experiments still required Pu Tao's data. Oh, Pu Tao is now fully deducing a divine ability, and as a result, it has invested all of its computational power into it. Zhu Fan said with a smile. Initially, Zhu Fan tried to have Pu Tao help him deduce this divine ability but later found out that Pu Tao's logical abilities were already sufficient to independently deduce this divine ability. However, due to Pu Tao's first attempt in deducing and the infinite extensibility of this divine ability, it inadvertently invested all its unnecessary computational power into it. Pu Tao can deduce divine abilities already? Impressive. Then can I ask Pu Tao to help me deduce the best alloy formula for my metal fusion? Sha excitedly said. It's better not to do that, as it could be taxing for Pu Tao. Chapter 559, Universal Taoist Device Alloy. After that, Zhu Fan explained to the stupid sand sculpture the concepts of basic computing power, logical computing power, and infinite possibilities. The stupid sand sculpture suddenly realized and said with amazement, so if I ask Pu Tao to come up with a way for me to become the best artifact refining grandmaster in this world, will Pu Tao never come out? No, Pu Tao's logical computing power can already refuse stupid questions. Zhu Fan said with a smile. Well, I just hope that Pu Tao evolves faster so that it can help me deduce alloy formulas in the future, the stupid plus sand sculpture said with a smile. We might have to wait for that. It's impossible in this world for now, Zhu Fan pondered and replied. It would take a long time for Pu Tao to advance to the immortal artifact level. By the way, Great Master, I came to tell you that I have changed my research direction. According to the sex situation and Pu Tao's advice, I will deduce an alloy that can refine basic Tao artifacts in the future. At least it should be able to refine basic Tao artifact spiritual swords and 5 elements Lingbao, the stupid sand sculpture said. In that case, senior brother Sha, it's better to divide it into 2 types. One is a Dao artifact alloy specifically used for refining spiritual swords. The other is a Dao artifact that can refine 5 elements Lingbao, Zhu Fan pondered and said. After all, researching a dedicated Dao artifact alloy is more convenient than researching a universal Dao artifact alloy. At this moment, Zhu Fan's expression suddenly turned serious, and a small piece of immortal-grade spiritual ore appeared in his hand. After melting it with Phoenix Divine Fire, he began to cover the Dao artifact embryo that had already been refined in his hand with an extremely special method. The stupid sand sculpture also quieted down, knowing that he couldn't be disturbed at this critical moment. It was not until Zhu Fan carefully finished the covering that he continued to talk to the stupid sand sculpture. Let's continue chatting, it took me a bit of effort just now. Great Master is right, but I feel like I have already researched a kind of universal alloy, the stupid sand sculpture said, recalling the miraculous discovery. This piece of Dao artifact alloy was accidentally formed by me. The stupid sand sculpture produced a silver, freezing-like substance in his hand, which looked extremely elastic. I originally thought this experiment had failed, so I casually put it on the pile of failed spirit ores, he said, producing a small piece of 10,000-year profound iron in his hand and gently placing it on the silver, freezing-like substance. Then this spirit mineral alloy gained the characteristics of the devoured spirit ore. After the silver, freezing-like substance swallowed the small piece of 10,000-year profound iron, its appearance began to change, eventually becoming the same color as the 10,000-year profound iron. Zhu Fan and his 2 avatars were almost startled to the point of disrupting their artifact refining rhythm. Zhu Fan's hand trembled, and he almost lost control of the Phoenix Divine Fire in his hand. Senior brother Sha, don't talk about such explosive news when I am refining artifacts next time, Zhu Fan said, steadying his mind. He stopped the divine abilities he was deducing in his mind, and also asked Pu Tao to stop. After merging, the changed characteristics are less powerful than those of the 10,000-year profound iron, but they still fall within the category of Dao artifact spirit ore, the stupid sand sculpture said. After the stupid sand sculpture demonstrated this characteristic, countless inspirations burst into Zhu Fan's mind, and he also planned several things that had not been mass-produced before. Senior Brother Shah, you really are a timely rain. The sect was short of something and you made it, Zhu Fan said excitedly. Have you ever tried this universal Tao artifact alloy, Senior Brother Shah? Not yet, I only practiced it on a small scale, and its characteristics seemed a bit unstable, so I wanted you to take a look, the stupid sand sculpture said. Leave it to Pu Tao. We will start producing the first batch, and then we will slowly adjust if it's unstable, Zhu Fan thought and said. Alright, but since I made this Tao artifact alloy by accident, I want to study it further before speaking. I will try to completely replicate the characteristics of the devoured Tao artifact level spirit ore, the stupid sand sculpture said with determined eyes. Zhu Fan originally wanted to say that it was already perfect, but seeing the stupid sand sculpture's determined eyes, he held back his words. Keep up the good work, Senior Brother Shah. If you need anything, just talk to Pu Tao and have it specifically allocate some computing power for you, Zhu Fan encouraged. That's great. I have been feeling unaccustomed without Pu Tao's help recently, the stupid sand sculpture said with a smile. After watching the artifact refining techniques of the three people intently for a while, the stupid sand sculpture left the underground space to continue his research on universal Tao artifact alloy. It's really not simple. Main body, have you ever thought that there would be so many talents gathered in a small heavenly gate? Number 1 clone said with a smile. There's no need to think about it. It's obvious that these talents were prepared for the protagonists, but I intercepted them halfway, Zhu Fan said with a smile. I have deduced the plot. If Yi Ouyao hadn't met me, he would have definitely become brothers with Senior Brother Shah and Yu Lun. And then rise rapidly with the help of the two of them and Yin Coin Grandpa, Zhu Fan said, recalling a plot he had thought of a long time ago. The last time, didn't you meet Yi Pigfoot? Without the help of these two great talents, his rise was obviously slower, Number 2 clone said with a smile. It's a bit slower, but I can see that his foundation is still solid and unmatched. Even with me intercepting them, Yi Ouyao will sooner or later take off. I have only robbed his newcomer's gift package, Zhu Fan said with emotion. Is that a novice gift package? More like a growth gift pack, Number 1 clone said jokingly while refining the artifact. As the three of them talked about Yi Ouyao, deep inside a secret realm hundreds of millions of miles away, Yi Ouyao's roar was heard. With this roar, Yi Ouyao vented his frustrations of many years. Old Jian, can I practice this big 5 elements sword formation? Yi Ouyao said excitedly. You can, Old Jian said with a smile. What about this Wind Thunder Sword Dragon Heavenly Killing Array? You can. What about this Yin Yang Annihilation? Yi Ouyao wanted to continue, but was quickly interrupted by Old Jian. Let you be happy for a while. It's just a big opportunity. Is it necessary to be so excited? Old Jian said. At this moment, in front of Yi Ouyao was a vast 10,000 sword pool, and above the pool were spiritual swords flying like birds, circling above the 10,000 sword pool. People say that after a great catastrophe, good fortune is sure to follow. I have been trapped in this secret realm for more than 60 years, and now I have finally taken control of it. Yi Ouyao said excitedly. Although you have taken control of the secret realm, you still need to conquer the spiritual swords in this 10,000 sword pool one by one. But don't worry, the 10,000 sword pool is also in your hands, Old Jian said with a smile. The person he had entrusted his hope in, had finally fattened out the wave. Of course, given the time, these spiritual swords will not be able to escape from my palm. Yi Ouyao looked at the 10,000 sword pool and said. Old Jian, from today on, I will only learn the strongest sword array. Chapter 560, Heavenly Soul Jade Spirit Disc. Zhu Fan and his two avatars were intently refining Tao artifacts. A stone shining with starlight appeared in front of Zhu Fan. Who sent this over? Zhu Fan asked with confusion. Deputy Minister Peng specially left it for the master when he left, Pu Tao replied. Upon hearing this, Zhu Fan switched to single-handed mode while refining. He picked up the shining stone, examining it carefully in his hand. Deputy Minister Peng said that this stone is related to a mysterious space in the upper realm, Pu Tao said. At this moment, Zhu Fan was about to investigate further, but was stopped by his Number 1 and Number 2 avatars. Main body, the artifact will be completed in 3 years. Can't you be a little more focused? This thing can be seen as a key to a mysterious realm at a glance. The starlight on it has not yet reached a critical point. There's nothing to gain from staring at it. Upon hearing the words of the two avatars, Zhu Fan slowly put down the stone shining with starlight. You underestimate me. Am I the kind of person who would slack off given the chance? Zhu Fan said, once again concentrating on refining the Tao artifact in front of him. Actually, you two can refine it too, Zhu Fan muttered under his breath. As a result, he received 2 more rolling eyes. In the end, in order to avoid boredom, Zhu Fan entered a state of selflessness and began to focus on refining the Tao artifact. Time flew by, and 3 years had passed. On a seemingly ordinary day, the entire hidden spirit sect was suddenly swept by a strange wave. Number 1 and Number 2 avatars were enjoying the feedback from the Tao artifact with comfortable expressions, while Zhu Fan watched with envy. He had already cultivated to the peak of the god transformation stage. If he tried to go further, he'd probably have to take a hard hit. As the Tao artifact feedback ended, a jade compass appeared in front of the 3. Heavenly Soul Jade Spirit Disc. This is by far the most complicated Tao artifact I have ever refined, Zhu Fan said with emotion while looking at the Heavenly Soul Jade Spirit Disc. Main body, this is just the beginning for you. To secure your future, you still need to work hard for a while, Number 1 avatar said with a smile, already imagining the scene of Zhu Fan personally refining Tao artifacts. Number 1, what makes you think I want to refine immortal tools? Zhu Fan said with a half smile, half frown to his Number 1 avatar. I can't take over the spirit body either. Number 1 avatar had a bad feeling. Don't worry, I can solve all of these issues. I spent half of my 3 years refining artifacts to deduce how to make you control the spirit body perfectly for refining immortal tools, Zhu Fan said with a smile. Main body, you're really going too far, Number 1 avatar protested. For the grand cause of our hidden spirit sect, what's wrong with a little sacrifice? Besides, if I wholeheartedly devote myself to refining immortal tools, what should I do if the sect faces a crisis? Zhu Fan gently waved his hand as he spoke, allowing the Heavenly Soul Jade Spirit Disc to float in front of him and begin the recognition process. In the end, the Heavenly Soul Jade Spirit Disc instantly expanded, and a blue spiritual light covered the entire artifact refining palace's underground space. Putao, call forth half of the Origin World's 5 elements Origin Spirit Chi, Zhu Fan commanded. Yes, Master. Finally, the entire artifact refining palace was filled with the gathered 5 elements Origin Spirit Chi. Open your eyes wide and witness the moment of a miracle. A 1,000-handed statue appeared behind Zhu Fan. The 1,000-hand illusion slowly brought its hands together, then guided them into a joint seal. Instantly, all of the 5 elements Origin Spirit Chi was mobilized by Zhu Fan. First, a spiritual heart appeared, then the bones and meridians of the human body began to slowly take shape, and finally, the flesh and blood were filled. A normal-looking spirit body appeared in the refining palace, like a robot waiting for a connection and summoning. Main body, your divine ability is amazing. Number 1 and Number 2 avatars exclaimed. Putao has put all her general computational power into this over the years, cleverly avoiding the restrictions of the system. Zhu Fan said with a smile. Now that my soul is attached, plus the amplification of the Tao tools, I can reach the early stage of combination. Zhu Fan said as he directly let his soul out of the orifice and attached it to that spiritual body. That spiritual body. Zhu Fan slowly opened his eyes, and finally, a burst of momentum erupted from him. It's not the same, it feels completely different from controlling a puppet. Zhu Fan said excitedly. After experiencing it, Zhu Fan's soul returned to his main body. He looked at Number 1 avatar with a smile. Come on, I will help you transfer your consciousness to the spiritual body, and then, you will be the one with the highest cultivation among us. The 1,000-hand illusion behind Zhu Fan cast a spell again. 2 pairs of soft spirit light hands gently pinched Number 1 avatar and placed it next to the spiritual body. Finally, an array merged Number 1 and Number 2. Will I appear as a spiritual body after this? Number 1 avatar asked. No, when you step out of the range covered by the Heavenly Soul Jade Spirit Disc, you will separate from the spiritual body. When you come in again, the spiritual body will instantly merge with you. Number 2, don't laugh, Number 1 is responsible for the early stage of refining immortal tools, and when you need to carve immortal rune arrays later, it will be your turn. Zhu Fan said with a smile, none of them could escape it. The main body has thought of everything. In terms of controlling immortal scripts, of course, Number 2 is the strongest. Number 1 avatar felt that the depression in his heart had decreased a lot. Alright, I can take on the later stage of refining immortal tools. Number 2 avatar knew that he couldn't escape, so he simply and generously accepted Zhu Fan's arrangement. There's still plenty of time. It's been hard for all of us in these 3 years, so I will give you a year off first, and then we will start refining the first Mahayana puppet of the hidden spirit sect. Zhu Fan said. Alright. The 2 avatars nodded. Above the 100,000-li giant lake, Zhu Fan, sitting on the spirit boat, lamented, it wasn't easy. After so much struggle, I finally broke free. Actually, after the Tao artifact refining was completed, Zhu Fan said this. Actually, Pu Tao was the one who had been pushing the divine ability all along. Zhu Fan had always been pushing how to make number 1 and number 2 avatars perfectly fuse with the spiritual body. Number 1 and number 2 avatars thought they would see Zhu Fan's joke after the Dao artifact refining was completed. They thought that refining the immortal tools and so on would have nothing to do with them, but they didn't know that Zhu Fan was one step ahead. Zhu Fan was holding a fishing rod, leisurely staring at the surface of the 100,000 Li giant lake. A treasure artifact level spirit boat slowly flew towards Zhu Fan. Peng Fu arrived at Zhu Fan's spirit boat. "Congratulations, Great Master, on your successful Dao artifact refining," Peng Fu said with a smile. "Same to you, I heard that you have made a lot of gains in the vast void domain recently, and even got the immortal grade 7 spirit mine needed by the sect." Zhu Fan said with a smile, thinking that putting professional matters in the hands of professionals could indeed bring unimaginable surprises. At this moment, Zhu Fan looked at Peng Fu's treasure artifact spirit boat. "I asked those Demon Clan refining grandmasters to change your seat. Why are you still driving the old antique?" Zhu Fan asked with a smile. "I am used to it, and besides, this treasure artifact spirit boat has a special significance. It's the first spirit boat produced by Pu Tao when she controlled the production line, so I have been using it until now." Chapter 561, The Consumption of Mahayana Puppet. You have put in some effort, but just use this for casual occasions. In big events, make sure to show off our hidden spirit sex style," Zhu Fan said with a smile. He had several demon race refining grandmasters work together to refine a visually impressive mount treasure. "Of course, when I am outside, I use the 9 corners flood dragon spirit car you gave me. Every time I take it out, I receive a grand reception," Peng Fu said with a smile. "That's right." At this moment, Zhu Fan's fishing rod sank, and a 10-jong-long dragon whale fish was hooked. "The meat quality isn't good, go back and wait," Zhu Fan said, swinging the rod and throwing the dragon whale fish 1,000 meters away. In recent years, as the spiritual chi in Hidden Spirit Island has become increasingly dense, it has gradually begun to affect the entire 100,000 Li giant lake. Now, the top demonic beasts in the 100,000 Li giant lake have reached the god transformation stage. All of them have swam over from the dark currents of the endless sea. "The starstone you left for me, I looked at it, and there should be coordinates hidden inside for a secret realm in the vast void domain. Indeed, there is a trace of immortal spirit chi from the upper realm. It should be a secret related to the upper realm. In some time, the coordinates will be revealed, and we can go take a look together." As Zhu Fan continued fishing, he said leisurely, "I encountered a meteor hitting the snake spirit number when I was a merchant in the vast void domain. When I picked up that star stone, the information appeared in my mind." Peng Fu said, "There may be good things in that secret realm, or maybe it's a trap." For some reason, as Zhu Fan fished, he couldn't help but think of his good brother. It seemed like it had been a long time since he had seen him. He wondered how he was doing and if he had been persecuted again. "Trap?" Peng Fu asked with a puzzled look. "Murdering and seizing treasures, immortal seizing, sealing and trapping monsters, such situations are common. But it's not a big deal. We can divinate before going, so there shouldn't be any major problems," Zhu Fan said. "It's good that the Great Master is in control," Peng Fu said with a smile. In his perception, Zhu Fan was always so carefree, as if nothing could bother him. "After your years of hard work, our hidden spirit sect is no longer short of spirit mines. From now on, let's divide our spirit stones and spirit mines equally," Zhu Fan thought and said. Ever since several large space warehouses were installed on the snake spirit number, the amount of spirit mines brought back by Peng Fu increased each trip. Now, the spirit mines stored in the sect are enough for the regular use of the hidden spirit sect for 30 years. You can control the basic spirit mines, and Elder Zonling will control the Dao weapon level spirit mines. I dare say no sects or sacred lands in the entire central continent are as comfortable as our hidden spirit sect, Zhu Fan said with a smile. At this moment, Zonling drove the hidden spirit number 2 and slowly landed in the hidden spirit sect. Peng Fu looked at hidden spirit number 2 in a daze, with a hint of astonishment in his eyes. Driving the snake spirit number to trade in the vast void domain for 3 years, he had transformed from a newbie into an experienced driver. Now, driving the snake spirit number felt like driving an entry-level luxury car. Although it would attract attention when driving on the streets, it couldn't stop him from looking enviously at top luxury cars. The performance of the snake spirit number far exceeded that of the common starships he had seen in the vast void domain. But compared to the hidden spirit number 2 in front of him, he felt that they were not even in the same class. Wait a bit longer. Once the sect has enough spirit mine resources, we will specifically refine a few starships for you to run businesses in the vast void domain, Zhu Fan said with a smile, seeing the amazement in Peng Fu's eyes. After hidden spirit number 2 landed in the hidden spirit sect, Zonling flew towards Zhu Fan. Great Master, we were lucky this time. In the depths of the vast void domain, we encountered a wind breath disaster that had been extinguished and got a lot of wind breath crystal stones, said Zonling with a smile. Wind breath crystal stones, great stuff. They can be used to refine a set of starship accelerating parts and installed on Snake Spirit number, Zhu Fan said with some excitement. Great Master, there are many wind breath crystal stones. We can refine 2 sets and install them on all the new ships, said Zonling, then had Putao display the inventory of wind breath crystal stones. The speed of Hidden Spirit number 2 is already fast enough. Adding this gadget wouldn't improve it much. It's different for the Snake Spirit number. Once added, the speed can be instantly upgraded to a higher level, Zhu Fan said. Alright, I thought the speed of Hidden Spirit number 2 could be improved even further, Zonling said somewhat disappointedly. Hidden Spirit number 2 is limited by spirit mines, so its performance is what it is. If we want to upgrade it further, we can only rely on our senior brother Shah, Zhu Fan said with a smile. Master Sandpeak? Zonling asked doubtfully. Let's keep this a secret for now and talk about it when the opportunity comes, Zhu Fan said. Over the past 3 years, Stupid has stabilized the most basic Universal Taoist device alloy and is currently researching high-performance Universal Taoist device alloys. He hopes to make it devour 50% of the characteristics of the immortal grade spirit mines. This is the project Zhu Fan has been most concerned about recently. Is it that mysterious? Can a starship with better performance than Hidden Spirit number 2 be produced at that time? That's about the idea, Zhu Fan nodded. Speaking of that, Great Master, you have already refined the Tao artifact. When can we refine our first Mahayana puppet? Zonling asked excitedly. Well, it's a bit difficult to see that happening anytime soon, Zhu Fan said helplessly. Originally, he thought he could reach the artifact refining Grandmaster level through special means and felt that refining a Mahayana level puppet would be no problem. Who would have thought a small accident would occur midway? While fishing, Zhu Fan got bored and did a brief calculation of the structure of the Mahayana puppet. Suddenly, he found a serious problem. It required the consumption of 5 elements origin spirit chi containing a trace of immortal spirit chi to drive the Mahayana level puppet. Zhu Fan did a quick calculation of the consumption of 5 elements origin spirit chi and suddenly felt that using Invincible Venerable's avatar Jade Talisman would be more cost-effective. Zhu Fan informed Zonling about the puppet's consumption. My goodness, just for this short while, our entire sect's annual share of 5 elements origin has been depleted, Zonling exclaimed. Pang Fu, who was beside them, also showed a shocked expression, feeling that he didn't make enough spirit stones. Not only that, but it also requires the consumption of demon venerable level true spirits, Zhu Fan said somewhat helplessly as he spread his hands. With such consumption, he would rather let the railgun fire a few more shots to solve the problem. Can this Mahayana puppet handle an invincible venerable? Zonling asked. If I control it and add in the immortal device broken spirit, it should be able to withstand it for a while, provided that there is enough 5 elements origin spirit chi to consume, Zhu Fan thought for a moment and said. Chapter 562, Balance work and rest, cultivate well, and strive to coexist with the sect for eternity. It's reasonable to consume so much energy if it can rival an invincible venerable, Zonling thought for a moment and said, completely ignoring Zhu Fan's sentence about if he was the one controlling it. I originally wanted to optimize it further, but after some consideration, I decided to refine it as it is and use it as our sect's final trump card, Zhu Fan said. Great Master, should I focus on collecting 5 elements source from now on? Pang Fu suggested from the side. Now he was inseparable from the Hidden Spirit sect, sharing a common destiny. The stronger the sect's foundation, the more stable his support would be. No need, the sect's 5 elements source is enough. Just maintain the proportion we agreed on earlier, Zhu Fan waved his hand and said. The gathering spirits array of their sect could condense 5 elements source, and there was even some surplus every year. It was no problem to support a Mahayana puppet for occasional use. If we don't lack 5 elements source, we must lack demon venerate true spirits, Zonling suddenly said excitedly. Give me one of Putao's avatars, and provide me with 2 railguns and 2 teams of Nascent soul stage puppets. I will go through the nearest 2 realms channel and help you get a few from the demon clan, Zonling said, rubbing his hands excitedly as he already had a battle plan in mind. If it came to a fight, he would face them one-on-one. If he couldn't win, they would gang up on the enemy. If they still couldn't win, they would use railguns as a last resort. Elder Zonling, you haven't had a fight in a long time, have you? Zhu Fan said with a smile. It's been several years since I last fought. My hands are a bit itchy, Zonling said with a smirk. As Elder Zonling has said, Putao should provide everything necessary. We will also allocate 2 Dao artifact-level teleportation beads from the sect, Zhu Fan said. The two quickly reached an agreement. One needed demon venerate true spirits, while the other wanted to fight. Zhu Fan felt if he didn't cooperate with this request, Zonling might have an issue with him. Soon, a puppet appeared beside Zhu Fan, holding 2 teleportation beads. Elder Zonling, do take care of these 2 teleportation beads. If you encounter an unbeatable enemy, use them to teleport in time. We can afford to lose possessions, but Elder Zonling must not be put in danger, Zhu Fan said seriously. Thank you, Great Master. Zonling took the teleportation beads from the puppet with gratitude, feeling that his master was really thoughtful. Don't mention it. I am still waiting for you to become an invincible venerable and help guard our sect, Zhu Fan said with a smile. I will not let the Great Master down, Zonling said, and then excitedly prepared for his journey to hunt the demon clan's venerable. Great Master, is there anything else I can do for the sect? Peng Fu asked from the side. Balance work and rest, cultivate diligently, and strive for the eternal prosperity of the sect, Zhu Fan said leisurely. For some reason, he felt that the cost of his idle time was increasing. I will not let the Great Master down, Peng Fu said excitedly. Zhu Fan's brief words instantly made Peng Fu grasp the importance of his responsibility. Don't be so excited. It's not like I am asking you to go to war, Zhu Fan said with a smile. After pumping himself up, Peng Fu activated the snake spirit number and set off for the vast void domain. Alas, everyone is working so hard that I don't even have anyone to fish with, Zhu Fan sighed. I wonder how my good brother is doing? Zhu Fan felt that his welfare should be in place. In flame state, Wang Yulan and his wife were leading a young girl as they seemed to be searching for something in Immortal City. Linger, follow me back to the sect. It's been hard on you all these years, Wang Yulan said to his daughter with a pained expression. Father, I won't leave. My master's life and death are uncertain. If I leave now, wouldn't it be ungrateful? Wang Linger shook her head. I have already asked Pu Tao to look up information on your master, and we have searched an area of over 100,000 kilometers around the entire Immortal City. Wang Yulan didn't say anything more, but his meaning was already very clear. I have a feeling that master might be trapped in a secret realm somewhere. As long as we find it, we can rescue master, Wang Linger said with determination. Alright, we won't rush. Your parents will accompany you to find him. Murong Kaianer gently held Wang Linger's hand at the side of the conversation. It has been so many years since they last saw each other, and now she could not help but feel that every glance at her daughter was not enough. Thank you, Mom and Dad, for accompanying me to find master, Wang Linger said, touched. It's all for you. Standing on the spirit boat, Wang Yulan could not help but sigh as he looked down at the mortal kingdoms passing by below them. I hope the demon clan doesn't spread here. Husband, don't worry. It would take at least a few hundred years to spread here. By the time, who knows if the human clan will have suppressed the demon clan, Murong Kaianer said, walking to Wang Yulan's side. Dad, is the situation between the human race and the demon world in the central continent getting more serious now? Wang Linger curiously asked. It's still a little better now. The entire cultivation world space is sealed, so some powerful sect holy lands and immortal cities can still shelter mortals, Wang Yulan said. If possible, I would like to invite your master to take you to the hidden spirit sect with him. He always felt uneasy about his daughter being so far away from him. After finding master, I will try to persuade him. When master left, his relationship with the sect was not good. As soon as he disappeared, I left the sect and stayed in the immortal city for a while, Wang Linger said. You didn't suffer any grievances, did you? If you did, just tell Dad, he will help you get even, Wang Yulan asked again. How could I, being such a clever girl, suffer any grievances? Wang Linger said with a smile. At this moment, the voice of Pu Tao's avatar rang out. Peak Master, I have found the last known location of your daughter's teacher. Based on this information, I have developed the best search route. A light curtain appeared in front of the three, showing a dashed line extending from that immortal city to various suspicious locations marked on it. Let's return to the immortal sect first, recuperate a bit, and then search for Linger's master again, Wang Yulan waved his hand, feeling a strong sensation about one of the marked locations in the light curtain. 3 days later, outside the immortal city, 1,000 miles away, Wang Yulan had sent out all his guard teams, forming a huge spiritual boat fleet. At this point, Wang Yulan had 100 integration stage puppets surrounding him, as well American Samoa 10000 void refining stage puppets on the outer perimeter. Above the sky, there were 18 demon suppression stars, including 2 railguns. Thousands of sky-based weapon satellites provided intelligence and map support. Dad, is this how you set out on your journeys? Wang Linger exclaimed in shock. It was all forced upon me by the great master just before I left. He wasn't reassured, so he had Elder Zonling send it to me again, Wang Yulun said with a smile. He had thought about Zhu Fan after so many years away. Dad, Uncle Zhu is really good to you. With this setup, you could even conquer an immortal city, Wang Linger said with a laugh. Conquering an immortal city, where's the importance in that compared to accompanying my daughter to find her master? Wang Yulun said with a smile. Chapter 563, Invitation. Pu Tao marked on the map the possible locations where Wang Linger's master might appear. The farthest place was already millions of miles away from Immortal City, a world of demonic beasts. In addition, Pu Tao's avatar needs massive data analysis of spiritual chi fluctuations to determine the existence of a secret realm. Therefore, Wang Yulun simply took out all the puppets and spirit boats to prevent any accidents midway. A huge spirit boat fleet was moving at an extremely fast speed in a certain direction. On the way, demonic beasts occasionally tried to attack the spirit boat fleet but were easily killed by the puppets. These three people had spent half a year searching with a large spirit boat fleet. I feel that my master is just ahead, why can't we find her? Wang Linger said with a bitter expression. Don't worry, we will find her slowly. I believe master must still be alive. Wang Yulun comforted his daughter. Lord Wang, there is an abnormal spiritual chi detected ahead, suspected to have a hidden realm. I hope it's true this time. Wang Yulun said with anticipation. I feel that my master must be inside this time. Wang Linger said firmly. Alright, let's go and take a look. Wang Yulun said. In this half year, they have detected 4 ruins in total. They gained substantial rewards from each one, but Wang Linger's master was nowhere to be found. 100 void cultivation puppets specialized in detection flew off the spirit boat towards the direction of the ruins. At this time, Wang Linger's master was being chased inside the ruins by a Mahayana stage monster. I can't die, Linger is still outside, what will she do if I die and she's bullied in Middle Gate? Wang Linger's master said firmly. Fortunately, this monster hasn't developed spiritual intelligence, so I still have a chance to get rid of it. Wang Linger's master's figure disappeared into thin air. Roar! The Mahayana stage monster, seeing its prey vanishing, roared to the sky. The spread of the sound wave instantly revealed Wang Linger's master's figure. Just then, another Mahayana stage monster appeared in front of Wang Linger's master. Wang Linger's master's beautiful eyes looked somewhat desperate towards the front. There's even another Mahayana stage monster. Just as the 2 Mahayana stage monsters lunged towards Wang Linger's master, the entire secret realm suddenly shook. A giant gate appeared in the sky of the secret realm. Taking advantage of the 2 Mahayana stage monsters being distracted by the sky, Wang Linger's master rushed towards the distance. A huge spirit boat fleet passed through the giant gate. Immediately after, 2 strange huge cannons fired 2 silver lights, instantly penetrating the 2 Mahayana stage monsters. Boom! The aftermath caused by the railgun shot into the ground led to a large-scale collapse of the terrain. Standing on the spirit boat, Wang Yulun looked at the smoke-covered ground below. Pu Tao's avatar, clear the smoke. Wang Yulun calmly said. Killing 2 Mahayana stage monsters was just a small scene in his eyes. Several void cultivation technique puppets combined to cast the torrential rain skill. In a short while, the smoke covering the ground was washed away by the torrential rain. Linger, I think I see your master. Wang Yulun looked at the distance, seemingly stunned by the sight. At the same time, Wang Linger's master looked up at the sky after realizing that she was saved, and saw Wang Yulun standing on the deck of the spirit boat. At this moment, Wang Yulun stood on the spirit boat in a white robe, as if he were a true immortal. He stood proudly with his sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, his gaze as deep as the star river in the night sky. At this moment, Wang Yulun's gaze happened to meet Wang Linger's master's. In that instant, she seemed to see a ray of light shining from the depths of despair, illuminating her. Just as Wang Linger's master was about to step forward and express her gratitude, a beam of escaping light shot down from the spirit boat and plunged into her arms. Master, I have finally found you. Wang Linger hugged her master tightly, burying her head deeply in the softness of her embrace. Master, your disciple has finally found you. I have missed you so much during this time, Wang Linger said with a hint of a sob. Who is the man standing on the spirit boat? Is he the one who saved me? Wang Linger's master asked first. That's my dad, don't you recognize him, master? Wang Linger asked curiously. That's your dad. I have met him before, but he doesn't look the same, Wang Linger's master said somewhat shocked. Oh, my dad has activated some combat special effects divine abilities. After he changes back, you will recognize him, Wang Linger said with a smile. Master, your disciple went through so much, suffering all kinds of humiliations to find you. Shouldn't you comfort me first? Wang Linger asked coquettishly. At this time, the huge spiritual boat fleet slowly descended. Senior Zyuxin, are you alright? Wang Yulan and his wife came down from the spirit boat. Thank you, Taoist Wang and Taoist Murong, for the rescue, Zyuxin said gratefully, her eyes hiding a little disappointment. Taoist Zyuxin, you're too polite. You're Linger's master, so it's only right to do so, Wang Yulan said courteously. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Wang Yulan raised a question. Senior, why have you been trapped here for such a long time? Wang Yulan asked. At this time, the puppets on the spiritual boat started to stand guard, spreading out within several hundred miles, eliminating any existence that could threaten Wang Yulan. Although Zyuxin was somewhat shocked by the strength of these puppets, she didn't ask too much. This secret realm has no exit. I have searched for a way out for several years, but I haven't found one. And now, I have dragged you all into this as well, Zyuxin said with some guilt. Pu Tao's avatar, have you detected the exit of this secret realm? Wang Yulan asked. An unusual array has been detected, and its purpose is being analyzed. It's suspected to be related to the exit, Pu Tao's avatar's voice rang out. At the beginning, Zhu Fan had thought of everything for the safety of his good brothers, even granting Pu Tao's avatar all permissions. 3 days are needed. Please be patient. After hearing Pu Tao's avatar's words, Wang Yulan said, let's wait for now. We will definitely find a way out in the end. Let's go back to my cave mansion first, it's safer there, Zyuxin nodded. Alright. In a valley surrounded by hurricane on all 4 sides. The group made an excellent feast with local materials. I wonder where Senior plans to go after leaving the secret realm? Wang Yulan asked. After leaving, I plan to take Linger into seclusion, focus on cultivating, and hopefully have a foundation for survival when the 2 worlds merge in the future, Zyuxin thought for a moment and said. In that case, why not take Linger and follow me back to the hidden spirit sect? My sect has already cleared all surrounding demon clans, no more demon clan troubles, making it a perfect place for seclusion and cultivation, Wang Yulan invited. Chapter 564, Lingjia Demon Clan. Yes, the sect is very safe now, Senior, why don't you come back with us? Murong Kaianer also suggested. Let me think about it, said Zyuxin. At this moment, a puppet in the integration stage, holding a finished Dao artifact level spiritual mine, walked up to Wang Yulan. In the secret realm, a large-scale Dao artifact level spiritual mine, Xoan Thunder Iron, was discovered. May I ask if we can proceed with the excavation? Pu Tao's avatar's voice rang out. Xoan Thunder Iron? What kind of Dao artifacts is this spiritual or suitable for refining? Wang Yulan curiously asked. It's suitable for all types of Dao artifacts, whether they are used for attack, or Dao techniques, or even for a starship. Can the large ore veins in this secret realm refine a starship? Wang Yulan suddenly said excitedly. Yes, Pu Tao's avatar's voice rang. Then speed up the excavation, and strive to bring all these Dao artifact-level spiritual mines back to the sect. Wang Yulan was excited. Even though he wasn't knowledgeable about the outside world, he knew the importance of a starship to a sect. Dad, don't forget, Master and I also have a share in this spiritual mine, said Wang Linger on a side. How could I forget about you and your Master? Rest assured, after you both return with me, I will get the benefits for you, said Wang Yulan with a smile. Dad, you don't need to do it, when the time comes, I will personally ask Uncle Zhu for it. Wang Linger laughed, remembering how when she was a child, every time she saw Uncle Zhu, she would receive lots of food and toys. Even now, the treasure artifacts she uses were all refined by Uncle Zhu. No problem, Uncle Zhu pampered you the most when you were a child, he will definitely be very happy to see you, Wang Yulan said with a smile. When he was at the sect before, Zhu Fan had mentioned more than once, asking him to bring Linger back. Master, my Uncle Zhu is a refining master, when the time comes, I will ask Uncle Zhu to help you refine Dao artifacts, Wang Linger said with a smile. That's thoughtful of you, Linger, Zyuxin said somewhat absent-mindedly, not knowing what she was thinking about. 3 days later, Wang Yulan's group were listening to the report from Pu Tao's avatar. You're saying we have to stay here for 4 more years, then there's a possibility to get out of this secret realm? Said Wang Yulan. It's possible to go from one secret realm to another. Moreover, according to estimations, there is a high probability, said Pu Tao's avatar. Can't the original exit be found? Wang Yulan said somewhat unwillingly. According to estimations, the exit may be in another secret realm. After hearing Pu Tao's avatar's words, Wang Yulan sighed. First, mine the spiritual ores, we will discuss things after the entrance to the other secret realm opens, he said. For some reason, Wang Yulan thought about how every time he left the sect in the past, he would ask Zhu Fan for a divination. This time when I left, Brother Zhu divined that everything will be safe and sound, So there should be no danger in this secret realm, Wang Yulun said to everyone. At this moment, Zhu Fan, who was above the 100,000 li giant lake, suddenly sneezed. Who's thinking about me? Zhu Fan said, stroking the dragon egg in his hand. Master, I think it must be Uncle Master Wang who is thinking about you, Zhu Yuxian said, holding a green-skinned dragon egg in her hand. Probably, after a period of time, I will let elders on Ling go and check on Flame State. Your Uncle Master should be about to return by then, Zhu Fan said as he infused 5 elements source into the dragon egg. Where have you been playing again recently? It's been a long time since I last saw you. The two of them, bathed in the morning sun, started to chat on the spirit boat. I went to a place 10 million kilometers away from our sect. There, I discovered a fascinating demon clan called the Lingjia demon. They like to attach themselves to living creatures, forming a thick layer of armor. Even an integration stage Lingjia demon can form an armor with defense power equivalent to a Dao artifact level defense talisman. Zhu Yuxian pulled out a gray substance and introduced it to Zhu Fan. Isn't his a slime? Zhu Fan said, somewhat surprised. We are the Lingjia clan, not slimes. The gray substance, growing eyes and a mouth, spoke to Zhu Fan. There's not much of a difference. Zhu Fan said, somewhat nostalgically. Did you subdue this entire clan? Zhu Fan asked. He found this demon clan quite interesting, and thought it might have a lot of potential if cultivated properly. That's the amazing part. They completely took over a mortal kingdom, attaches to human beings who have spiritual roots, teaching them to cultivate, even making those mortals worship them, Zhu Yuxian said. I observed that those mortals were living in peace and prosperity, even more so than before, so I didn't disturb them too much. Normally, you should attach yourselves to the great clans of the demon clan. Why did you come here instead? Zhu Fan asked the gray substance, curious. There are 2 kinds of us. One type seeks shelter under strong hosts. These are the cowards. The other type, like us, advocate for independence, cultivate our own symbiotic spirits, and control our own destiny. Human cultivator, if you wish to enslave our entire clan, we would rather fight to the death. The face formed by the gray substance showed an unyielding spirit and seemed to proclaim a declaration of war. Zhu Yuxian waved her hand and put the Lingjia clan into the 10,000 beast cage. Master, what should we do with the Lingjia clan? Zhu Yuxian asked. Distribute spirit boats and starships to bring all mortals and the Lingjia clan from that mortal kingdom back. I think our hidden spirit sect is about to have another type of demon clan, Zhu Fan said, smiling. He suddenly felt that this Lingjia clan was very suitable for controlling puppets. He will definitely try it out when he gets the chance. At this moment, the green-skinned dragon egg in Zhu Fan's hand suddenly jumped up and heavily struck the dragon egg in Zhu Yuxian's hand. Ah, they're fighting again. Zhu Fan said, headache-stricken. Master, why is your dragon egg always at odds with mine? Zhu Yuxian complained. Who knows? Maybe they are just naturally antagonistic. Zhu Fan said, observing the 2 eggs bashing each other farther and farther away. Anyway, their shell is sturdy, just let them fight. Zhu Yuxian started to laugh as she watched the 2 warring eggs in the distance. Just then, a double-winged classical starship flew towards Zhu Fan from afar. Honored one of the 1,000 Spirit Sect, you're finally released. Zhu Fan exclaimed, somewhat surprisingly. According to Putao's records, the honored one of the 1,000 Spirit Sect hasn't shown up since the time when the classical starship was repaired, and the sect members were returned home. The 1,000 years venerable disembarked from the classical starship, boarded a little spirit boat, and flew towards Zhu Fan. My injuries have just healed, and I wanted to come to see the great master, said the honored one of the 1,000 Spirit Sect, his body involuntarily trembling a bit. Seeing the honored one of the 1,000 Spirit Sect in a state like he was electrocuted, Zhu Fan knew right away that the divine ability he had given him was discovered and didn't work. Has your sect's great supreme elder found out about the divine abilities I gave you? Zhu Fan asked. Elder brother, he not only crushed my soul-heavy armor but also punished me with a dozen or so punishment thunder whips. The honored one of the 1,000 Spirit Sect seemed to be in great pain as he reminisced about the past. Chapter 565, Traveling Together. So I came here this time, hoping that the great master could help heal me and see if there are any spiritual pills that can alleviate the after effects of this punishment thunder whip. Honored one of the 1,000 Spirits Sect said, his body involuntarily trembling again. If I don't get treatment now, this after effect will last for at least 8 or 9 years. The honored one of the 1,000 Spirits Sect said with a bitter face. He thought that this would make up for some of his losses. He was too embarrassed to ask for the Dao tools back from Zhu Fan. Therefore, he wanted Zhu Fan to help alleviate the after effects of the punishment thunder whip to make up for some of his losses. Esteemed one, these few years must have been tough for you. Zhu Fan said sympathetically, knowing how unbearable it was for the honored one of the Thousand Spirits sect in this state. It's been worse than death. I have thought about going down with the eldest brother but stopped myself in the end, the honored one of the Thousand Spirits sect said in a somber tone. The inappropriate description used by the honored one of the Thousand Spirits sect aptly conveyed to Zhu Fan the pain he was experiencing. A jade box appeared in Zhu Fan's hand. This is a soul-nourishing pill, which can alleviate the pain of the wounded soul. Esteem one, eat one and see if it works. Zhu Fan said. He casually refined this kind of spiritual pill. After almost failing at alchemy the last time, he would occasionally refine a few more batches of spiritual pills. Thank you, Great Master. The honored one of the Thousand Spirits sect finished speaking, eagerly took the jade box, and ate the soul-nourishing pill. As he consumed the soul-nourishing pill, the honored one of the Thousand Spirits sect slowly closed his eyes. He felt as if soul water had been poured into his numb, scalded soul, a sensation akin to a long-awaited rain in a parched land. Half the honored one of the Thousand Spirits sect let out a long breath. It worked, but it seems the after-effects have not been completely gone. Great Master, do you have more of this kind of spiritual pill? The honored one of the Thousand Spirits sect asked. I didn't mass-produce this kind of niche spiritual pill, but there are corresponding spiritual medicines in the treasure house. We can just refine it again. Zhu Fan acted as if it were a minor issue. Thank you, Great Master. The honored one of the Thousand Spirits sect said with a smile. You're welcome. Zhu Fan waved his hand. Great Master, I came here this time to bring you some critical news. According to the eldest brother's perception, the strength of the space seal has weakened slightly. In an estimated 2,000 years, the space seal will collapse. The honored one of the Thousand Spirits sect suddenly told Zhu Fan mysteriously. Is that so? We still need 2,000 years to lift the space seal. Zhu Fan pretended to be surprised, marveling at the Thousand Spirits sect Supreme Elder's observational power. In 2,000 years, the strength of the human realm and the demon world will have more or less stabilized. Once the space seal is lifted, a full-scale war will truly begin. The honored one of the Thousand Spirits sect lamented. Their sect has the invincible venerable guarding it, so ordinary great demon clans wouldn't dare to provoke them. At that time, it will be a catastrophe for countless living beings. Zhu Fan sighed. That's why the Elders Association has started planning already. They plan to establish 108 giant cities in the cultivation world. Each city will have an invincible venerable guarding it. Before I left, the Elders Association was discussing the matter with the eldest brother. The honored one of the Thousand Spirits sect said. Why 108? Zhu Fan asked curiously. There are only 108 invincible venerables who can stay in the cultivation world for more than 5,000 years, and the eldest brother is one of them. The honored one of the Thousand Spirits sect laughed. The great Supreme Elder is so young? Zhu Fan lightly slapped the Thousand Spirit sect Supreme Elder in a different way. I and Old Three are about 200 years apart from the eldest brother. Now that the eldest brother has become an invincible venerable, Old Three and I are nothing. The honored one of the Thousand Spirits sect spread his hands. Esteemed One and the Thousand Spirit sect Third Supreme Elder are already very formidable. I have another matter to discuss this time, which is to go to the vast void domain with elders on link to mine, so that we can help each other along the way. The honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect revealed his primary purpose for this visit. You don't need to tell me about this, just talk to Zonling directly, and we can discuss it. Zhu Fan said with a smile. When I left this time, the eldest brother assigned me a task. I am not allowed to go back unless I fill the storage space of the classical starship with spiritual mines. I estimate this trip will take more than a year, so I thought I'd come to look for a companion. The honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect said. I see. Zhu Fan nodded. Shortly after, a streak of blood-colored escaping light flew out of Hidden Spirit Island, heading in Zhu Fan's direction. Fellow Taoist Qian Ling wants to join me in mining at the vast void domain. Great. I just happen to need someone to chat with while mining. As soon as Zonling heard the request of the honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect, he laughed and accepted it. Isn't it just a starship full of spiritual mines? Fellow Taoist Qian Ling, rest assured, I guarantee that you can fill the starship in less than a year. Zonling promised. Thank you, Cultivator Slicing Spirit. The honored one of the Thousand Spirit sect said with a smile. At this moment, Zhu Fan quietly calculated a divination. Zonling and Qian Ling, these names seem to be mutually exclusive. Going out together, hopefully, nothing unexpected happens. At this moment, Zonling and Qian Ling suddenly sensed an unusual aura, and they all looked towards Zhu Fan. What is Great Master doing? Zonling asked, puzzled. I just drew a divination for you since you will be traveling together. It is a divination of fortune and blessings, don't worry about it. Zhu Fan said with a smile. That's good. The Honored One of the Thousand Spirit Sect said. 3 days later, the Honored One of the Thousand Spirit Sect, with 2 furnaces of soul-nourishing pills refined by Zhu Fan, set off with Zonling, piloting the starships towards the vast void domain. Zonling and Qionling, it sounds quite like a bromance. Zhu Fan watched the departing starships and laughed. Millions of miles away from the Hidden Spirit Sect, a mortal kingdom was surrounded by a puppet army. I know the Hidden Spirit Sect is behind you. A middle-aged man in silver armor said. Are you speaking on behalf of the human clan, or the spiritual armor monster race? The leading integration stage puppet said, looking at the middle-aged man. What's the difference? Now our entire dynasty is the spiritual armor monster race's sacred land. Our mortal lives are better than before, and we don't need your Hidden Spirit Sect to come and protect us. The middle-aged man said. At this moment, a light curtain appeared in the sky, displaying the treatment of the Demon Division members of the Hidden Spirit Sect and the treatment they would enjoy after submitting to the sect. At this time, a face emerged from the silver armor on the middle-aged man and said to the puppet, Our Lingjia clan will not submit to any force. Yet you are surrounded, and if you refuse to submit, you will only be treated as a demon slave. The leading integration stage puppet coldly spoke. According to the information from the Hidden Spirit Sect, the spiritual armor monster race is considered a significant force in the demon world, but now their clan is divided into 2 factions. And the demon venerable of their clan belongs to the affiliated faction. So what if we're to be demon slaves? Even if our race is exterminated, we will not be like that bunch of weaklings, only knowing to cling to the strong. The unyielding voice of the silver armor resounded. At this moment, Zhu Fan was remotely watching the negotiation program. Chapter 566. Submission and cooperation. The leader of the Lingjia clan is pretty tough, Zhu Fan said with a smile. At this moment, the mortal kingdom was surrounded by millions of puppets sent by Zhu Fan. Even a fly couldn't escape from the sky or the ground. Above the mortal kingdom, there was a sky-based satellite, which was a part of the abstinence-gathering spirit ray. There is a saying in the cultivation world, respect the wine or face punishment. It seems you haven't understood the meaning of this sentence, the leader of the puppets coldly said. You have the ability to turn us into demon slaves, but before we become demon slaves, I will bring the whole mortal kingdom down with us. A ruthless look flashed across the man in silver armor's face. At this moment, countless rays of light shot up from the boundary of the mortal kingdom, forming a space that blocked the flow of spiritual chi. You no longer have a chance. As soon as the puppet leader finished speaking, the abstinence-gathering spirit array in the sky was activated. Immediately, a large amount of spiritual chi was drawn away from the mortal kingdom where the Lingjia clan was. At the same time, a mysterious sound rang in the sky, like a celestial maiden singing or the heavenly Tao's melody. As soon as the trapped Lingjia clan tried to resist, they were confused by the sound and turned into an armored state, extremely tough and indestructible. You Lingjia clan members should have found a strong thigh to cling to. This is simply courting death, Zhu Fan said with a smile, watching the light curtain. Ever since he saw the Lingjia clan members who were like slimes, he had known the advantages and disadvantages of this clan. The advantage was the Lingjia clan's incredibly strong defense, whether it was against magic attacks or physical attacks. Moreover, the divine abilities of the clan were also related to defense. The disadvantage was that they had weaker resistance to spells that could confuse minds. As soon as their minds were unclear, they would turn into a hard, indestructible armor. With your minds unclear, I will drain all your spiritual chi. Then you will obediently turn into jelly, Zhu Fan said, looking at the light curtain. Hidden Spirit Sect, you underestimate our Lingjia clan. We have long been prepared for the methods of defensive enchantments. Our clan's shortcomings are already a matter of a few hundred years ago. Just as the man in silver armor was feeling proud, he suddenly sensed something wrong. He found his body gradually softening, and the spiritual chi inside his body was being consumed at an extremely fast rate. He couldn't even finish speaking before he had turned into a pool of viscous liquid that rolled off the middle-aged man's body. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of Lingjia clan members in the mortal kingdom had all turned into jelly. Let's keep them here for now. If they don't submit, I will have to brainwash them, Zhu Fan said. He was somewhat fond of the various actions the clan had taken since arriving in the human realm. Even though they had attached themselves to mortals with spiritual roots, they hadn't controlled their minds, and lived in peace with them. Understood, Pu Tao replied. 3 days later, a mass of silver jelly-like substance appeared in front of Zhu Fan. Have you thought about it? Submitting to our Hidden Spirit Sect has great benefits. Zhu Fan looked at the silver jelly on the ground, who was unwilling to move, and said. I have said before, our Lingjia clan will never submit to other races or strong individuals in this lifetime. A face appeared on the silver jelly, speaking with excitement. Spirit is something that only passes down when people sing praises. Your bloodline will be wiped out by me, and except for me knowing, who else would know? Zhu Fan laughed. In any case, our clan will never submit to the human clan, the silver jelly said stubbornly. I have already looked through your clan's innate divine abilities. To be honest, your clan's talent is very strong, but these innate cultivation techniques and divine abilities are really dragging your Lingjia clan down. Zhu Fan leisurely sat in a lounge chair, appreciating the bare number 2 or cloud in the sky while eating various snacks. This was his most comfortable state. I quite appreciate your clan. I will give your clan a chance to cooperate with our hidden spirit sect. What do you think? The silver jelly was about to speak but was interrupted by Zhu Fan. As a gesture of cooperation, I will help your clan optimize your cultivation techniques and divine abilities, and provide basic welfare. A light curtain appeared in front of the silver jelly. Large-scale gathering array, basic attached puppets, treasure trading privileges, top grade 5 elements resources. The silver jelly gradually became tempted as it looked at the various welfare plans and responsibilities in the light curtain. But in the end, it realized that these conditions were the same as the submission conditions it was given before, and felt deceived. What's the difference between this and the submission conditions you gave before? And these conditions are even worse than last time. The silver jelly felt cheated. The difference is huge. Submission has become cooperation, and our relationship is now equal. Zhu Fan pointed at the silver jelly, then at himself, and finally drew an equal sign in the air. I don't see any difference, the silver jelly said. At least it sounds better. Just like the 2 great clans who submitted to our clan, the Moonlight Rabbit clan and Wind Blue Rain Swans clan, they are all affiliated clans. But you are a demon clan cooperating with our hidden spirit sect. Apart from not being able to run too far, everything else is quite free, Zhu Fan leisurely spoke. He had seen too many stubborn people in his life. If he could persuade them, he would. If not, he'd move on to the next one. The word cooperation represents freedom and also means that the spirit of your bloodline can continue to pass down. With these words, Zhu Fan touched the core of the silver jelly. You should think it through. I don't have much patience for a minor power like you that doesn't even have a demon venerable. If you miss this opportunity, you will only make your entire bloodline become demon slaves. Lying on the lounge chair, Zhu Fan turned his head and glanced at the silver jelly indifferently. He was in a good mood today, so he came out to persuade the silver jelly himself. The silver jelly didn't speak but only curled its body into a standard sphere. After a long while, a sound came out from the standard silver sphere. The conditions you laid down, I request that you swear a heavenly Tao oath. Only then will our clan cooperate with you. The silver sphere turned back into a puddle of silver jelly. That's acceptable. Cooperation is mutual, and you will have to swear a heavenly Tao oath as well. Zhu Fan laughed as he picked up a grape-like spiritual fruit and put it in his mouth. Alright, our clan will cooperate with you, the silver jelly said. When they learned about the existence of the hidden spirit sect, the clan had thought about relocating their entire clan. However, they were reluctant to part with the human companions they had cultivated for so long. It was during their hesitation that Zhu Yuxian discovered them, leading to the current situation. That's more like it. Not every demon clan can cooperate with our hidden spirit sect, Zhu Fan said, taking out a nascent soul stage puppet. This is a gift from me personally. I have made some minor adjustments according to the characteristics of your clan. This puppet should be very suitable for your clan. Chapter 594, 567th Full Set, the best performing one. Is this a puppet refined by your sect? It doesn't seem to have much to do with our clan. The silver jelly curiously circled around the puppet before speaking. Give it a try first. Once you possess it, you will be able to feel it. Zhu Fan smiled and made an inviting gesture. In his imagination, the Lingjia clan would possess the puppet's body and control the puppet's battle with their thoughts. This could perfectly make up for the shortcomings of the Lingjia clan. Possessing a puppet's body, does Great Master think that a puppet can replace our spirit companions? As the silver jelly spoke, it went to possess the integration stage puppet. The silver substance like liquid mercury gradually covered the entire body of the puppet, then transformed into a full silver armor. At the moment the silver jelly finished possessing the puppet, it suddenly felt a sense of rebirth. It was like a puddle of living flesh suddenly gained a skeleton. As the silver jelly's thoughts entered the puppet, it was like 2 intricate mortise and tenon structures coming together. The puppet clad in silver armor slowly extended its hand, flexed its 5 fingers, and then began to move its whole body. Our clan has also thought of possessing puppet bodies before and using them to control puppets as a substitute for spirit companions, but it has never been successful. The possessed puppet spoke excitedly. How did you do it, Great Master? The silver armor puppet spoke in an excited manner, having a brand new feeling after possessing the puppet's body. Want to know? I will tell you after we fully cooperate. Zhu Fan answered with a smile. Seeing the reaction of the silver jelly after possessing the puppet, he knew Hidden Spirit Sect had gained a large group of high-quality resources. You have the privilege of exchanging such puppets, but you need points to do so. Hence, when the time comes, your team should hurry up and do missions. Zhu Fan then let Pu Tao take the excited silver puppet away. High-quality resources, the more, the better. Zhu Fan said with a laugh. A small-sized spirit boat carrying 100 jade light rabbits flew toward the Hidden Spirit Sect on the 100,000-li giant lake. Sisters, this time we were able to open a soul sanatorium on Hidden Spirit Island, and it's the honor of all our sisters. So we must cherish it and strive to gain more rights for our Jade Light Rabbit clan. A rabbit-eared girl said loudly. Sister Yuan Yuan, don't worry, we will definitely work hard. All the rabbit-eared girls promised, waving their ears to express their determination. The Demon Venerable has said that if we perform well, our names can be recorded in the clan's history book. The rabbit-eared girl waved her hand excitedly. At this point, the little rabbits below were completely blown away. Entering the clan's history was the greatest honor for the Jade Light Rabbits. Thus, a soul sanatorium was opened on Hidden Spirit Island. Mauen, there's a new soul sanatorium in our sect, do you want to go check it out? Liu Liaoyu said excitedly. No soul overload? What are you going there for when you're fit and fine? Lin Mauen gave Li Liaoyu a glance before replying. Even Great Master said we should combine work with leisure, so it's okay to relax occasionally. This time, I will treat you, and let you experience the project I did last time. It's not as unbearable as you think. Liu Liaoyu said righteously. Alright then, let's go and have a look. Lin Mauen agreed. However, when the two arrived at the entrance of the Soul Sanatorium, they were both stunned. Here, there are already 1,000 people waiting in line. Conveniently, there is a small plaza in front of the Soul Sanatorium, which the Hidden Spirit Sect disciples have turned into a leisure area. People are playing chess, discussing cultivation over tea, and some disciples even start racing with escaping light, wagering their Q numbers on the outcome. Senior brother Zhuangli, why is the Soul Sanatorium so popular? Liu Liaoyu and Lin Mauen obediently approached Zhuangli. Recently, the Great Master planned to teach and answer questions, so many disciples pushed back their schedules and thus had some free time on their hands. With nothing to do, they all came here. Zhuangli smiles as he looks at Liu Liaoyu's puzzled expression. As the first-generation disciple, he is like the eldest brother to all the sect disciples, except the few first-generation disciples who are rebellious in the game. We didn't receive a notice about the Great Master's lecture. Why is that? Liu Liaoyu asks curiously. Due to the different levels, the first-generation disciples have one session, and the second and third-generation disciples have another. It just hasn't been time for your session yet. Zhuangli says with a smile. I see, thank you for letting us know, senior brother. Liu Liaoyu smiles. Senior brother, there are rumors in the sect that you are about to advance to the God transformation stage. Is it true? Asks Lin Mauen, who is standing next to him. Who spread this message? Zhuangli wonders. A fellow disciple saw you chasing a group of God transformation stage demons during a scouting mission, Liu Liaoyu adds from the side. For some time, there was a rumor in the sect that Zhuangli got so depressed in the points competition that he could only relieve his anger by hunting down demons. Oh, that's far from true. I am just in the middle period of the nascent soul stage. Who knows when I will reach the God transformation stage? Zhuangli waves his hand with a smile. At this moment, the first batch of disciples comes out of the Soul Sanatorium with radiant and intoxicated faces. Customers with numbers 101 to 200, please come in. A sweet and feminine voice comes from the small plaza outside the Soul Sanatorium. Zhuangli slowly gets up while talking to Li Liaoyu. You guys chat first, it's my turn. Zhuangli smiles. Rumor has it that soul massages are beneficial for cultivation and help relieve the after effects of long-term battles. That is why Zhuangli came to the Soul Sanatorium. Has senior brother finally given in? Why else would he came to this kind of place? Qian Wanbing watches his brother's figure and says. Senior brother Qian, what sort of place is this? Isn't it just a place to relax? Liu Liaoyu's leisurely voice responds. He has already detected the danger signal in his fiancée's eyes, and if he does not clarify the situation, there will be trouble later. Of course, it's an entertainment place. There are two types of massages in the Soul Sanatorium. One is spiritual power massage, and the other is done by the small hands of the Jade Light Rabbit Demon clan. The former is fine, but I think you understand what the latter means. Qian Wanbing smirks. I feel that all of our sect's senior brothers are gentlemen, so they would definitely choose the first option. After all, having a young girl touching one's body is improper. Liu Liaoyu speaks seriously. At that moment, Zhuangli's voice comes from inside the Soul Sanatorium. The full set, The best one. Chapter 568 Discussing Dao Underground. Zufan was discussing the Mahayana puppet plan with his number 1 and number 2 avatars. The consumption is a bit high. Avatar number 1 looked at the light curtain projected by Zufan and remarked. But we have no other choice, this is all we're capable of for now. Avatar number 2 said, rubbing his chin while scrutinizing the light curtain. After all, we're not certified artifact refining grandmasters yet, although we certainly have the vision. We are just slightly short of the mark. Zufan sighed and said. Damn this system limitation. If not for that, I would probably have become the center of attention, just like the heroes in the stories. Since there's no problem, let's get started. As for the spiritual ore we need, I have asked Peng Fu to purchase it from the vast void domain. Said Zufan. Your eagerness to get to work is truly commendable. Zufan complimented. We can relax for a while, but we should prioritize the safety of our sect. Avatar number 1 answered seriously. I think number 1 is right. Avatar number 2 smiled and agreed. The crafting of the spirit boat and railgun had been a drawn-out process that exhausted their mental energy. Recently though, they discovered a pleasant place called the Soul Sanatorium where they relaxed completely after a few visits. With their spirits refreshed, the 2 artifact refining grandmasters were inspired to continue working, eager to experience the crafting of immortal tools. Putao, what have number 1 and number 2 been up to recently? Why are they so motivated to work? Zufan asked, genuinely curious. In recent times, Masters number 1 and number 2 have been either playing games or recuperating in the Soul Sanatorium. Upon hearing this, Zufan was enlightened. They gained their strength through the restorative powers of the Soul Sanatorium. Putao, invite Jade Light Monster Sovereign over. When they are free, they can help number 1 and number 2 alleviate their mental exhaustion. Zufan turned and, with a smile, said to Avatar number 2. At your command, Master. Putao responded. Main body, is this considered as an extra perk? Avatar number 1 chuckled. Jade Light Monster Sovereign is Mahayana stage, can we even withstand that? Number 2 pondered. During their last visit to the Soul Sanatorium, they experienced the expertise of a top-tier integration stage technician. A slight application of their technique had practically forced their souls out of their bodies, if they had primary souls, that is. They are a Mahayana demon venerable, they can control their strength. Zufan replied with a mysterious smile. The memory of that pleasant sensation from last time resorted in him deciding to revisit the experience. Then, thank you, main body. Avatars number 1 and number 2 both said, smiling with their eyes nearly closed. Okay, you guys keep busy. I will go and continue refining the Mahayana puppet's structure. There are a few things that just don't feel right. Zufan left the underground space after making his statement. Sigh, the main body is back in his lazy mode. Number 1 avatar sighed, feeling slightly helpless. It was quite something to deal with such a lazy main body. While the main body might seem lazy on the surface, he always has some projects in mind. We used to know what he's doing, but now he's becoming more mysterious. Avatar number 2 speculated. He's constantly pondering either cultivation techniques and divine abilities or the Tao of time. Number 1 avatar rolled his eyes and declared. Isn't that normal? We also study it in our free time, don't we? But I feel the main body should be making faster progress. Number 2 avatar said, while laughing. Enough with the chit-chat. I will begin refining the first half. When it's time to script the immortal text formation, I will call for you. Avatar number 1 announced. Sounds good, I will check out the skill level of the technicians at the Soul Sanatorium before you need me. Avatar number 2 then left the underground space. Smiling, Avatar number 1 shook his head and began refining the first component of the puppet. A month later, in the dojo on the main peak, Zufan sat high on a stage, smiling as he looked at the first-generation disciples below. Discuss the Tao first and solve doubts later, think about any questions you have in advance, Zufan said with a smile. Understood, Great Master. All of the first-generation disciples below nodded earnestly. The path of the 5 elements, the origin of myriad phenomena, the essence of gold. Based on the comprehension level of the first-generation disciples, Zufan began to discuss the path of the 5 elements. A cloud formed by the condensation of merit and chi destiny appeared above the disciples, from which little flowers began to float down one after another. Behind them, Tao scripture, like a scroll painting, slowly encircled the whole dojo. Then a land of origin was simulated, countless Tao scriptures began to swim around the disciples like little fish. The entire main peak seemed like a world beneath the sea. All the first-generation disciples, with the start of Zufan's lecture, entered a special state. Each disciple had different understandings and saw different scenes in front of them. The rigidity of gold, the vitality of wood, the softness of water, the ferocity of fire, The weight of Earth. 3 hours later, Zhu Fan had completely expounded on an elementary understanding of the 5 elements Tao. Then there was the path of phenomena, ice, wind, thunder, yin and yang. 3 hours later, the cloud of merit and qi destiny and Tao scripture enveloping the disciples' heads all returned to Zhu Fan. Looking at the first-generation disciples below, who had all entered a state of enlightenment, Zhu Fan smiled contentedly. He felt like a father nourishing a bunch of children, finally rearing a batch to maturation. "Great Master, could you please go deeper?" an older disciple with gray hair asked, his eyes filled with obsession. "What's there to talk about by going deeper?" "This information is enough for them to ponder for now," Zhu Fan replied, shaking his head. "Zhang Zuling, you still haven't promoted." Zhu Fan looked at the aged Zhang Zuling with a smile. "I will wait a little longer, the time is not ripe yet. But I do want to thank the Great Master for the measures you have taken for my sake," said Zhang Zuling, gratefully bowing in thanks. "After all, you are a disciple of Hidden Spirit sect. With your dedication to the Tao, I couldn't just stand by and watch you seeking your doom. Once you have embarked on the path of reincarnation, there is no turning back. All I can do is try to smooth your future journey," Zhu Fan said, waving his hand dismissively. "All right, while they are still deep in their thoughts, ask any questions you might have. But don't raise any questions that are too profound concerning the origin of myriad phenomena and the Tao," Zhu Fan instructed. "If the Great Master wants me to return, just say so. I am not a person who doesn't understand propriety." Zhang Zuling said and slowly got up and walked toward the outside of the main peak. "Playing like you did, discussing things in too much detail would harm not help you," Zhu Fan murmured, watching Zhang Zuling's retreating figure. At this moment, Pu Tao's voice sounded in Zhu Fan's ear. "Master, remnants of the Hidden Spirit number 2 have been located above the Linsun Immortal City." In an instant, Zhu Fan's expression changed drastically, feeling a sense of ominous premonition. "Something is wrong, could it be that the divination was inaccurate?" asked Zhu Fan, his expression serious as he looked at the light curtain. In the light curtain, a wreckage piece, which was an important component of the Hidden Spirit number 2, was displayed. Chapter 569, Sudden Change. Zhu Fan looked at the wreckage in the light curtain, with countless lights flashing in his eyes. His hands were also forming a strange hand gesture. A cloud of fog appeared in Zhu Fan's eyes, with various lines of cause and effect intertwined above it. Seeing this, Zhu Fan knew that this matter was beyond his foresight, as uncovering the fog required the price of his life. And that was the limitation of the system. If he dared to tear apart the fog, the system would dare to take his life. "Pu Tao, call Zhang Zuling back for me," Zhu Fan said. In a short while, Zhang Zuling, who had just left the dojo, leisurely returned to Zhu Fan. "I need to go out for a while. You will take charge of the enlightenment session. Don't refuse, I know you have the strength." After saying this, Zhu Fan quickly left the main peak dojo and flew towards the place where the wreckage had fallen, accompanied by a team of puppets. Fortunately, the wreckage wasn't too far from Hidden Spirit Island. Before long, Zhu Fan found the wreckage. This was grabbed by a vast void giant beast, and it's a beast that can seal space, Zhu Fan said, sensing the residual aura of the wreckage. "I wonder if Elder Zonling is alright," Zhu Fan said with a serious expression. He knew that Zonling must have encountered a vast void giant beast controlled by the demon clan. With Honored One of the Thousand Spirit sect present, there shouldn't be any problems with preserving their lives. Zhu Fan knew the Honored One must have something like a jade symbol avatar on him. Just as Zhu Fan was worried about the safety of these people, Pu Tao located the main body wreckage of Hidden Spirit number 2, which was descending. "There's a spiritual energy response in the main body, inferred to be Elder Zonling," Pu Tao's voice sounded. Zhu Fan then led the puppets to fly towards the calculated landing spot of the Hidden Spirit number 2's main body wreckage. "Pu Tao, dispatch local hidden puppets to slow down the speed of Hidden Spirit number 2, Zhu Fan instructed. He was worried that if the main body wreckage of Hidden Spirit number 2 fell too fast, it might harm Zonling. "Yes, sir." Tens of thousands of kilometers away from Linsun Immortal City, a huge warehouse emerged, from which tens of thousands of nascent soul puppets walked out and flew into the sky. "Master, Puppet Warehouse 1030 is nearby and has already started executing the interception plan," Pu Tao said. "Alright, keep the railgun on standby to prevent the Monster Clan's beast warships from landing." "Yes, sir." At this moment, Zhu Fan had switched to a Royal Dao artifact spirit boat and was flying at an extremely fast speed towards the designated landing point. Half an hour later, Zhu Fan saw the main body wreckage in the distance, emitting thick smoke. The puppets had already taken the unconscious Zonling to a safe place. A green stream of light emerged from Zhu Fan's hand, followed by healing saint-level items being infused into Zonling's body along with the green light. Soul shock. Fortunately Elder Zonling's soul is strong enough, Otherwise, he would have become a vegetative as Team 1, Zhu Fan sighed in relief. In his eyes, it didn't matter if the Xingzhu was destroyed, as long as the people on it were safe. Then, Zhu Fan injected several kinds of spirit pills for nourishing the body and stabilizing the soul into Zonling's body. After a long time, Zonling woke up groggily. The first thing he saw was Zhu Fan. "Elder, I have brought back every single disciple from Xingzhu without leaving a single one behind," Zonling said before fainting with a relieved expression. Having heard the sentence he wanted to hear the most, Zhu Fan breathed a heavy sigh of relief. It doesn't matter if it's gone, as long as everyone is alive. Zhu Fan's heart that had been held up to his chest finally settled down. 3 days later, Zonling woke up again, then recounted the causes and consequences of the events. I and spirit fellow Taoist Qian Ling encountered the demon clan fleet and vast void giant beasts in the depths of the vast void domain, Zonling said slowly. Is it that old black tortoise again? No, it's a vast void giant beast like a flood dragon, and it can also seal the space. First, I was attacked, and at that time, the rear of the Xingzhu was directly torn apart by the grip of the vast void giant beast. Fortunately, I managed to put all the disciples and crew members into my treasure artifact traveling palace just in time. Afterwards, fellow Taoist Qian Ling decisively released the avatar of the Thousand Spirit Sect Supreme Elder hidden by his side. Although the avatar of the Thousand Spirit Sect Supreme Elder was evenly matched with the vast void giant beast, Hidden Spirit number 2 still suffered several scratches. Finally, it was defeated by the roar of that flood dragon-like vast void giant beast, Zonling said somewhat unwillingly. It's fine, as long as you made it back alive, Zhu Fan comforted. It's just a shame that I couldn't bring back Hidden Spirit number 2 intact, Zonling sighed. At this moment, Pu Tao's alarm sounded. Alert, alert. 3 Demon Clan giant beast warships are invading. All 3 Demon Clan giant beast warships are moon level. Pu Tao's voice became piercing. All railguns prepare, since they have come. Let them stay and be our good guests. Zhu Fan spoke, flashing a trace of killing intent in his eyes. At this time, the demon venerable leading the demon clan's giant beast warship was staring at the land below with a crimson face. A city of the human clan, we shall feast this time. A one-horned demon venerable snickered. This time, don't slaughter the city, I want to keep these humans to play with. The voice of another demon venerable operating the giant beast warship, filled with bloodlust and brutality, echoed in the main control room of the leading demon clan giant beast warship. By then, we will use the soul-burning blood array to strip the minds of all the humans in the immortal city, letting them live with the lowest and most wretched Me clan. I like that idea, it's not bad at all, the leading demon venerable laughed. Remember this location and report it back to the master with one warship later. Understood. At this moment, 6 straight silver lights shot out from the sky and instantly pierced through the sky, directly penetrating 2 of the demon clan giant beast warships. Subsequently, the last one was focused with fire, directly breaking through the protective shield and piercing through the giant beast warship. In a flash, the 3 moon-level demon clan giant beast warships were destroyed. What a bunch of nonsense, thinking you can do whatever you want with a thick protective shield. Zhu Fan scornfully said as he looked at the light curtain. It's a pity that I didn't get a chance to fight the legendary moon-level beast warships when I first encountered the vast void giant beast, Zonling said. Actually, there's not much difference between them and normal beast warships, just that the precision shots now require 3 instead of 1, Zhu Fan explained. Pu Tao, go retrieve those 3 demon clan giant beast warships, there should be good stuff on them, Zhu Fan commanded. Yes, when I last saw the vast void giant beast, it was trying to leave the inner zone. If everything goes as expected, these giant beast warships should all be fully loaded, hopefully making up for the loss of Hidden Spirit number 2. Mentioning Hidden Spirit number 2, Zonling's expression darkened again. He knew how much resources and effort the sect had poured into this star boat. Now it hasn't been used for too many years and has been destroyed by the vast void giant beast. Hidden Spirit number 2 is gone, but there will be number 3, number 4, and number 5 to take its place. By then, Elders on Link can just drive it to continue mining with ease, Zhu Fan said with a smile. In his eyes, Hidden Spirit number 2 was no different from the cars in his past life. As the Hidden Spirit sect grows stronger, so will these vehicles. Chapter 570, Vast Void Giant Beast recover in peace, I will help you get another starship in some time. Those 3 moon-level Demon Clan Giant Beast warships, after some remodeling, can be assembled into a starship not inferior to Hidden Spirit number 2. Zhu Fan comforted. Thank you, Great Master, but before I recover, I have an important matter to discuss with you. Zonling pondered for a moment then said. Whether it's the vast void giant beasts or those monster clans giant beast warships, they all seem to be guarding a certain area. In that area, According to the information transmitted from my detection device, there are at least 9 giant beast warships there to guard. Zan Ling recalled. At this moment, Zhu Fan had a thought and took out the starstone given to him by Peng Fu. Can you show me the specific location of the area? Zhu Fan waved his hand, projecting the vast void domain star map detected by hidden spirit number 2. Zan Ling looked at it and then pointed out the area where they encountered the giant beast warships. Looking at that area, countless flowing lights flashed in Zhu Fan's eyes, while he slowly closed his eyes holding the starstone. Later, Zhu Fan spoke. It matches. Does the Great Master know what they are guarding? Zan Ling asked with doubts. It should be a secret realm related to the Great Thousand World. There must be something inside that the Demon Clan needs. Zhu Fan slowly said. If the Demon Clan assigns such a large lineup, it seems that the object they want can affect the war of the two realms. Should we report this to the Elders Association? Zan Ling said. Good idea, but I think the Elders Association should already know. It's been over a month since the Supreme Elder of the Thousand Spirit Sect should be back. Zhu Fan thought and said. At this moment, a battle-scarred classical starship arrived in the airspace of Linsen Immortal City from the vast void domain. Shortly afterward, it landed on the surface of the 100,000-li giant lake. The avatar of the Thousand Spirit Sect's Supreme Elder and Honored One of the Thousand Spirit Sect arrived in the Hidden Spirit Gate. Has Cultivator Slicing Spirit returned? The Honored One of the Thousand Spirit Sect asked with some anxiety. Esteemed One, don't worry, Elder Zan Ling is healing his wounds within the sect, and there is no danger at present. Zhu Fan said. Afterwards, he looked at the avatar of the Thousand Spirit Sect Supreme Elder. Thank you, Great Master, for helping our sect block those vast void giant beasts. Zhu Fan expressed his gratitude. According to Zan Ling's account, they knew that the Thousand Spirit Sect had blocked more than half of the Demon Clan giant beast warships when Hidden Spirit number 2 fell. It's a shame, if we had discovered the threat in time, your starship would not have ended up in such a state. The voice of the Honored One of the Thousand Spirit Sect was somewhat low, and looking at the fall of the brother starship that was refined together with the classical starship, he felt a little sad inside. Esteemed One, don't blame yourself. The Demon Clan hid too well, and we didn't discover it in time. Zhu Fan said. As for the destruction of Hidden Spirit number 2, Zhu Fan was a little heartache, but not too sentimental. Just like a car owner and a car factory owner, if their cars were destroyed at the same time, the factory owner would only lose the cost. The three of them talked and came to Zan Ling's cave mansion. Cultivator Slicing Spirit, seeing you safe and sound is a relief for me, the Honored One of the Thousand Spirit Sect said, finally relieved. No problem, I told you early in the morning before I set out that I would definitely come back safely. Zan Ling smiled and said. Ha ha ha, let's not talk about the Great Master's divination. I have something great to show you all. Find a spacious and flat space, the thing is pretty big. The Honored One of the Thousand Spirit Sect laughed and said. His words aroused Zan Ling's interest, and then everyone went to the plain behind the main peak. When the eldest brother's avatar was entangled with that vast void beast, I don't know how, but it seemed to have angered the eldest brother. He directly used his avatar as a medium, paying a tremendous price, and his real body descended to fight with the vast void giant beast. He even used the suppressing sect immortal artifact and the avatar jade talisman left by previous great masters. In the end, he killed this thing. With a wave of the Honored One's hand, a vast void giant beast, tens of thousands of Zhonglong and resembling a flood dragon, appeared on the plain. The huge weight of the vast void giant beast crashed down, and the entire Hidden Spirit Island trembled once. The Thousand Spirit Sect Supreme Elder killed this vast void giant beast. Zan Ling exclaimed in shock. The eldest brother used all the things at the bottom of the box, it would be a huge loss if he didn't kill this vast void giant beast. The Honored One of the Thousand Spirit Sect said. In order to kill the vast void giant beast, the Honored One truly admired the towering figure of the Thousand Spirit Sect's invincible venerables throughout the ages. With the help of the Thousand Spirit Sect Supreme Elder's avatar and 4 unparalleled avatar jade talismans left by the invincible venerables of the Thousand Spirit Sect from previous generations, they managed to jointly kill this vast void giant beast. Zhu Fan looked at this half-exploded vast void giant beast, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. So this time, I came to see if the Great Master can refine a starship from the body of this vast void giant beast. The Honored One of the Thousand Spirit Sect said with some anticipation. Refining a starship? Of course, the depth of the void skeleton can be used as the starship's dragon bone. Its skin can be used for the starship, and then simply add some Dao artifact-level spirit minerals to refine a starship with ultra-strong defense. Zhu Fan looked at the huge vast void giant beast like a flood dragon. But I have plans to refine this vast void giant beast into a starship. When the eldest brother's real body descended, Upon seeing this vast void giant beast, the first thought that came to his mind was to kill it and let the Great Master refine it into a starship. If it weren't for the sect needing an invincible venerable level combat power to sit in town, the eldest brother would probably come personally to talk to you. The Honored One of the Thousand Spirit sect said. Disassembling this vast void giant beast can refine one large and one small starship. Zhu Fan stepped forward and appeared next to the body of the vast void giant beast. He gently placed one hand on its skin, which was like refined spirit mineral. The most remarkable thing is that the skin of this vast void giant beast contains a huge amount of spatial power. After refining it into a starship, it can be used for long-distance teleportation at a certain cost. Zhu Fan felt the abundant spatial power within the external skin of the vast void giant beast and had already thought about what kind of array to engrave after refining it into a starship. What would be the cost of the teleportation? The Honored One of the Thousand Spirits sect asked with surprise. It's about 3 times the consumption of teleporting the same volume of the starship before the space was sealed. Zhu Fan evaluated. 3 times the consumption. The Honored One of the Thousand Spirit sect exclaimed. It was not because it was too much, but because it was too little. Under the premise of space seals, teleportation consumes at least 100 times more than before. If the engraved space array is slightly more compatible, the consumption may be even less. Zhu Fan said with a smile. Great Master, after refining, the larger one belongs to me and the smaller one belongs to you. The remaining vast void giant beast flesh and some organs that can be made into magical treasures, let's split them in half, okay? Said the Honored One of the Thousand Spirit sect. If the eldest brother hadn't mentioned it, he would have really wanted to give these things away for free. Deep in his heart, he already thought of himself as a member of the Hidden Spirit sect. Chapter 571, Best Friends and Allies. Since the Esteemed One is so generous, I can't be stingy either. I will help the Esteemed One refine all the magical treasures from the vast void giant beast for free, Zhu Fan said with some surprise. Indeed, it was a blessing in disguise. He lost a hidden spirit number 2, but in return got a huge order that made up for the loss multiple times over. Great Master, my Thousand Spirit sect would like to form a close alliance with the Hidden Spirit sect, said Honored One of the Thousand Spirit sect. There is a saying about close alliances between sects. That is, besides disciples, sect inheritance, cultivation techniques, and divine abilities, the treasure house, they treat each other like family. The Hidden Spirit sect is willing to form a close alliance with the Thousand Spirit sect, Zhu Fan replied with a smile. At this moment, Zhu Fan felt a slight change in the chief fortune of his sect, which was loaded on Pu Tao's main body. At the same time, the Supreme Elder of the Thousand Spirit sect, who was guarding the sect, also sensed a change in his sect's chief fortune. That's nice, said the Supreme Elder of the Thousand Spirit sect, nodding his head. As Zhu Fan was chatting with the Honored One of the Thousand Spirit sect, he suddenly thought of the consumption issue of the Mahayana puppet. He sent a message to his avatar, number 2, via telepathy. Go to the plain behind the main peak and take a little essence blood of the vast void giant beast. See if it can replace the puppet's consumption. While holding a novel, avatar number 2 closed the thick book in his hands. Can't you just let me enjoy my day in peace? Avatar number 2 left his warm little nest, saying. At the welcoming hall on the Hidden Spirit Gate main peak, the Honored One of the Thousand Spirit sect looked at the starstone handed over by Zhu Fan. You said that the secret realm guarded by the demon clan is related to the Great Thousand World. Zhu Fan nodded, waved his hand to project a part of the inner area of the vast void domain. He marked the area guarded by the demon clan. This is the place. And I feel that the secret realm is connected to me. Do you want to go in and have a look? Zhu Fan said. He always felt some kind of familiar aura when he divined this area. Heavy guards by the demon clan are there. Does the Great Master have any way to sneak in? Asked the Honored One of the Thousand Spirit sect. That's easy. First, let the Elders Association know about it. When they intervene, we can then stealthily follow along, Zhu Fan said with a grin. The Honored One of the Thousand Spirit sect thought for a moment, and then nodded, saying, Then I will go in with the Great Master. I will bring the eldest brother's avatar with me to protect you along the way. Then I will have to trouble the Esteemed One, Zhu Fan said with some surprise. He originally just wanted to invite, but he didn't expect there would be unexpected surprises. Why are we being polite between our two sects? The Honored One of the Thousand Spirit sect waved his hand and laughed. Afterward, the Demon Clan Refiner Grandmaster within the sect quickly repaired the classical starship. On the plain behind the main peak, Zhu Fan waved to the sky to say goodbye to the Honored One of the Thousand Spirit sect. Master, are you really going to the secret realm in the vast void domain? Zhu Gang asked. Let's go. I feel a familiarity with that place. There must be something I need, Zhu Fan said. He didn't know if it was a gift from God or a welfare from a good brother. I will go with Master, So there's someone to look out for you, Zhu Gang said worriedly. I will have the company of the Honored One on the road, there's no need for your protection. Although you have made some progress recently. Zhu Fan looked up and down at Zhu Gang, feeling that his senior disciple had recently made great progress, even he was somewhat surprised. After all, the esteemed one is an outsider. Who can protect you better than me? Zhu Gang said concerned. Zhu Fan placed one hand on Zhu Gang's shoulder, and a restriction was inputted into Zhu Gang's body. If you can break free from this restriction within 3 years, I will take you with me, said Zhu Fan. With Zhu Fan's words, Zhu Yuxian also wanted to follow. Master, Before she could finish, Zhu Fan's restriction was also inputted into her body. You're the same as your brother, Zhu Fan said as he leisurely returned to the small courtyard. There were no major issues in the sect, and 3 years had passed during Zhu Fan's idle time. On the 100,000-li giant lake, Zhu Fan was holding the green-skinned dragon egg and teaching them. After years of Zhu Fan's bloody guidance, the green-skinned dragon eggs had become obedient babies. Alright, you guys go play, Zhu Fan said and, in Tangy Turtle's white eyes, threw the 6 dragon eggs into the 100,000-li giant lake one by one. Great Master, the time agreed with spirit fellow Taoist Qian Ling has arrived. Do you want me to go with you? Zon Ling said from the side. No need, Elder Zon Ling. Just stay here and guard the sect. With Honored One of the 1,000 Spirit sect there, nothing will happen, Zhu Fan said as he looked at the playing green-skinned dragon eggs in the distance. That's good. Be careful on the way, Zon Ling nodded. Although sometimes his role in the sect was not as useful as a railgun, there was still a difference between the two. Zhu Fan nodded and finally took out a ring and handed it to Zon Ling. Elder Zon Ling, with this ring, you have the authority to mobilize half of the 5 elements source spirit chi of the sect and my invincible venerable avatar jade talisman left in the treasure house. During my absence, if you encounter unresolved problems, keep this as a trump card, Zhu Fan said. Zon Ling took the ring, looked at it, and then put it on his hand. What if we still can't resist even with the avatar jade talisman? Zon Ling asked. Then the sect emergency plan will be activated, Zhu Fan said. The sect's emergency plan was a contingency plan activated by Zhu Fan to deal with the sudden attack of the invincible monster venerable or the appearance of irrepressible enemies. At that time, the entire Hidden Spirit Island would be teleported to a pre-prepared location. What is the sect's emergency plan? Zon Ling asked curiously, as it was the first time he heard of this term. You will know when the time comes, Zhu Fan said with a mysterious smile. 3 days later, in the underground space of Hidden Spirit Island, Zhu Fan looked at the Mahayana-level simplified puppet that had been rushed out. Main body, this simplified puppet can maintain its strength for at most 100 years. Moreover, with the essence blood of the vast void gate beast, it's enough to exert the combat power of an esteemed one. With your precise control, when rounded up, you're an invincible venerable, number 2 avatar said as he looked somewhat exhausted in his expression. To refine this puppet, he and number 1 directly activated the overclocking mode, which shortened the duration by more than half. You have worked hard, go rest for a while now. Later, I will invite Jade Rabbit Monster Sovereign to come over and give you 2 a massage, Zhu Fan quickly said as he saw both of the avatars' weary looks. They were indeed his people. Once there was a task, they would really work tirelessly. Hearing Zhu Fan's words, number 1 and number 2 avatars looked at each other and smiled before returning to their cave mansion. After the 2 avatars left, Zhu Fan couldn't help but sigh. Some things are either 0 times or countless times. No matter which world men go to, they're really fond of this. After Zhu Fan sighed, he turned to look at the Mahayana puppet. Its dark black coating made it look like a hidden assassin in the darkness. Chapter 572, Mirror World, Accelerated Time Reward. This taste is just like mine. Zhu Fan stroked his chin, up and down, examining the dark puppet. A hideously ugly stick appeared beside Zhu Fan. Since your first magical treasure is a stick, your name shall be Wukong. Zhu Fan patted Wukong and then put him into the Dao Artifact Palace. All preparations are complete, just waiting for esteemed one of the 1,000 Spirit sect. Zhu Fan said. For some reason, the closer the secret realm was to opening, the more familiar Zhu Fan felt. In a mysterious secret realm, a man and 3 women were watching the gigantic stargate slowly opening in the sky. Father, do you think there is really an exit inside this secret realm? Wang Linger asked in awe, looking at the stargate. There might be an exit if we go in, but if we don't, we will just be trapped in this small secret realm. Wang Yulun said. Although they didn't have to worry about food and clothing in the secret realm, their long stay there made them feel a bit oppressed. There is nothing worth staying for in this small spatial secret realm. We have cleaned out all the spirit treasures, spirit mines, and spirit medicines. It doesn't make sense to stay here anymore. Wang Yulun said. From this stargate, I can sense the aura of immortal spirits. Could it be that this stargate leads to the Great Thousand World? Xiuxin said, feeling the stargate's aura. Why don't we go in and find out? Murongkyaner suggested. Actually, she was somewhat reluctant to leave this place. Here, she lived with her family, away from the world, close and cozy. At this moment, the stargate in the sky had completely opened, spanning at least tens of thousands of feet in length and width. Let's go in. We will take a little spirit boat. This secret realm isn't simple. Wang Yulun said, knowing that the secret realm wasn't ordinary just by looking at the stargate. Wang Yulun collected all of the spirit boats into his Dao artifact palace, and changed the appearance of the robe he was wearing to battle mode. In a moment, the handsome and elegant young man appeared again. Xiuxin glanced at Wang Yulun and then turned her head away, her heartbeat speeding up a bit. Let's go. When we get there, let's keep a low profile at first. Wang Yulun said, driving the starboat to carry the three of them towards the stargate. As Wang Yulun's spirit boat entered, everyone felt as though they had entered another world. A bizarre world, similar to a broken realm, appeared before their eyes. Shattered mirrors formed one small world after another. The great Dao laws here are different, Xiuxin said with furrowed brows. She then held up a cluster of light in her hand, showing it to everyone. There's a problem with the flow of time here, Xiuxin said, looking at their location. It was where one broken realm and another broken realm merged together. We should only stay within a mirror world and see if there's any reaction. Wang Yulun thought for a moment and said. All right. The man and three women all stepped into a mirror world. Just as they all entered, the mirror worlds outside shattered, leaving only the mirror world they were in. At the same time, everyone felt something strange, a feeling that time was speeding up. The flow of time here is accelerating, Xiuxin said, looking at the spiritual chi in her hand. Yes, that's the feeling. Time acceleration, the sense of life being stripped away. Wang Yulun said solemnly, which reminded him of a displeasing experience. What do we do now? Are we going to die? Wang Linger asked panikedly. We will wait and see. This world should have its own rules, but it's not meant to kill us, Wang Yulun said. He had once heard Zhu Fan say that accelerating time using the Tao of time and stealing a cultivator's life force was the most loss-making trade. Sure enough, in no time at all, the flow of time in the mirror world stabilized. At the same time, the scenery in front of everyone began to subtly change. A huge platform slowly rose, covered in various spiritual materials and treasures. Time has accelerated by 10 years. Wang Yulun said, sensing the condition of his body. It's about the same as the time I calculated. It should be 10 years. As for the treasures on the platform, are they rewards from the mirror world? Xiuxin asked doubtfully, looking at the treasures on the platform. By now, Wang Linger had moved to the side of the platform, checking the spiritual materials and exotic treasures. Father, mother, master, among these things, the most valuable one is this Dao artifact spirit bead. Wang Linger held a green spirit bead the size of a billiard ball in her hand as she spoke. Trading time for treasure seems like a bad deal. Wang Yulun frowned, as spirit stone treasures and precious divine abilities meant nothing to him. Linger, give this Dao artifact spirit bead to your master. She's the most suitable person among us to use this artifact, Wang Yulun said, not wanting to admit that he didn't care for it. Linger, keep it. This is a support artifact for cultivation, and it will be good for you, Xiuxin said, declining the offer. Wang Linger looked at Wang Yulun, and only upon seeing his nod, did she happily accept the spirit bead. Now that Linger has taken the artifact, the rest of you seniors can take the rest of the items. Wang Yulun made a gesture of invitation. Very well, I won't stand on ceremony then, Xiuxin said, collecting all the spiritual materials and treasures on the platform with a wave of her hand. As soon as Xiuxin finished collecting the treasures on the spirit platform, the world shifted once more before their eyes. The space where the missing mirror worlds had reappeared, and each one was connected to the small mirror world they were in. This should let us enter the next small world. We will keep observing to see if this small mirror world will force us to move, Xiuxin said, looking at the changing small mirror worlds. Right, if we enter the next realm of the mirror world, time might continue to speed up, indirectly consuming our lifespan, Murongkyaner said. At this moment, Wang Yulun looked through the small mirror world into the distance, only to find it all misty and obscured. If my senses are correct, these mirror worlds are connected, and there should be a connecting mirror world with an exit. We have to look for it, Wang Yulun said. As soon as Wang Yulun spoke, the mirror world they were in began to shrink, compressing their space. Sure enough, this secret realm won't let us stay in one place for too long, Xiuxin said. What if we go to another small world and don't touch the rewards on the platform, what will happen? Wang Yulun said as he led everyone to choose a random path and entered the next mirror world. As the four of them entered the new mirror world, time accelerated rapidly, and in no time, their lifespans had been reduced by 11 years. Then a platform rose up slowly. On it was an incredibly ferocious fusion period demon beast. Chapter 573, 4 Phases Giant City. The Honored One of the Thousand Spirit Sect arrived at the Hidden Spirit Sect as scheduled, piloting the classical starship. Great Master, when do we set off? The Honored One of the Thousand Spirit Sect asked, smiling. We will depart now, Zhu Fan replied. He was accompanied by Zhu Gang and Zhu Yuxian. The restrictions he placed on Zhu Gang and Zhu Yuxian had surprisingly been broken by the siblings. Zhu Fan felt that when he had the time, he must conduct a detailed test on them to prevent future mishaps. We will set off now. I have brought with me the avatar of the eldest brother. As long as we are careful, not a single hair will be harmed, the Honored One of the Thousand Spirit Sect assured. Then we are indebted to you, esteemed one. Zhu Fan smiled, thinking that having the protection of an invincible venerable, as long as they weren't reckless, they should encounter no problems. The classical starship, which had not long landed, took off again. Half a month later, they were flying carefully through the inner areas of the vast void domain, the classical starship in stealth mode. Great Master, what plans do you have this time? According to the message I received, the Elders Association has already started a fight with the Demon Clan, but the region is heavily fortified by the Demon Clan, and we won't be able to invade for a while, the Honored One of the Thousand Spirit Sect said. Zhu Fan pulled out a star stone to check the time left till they reached the new gate, then he gave some coordinates and asked Putao's avatar on a classical starship to go there. We will rest on the ancient star first, and near the opening of the secret realm, we will take my spirit boat there, Zhu Fan said. Seeing the confused look on the Honored One of the Thousand Spirit Sect, Zhu Fan explained, I need to practice my Tao artifact spirit boat again on the ancient star. Otherwise, how will we infiltrate? Zhu Fan said. Alright, then we will rest on the ancient star first, said the Honored One of the Thousand Spirit Sect. Half a month later, the classical starship landed on Snow Spirit Star, and everyone was warmly welcomed by the Snow Spirit Venerable. Welcome, Great Master, to Snow Spirit Star, said the Snow Spirit Venerable enthusiastically. Thank you for your hospitality. We need to rest on your star for 3 months, Zhu Fan said with a smile. Not a problem at all, whether it's 3 months, 3 years or even 30 years, the Snow Spirit Venerable said with a laugh. Ever since the star's array was replaced, several swarms of Demon Clan giant beast warships that passed by barely brushed against the Snow Spirit Star. Even the vast Void Gate beast, which usually did not roam this area, encountered the star twice. One could say that if he had not updated the star array in time, his entire Snow Spirit Star might have been annihilated. We're in your debt, esteemed one, said Zhu Fan. On a mountaintop, Zhu Fan was coating the Tao artifact spirit boat crafted by his first clone with an invisibility layer and integrating some precious spirit ores into it. Great Master, I did not expect your sect to undertake this type of work. I have been to a few ancient stars in the inner areas of the vast void domain. Would you like me to share their coordinates? The Honored One of the Thousand Spirit Sect then shared a few ancient star coordinates. The ancient stars you have mentioned have already been visited. Zhu Fan evenly coated the Tao artifact spirit boat with a liquefied material that he'd melted down. Back then, we were short of spirit stones and spiritual mines, so I had Elders on Ling take my avatar around the stars on the starship, looking for ancient stars, Zhu Fan said with a laugh. Impressive. Being skilled really is advantageous, the Honored One of the Thousand Spirit Sect said with envy. It's just making a living, Zhu Fan said modestly. Great Master, why didn't you prepare this Tao artifact spirit boat in advance? The Honored One of the Thousand Spirit Sect asked in doubt. What can I say? I have rarely ventured into the vast void domain before, and if I rashly crafted a Tao artifact spirit boat without personally experiencing it first, the stealth effect would significantly decrease. Zhu Fan explained, refusing to admit that he might be a procrastinator. I see, you have given it much thought, Great Master. The Honored One nodded in understanding. 3 months later, a spirit boat 10 feet long took off from the Snow Spirit Star and headed for the depths of the vast void domain. As they approached their destination, Zhu Fan and the rest could already see the wreckage left from the fights between the Demon Clan and the Elders Association. The Demon Clan giant beast warships defending this place are all moon level. It seems the Elders Association had quite a tough time. The Honored One of the Thousand Spirits said looking at the wreckage. The Elders Association might still be unclear about the importance of this place, so the starships they dispatched might have slightly weaker combat power, Zhu Fan added from the side. Just then, the roar of the vast void beast echoed from afar. A wave of fallout swept across the entire vast void domain. It must be that old black tortoise, Zhu Fan said, his face grave. Seems like the Elders Association has dispatched the sequence elders. Otherwise, it wouldn't cause such a big disturbance, the honored one of the 1,000 spirits suggested. At this moment, from the spirit boat, they could make out the demon clan giant beast warship guarding from afar. We're about to enter the defense perimeter. Honored one, Zhu Gang, Zhayu, no one use their spiritual power now, Zhu Fan instructed. Understood, everyone responded. At this point, at the outer perimeter of the demon clan's defense, a spirit boat quietly flew by the side of a massive giant beast warship, the distance between them less than 100 feet. If I pay a price now and teleport to the main control room of that demon clan giant beast warship, I could suppress them in an instant, the honored one of the 1,000 spirits spoke, stroking his chin as he looked at the giant beast warship 100 feet away. At the moment, the giant beast warship was in alert mode, but they haven't activated any space locking array. Honored one, we can make a move when we leave. At least, we could control a few of the giant beast warships, Zhu Fan said with a grin, feeling pretty sure of his plan. From the 3 moon-level giant beast warships destroyed by the railgun, Zhu Fan obtained a lot of good stuff. Especially the spiritual energy core from those moon-level warships. With a simple modification, they could reuse it. That's a good plan. Once the eldest brother kills that void giant beast that's sealing the space, we can launch a surprise attack and he can teleport us out of here in an instant. The honored one of the 1,000 spirit looked at Zhu Fan with eager anticipation. 2 moon-level giant beast warships could be transformed into a starship, its performance no less than a classical starship. Zhu Fan understood what the eagerness in the honored one's eyes was about. Only Great Master knows me so well. The honored one of 1,000 spirits exclaimed excitedly, thinking about how he'd make sure the eldest brother gets them at least 4 demon clan giant beast warships. Zhu Gang and Zhu Yuxian chuckled on the side. They both knew how much the honored one loved starships. As their starship moved towards the center of the demon's defensive position, a massive city from the demon race appeared before the eyes of the 4. The 4 phases giant city of the demon race. The honored one of 1,000 spirit exclaimed in shock. Zhu Fan looked at the honored one of 1,000 spirits, wondering what the 4 phases giant city was all about. Simply put, there must be at least 4 invincible monster venerables guarding this city. I saw some records about this city in the information gathered from those great demonic races. The honored one of 1,000 spirits said, his face showing a mix of emotions as he looked towards the 4 phases city. Chapter 574, Yoming Venerable 4 invincible demon venerables are guarding. What exactly is inside that makes the demon clan value it so highly? Zhu Fan felt like he had encountered the 4 phases giant city at the wrong time. If he didn't feel a connection to this secret realm, he might have chosen to go back the way he came. After all, nothing is more important than one's life. It seems like we won't be able to make a quick score before we leave, sighed the honored one of the 1,000 spirit sect. Great Master, maybe we should detour. If we get too close to the 4 phases giant city, those demon venerables might discover us. Let me tell you something exciting. The coordinates given by the Starstone are right above this 4 phases giant city. Zhu Fan pointed above the city to a faintly glowing stargate illusion and said. Just as he said this, a gold-devouring tiger roared within the 4 phases giant city. A gold-devouring giant tiger, 100 feet long, appeared above the city and then stomped on the void, teleporting to somewhere unknown. Is this little tiger's daddy? Zhu Fan asked. This should be little tiger's uncle. Usually, the great supreme elder of the gold-eating tiger clan will guard their tribe, just like my eldest brother. However, the only difference is, our eldest brother might not be as powerful as him, remarked the honored one of the 1,000 spirit sect looking at the 4 phases giant city. Honored one, what's the story behind this 4 phases giant city? Zhu Fan asked curiously. It was the chariot of the Golden Wing Dapping during his tour in the demon world. After he ascended, this 4 phases giant city became the gathering place for the top 4 great clans in the demon world, answered the honored one of the 1,000 spirit sect. Certainly an impressive show, Zhu Fan observed the 4 phases giant city floating in the vast void domain. This is nothing. The Supreme used an ancient star as his vehicle. Compared to that, this 4 phases giant city isn't very impressive. Unfortunately, the Supreme followed the Golden Wing Dapping and descended, too, lamented the honored one of the 1,000 spirit sect. Zhu Fan silently looked at the massive 4 phases city, pondering how to secretly slip past the invincible demon venerables and into the city. If it were just one invincible demon venerable guarding there, he would have some confidence. But if there were more than 2, Zhu Fan would start to doubt. Great Elder, are you thinking about how to get in undetected? The honored one of the 1,000 spirit sect grinned, looking as if he had it all figured out. Does the honored one have a plan? Looking at the honored one of 1,000 spirit sect, Zhu Fan wanted to give him a feather fan. My eldest brother has quite a few connections with sequence elders from the Elders Association, many of them are close friends. And as his second junior fellow, I am definitely well known to them. So, I just need to pull some strings, invite several sequence elders, and lure the invincible demon venerables away from the Four Phases giant city, the Honored One explained cheerfully. What is a relationship? What are connections? Zhu Fan understood these clearly now. Of course, you also have to be in that league. In front of the Four Phases giant city, the spirit boat steered by Zhu Fan looked as small as an ant, slowly moving away. It would be great if I could also know so many invincible venerables, Zhu Fan sighed. Zhu Fan's words received a puzzled look from the Honored One of the Thousand Spirit sect. Why do you wish for that, Great Master? Have you forgotten your identity? The Honored One asked. A sentence that would usually be insulting took on a different tone in this context. I can't just go around saying, I am an artifact refining Grand Master. Be my friend, and I will forge magical treasures for you, Zhu Fan explained, shrugging. This is just like whether you have worn underwear or not, no matter if you have or haven't, you won't say it when you meet people. Haha, so you are worried about this, Grand Master. You can just leave this to me, the Honored One said. Just let things happen naturally, Zhu Fan replied. Zhu Fan flew in the direction of the previous vast void giant beast's roar. Indeed, after a period of pursuit, they found the main base of the Elders Association in the back. It was a huge palace standing in the midair of the vast void domain. Dragon Immortal Palace, it seems like the elders with early numbers have come to station here, the Honored One of the Thousand Spirit sect said. Then, the Honored One of the Thousand Spirit sect left the spirit boat directly, releasing the classical starship in the vast void domain. Great Elder, get on the starship. I will give you a tour, Qian Ling said with an amiable big brother demeanor, as if introducing a business opportunity to Zhu Fan. Zhu Fan, Zhu Gang, and Zhu Yuxian boarded the classical starship of the Honored One of the Thousand Spirit sect. The moment the Honored One of the Thousand Spirit sect boarded the starship, they skillfully deployed numerous puppets to take over the basic positions on the starship. Has the esteemed one been going mining by himself recently? Zhu Fan asked in curiosity, looking at the puppets. I was going to the secret realm with the Great Elder this time, so I didn't bring along the elders and disciples of the sect, the Honored One of the Thousand Spirit sect replied. The sudden appearance of the classical starship of Thousand Spirit sect's Honored One startled all the surrounding cultivators who were guarding the area. So it's Qian Ling who has come for a visit, welcome, welcome. A clear voice came from Dragon Immortal Palace. Sister-in-law Miniu, long time no see. The Honored One of the Thousand Spirit sect said with joy, as if meeting a family member. A woman wearing a dark blue long dress appeared on the Dragon Immortal Palace, smiling at the Honored One of the Thousand Spirit sect. Is this the Dell companion of the Supreme Elder of the Thousand Spirits sect? Zhu Fan asked through a voice transmission. You may think so. The Honored One of Thousand Spirit sect replied after a moment's thought. Watching the expression of the Honored One of the Thousand Spirit sect, Zhu Fan knew there must be a story to be told here. He decided to ask about it when he had time later on. The classical starship smoothly arrived in front of the Great Hall of the Dragon Immortal Palace. I didn't expect the Dragon Immortal Palace to be so large when seen up close, Zhu Fan exclaimed. The classical starship was like a small double boat in front of Dragon Immortal Palace. Yoming Venerable, seat number 13 in the Council of Elders, you can call her sister-in-law once you get familiar. The voice of the Honored One of Thousand Spirit sect echoed in Zhu Fan's ear. How can I address her casually? And besides... Before Zhu Fan could finish his sentence, he was cut off by the Honored One of Thousand Spirit sect. She's more formidable than the eldest brother, and she's more protective of her own. Our sister-in-law is so powerful. Zhu Fan exclaimed. She's indeed very amazing. Suppressing the father of the little tiger is not a problem for her, Thousand Spirits Honored One said with laughter, praising Zhu Fan's smart modification of address. As the four got off the classical starship, they saw Yoming Venerable, who came to greet them at the entrance. She wore a dark blue gown, emanating the aura of an elder sister at home. Sister-in-law Yoming, long time no see, said Thousand Spirits Honored One, sounding very close to her. I was actually planning to visit the Thousand Spirit sect and see you guys, but then I was tied up midway with this task. Yoming Venerable laughed, then turned to look at Zhu Fan and the others. This is the Great Elder of the Hidden Spirit Gate that I have often mentioned. The starship outside was refined by him. In the future, he will definitely become an artifact refining Grand Master, Thousand Spirits Honored One introduced. Greeting, sister. I mean, Elder Yoming. Just thinking about the sister-in-law thing made Zhu Fan nearly stumble over his words. It's fine, call me sister-in-law, I like to hear that, Yoming Venerable said with a squint. Recently, most of the eldest brother's avatar jade talisman ended up in the hands of the Great Elder. Maybe you should also give one to sister-in-law. Things should be in pairs, the Venerable said, with a glance at Zufan. A brother who would go this far is really something. Chapter 575, Enlightenment. Yoming Venerable laughed upon hearing what Qianling Esteemed One said, just like a cheerful elder sister. She took out a dark blue avatar jade talisman and handed it to Zufan. Call me sister-in-law, and from now on, I will protect you. If you need help, just let me know, Yoming Venerable said with a smile. Thank you, sister-in-law. If you ever need any spirit ores to refine magical treasures, just let me know and I will do my best to help you.